Chapter 1. The First Encounter at Wat Pho. There exists a certain type of man who, without lifting a finger, stands there, and you can instinctively sense the inherent danger and malevolence that surrounds him. The first time Dai Ling beheld the true visage of the heir of the Chen family was in November at the illustrious Wat Pho in Bangkok, amidst the ostentatious and extravagant Buddhist funeral orchestrated by the venerable patriarch of the Chen clan. At that moment, she found herself at the heart of the temple, her fingers delicately twirling a string of sandalwood prayer beads, her gaze fixed towards the far end of the entrance. Amidst a tapestry of oppressive darkness and muted blues, a tall, slender figure emanating an icy chill suddenly intruded upon her vision. Although his face was somewhat obscured in the shadows beneath a black umbrella, the aura of his elevated status, exuding both nobility and a wicked arrogance, unmistakably proclaimed his exceptional position. As the prayer beads came to an abrupt halt, Dai Ling bit her lip, contemplating her quarry in silence. On that Wednesday morning, the Chen family's funeral commenced at Wat Pho, one of Thailand's 3 national treasures. The temple walls were plastered with seals, announcing a temporary closure to the public for the day. Domestic and international tourists thronged at every entrance, only to be repelled 2 meters away by the police station at the gates. The Chen family, having recently ascended to the pinnacle of wealth among Chinese expatriates in Thailand, commanded such a grand spectacle without surprise. Inside the resplendent main hall, a multitude of floral tributes adorned the space, with a colossal portrait of the deceased prominently displayed at its center. Dai Ling concealed herself among the throng of lay devotees, her role for the day being to serve incense and oil lamps, standing alongside her fellow disciples before a lotus lamp, prayer beads in hand, reciting sutras for the departed. Before the grand hall, a square was lined with numerous underlings from the Sihai gang, all clad in uniform black attire, each bearing a single white chrysanthemum pinned to their left breast, their expressions solemn and grave. A glance revealed a sea of men, all exuding an air of formidable gangland presence. She estimated that there were well over several hundred individuals gathered in this space alone. At the forefront of the assembly stood a line of officers in gray-blue uniforms, fully armed, cautiously surveying their surroundings. As the clock approached 9, the sound of footsteps began to draw near from a distance. Dai Ling squinted towards the end of the corridor as indistinct figures approached, prompting the black-clad throng on either side to pivot, bowing in unison. She knew then that the renowned 9-faced Buddha had arrived. Under the gaze of the onlookers, 3 large black umbrellas were held aloft by 3 men in black, slowly escorting the procession. The black umbrellas were a symbol of the underworld's customs, signifying a protective shield against calamity, typically employed during funerals and confrontations to denote status and ward off malevolence. Leading the procession was a man clad in a modest black silk tang suit, embroidered with a golden tiger on his left breast, carrying an urn of ashes as he made his way towards the hall. Though his countenance revealed no emotion, the formidable aura he exuded sent shivers through those even 100 meters away. With every step he took, adorned in simple black cloth shoes, Dan Pa moved slowly and solemnly, the attention of the crowd upon him. Dai Ling had encountered many individuals, yet Dan Pa's expression betrayed a sinister cunning, his deep, dark eyes resembling a bottomless abyss that instilled dread. Dan Pa, originally named Chun Dan, hailed from Chaozhou in Guangdong and was among the first Chinese figures to carve out a name for himself in Thailand's underworld. This notorious crime lord, despite his unpretentious attire, radiated an unsettling aura that left those around him trembling. As he drew nearer, Dai Ling recognized the figure behind him, his wife, Wan In Ai La, and there, the target of her pursuit, their only son, the heir of the Sihai, Grupong Wei. The group entered the main hall, and the 3 underlings finally lowered the black umbrellas. They bowed before several masters and, under their guidance, placed the ashes of the elder Chun upon the altar that had been meticulously prepared in the center of the hall. Positioned closest to the incense burner, Dai Ling was tasked with handing them incense. With each glance cast their way, she could not conceal the hatred that simmered within her, her eyes glinting with a piercing coldness. The 9-faced Buddha, commanding both the underworld and the legitimate realm, stood unrivaled in Thailand, with the Qin family's omnipotent influence erecting an impenetrable fortress around them, rendering Dai Ling's aspirations of infiltrating them nearly impossible. Yet a pivotal figure had emerged in this stalemate. Dai Ling had previously been unaware of the nine-faced Buddha's progeny, but 2 years ago, this heir had emerged, igniting a flurry of rumors throughout Thailand, effectively confirming the matter. Sister Hua had also received credible information from her contacts in Thailand, affirming the truth of this development. Since that moment, a new scheme of vengeance had begun to brew within Dai Ling's heart. However, over the past 2 years, very few images or accounts of Ong Wei had surfaced. He had grown up abroad, shunning public appearances, leaving many unaware of the heir's appearance, only knowing that his methods surpassed even those of his parents. After Dan Pa and Ruan and I La offered their incense, Ong Wei approached the incense burner, palms pressed together in reverence, and it was then that Dai Ling finally beheld his visage. Chapter 2. The seduction plan. This young prince is merely in his early 20s. His neatly curled, shoulder-length hair cascades down the nape of his neck, and a cross earring adorns his left ear. Beneath his arched brows lies a pair of sharp, eagle-like eyes, and his visage is extraordinarily handsome. Yet, the indifference radiating from his gaze is sufficient to disdain all that surrounds him, and an aura of intimidating ferocity envelopes him, instilling fear in those who dare to approach, rivaling that of his father. A few strands of hair fall across his forehead, somewhat softening the piercing intensity of his eyes. His black shirt is carelessly unbuttoned, revealing a robust chest, while a Buddhist amulet hangs around his neck, a token meant to safeguard against evil and ensure peace. His deep-set eyes, devoid of any discernible emotion, exude a languid and rakish air that compels others to keep their distance. Drawing sharp intakes of breath, members of the Chun family kneel in the center of the grand hall, bowing their heads and pressing their palms together in sorrowful prayer amidst the rising chants. Gradually, distinguished guests from various influential backgrounds stream in through the main entrance. Don Pa, accompanied by his family, bows in greeting, ensuring everyone is comfortably seated. Among the attendees, Dai Ling recognizes several prominent figures, officials from the white-collar world. Business tycoons, a duke from the Thai royal family, the chief of police, the finance minister, the labor minister, and leaders from various conglomerates, many of whom are well known from the news. Notable figures from the underworld, such as the leader of the Hong Kong Taiping Tang, have also sent floral tributes, citing pressing business matters that prevent their attendance. This funeral serves as a grand display of the Qin family's connections in both the legitimate and illegitimate spheres, showcasing their formidable influence in Thailand, second only to the royal family and military. After a long day of standing, Dai Ling feels utterly fatigued. As the lay followers disperse from the grand hall in the afternoon, only a handful of monks remain to tend to the incense offerings. She knows that tonight, the descendants of the Qin family will stay in the temple to keep vigil, presenting her with a singular opportunity to approach Ong Wei. As night deepens, Dai Ling stealthily exits the grand hall and hides in the bushes near a guest room designated for him in the side hall. While what foe is expansive, accessible areas are limited to the pagoda and the main hall. She wagers that he will take a stroll nearby, as this is the temple's only lotus pond, a secluded and picturesque spot, in close proximity to his quarters. As midnight approaches, a light flickers on in the side hall's guest room, with 2 burly bodyguards stationed at the door. Shortly thereafter, the room falls dark. Ong Wei emerges, and she hears his gravelly voice instructing the 2 men to remain behind, stating that he has recited prayers all day and wishes to stretch his limbs. Outside Wat Pho, police officers stand guard, ensuring safety is not a concern. The exhausting itinerary from the day has left the 2 bodyguards drowsy, and they lack the energy to act. They simply nod in agreement and turn towards the grand hall, where chairs await them for a respite. Before Ong Wei approaches, Dai Ling sheds her old, heavy monk's robe by the water's edge, revealing a lightweight, sheer garment that clings to her body, showcasing her pale undergarments beneath, a deliberate choice to appear nearly unclad. She removes the monk's hat that concealed her long hair, and her cascading black locks tumble down to her waist. Grasping a string of prayer beads, she glances at the approaching silhouette before plunging into the lake. Having trained in breath-holding, she can manage a maximum of 2.5 minutes, which is her limit. Dai Ling's objective for this venture is to captivate Ong Wei with her beauty. Born into hardship and possessing nothing, fate has bestowed upon her a remarkable appearance. Sister Hua once told her that in this world, no weapon surpasses a woman's body. In their line of work, a beautiful physique is worthless if it cannot be exchanged for wealth and power. Yet, she seeks neither fortune nor authority. Her only desire is revenge. If successful, it would be worth every effort. This body is her sole bargaining chip, and she is resolute in her decision to enter this game. In the most sacred place on earth, she intends to evoke his most shameful desires. If she can achieve even 70%, it would be a perfect score at a prince of the underworld. Ong Wei has encountered many women, each with differing temperaments and inclinations, yet she knows nothing of them. However, without attempting, she will remain oblivious. If she can grasp even a fraction of his attention, she can turn him into a pawn in her quest for vengeance. Nevertheless, she is acutely aware that if her plan is unveiled, she will become nothing more than an ant in his grasp, crushed to oblivion without a chance for rebirth. Thus, she has prepared a lethal poison within the pendant of her necklace. Capable of ending her life in 10 minutes should she face torment, Daling submerges herself beneath the water, sensing the world above through the tranquil surface. The footsteps cease not far from her, leaving only the faint rustling of insects. Timing her movements perfectly, she leaps from the water, tossing her drenched hair back and wiping her face free of moisture to gain clarity ahead. Using her peripheral vision, she keenly discerns that her actions have captured two intense gazes. Ong Wei lurks in the shadows by the column of the side hall, his expression obscured, yet his deep-set eyes glisten with an enigmatic brilliance under the moonlight. Resembling those of a wolf, he lounges with his legs casually crossed, appearing as if he is watching a play that bears no relevance to him. Lighting a cigarette, pinched between his index and middle fingers, he inhales deeply, then exhales fully, his gaze never wavering through the swirling smoke. Daling feigns picking up the prayer beads from the lotus-filled pond, slowly making her way toward the shore. The wet fabric of her sheer garment clings tightly to her form, losing any semblance of modesty, accentuating her alluring silhouette. Silver moonlight bathes Daling's figure and face, with droplets of desire-laden water clinging to her hair and neck, cascading down to her full, firm bosom. With each inch she reveals from the water, her exquisite body becomes increasingly enticing, perpetually captivating that pair of dark eyes hidden in the night. Having grown up amidst the gambling dens and brothels, Daling understands what pleases men. Few can resist the allure of a woman partially veiled, especially in the stillness of a midnight Buddhist temple. Yet, even as she emerges from the pond, Ong Wei remains steadfast, not advancing an inch, his figure unmoving, his eyes as dark as the night, scrutinizing her intently. He is, after all, a man of the underworld, far more cautious than most. Daling steps barefoot onto the shore, her body fully illuminated by the bright moonlight, biting her lip and crossing her arms over her chest. She pretends to survey her surroundings before hastily retrieving the robe she had shed at the water's edge and fleeing in the opposite direction. Just before her departure, she catches sight of a figure in the corner taking a step forward, attempting to pursue her, but after 2 or 3 strides, he ultimately halts, remaining in place. With her plan reaching this point, it cannot be deemed a failure. She swiftly retreats along the path she had previously scouted, escaping the temple. Upon returning to her apartment, Daling retrieves a new SIM card from the drawer and inserts it into her phone. She fills a bathtub with steaming water, tossing in a rose-scented bath bomb to wash away the scent of mud. In good spirits, she decides to indulge in a glass of champagne, her slender fingers gripping the elegant flute as she sheds her clothing, slipping nude into the tub. With one hand, she dials a number and places the phone on the side. At just past 1 a.m, even if the entire world is asleep, Sister Hua will not be. Ever since Daling can remember, Sister Hua has been the type who rarely ventures out until darkness falls. For her domain lies in the midnight hours. The phone rings once before being answered, and Sister Hua's familiar, urgent voice follows. Xiao Dai, are you all right? Are you safe? Chapter 3. Delving into the temple, Daling closes her eyes, relishing the soothing warmth enveloping her beneath the water. A smile graces her lips as she raises the champagne glass to her mouth, savoring a sip before asking languidly, Sister Hua, what is Prince Wei's temperament? Has In revealed anything? Upon hearing that Daling is safe, Sister Hua breathes a sigh of relief, her tone softening significantly. Haven't I already told you? This young master has little information circulating in the world of pleasure. Unlike his parents, he returned from abroad 2 years ago, leading a reclusive life, avoiding the limelight. There are no traces of his activities in the major nightclubs. He seems quite cautious, or perhaps he simply does not enjoy the company of women. With the abundance of ladyboys and gay men in Thailand, liking men does not necessarily mean he is one. Overall, this fellow is quite difficult to approach. Sister Hua clicks her tongue thoughtfully. Daling scoops up a handful of water, then lets it flow through her fingers, fixating on the crystalline stream as it slips away, lost in silence. Sister Hua seems to recall something, letting out a long sigh before shifting to a more serious tone. I have warned you long ago. This person is exceedingly dangerous, not at all inferior to his father. In the 2 years since his return, the dynamics between the Seas and Siam have become quite tumultuous. And he is a key player behind it all. Rumor has it that his father intends to shift focus to legitimate business, entrusting this only son with the underworld affairs, which is why he was brought back from Italy. Do not be fooled by Chun Ong-wei's youth. He is a product of Chun Dan and Wan Nila's upbringing, and his methods and ruthlessness are beyond imagination. As Sister Hua speaks, she suddenly changes the subject, murmuring, I've been having trouble sleeping these past few nights. My right eyelid keeps twitching, and I'm worried about you that you're just experiencing menopause. Dai Ling's jest was abruptly interrupted by Hua Jie. She listened to Hua Jie's words. She felt a chilling breeze forcefully invade her ears, and suddenly an itch arose in her nasal cavity, prompting her to unleash a powerful sneeze. What's the matter? Did that sneeze startle you? If your legs turn to jelly, just return to Hong Kong immediately. With your looks, you could easily snag a scion from a wealthy family and live a comfortable life. Hua Jie joked. Dai Ling retrieved a tissue to dab at her nose, casually replying that she might have caught a cold from soaking too long in the pond that evening. Only then did Hua Jie realize she had forgotten something important. By the way, how did tonight's operation go? Did you catch any fish? It was mediocre. I merely cast a line, and whether the fish bite is all a matter of fate, Dai Ling replied, wiping her nose as memories of a shadow that had darted out from the darkness flickered in her mind. Elusive and indistinct, Hua Jie did not press further, but instead shifted the conversation. Did you know? Ashley has died. With her eyes closed, Dai Ling murmured in acknowledgement, recalling having seen it in the news as if discussing a trivial anecdote. Hua Jie's hesitant tone seemed to seek confirmation. She fell from the second floor of her luxury home in Deepwater Bay 6 months ago, hitting her head on a rock and dying. After Yu Ming's death, there has been no news of her for years, and the next time she appears is in the news, having attached herself to the Deputy Financial Secretary of Hong Kong and even bearing a son. The police have classified her case as an accident. One could say she was unfortunate. As Hua Jie recounted this, Dai Ling remained silent, only sensing the water in the bathtub gradually cooling, a hint of drowsiness washing over her. She then rose to take a shower, wrapping herself in a towel upon emerging, surprised to find that Hua Jie had not yet hung up. Xiao Dai, Hua Jie called out upon hearing the commotion. Dai Ling picked up the phone and replied, I'm here, leaning against the table with her damp hair wrapped in the towel, lighting a slender cigarette, and absent-mindedly observing the photographs on the wall before her. They depicted a web of relationships she had meticulously organized, including the nine-faced Buddha, Wan Nila, and Ong Wei, along with key figures from the Siam gang, Sai Chin and Desai. The space reserved for Ong Wei remained conspicuously empty. To this day, she had zero information about him. The memory of those wolf-like eyes in the darkness sent a shiver down her spine. After a moment of hesitation, Hua Jie finally broached her inquiry. Is there any connection between Ashley's case and you? Dai Ling crossed her arms, taking a drag from her cigarette before setting it aside. Gazing at the empty space, she squinted, exhaling a lingering smoke ring, and casually tossed a nearby dart that struck Ong Wei's name with pinpoint accuracy. Hua Jie, I believe I mentioned that I would not stain my hands with blood until my great vendetta is avenged. I trust you, Hua Jie replied resolutely, then reminded her to stay safe, assuring her that she would contact her immediately if there were any updates from N. After ending the call, Dai Ling exhaled the last wisp of smoke, extinguishing her cigarette in the crystal ashtray. Before heading to bed, she sneezed 3 times in succession. Following that day, Dai Ling took a few days off from school due to a cold, languishing in bed in a state of lethargy. Barely able to walk. On the 4th day, she struggled to rise when an unfamiliar number called. Hua Jie. She pressed her forehead, trying to steady herself. Xiao Dai, we have news from N. Next Wednesday. There will be an underground fight at the Thongler nightclub in Sukhumvit. It's owned by the Four Seas Group, and the Prince, Wei, reportedly enjoys watching Muay Thai, especially underground fights, so he should be there. However, N says this information isn't guaranteed. It's purely a matter of luck. Do you understand? Hua Jie cautioned her. Dai Ling nodded in acknowledgement. Having been in Thailand for 6 months without much useful information, she could hardly let this opportunity slip away, especially with a few days to prepare. On Wednesday evening, Dai Ling arrived at the Thongler nightclub, gazing up at the impressive 5-story establishment, renowned in Bangkok. This venue served as a crucial meeting point for clandestine discussions among the political and business elite of Thailand. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a single brick thrown here could unearth countless high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals. The former Minister of Justice had once been taken from the fourth-floor private room of this very building, reportedly in a state of intoxication, mumbling the names of male models, only for a huge cache of illicit funds to be discovered the next day in his suburban mansion, becoming a popular topic of gossip. The ostentation and vibrant noise masked the most sordid transactions. As the saying goes, the most dangerous places are often the safest. The old foxes understand this well, as long as the stones haven't fallen on their heads. They flock to the scene despite the cautionary tales. People perish for wealth, and birds die for food. The allure of immense profits proves irresistible, leading them deeper into the den of vice. The Chin family expertly manipulates these hidden desires of powerful officials, weaving a vast network of interests, with the Four Seas group behind Dan Pa evidently being the greatest beneficiary and ruler. Taking a deep breath, Dai Ling felt the evening breeze from the Chao Phraya River brush through her hair, carrying the intoxicating fragrance of golden chain flowers as she ascended the steps of the Thongler nightclub. At the entrance, two young girls clad in modified traditional Thai attire approached her, each holding a delicate jasmine garland, and with palms pressed together, inquired in Thai if she had an invitation. Chapter 4. The secret underground fighting ring. Dai Ling was aware that the Thongler was an exclusive members-only establishment. Without a membership or an invitation from a member, entry was prohibited, ensuring that the nobility could indulge without concern. Responding fluently in Thai, she explained that she was a new waitress and had an appointment with the floor manager. ASU. Upon hearing this, one of the girls turned to signal a nearby bodyguard in black clothing to verify, and after a brief exchange through his earpiece, he nodded in confirmation, allowing her passage. Dai Ling had anticipated the opulence of this nightclub, but as she followed the server through the winding corridors into the main hall on the first floor, she was taken aback by the lavishness that greeted her eyes and the sudden, deafening music that filled the air. It appeared a male model show was underway, with the venue packed with wealthy women tossing handfuls of cash and men who shared the same penchant. As the DJ's beats drove the crowd into a frenzy, a handsome mixed-race model on stage stripped down to nothing but a thong, blowing kisses while bending to collect the scattered bills, creating a scene that was both tantalizing and risky. Dai Ling could only bear to glance at the provocative display for 2 seconds before averting her gaze. Following the server, she navigated through numerous private booths, where couples entwined like serpents, appearing impeccably dressed yet utterly debauched. In the back office, she met with the floor manager, SU. The middle-aged man's expression shifted the moment he laid eyes on her. His face momentarily slackened before he straightened up, scrutinizing her from head to toe, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table as if appraising a piece of merchandise. He puffed out his cheeks and exclaimed, "I truly did not expect Miss Dai Ling to be so stunning. It's a pity for you to be just a waitress. Have you considered becoming one of our VIP princesses? The income is quite substantial." With that, ASU pinched his thumb and forefinger together in a gesture for money, then took a drag from his cigarette, leering at her chest and face. The so-called VIP princesses were essentially high-end escorts, catering only to officials and top-tier businessmen. The Thongler nightclub had 5 floors. The higher the floor, the more exclusive the private rooms, with the 5th floor being the most elite. Dai Ling tilted her head and smiled nonchalantly. Manager ASU. I'm an international student. If I engage in such activities, I would be deported. I merely wish to earn a little pocket money, so I'm not interested. ASU chuckled, reclining in his chair, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Our Thongler nightclub boasts beauties from all over the world, and there are countless international students. Visa issues are not a problem. It all depends on your choice. Miss Dai Ling, I believe one day you will be tempted, perhaps, but not at this moment. Dai Ling resolutely declined his advances. For SU. His confidence stemmed from a keen understanding of human nature. Many young girls venturing into the world often begin their journey in the realm of indulgence as the most unassuming of waitresses. Yet, while waitressing may seem appealing, the compensation is meager, and they are frequently subjected to unwanted advances. In stark contrast, the income from escorting for a single night could rival that of a waitress for an entire year, making it exceedingly difficult for most to adhere to their principles in the face of such temptation. Thus, while ASU outwardly refrained from coercion, he was inwardly convinced that, like any ordinary female student, Dai Ling would inevitably plunge into this lifestyle. It was merely a matter of time. Dai Ling entered the hall clad in a slightly revealing yet acceptable Thai-style gown. Beginning her tasks of serving drinks to guests, her eyes continuously scanning for any potential clues. Underground fighting venues are typically extreme in nature, often located in abandoned factories on the outskirts or in the bustling heart of the city. And the Tang Palace belonged to the latter category. Not only was it discreet, but the timings were also subject to sudden changes to avoid drawing attention, rendering it nearly inaccessible to the general populace. With no news from the other side regarding cancellations, it was clear the fight would proceed as planned, though its exact location remained unknown. The second floor and above of Tang Palace were off limits to lobby staff, and it was reasonable to assume that such illicit activities would not occur upstairs due to the noise and bloodshed that would surely attract scrutiny. After contemplating her options, Dai Ling realized there was but one choice left: the secretive underground level. After nearly 40 minutes of serving in the lobby, she had endured countless unwelcome gropes from ill-intentioned patrons. Seeking a moment to collect her thoughts, she hurried to the restroom, where she encountered a fellow waitress. A girl who appeared unwell, hunched over a toilet. Initially inclined to ignore her, Dai Ling nevertheless crouched down to offer her a couple of tissues, inquiring, "Are you all right?" The girl turned her head, hastily grabbed the tissues, and retched once more before slowly responding with a faint thank you. Dai Ling glanced at her name tag, which read Zhang Yarrow. The surname Zhang indicated she was likely of Chinese descent, and her tie was tinged with an accent, prompting Dai Ling to make a guess. Tentatively, she asked in Chinese, "Are you Chinese?" Yara turned her head, seemingly seeing a glimmer of hope, her voice hoarse. "Yes, are you as well?" Dai Ling nodded, mentioning it was her first day, before asking what had happened. Yaru, recalling the earlier scene, still trembled with fear, clenching her fists. "It was so bloody. I simply couldn't bear it." "What bloodshed?" Dai Ling pressed. Yaru explained that she was originally a waitress in the first-floor lobby, but due to a shortage of staff for the underground fight, she was sent down to serve. The brutal matches had resulted in chaos, with 2 fighters being carried out, leaving her uncertain of their fates. Overwhelmed by terror, Yaru's nerves were fraying, and she trembled uncontrollably. Yet, she felt unable to leave. There were VIPs downstairs, and the manager would surely be furious if she abandoned her post. Tears of fear streaming down her cheeks. Upon hearing this, Dai Ling felt a surge of determination. She quickly helped Yaru to her feet, offering her comfort before pretending to ponder for a moment. "Don't be afraid. Here's what we'll do. I don't mind blood. I'll take your place. You can handle the lobby, and I'll go underground." Yaru's eyes sparkled with hope at this lifeline. "Really? But it's truly terrifying." "Are you sure?" Dai Ling smiled reassuringly, affirming her decision, and cautioned Yara not to disclose their switch to anyone. Yara replied that the manager was somewhat oblivious, and thus, they proceeded. Dai Ling followed Yara through the secluded garden of the back courtyard. Entering another hall that was markedly more serene and elegant than the previous one, Yara informed her that this was the South Building, which was generally closed to the public, reserved solely for guests personally received by the Chin family. Upon reaching a towering bookshelf, Yaru pulled a cord for the nearby wall lamp, and the fireplace split open to reveal an entrance. Yaru explained that this was an exclusive passage for VVIP guests, while other participants and observers entered through a back door. Without Yaru's guidance, it would have been virtually impossible for Dai Ling to find it on her OWAS. They bid farewell. Yaru informed her that tonight, the guests in the red VIP room were 2 distinguished individuals seated in the second-floor viewing area, one of whom was likely connected to the military. Yaru urged her to keep her mouth shut and simply follow instructions, to which Dai Ling nodded in reassurance. Upon entering the passage and rounding a corner, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The air was thick with roars of excitement and fervor. Dai Ling gazed out to sea. In the center of the first-floor ring, 2 bare-chested combatants engaged in a vicious struggle, blood spattering as a referee attempted to separate them. Below, a throng of over 100 spectators erupted in wild cheers, their cries reminiscent of feral beasts. The spectacle was indeed disconcerting. Dai Ling averted her gaze in revulsion, her eyes scanning the elevated viewing area encircling the underground venue, where numerous affluent faces shrouded in swirling smoke were seated. At the innermost part of the crimson compartment, 2 bodyguards clad in black stood with arms crossed, flanking 2 dark red leather cigar chairs positioned side by side, separated by a small coffee table. An elderly gentleman in striped suspenders lounged comfortably, puffing on a cigar, while a younger man nearby exhaled a stream of smoke, his visage obscured by the faint glow of red velvet curtains. Dai Ling caught sight of his sharply defined jawline, slightly raised as if he were amused. Adjusting her attire, Dai Ling swayed gracefully towards them, balancing a tray with one hand, striving to embody the demeanor of an exemplary waitress. Upon reaching the elderly gentleman, a bodyguard approached to inquire about the change in staff. Dai Ling quietly explained that the previous waitress was unwell, then flashed a charming smile at him, prompting the guard to return to his position without further comment. "Sir, your whiskey," she announced, bending slightly to place the drink and ice on the coffee table between them. The elderly man and the young man continued their conversation, seemingly oblivious to her presence. After setting down the drink, she stood a respectful distance away, awaiting further instructions, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the young man, who appeared to be savoring his drink with an air of nonchalance. However, it seemed that his interest lay not in the alcohol or the fight, but rather in the individuals surrounding him, his sharp eyes glinting with mischief as he occasionally assessed the elderly man's reactions. The older man was wholly engrossed in the tumultuous match below, his emotions fluctuating in tandem with the action, evidently having placed a bet. Huarjie had once mentioned that the motivations behind underground fighting were typically threefold: to launder money, to gamble, or simply for the thrill of witnessing unrestrained violence, often culminating in bloodshed. From the circumstances, Dai Ling surmised that tonight's event leaned towards the first motive. Given the military connection, it was likely that funds were being funneled to high-ranking officials, allowing the elder to select a fighter to bet on, ensuring that whichever side he chose would emerge victorious. Thus, the young man's demeanor radiated a sense of mockery, as though he were watching a finely staged performance. After taking a sip of his drink, the young man glanced at his watch. Dai Ling keenly observed him directing a subtle look towards several burly men on the first floor, who seemed to have received some sort of signal. The chaos in the ring intensified as the final bout commenced. Within a mere 5 minutes, a bloodied contestant was carried out, while the frail victor, spitting out a black mouthguard and sporting a battered visage, raised his fists in triumph. Reveling in the glory of his victory, the young man stood, his cigarette poised between his fingers, deftly loosening the sole button of his suit jacket before stretching it back, then raised his hands in applause. The elderly gentleman also rose, bowing politely to the young man, saying, "My apologies, young Master Chen, it seems I have triumphed." The young man shrugged, squinting slightly, and extended his hand in greeting, his expression devoid of disappointment. "Congratulations, better luck next time." General Yang. As soon as the words fell, four beautiful women on the stage slowly approached, carrying a wooden table. Draped over the table was a black cloth, and amidst the rising waves of sound, the slender man who had won the match lifted the cloth to reveal stacks of cash neatly arranged on the table, gleaming brightly and captivating the eye. He accepted a burlap sack handed up from below, and amidst the crowd's counting, began to place the cash into the sack, one stack after another. This action continued for over 100 iterations, truly intoxicating with the allure of money, causing one's heart to tremble. Ong Wei and the old man exchanged a knowing smile as they gazed at the scene below, as if they had completed some unspoken transaction. After a while, a manager-like figure approached the old man, inviting him downstairs to the 4th floor of the north building, where light refreshments awaited him. Without hesitation, the old man followed, casting a fleeting glance at Dai Ling's posterior as he left. Now, only Ong Wei and his bodyguards remained in the venue, the first floor having emptied out, yet he continued to gaze thoughtfully at the stage below, just as Dai Ling contemplated how to catch his attention. The manager returned, signaling her to leave the area. Dai Ling glanced back at Ong Wei's retreating figure, reluctant to depart, but she had no choice but to go. After taking just 2 steps, a flustered subordinate brushed past her and approached Ong Wei. Whispering a few words in his ear, from around the corner, Dai Ling caught the low, magnetic chuckle that followed, but she could not discern the words. Back in the lobby, she encountered Yerua, who was serving drinks to the guests from a distance. Her chest was stuffed with cash, all tips from the patrons. Yerua offered her a faint smile, and Dai Ling responded with a subtle, knowing smile of her own. Throughout the latter half of the evening, Dai Ling was somewhat distracted, unsure whether Ang Wei had departed. If he had, today would yield no opportunities for her. Soon, the lobby manager, Asu, found Dai Ling remarkably amidst the throng of people. He seemed to have an uncanny ability to navigate through the crowd and locate her. "Miss Dai Ling, I understand you are reluctant to serve drinks, but the situation is urgent. An important guest upstairs has specifically requested you. We have explained to him that you are merely a waitress, but this guest is extraordinarily esteemed. If you refuse, I fear." Asu's expression was troubled, and he appeared genuinely vexed. It was unfortunate that such a high-ranking official had taken an interest in a waitress on her first day. Dai Ling, perplexed, surveyed her surroundings, uncertain which odious man had set his sights on her. "Manager, I will not serve drinks," she stated coolly. With that, She turned to leave, having gained nothing after waiting so long. The oppressive atmosphere here was unbearable, and she yearned to return home. Just as she turned, two tall bodyguards in black suits blocked her path, their solid forms resembling walls. Behind her, Asu's voice grew firm, a stark contrast to his earlier gentleness. Miss Dai, I hope you do not fail to recognize the gravity of the situation. This esteemed individual is not someone you or I can afford to provoke. Your safety may very well be at stake. Chapter 6. Eavesdropping. Dai Ling turned to face Asu, her mind racing. This den of iniquity, a place where one could be disposed of without a trace, was such that even if she were tossed into a dumpster tomorrow, no one would bother to report it. Resolutely, she decided that preserving her life was paramount. Very well, I will only serve drinks, nothing more, and only for tonight. She crossed her arms, laying down her terms. Asu's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and he promptly agreed, leading her into the dressing room of the esteemed guests, instructing several experienced women to prepare her. The women were begrudging, for the distinguished guest of the evening was someone they all vied to serve, and they had not anticipated a novice waitress to intrude. As they adorned Dai Ling, they tugged at her hair with such force that her scalp ached. Sensing their hostility, she deliberately picked up a hairpin and pretended to fumble with it, nearly poking one woman's eye, who turned pale and dropped her comb, thereafter refraining from any further aggression. Just 18 years old, Dai Ling was in the prime of her youth, often described as possessing the most enchanting eyes. Her naturally captivating, elongated phoenix eyes curved upwards at the corners, exuding an air of disdainful allure and undeniable charm. Coupled with her high nose and slightly smaller lips, she resembled a playful yet beguiling fox. After her makeup was completed and her attire changed, Asu admired her reflection in the mirror, repeatedly praising his discerning eye and declaring that she was born for this line of work. He instructed the women to teach her some basic etiquette before handing her a bottle of wine and escorting her to the 4th floor. Asu kept reiterating the importance of serving this guest with utmost caution, to which Dai Ling feigned compliance while rolling her eyes inwardly. It was likely that the esteemed guest was none other than General Yang, whom she suspected the old man had taken a liking to earlier at the boxing venue. She planned to enter and distract the old man with some drinks, then find a way to slip away. Asu informed Dai Ling that the distinguished guest was in the viewing the mountain's private room. The 4th floor corridor was a grand, circular layout, designed in a Japanese style, but more expansive and luxurious than usual. Each private room bore a unique name, stretching into a seemingly endless array, akin to entering a deep forest. Occasionally, the sounds of princesses and waitstaff bustling in and out echoed through the corridor, the seductive music wafting through the gaps in the room doors, tantalizing the ears. Dai Ling approached a room named Viewing the Sea. The sliding door suddenly swung open, revealing a male attendant carrying a tea tray. She stepped aside for a moment, and in that fleeting instant, through the door's crack, she caught a glimpse of the man's profile. Wei sat at the table, a sinister smile playing on his lips. To her surprise, he had not left. Stunned, Dai Ling halted, contemplating how to eavesdrop. Thankfully, this side of the corridor was less frequented, making it easier for her to listen in. Resolutely, she decided to brazenly pry open the door. If anyone approached, she would feign a misstep. The attendant had left the door slightly ajar, just enough for her eye to peer through. The two men faced each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. One was a middle-aged man with graying temples, embodying the classic features of a pure Thai, cunning and deceitful, accompanied by only one henchman. Wei stood with several tall bodyguards behind him. He wore a white shirt that exposed a broad expanse of his chest, still adorned with a talisman, his large hands toying with a porcelain cup, the knuckles prominent, exuding a wild yet powerful aura. Wei lounged lazily against the back of his chair, silent, exuding a quiet elegance. The maturity and composure he exhibited were rare for someone of his age, entirely unlike a man in his early 20s. The room's lighting was soft, the gentle wall sconces casting a warm glow on his sharply defined features, accentuating his exquisitely sculpted face, which appeared even more profound and composed. He gestured toward the man opposite him, his eyes holding a barely perceptible tumult beneath their calm surface. "Please, have some tea." The man across from him lifted the cup, took a sip, and before placing it back on the table, spoke up. "Yesterday, your subordinates brazenly attacked the Hua Fu Li establishment. This is clearly an affront to the Siamese. How am I to explain this to my men?" The man leaned forward. "Wei, the Four Seas and Siam have enjoyed peace for 20 years. Surely we can sit down and discuss this calmly." There is no need to escalate matters, Siam. Dai Ling's mind raced to recall the information. It must refer to another gang, the Siam Gang, once the largest in Thailand. The founder of the Siam Gang was known as Siam Gong, while the notorious Dan Pa was the greatest henchman during Siam Gong's lifetime, later establishing his own faction, which became the Four Seas Gang. Over time, the Four Seas Gang's power had gradually eclipsed that of the Siam Gang, even absorbing many smaller factions during its rapid rise, thus becoming the foremost gang in Thailand and one of the top gangs in Southeast Asia. It seemed this man was affiliated with the Siam Gang. Ong Wei fiddled with the ring on his left index finger, his half-closed eyes opening slightly, exuding an air of indifference, his voice low and calm, devoid of any hint of anger. Uncle Pong, I respect you as an elder, which is why I am granting you this courtesy to sit down with me on my turf. However, it seems you are not in a position to question me. If this is your sole purpose for coming, then I believe there is no need for us to continue this conversation. Though he made no overt moves, his smile concealed a piercing edge, each word striking with an unsettling intensity. Even if I clearly state that I am at odds with the Siamese, what can you do about it? Witnessing Ong Wei's blatant disregard for his authority, the man named Pong's expression darkened, yet he maintained a strained smile. Ong Wei, in our line of work, one must adhere to certain rules, regardless of who initially broke the rules. Ong Wei operated solely on 3 words: I am pleased. Moreover, he fixed a penetrating gaze on Pong, leisurely taking a sip of tea, his smile fading, his voice low and chilling. I, by nature, am not one to follow rules. Pong found himself momentarily speechless, infuriated by Ong Wei's brazen disregard. However, being on Chen's territory, he dared not act impulsively, attempting to invoke the camaraderie he once shared with Dan Pa clearly. Ong Wei was unmoved by such tactics. I came today merely to remind you that 2 gangs should not ruin decades of goodwill. I believe Dan Pa would not wish to see this either. Goodwill? Ong Wei appeared to have heard a joke, raising his eyebrows as he turned to his bodyguard dressed in black. Nua zhi.my Thai is not very good. Could you translate what Uncle Pong means? The tall, muscular mixed-race bodyguard chuckled in reply. Young master, Mr. Pong is asking you to be merciful and spare his life. Upon hearing this, Pong's face turned livid, veins bulging on his forehead. He shouted at the bodyguard behind Ong Wei, "What gives you the right to speak?" and kicked over the table with a furious motion. Several of Ong Wei's subordinates swiftly drew their weapons, aiming them at Pong. Chapter 7. Chinese. Pong was accompanied by only one person, seemingly disarmed. Witnessing the sudden commotion, he was taken aback, sweat trickling down his forehead. Realizing a direct confrontation would be unwise, he hurriedly restrained Pong, urging him to remain calm. Mr. Pong, do not forget whose territory you're in today. If you're here to negotiate, I suggest you temper your arrogance. Nua Ji raised his gun with a sardonic smile, his words sharp. Ong Wei reclined casually, unfazed, holding a pristine porcelain cup. Not a drop of tea spilled. He observed the unfolding drama for a while before quietly admonishing. Nua Ji, even when striking a dog, one must consider its master. What is your standing to be so brazen? Pong's face darkened with humiliation at the insult, his fists clenched tightly. Dai Ling watched with clammy palms, her heart racing as she sensed the unrestrained arrogance radiating from Ong Wei. If Pong's countenance was that of a quintessential villain, Ong Wei resembled a seemingly gentle and beautiful jaguar, concealing a heart brimming with brutality and ambition. As Huarjia noted, he indeed surpassed his father in every regard. Ong Wei lifted his eyelids, the slant of his eyes gleaming with amusement. He casually scratched his temple and leaned forward. Uncle Pong, the young one is inexperienced. Do not take offense. Let us sit down and talk. Pong glared at Nua Ji, his eyes ablaze with fury, yet the imposing figures surrounding him forced him to comply. Descending the steps reluctantly, with a gesture from Ong Wei, his men lowered their weapons. He offered Pong a cigar and instructed someone to light it. Subsequently, he lit one for himself, inhaling deeply, the red ember illuminating his inscrutable visage. His dark, profound gaze resembled an abyss, instilling a sense of dread. As Dai Ling observed, a male attendant bearing a tray of alcohol approached from the corridor. She feigned being lost, languidly asking, "Excuse me, could you guide me to the canteen room?" The attendant politely directed her and offered to escort her there, which she could not refuse, lest she reveal her true intentions. After navigating around 2 corners, they arrived at the entrance of the canteen room. Dai Ling thanked the attendant, lingering at the doorway until she saw him descend the stairs before stealthily returning to her previous position. However, it seemed the atmosphere inside had become tranquil when Pong and his entourage exited. Dai Ling concealed herself around the corner, only daring to emerge once they had departed. Through the crack of the door, she observed Away lazily settling into a chair, pouring tea with a languid demeanor. Instructing his bodyguard, "Kunda, there's a little bird at the door. Bring her in." His seemingly casual remark incited an instantaneous, incredulous fury on the bodyguard's face. Dai Ling's mind buzzed with alarm, but it was too late to escape. The door was swiftly kicked open from within. The man's fierce gaze fell upon the petite woman at the threshold, raising an eyebrow, his voice menacing. Well, we have a brave soul. What are you sneaking around for?" With lightning speed, he seized Dai Ling by the back of her garment, dragging her towards Away as if she were a mere chick. She instinctively squirmed, but he retaliated with a sharp slap to her face, followed by a brutal kick to her lower back. Dai Ling, caught off guard by the pain, was suddenly engulfed in darkness as excruciating agony shot through her waist, causing her to collapse onto the ground. The bottle of alcohol shattering into fragments, the floor erupting with frothy alcohol. The man's strength was tremendous, propelling her at least a meter away, her head colliding violently with the sharp edge of the coffee table. Blood gushing forth, the bodyguard, even when striking a woman, displayed no mercy, his blows as ruthless as they were calculated. Dai Ling felt a fiery pain across her face, tasting the metallic tang of blood as she clutched her face, attempting to rise. However, the severity of the kick rendered her unable to straighten up, the immense pain numbing her senses, almost robbing her of consciousness. The force of his strike had spun her world into chaos, akin to a fragile glass ornament hurled to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Onway ignored the woman crumpled at his feet, focused instead on arranging his tea set. After savoring a cup of steaming white tea, he finally raised his gaze, his deep-set eyes exuding indifference. "Look up," he commanded her in Thai. Yet, Dai Ling, clouded by darkness, felt as though her very insides were being wrenched apart, the agony overwhelming her to the point where she lacked the strength to comply. Seeing her unresponsive, Onway extended a foot, lifting her chin with his polished shoe, blood trickling down Dai Ling's cheek onto his gleaming footwear, prompting him to frown slightly. Clenching her lips tightly, Dai Ling endured the excruciating pain. And when her face was lifted, she glared defiantly at the towering figure above her. The moment Onway recognized her features, his toes imperceptibly twitched, his pupils dilated as he scrutinized her familiar eyes, desperately searching his memory for a connection. Beneath the furrowed brow etched with pain lay a pair of captivating, fox-like eyes, brimming with defiance and resilience, her bloodied lip quivering as she weakly glared at him. Her inky black hair cascaded over her chest, obscuring the porcelain-like allure of her form. Onway observed her closely, appraising her attire, realizing she was likely one of the local women, wondering which room she belonged to. So ignorant of the rules, Dai Ling remained silent, meeting his gaze, the intense pain causing her to tremble slightly. His eyes, dark as ink, seemed to draw one into an abyss, as if he could see through to the very core of her being. Leaving nowhere to hide, during their silent standoff, Manager ASU was ushered in by the bodyguards. As he entered, he quickly knelt before Away. "Young Master Wei, I sincerely apologize. She is new and does not yet understand the etiquette. She has offended you. Please, show her mercy." ASU swiftly slid to Dai Ling's side, taken aback by her bloodied face, and hastily pulled her into an apology. "What happened? Were you not supposed to go to the Kanshan room? Do you realize who this is? This is young Master Onway. You should quickly admit your mistake and say you were merely passing through." Onway withdrew his shoe, causing Dai Ling to collapse immediately. Manager ASU helped her up, still wearing a forced smile. "Young Master Wei, please forgive her. She is a student from China, her Thai is poor, and she certainly did not intend to eavesdrop. That I instructed her to come to the 4th floor to accompany the guests." "Chinese?" Onway raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Chapter 8. "Do not strike women in my presence." Dai Ling felt SU's grip on her arm tighten, and she cast a cold, disdainful glance at Onway, knowing the charade had to continue. "Young Master Onway, it was not my intention. I simply lost my way." He gently rotated the teacup in his hand, remaining silent. SU, sensing perhaps a tacit acceptance, repeatedly apologized while leading Dai Ling towards the exit. However, 2 bodyguards blocked their path as Onway's voice called from behind. "Did I allow you to leave? You may go, but leave this student behind." The man pointed his chin at ASU, his gaze fixated on Dai Ling. ASU appeared troubled. "Young Master Wei, General Yang has summoned her. We are still waiting." With so many women in the establishment, he could easily arrange for others. If anyone inquired, he could simply claim she was with him. And if they had the audacity, they could come and take her. Awe absent-mindedly fiddled with the ring on his finger, clearly losing patience with ASU's obstinacy. How can she receive guests in that condition? ASU hastily agreed, casting a glance at Dai Ling, throwing her a warning look before exiting the room. Blood streamed down Dai Ling's forehead, trickling down her cheek, pooling into a disturbing dark red stain on the floor beneath her. She felt a chill envelop her, wrapping her arms around herself as she gazed at Ong Wei's cold visage, which revealed no emotion or turmoil. He simply stared at her, silently twirling his finger around the ring. After a moment, he called her over in Chinese. Dai Ling did not move. Ong Wei repeated the command, questioning, "What? Is your Thai not good? Can you not understand Chinese either?" Dai Ling staggered forward, but the sharp pain in her forehead and lower back surged, causing her to limp. Ong Wei gestured for her to sit beside him, and with great difficulty, she knelt down. "Young Master Ong Wei, I did not hear anything. I implore you to show mercy and let me go." Dai Ling gasped for breath, her head pounding as if pierced by needles, and her waist felt as though it had been severed. Each step was akin to treading on the sharpest of blades. She gritted her teeth, feigning vulnerability. Today marked the second unexpected performance, and she did not wish to be ensnared in a prolonged entanglement with him, allowing him to believe that a mere beckoning of his finger could compel her submission. Men were seldom intrigued by such women. Moreover, the pain was excruciating. She feared she might faint at any moment. "Where in China are you from?" Ong Wei regarded her coldly. Dai Ling clenched her jaw. She had lost quite a bit of blood, and beads of cold sweat dotted her face as she replied, Macau." As soon as she uttered those words, a sudden dizziness enveloped her, and the cold sweat poured down. She collapsed, her head falling onto his chest, blood streaming down her cheek, and instantly staining his white shirt crimson. Ong Wei furrowed his brow, sensing the warmth radiating from her body, and turned his gaze to her delicate features. A small mole beneath her crimson lips captured half of his attention, compelling him to stare for a moment longer. Her frail frame resembled a wisp of cotton, inexplicably soft enough to stir one's heart. As his gaze wandered across her face, he unconsciously reached out to touch her garment, though ultimately his hand hovered in the air, unwilling to sully itself. Nearby, several bodyguards exchanged incredulous glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Hesitant to intervene, the scent of blood lingered heavily in the air, mingling with a faint trace of ink. Indeed, she bore the innocence of youth, having ventured into this world too soon. Ong Wei let out a low scoff, suddenly aware of the absurdity of his earlier thoughts, and abruptly pushed her away, bellowing at his dazed subordinate. "What are you all standing there for? Watching a show? Call ASU to come and carry her away." The bodyguards scrambled to move Dai Ling from Ong Wei's side. By the time ASU arrived, Ong Wei was diligently wiping the bloodstains from his neck with a handkerchief, his shirt stripped away to reveal his well-defined chest. ASU, taken aback, nearly fainted, fearing a tragedy had unfolded. But upon seeing the rhythmic rise and fall of Dai Ling's chest, he breathed a sigh of relief and instructed his men to carry her downstairs, specifically advising them to use the back entrance to transport her to the hospital. ASU, dispose of my bloodied clothes and shoes. The cold command descended from above, and ASU quickly nodded in compliance. Ong Wei, cleansing his hands with alcohol, kept his gaze lowered, his tone laced with disdain. "How many clients has she attended to?" ASU paused, momentarily confused before clarifying, "She is a waitress. Today was her first day on the job. I don't know how it happened, but General Yang took a liking to her and specifically requested her, which left us little choice but to oblige. She hasn't served any clients yet. So she lacks experience. My apologies, young master." Upon hearing this, Ong Wei halted, raising an eyebrow at a waitress. ASU affirmed, "Yes, a foreign student from Chulalongkorn University." Ong Wei discarded the used tissue into the trash and donned the clean shirt offered by his bodyguard. His brow slightly furrowed in contemplation as he stated, "I understand." He then casually rolled up his sleeves and turned to survey the young bodyguard behind him, his voice low and deliberate. "Kunda, do not ever strike a woman in my presence again." Ong Wei rolled his sleeves to reveal a hint of his forearm, slipping his hands into his pockets while locking eyes with him in a manner that conveyed a warning, reiterating, "Do you understand?" Kunda's pupils widened, disbelief etched on his face, and after a brief pause, he responded, "Yes, young master. Your strikes were neither gentle nor measured." Ong Wei appeared dissatisfied, casting a glance at him before turning to leave. Only after a moment's distance did Kunda dare to nudge his companion Nua and murmur, "The young master is having another episode, the second this month." Nua pouted and shrugged, indicating his ignorance of the situation. Chapter 9. You go brew tea and pour wine. Dai Ling awoke in the hospital the following morning, her forehead stitched and bandaged. The doctor informed her that her waist had sustained a severe blow and advised her to avoid strenuous activities for the time being, prescribing both internal and topical medications. The individual who had brought her to the hospital had already settled the medical expenses, assuring her that she need not worry. Dai Ling wobbled home with the medication in hand, fortuitously encountering the weekend to recuperate for 2 days, returning to school only on Monday. In the crowded lecture hall, she unexpectedly crossed paths with Yurua. They exchanged no words, but Yurua, with her ponytail swaying, nodded at her from afar, to which Dai Ling merely lifted the corners of her mouth slightly. For the following week, Dai Ling refrained from returning to the Tang Palace for her part-time job. Firstly, her health had been unfortunate, necessitating rest. Secondly, she was uncertain if Ong Wei would continue to frequent the Tang Palace without the boxing matches if he did not. Similar incidents to that of General Yang's could arise at any moment, and she wished to avoid entangling herself in potential peril. As evening fell, Sister Hua called with news that In had sent word, expressing surprise that perhaps the wiles of beauty had proved effective. As Ong Wei had publicly visited the Tang Palace for 2 consecutive days. In the preceding 2 years, his visits could be counted on one hand, nearly always linked to boxing events. Yet there have been no announcements of any matches during these past 2 days. After ending the call, fate smiled upon her, for ASU, the manager of the Tang Palace, reached out to her. The background noise was overwhelming, and she had to cover one ear to hear him clearly. ASU feigned concern for her health, and upon hearing her reassurances, he subtly urged her to return to work, promising she would only be required to serve as a waitress and would not be forced into the role of a princess. While also offering her greater commission, Dai Ling reclined on her bed. Sensing that the game had entered an intriguing phase, she agreed to return to work the following day, and ASU's voice brimmed with unmasked excitement. She understood that this was likely ASU's own initiative rather than an order from Ong Wei. She was not yet significant enough for the young prince to mobilize a manager solely to summon her. It was merely a subordinate's misguided interpretation of intentions, seeking to curry favor. That night in the Guanhai private room, the seasoned manager, adept at navigating the nightlife, could hardly be oblivious to the profound interest reflected in the man's gaze. Upon her return to work at the Tang Palace, ASU approached her with a sycophantic demeanor, rubbing his hands together as though he had a significant request, meandering through trivialities before finally speaking. Dai Ling, tonight you won't be responsible for the main hall. Young Master Wei is on the 4th floor of the South Building discussing matters with clients. You will serve as his attendant. Merely tasked with brewing tea and pouring wine, Dai Ling recognized that an opportunity had indeed arrived, yet she feigned reluctance, dropping hints of hesitation. ASU, I am quite afraid of that young master. ASU, no. I was beaten by his subordinate and ended up in the hospital. Had you not called me, I would have chosen not to return. This job is perilous, and I truly do not wish to serve him again. The cunning old fox stroked his chin upon hearing her words, attempting to reassure her. Do not be afraid. The last incident was an accident. Young Master Ong Wei is not one to truly wish you harm. Had he desired your demise, you would not be standing here now. It was he who instructed me to take you to the hospital, which is hardly something he would do. With a sly smile, ASU narrowed his eyes at her, as if implying something deeper. Dai Ling feigned ignorance, shaking her head. That I do not understand. I am still frightened. Trust me, everything will be fine. Under the fervent persuasion and assurances of ASU, Dai Ling reluctantly ascended to the 4th floor of the South Building, the very same edifice that housed the underground boxing arena last time. According to others, this building primarily catered to legitimate business dealings, exuding an air of tranquility and elegance, ostensibly to align with the seemingly upright nature of businessmen. It is only through contrast that desires are ignited, gradually eroding their self-proclaimed moral defenses, leading them deeper into temptation. The 4th floor, styled as a Chinese tea house, was adorned with an aura of profound elegance. A long corridor, through which a chilling breeze swept, caused her to draw in a sharp breath, approaching the imposing bodyguard stationed by the door. She felt a momentary tremor of fear, but upon closer inspection, she realized he was not the same lackey who had assaulted her before, and her chest relaxed. Nonetheless, a lingering dread remained, for the pain had been genuine. The mixed-blood man, standing nearly 2 meters tall with a muscular physique, made her ponder that had he been the one to strike her last time, her life might well have been in jeopardy. The man remained silent, offering her a knowing smile. Dai Ling cast him a sidelong glance, refraining from responding. She raised her index finger and lightly tapped on the door twice before entering. Inside the expansive Chinese-style compartment, the warm light mingled with the fragrant aroma of tea. On one side, a folding screen depicting the Qiming Shanghe 2 obscured a pair of familiar, dark eyes peering through the curling smoke. Their gaze is still as a placid lake, only to divert in an instant. In stark contrast, the rotund man opposite her had not diverted his gaze from her bosom since she entered. Dai Ling steadied herself, deliberately avoiding the man's gaze as she slightly inclined her head, presenting the exquisite Westlake Longjing tea. Seated across from her, Ong Wei and the man faced each other, neither exhibiting an air of hostility. Business in the realm of the legitimate world seemed considerably more serene, devoid of the violent undertones prevalent elsewhere. Dai Ling positioned herself gracefully on the central cushion, her legs elegantly crossed, revealing the smooth, fair skin of her thighs beneath the parted qipao. Igniting a fervent gaze from the man beside her, she gently removed the tea leaves from the tray. Her slender fingers stained with the dark green hue, selected a few leaves, and cast them into the cup, pouring freshly boiled water over them, releasing a plume of steam. Boss, this is Westlake Longjing, a rare collection of 18 trees reserved for the imperial court. Dai Ling nodded and smiled at the man whose chin and neck blended seamlessly, pushing the teacup toward him. The man's lecherous gaze lingered on her bosom, his mouth watering as he exclaimed, "What exquisite tea! This imperial 18 trees is worth its weight in gold. Who would have thought I could savor such fine Chinese tea in Bangkok? Master Chin's hospitality is truly exceptional. Mr. Wei, it is a rare occasion for you to visit Bangkok. Naturally, we must treat esteemed guests like yourself with the highest regard. It is both our courtesy and sincerity," Ong Wei replied nonchalantly, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Dai Ling pushed another teacup toward him, prompting him to lift his gaze, his eyes trailing along her pale fingers and arm, finally landing on her face. He first noted the mole beneath her lip, then caught sight of the nearly transparent bandage hidden beneath her hair. It seemed she had sustained a significant injury, yet there was a certain resilience about her. Upon their reunion, she exhibited no fear or trepidation. This thought drew a slight smirk to his lips as he averted his gaze, languidly taking a drag from his cigarette. Suddenly, as she was pouring tea, her hand slipped, causing the lid to fall and hot water to splash out. Startled, Dai Ling murmured an apology for her clumsiness. Just as she attempted to retract her scalded hand, it was unexpectedly grasped by Mr. Wei. He pulled her hand closer, creating a considerable distance between them, all the while exhibiting an unwelcome familiarity. The older man's grip was strong, making it difficult for her to extricate herself. "Oh dear, it's burned red. Are you all right, miss?" Mr. Wei's face, lined with wrinkles, displayed an exaggerated concern. His accent suggested he hailed from the southern regions, perhaps Fujian or Taiwan. He leisurely raised his gaze to her, his eyes roving over her form. "Be careful not to scorch that delicate skin. Scars would be unseemly." Ong Wei's eyes darted between Dai Ling's hand and the man, his expression laid back, yet his gaze was far from warm. When their eyes met as she turned her head slightly toward him, his brow twitched momentarily, though he seemed disinclined to intervene. Under ordinary circumstances, Dai Ling would have slapped him away, but today, she sought to probe how deep the hook from their encounter at the reclining Buddha temple truly ran. After a pause, Ong Wei reclined lazily, a smile curling his lips as he addressed Mr. Wei. "I trust you must be weary today. Let us conclude our business here. I have arranged for you to have a private room downstairs to enjoy the charms of Bangkok and unwind." "Sound good?" Upon hearing this, the man chuckled heartily, his face alight with joy. "Master Chin's arrangements are most agreeable." As he spoke, he forcefully drew Dai Ling into his embrace. She resisted slightly, pushing against Mr. Wei. "Boss, I'm merely a waitress, not an escort." "I apologize." Mr. Wei appeared intrigued, mistaking her resistance for a game of seduction, and continued to hold her tightly, casting a sly glance at Ong Wei. "Oh, is that so, Master Chin? The attendants at the Tongguan do not entertain guests?" "This is news to me." As he spoke, he pinched Dai Ling's thigh, pushing her patience to its limit, yet she felt compelled to endure, as if engaged in a one-sided game. Ong Wei calmly lifted his teacup, taking a sip before glancing at the reddened spot on her thigh, then discreetly averting his gaze, before slowly stating, "The attendants at Tongguan indeed do not entertain guests. It is the rule that Mr. Wei, we have arranged the finest reception for you downstairs. I assure you will be satisfied. Now, if you would kindly move along." "But I want her, Master Chun. Can you make that decision today?" Mr. Wei tightened his grip around Dai Ling, his words slurred around the cigarette dangling from his lips. "Such a beautiful woman, relegated to being a waitress. I cannot fathom Master Chin conducting business in such a manner. Ong Wei chuckled softly, offering no reply, instead lowering his gaze to the dust on his knee. Lazily calling out, "Come I and at that moment. Two towering bodyguards pushed open the door, standing at attention with their hands behind their backs. Young master, how may we serve you? Escort Mr. Wei to the bathing suite on the 3rd floor. Ensure he is well received, providing him with the finest wines and the most beautiful girls from Tongguan, that if you fail to satisfy him, do not return," he commanded. "Yes, sir. And this waitress, she remains here to serve me tea. I will rest for a while. Do not disturb me." With a command laden with implications, Mr. Wei discerned the underlying message and promptly released his hold on Dai Ling, recognizing the need to retreat gracefully. In the world of business, it is paramount to maintain face, Mr. Wei. "Please," Nortzi gestured, and no matter how influential Mr. Wei might be, this was Chun family territory. Even the mightiest must heed the local authority, lest they find themselves in dire straits. A lesson even a fool could grasp. The man, his face adorned with a broad smile, rose to his feet. "Since Master Chun has made arrangements, I mustn't be rude. With such lovely attendants at Tongguan, I eagerly anticipate the company of a fair maiden and fine wine. Please enjoy your tea at your leisure. I shall take my leave." With a booming laugh, he exited, guided by the bodyguards, his footsteps fading into the distance. Dai Ling spat inwardly at the door before turning to meet Ong Wei's languid, profound gaze. His sharply defined features softened slightly behind the smoke. Since their first encounter at the reclining Buddha temple, Dai Ling had sensed that this man possessed an extraordinarily handsome face. Yet, the hidden malice beneath his exterior sent shivers down her spine. "Thank you, young Master Ong Wei." She inclined her head slightly, expressing her gratitude. "If you have any instructions, please do let me know." She lowered her gaze, fearing he might detect her unease. His intervention earlier was still beyond her comprehension. Perhaps it was simply an act of kindness on his part. Beneath the table, Dai Ling rubbed the reddened skin of her palm, feeling a sting. "Come here," he commanded, as always, leaving no room for dissent. Dai Ling understood and shifted closer to him, maintaining a safe distance. "What is your name?" he inquired. Dai Ling, his roguishly charming eyes bore into hers, deep and mysterious, as he gestured toward her hand, asking, "How is your hand? Will it scar?" He was unaware of the severity of her burn. His irritation stemmed from Mr. Wei's earlier remarks, which contrasted sharply with his apparent lack of tenderness towards women. Dai Ling covered her palm and replied, "I am fine. I'll apply ice to it later." Ong Wei's expression remained indifferent as he extinguished his cigarette, the haze of smoke dissipating, revealing his features more clearly before her. As he leaned closer, his sharp features unexpectedly softened, no longer appearing as menacing as before. A rather odd transformation. He picked up the cold teacup before him and took a sip. "Is there a scar on your forehead?" Ong Wei raised an eyebrow, glancing at the transparent bandage hidden in her hair, his question laden with both intent and curiosity. Dai Ling hesitated for a moment, suddenly grasping his meaning. She reached up to touch the bandage. "The doctor said there might be a scar, but it's still uncertain. Did they stitch it?" He furrowed his brow in confusion. Dai Ling nodded in acknowledgement. The sight of a woman with stitches on her face is undeniably disheartening. If mishandled, it could lead to disfigurement. Ong Wei rotated his teacup, fixating his gaze intently on the individual before him. Outside, the sky was overcast, and the dim glow of the indoor lights cast a murky ambience. Dai Ling, consciously or unconsciously, averted his fervent stare, lowering her gaze to the purplish bruises on her thigh. Her delicate, oval face bore skin as fair as jade, and her bright eyes occasionally met his, revealing an indefinable mix of timidity and something else. In the past, the women who beheld him were always suffused with endless attempts to please and appease him, which he found utterly loathsome. Perhaps due to his obsessive cleanliness. However, at some point, he began to perceive a hint of amusement in teasing women. "Young Master Ong Wei, if you have no further instructions, I shall take my leave," Dai Ling remarked, slightly nodding her chin as she reached for the tray. Unexpectedly, her hand brushed against his, which was holding the teacup, causing her to retract her hand as if shocked, and she hastily rose. Eager to escape. "Where are you running off to?" "The tea has cooled. Prepare another pot for me." His deep voice resonated behind her, clearly not a request. Dai Ling paused momentarily before returning to her place on the cushion to brew the tea anew. They were seated closely, and she was enveloped by the strong scent of tobacco emanating from him. The man, with a dry throat, leisurely lit another cigarette, indicating that he had no intention of departing anytime soon. Ong Wei's high, arched brows and deep-set eyes exuded an aura of wickedness, When he scrutinized someone, the elongated, profound corners of his eyes shimmered with an unsettling charm, radiating an insatiable intensity that instilled fear. This was her first time being so close to him, and the air between them was tinged with a subtle apprehension. Chapter 11. The Chun family banquet. Although she was aware before encountering Ong Wei that he was no ordinary man and had anticipated a rather daunting personality. Their brief meetings had led her to overestimate her own courage. "Are you afraid of me?" he inquired, noticing her discomfort, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he furrowed his brow and lazily exhaled a puff of smoke to the side. "Am I truly that terrifying?" Dai Ling responded lightly. "You jest, young master Ong Wei. Who wouldn't he fear you?" The thought of a man who had instructed his bodyguards to beat a woman mercilessly lingered in her mind. He chuckled softly, his tongue pushing against the remnants of smoke, seemingly amused. As the water boiled, she reached for the teapot to pour tea into the cups, but he swiftly seized the scalding handle. Without a word, filling his own cup, with a slight lift of his brow, he inquired, as if testing her, "Miss Dai Ling, have you visited the reclining Buddha temple recently?" Her brows shot up in surprise. But she composed herself within seconds, thinking that she had not been detected. "Actually, yes, but why do you ask?" "Oh, what was your purpose there?" His penetrating gaze bore into her. Dai Ling replied, "I was working, earning some tuition." Ong Wei, with a cigarette pinched between his fingers, regarded her with a mildly tipsy interest, as if observing a small creature. "Is money truly that scarce for you?" Dai Ling retorted, "I've been accustomed to poverty since childhood." "Perhaps you cannot fathom it. The impoverished must live in such a manner, unlike your genteel existence. Yet you haven't turned to selling your body. It seems you possess quite a bit of pride." He remarked lightly, his gaze lingering on her lips. Dai Ling chose not to respond, instead focusing on smoothing out her wrinkled clothing, while Ong Wei continued to smoke, his eyes fixated on her, a hint of amusement dancing in their depths. The atmosphere growing eerily silent. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door shattered the stillness, like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, sending ripples through the air. "Come in," Ong Wei commanded, reclining against the cushion. Squinting toward the entrance, Kunda entered with a hint of panic, cautiously approaching, assessing the room's atmosphere, his hesitance morphing into uncertainty as he deliberated whether to advance or retreat. "Speak if you have something to say." Ong Wei barked at him. Kunda, clutching his phone, glanced at the woman beside Ong Wei, squinted for clarity, swallowed hard, and finally broached the subject. "We have news on Wasan, young master. He is in the South City, being watched at the casino, and has been exposed yet? Should we pursue?" Upon hearing this, a grave expression settled on Ong Wei's brow. "Yes, pursue him," he replied instinctively, then methodically extinguished his cigarette but donned his coat and instructed his subordinates to arm themselves as he departed at a rapid pace. 5 minutes later, Dai Ling encountered a colleague stumbling down the corridor, clutching an ice pack. The colleague handed it to her, explaining that it was a request from a guest for Miss Dai Ling to use for her injury. In her haste, the person had forgotten many details, but she remembered the burn on Dai Ling's hand. This individual's temperament was elusive, utterly unpredictable. Dai Ling chuckled lightly, feeling somewhat reassured as she grasped the ice pack and made her way downstairs, only to collide with Ah Su, who beckoned her into his office with a mischievous grin. Pushing a check toward her, "Young master Ong Wei instructed me to give you this as compensation for your previous injury." She glanced down at the check, noting the substantial amount, equivalent to over half a year's worth of her living expenses. Yet she declined it, having already received payment for her medical bills. She had no justification for further compensation. "Isn't that what you said about having pride? Then one must act the part," she thought. Ong Wei arrived at the casino in the dead of night, only to find that Wasan had evaded capture, having slipped away through the back door while his pursuers were momentarily distracted. Despite his frustration, the man was long gone, leaving him with no options but to return home. Days passed, and the monthly Chin family banquet approached, a steadfast tradition. The Chin residence, nestled on a spacious hill in the city center, was enveloped by lush forests, offering a breathtaking view of the mountains in the bustling metropolis, surrounded by towering white walls that exuded an air of strictness. Ong Wei's striking blue Pagani supercar glided up the hill, and the grand, intricately wrought iron gates swung open. After a brief wait, he pinched the taut skin between his brows before a thunderous roar announced his entry into the expansive garden, shattering the night's tranquility. His footsteps echoed through the corridor, neither hurried nor slow. Ong Wei tossed the car keys onto the entrance table and bent down to change his shoes. A young maid greeted him at the door, taking his coat with a soft, welcoming voice. "Welcome back, young master." Ong Wei lifted his gaze, his expression neutral, and nodded absent-mindedly in response. Striding up the steps, he entered the spacious, classical Chinese living room, where he could hear Juan Nila's voice instructing the kitchen staff. "Auntie, Leo loves the marinated delicacies. Prepare extra today." Her tone was gentle and natural, a stark contrast to her usual authoritative and stern demeanor as the deputy director, resembling that of an ordinary mother. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, Juan Nila, elegantly seated on the plush sofa, slowly turned to face him. She wore a silk loungewear set draped with a designer shawl, and her wrist adorned a luminous jade bracelet. With her short, wavy brown hair and red lips, she appeared youthful and vibrant, hardly resembling a woman in her 50s. "Leo, come sit," Juan Nila smiled, beckoning him while setting down her cup of red tea. Ong Wei was still unfamiliar with this household, having returned for less than 2 years. Aside from the monthly banquets, the three of them led their own busy lives, inevitably creating a sense of distance. He nonchalantly settled into the single sofa beside Juan Nila, his fitted black shirt casually unbuttoned, radiating a sense of unrestrained arrogance. As usual, he offered no greeting, his gaze never lingering on her, and after a deep sigh, he surveyed the room, asking in a low voice, "Where is Dad?" Beneath the glow of the massive crystal chandelier, his pupils appeared as deep as a pool, and feeling the urge for a smoke, he absently searched his pocket for a lighter, pausing for a couple of seconds before ultimately deciding against it. Juan Nila signaled to a nearby maid to pour him a cup of red tea, pushing it toward him with a beaming smile. Though her heart felt somewhat dim, "Your father is upstairs on the phone. He'll be down shortly." She had long grown accustomed to his emotional distance. "Not just tonight." She observed him closely, leaning slightly closer, trying to express concern. "You've lost weight recently. You haven't been eating well, have you? Busy as you are, don't wear yourself out." Ong Wei merely responded with a noncommittal avoiding her probing gaze as he aimlessly scanned the room, his long fingers brushing over the conspicuous newspaper on the table, where a large photograph of Juan Nila in her police uniform adorned the front page. Chapter 12. To the Tang Palace. Congratulations, Deputy Director Juan, you've solved another major case. It seems a promotion is within reach, Ong Wei remarked, casually stretching the newspaper across his lap, squinting as he skimmed through a couple of lines. Offering a half-hearted compliment, IT detailed a serial murder case that spanned Thailand, China, and Laos, which had been successfully eradicated, leading Juan Nila to receive top honors. Within the Bangkok Police Department, there were 2 deputy directors, with Juan Nila being recognized as the most powerful, second only to the director. The current director, being of advanced age, had largely stepped back from major investigations, waiting for retirement, leaving Juan Nila as the undisputed candidate for succession. Upon hearing this, Juan Nila could hardly suppress her pride as her chin lifted, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she fiddled with her freshly manicured nails, admiring them under the chandelier's light. "Then may your words bring me luck." From the nearby spiral staircase, the sound of footsteps approached, growing louder as they descended. Dan Pa, clad in a black bathrobe, his narrow eyes glinting with shrewdness, appeared somewhat tense. Just then, the kitchen staff completed the table setting, and the family gathered around the large oval dining table. "I've heard that during this period, your subordinates have taken over 2 venues in Siam. Did I not advise you to always leave a way out? I understand that youthful passion can lead to rash decisions, but one must be prudent." Don Pa appeared to be in a rather dismal mood, tilting his head to signal the servant to pour some red wine, letting out a sigh. "Now that the Sea Group is on the right track, it is a crucial period of flourishing development. Do not burden me with too many troubles that may leave me vulnerable." Juan Nila, adept at reading the room, sensed the undercurrents of anger in the air, leaned in to link her arm with Don Pa's, and spoke softly. "Why be angry? We are family, enjoying a meal together. Leo has his own principles in his work. Weren't you once fiery and reckless in your youth? I see a bit of you in him. He is more capable and far less afraid of danger." Don Pa scoffed lightly. Ong Wei listened impassively to his father's admonitions, reclining against the back of the chair, the corners of his mouth slightly twitching, his left hand gently swirling the wine glass. "Boss Chun, with your integrity, why dabble in the underworld? You might as well be a philanthropist, living as a model citizen and gracing the newspapers with your presence." Ong Wei was well aware of his father's hypocritical facade. It was no easy feat for the Sea Group to reach its current stature, and he was unwilling to relinquish that significant halo of power. However, he could not let go of the allure of illicit gains. In the shadows of the night, business opportunities were limited, the market finite, and with the Siamese gang competing for a share, Don Pa was understandably reluctant. Thus, he tacitly allowed Ongwei's ambitions to be used against Saichen, turning a blind eye at times. However, with Saichen having substantial backing, while playful banter was acceptable, any serious confrontation could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, at appropriate moments, Donpa would feign to offer a few words of counsel. For the sake of appearances, to avoid whispers that he was an ineffectual father allowing his son to provoke others. Simultaneously, it served as a reminder to Ongwei to maintain moderation in his actions. Causing harm might lead to serious repercussions. But one should not take a life. To say that the Sihai Gang's business was entirely legitimate would be an exaggeration. In truth, it could hardly be deemed respectable, yet everyone was aware of the unspoken truths. Gambling was banned in Thailand, yet numerous legal loopholes existed to exploit. Sihai controlled nearly 60% of the underground casinos across the nation. Furthermore, arms dealing and underground banking were industries concealed beneath the dark veil of the Sihai Group. Now all of this rested in Awei's hands, which understandably concerned Donpa, fearing his son might overstep boundaries. Most importantly, he worried that his fiercely ambitious son could not restrain his predatory instincts, jeopardizing the only principle that existed between them. This principle was drug-related. Donpa had previously stated that engaging in the drug trade led to a grave fate with no chance of redemption. The reason the Siamese gang had not confronted them openly to this day was that they lacked Ongwei's ruthlessness. Their operations were too weak to blame others. Additionally, their primary focus was drugs, a perilous business requiring singular attention. If other ventures collapsed, it would not provoke a full-blown conflict, causing mutual harm. That on numerous occasions, Donpa had glimpsed the beastly nature in his son's eyes, sensing that his ambitions extended beyond merely claiming territory from the Siamese gang. Do you know who is backing Saichen? As long as his superiors want him alive, he shall live. If they desire his death, he will perish. Myanmar is currently enforcing a nationwide anti-drug campaign, and the Thai government could take action at any time. To involve oneself now is akin to opposing the government. It is tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Donpa spoke with fervor, shaking off Wan Nila's grasp on his arm, clearing his throat. Awei, feigning innocence, raised his hands. I never said I wanted to break the law. Don't implicate me. He raised an eyebrow, his demeanor playful as he teased his father. Donpa inhaled sharply, his voice rising in pitch as he reprimanded him. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions with the military? Stubborn fool, I've navigated Thailand for decades. Do you think the military is naive? Ongwei took a sip of red wine, the warmth spreading through him as he leaned back, an air of indifference enveloping him. What you cannot accomplish does not mean I cannot. He leaned forward, picking up a slice of marinated goose, savoring its perfectly tender flavor, and leisurely wiped his mouth with the pristine napkin, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. If I were you, I would retire early and enjoy a few years of peace. Your son is better than you, and you should be grateful. Donpa rested his hand on the table, patting his chest to calm his agitation, choosing not to respond to his son's flippant remark. Between father and son, it could hardly be considered a conflict, merely a discussion. Donpa, in his current state, lacked the energy to debate with him. Starting this month, I will be stationed in Huyong. Regardless, you must behave in Bangkok. The servant handed over a steaming towel, and Donpa covered his mouth and nose, seeking a modicum of comfort. Huyong was a city in northern Thailand, near Myanmar. The Sihai Group was collaborating with the government on a major development project that necessitated establishing a factory there. Huyong boasted beautiful scenery and fresh air, and given Donpa's chronic lung condition, it served as a retreat for him. This matter was known only to the Chin family. With the leader absent, chaos would inevitably ensue. Only by sealing off the information could they ensure a semblance of peace. Wan Nila attentively served Donpa a bowl of soup, her brow furrowed with concern. Darling, do you really not need me to accompany you? With no one by your side, I can't help but worry. Donpa placed his hand over hers, offering reassurance. With Gongkai around, everything will be secure. You stay in Bangkok and support Leo. Her concern was less about her husband and more about the possibility of a certain vixen seizing an opportunity. However, given Donpa's declining health in recent years, she was somewhat reassured, refraining from further questioning, though it made her seem less understanding. She had held the position of the first wife for nearly 20 years, a role no one could usurp. She had never feared in her youth, and now she was even more unyielding. Wan Nila murmured in acknowledgement, her eyes deep and contemplative as she quietly sipped her soup, her heart racing with a myriad of thoughts. The conversation shifted back to Wangwei. Wan Nila looked up and asked, "What about that General Yang from last time? Have you managed to win him over? I heard there are contacts at the police station. They say he has the most vulnerabilities among the 4 regional generals, so it shouldn't be too difficult." Wei toyed with the ring on his finger, his eyes betraying an inscrutable color. The old man's greatest weaknesses are his lust and greed. He is the easiest to manipulate, and he is not highly regarded either, responsible for the most remote region. But having him is better than having none. He'll eventually prove useful. His nonchalant tone suggested he regarded the man as a mere pawn in his broader strategy, the smallest piece on the board. Donpa's red wine was a vintage collection, potent and rich, and though Wei had a high tolerance for alcohol, he soon felt the heat rising within him, unable to drive his own car back. Kunda had been summoned to pick him up in a Rolls-Royce. As night deepened, Wei's tall silhouette slumped into the darkened rear seat. Kunda, driving, turned to him and asked, "Young master, where to?" Wei did not reside at the Chen family estate, but lived in a lakeside villa a few streets away. Leading a rather solitary life, rarely engaging with women, he would occasionally visit bars and had been to nightclubs a few times recently. He merely sought a distraction. His long, slender fingers rested lazily on the car window. The vehicle speeding along, sparks flying, he loosened a button on his shirt for comfort. His legs sprawled casually in the back seat, exhaling smoke as he closed his eyes to relax as the end of the month approached. The breeze along the Chao Phraya River turned slightly chilly, unsettling him, perhaps exacerbated by the alcohol. Suddenly, a memory of that mole flashed in his mind. He drew his hand back and took a deep drag. The faint orange glow illuminating his lips and sharp brows in the darkness, his cheeks momentarily hollowed and then filled. He casually tossed the cigarette, but out of the window, and instructed Kunda in a low voice. "The Tangong." Chapter 13. The girl from last time has resigned. Kunda was a rough man, skilled in combat. Having once won the championship in an unofficial Thai competition, he respected no one but Wei due to his strength. Though young, he was ruthless and cunning, his abilities unrelated to his status. Having followed Wei for 2 years as his closest subordinate, Kunda was perhaps the one who understood his preferences best. However, women were never within this young master's sphere of interest, leading those around to speculate that he had been influenced by European culture and favored men, a topic no one dared to broach at the last funeral of old Master Chun at the Wat Pho Temple. During the vigil that night, Wei unexpectedly asked Kunda for adult films. Kunda stood frozen for a good 10 seconds, Wei with a cigarette dangling from his lips, his face shifting between light and shadow in the darkness, until a snap of his fingers brought him back to reality. "Get me something with a Buddhist theme, quickly." Halfway through, he reminded Kunda not to bring anything with male content. The intensity of Wei's gaze was unnerving, bordering on awkwardness, regardless of how he managed to find them. He did, and they were akin to taboo Roman. Su responded promptly, stepping up a single leg onto the stairs, with a casual flick of his arm. He draped his coat over his shoulder and strode directly into the corridor through the back door. Kunda, glancing back, gestured discreetly and whispered to Asu to summon that girl from last time. Upon hearing this, Asu's complexion paled, and he rubbed his hands together, visibly flustered. He had already surmised much of the situation and awkwardly stated, "Master Da, that girl has resigned. She said her school is on winter break, and her family fell ill, so she returned home to care for them. It seems she won't be coming back to work here." Kunda's expression shifted, surprise evident on his face. It posed quite a dilemma. Wei typically did not frequent such places merely for leisure. It was certain he had come tonight to see that girl, leaving both men in an uncomfortable position. Yet, there was no alternative. As Wei had not made his intentions clear, Kunda could only gamble on the notion that he simply desired companionship, not necessarily that particular girl. After pondering for a while, Asu suggested that there were other eligible young women available, still students from the same university as the previous girl, who had just started serving drinks and had not yet entertained many guests. She was quite lovely. Kunda replied that they would have to give it a try. The top floor of the Tang Palace featured an expansive infinity pool alongside an entire floor of suites, seldom utilized throughout the year, maintained regularly for the Qin family's exclusive use. Wei was submerged in the ink-black waters, having completed several laps, his shoulder-length curls soaked and slicked back, with only a few strands clinging to his forehead, dripping with water. The Buddhist amulet around his neck remained untouched. Heavily weighing against his chest, cold against his skin, that he spread his arms on the shore, his icy gaze fixed on the distant entrance as if anticipating something. Reaching for the wine glass that floated on the water's surface, he downed its contents in one gulp, his eyes growing increasingly intoxicated. The alcohol ignited a warmth within him, a conflagration of desires that even the frigid pool water could not extinguish. Before long, a stunning woman in swimwear entered through the entrance, approaching with a platter of snacks, a sheer shawl draped over her vital areas, tantalizingly revealing yet modest, as her figure circled closer to the pool. Ong Wei briefly averted his gaze from her, though his expression remained impassive, disappointment seeping through his eyes, and Kunda sensed something amiss. Yajiao knelt beside Ong Wei, the gentle evening breeze accompanying her soft voice. Her delicate fingers set down a plate of snacks, attempting to please him. "Young Master Ong, please indulge." Yajiao had encountered this young master before, during the last underground boxing match, where she had fled in terror from the brutal spectacle. Failing to remember much of his features, later, when he had brought guests to discuss matters, he had towered over her in the narrow corridor, inadvertently causing her to bump into a decorative frame. His long fingers deftly catching the painting before it fell, straightening it with ease. The faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air as she whispered her thanks, but he had ignored her. And when she looked up again, he had already vanished. In an instant, she had etched him into her memory. Ong Wei heard the girl's gentle voice, yet she was not the face he desired. He closed his eyes and twisted his neck, the joints cracking, feeling a bit vexed. Just leave it there. Was she unwilling to come? Or had he failed to express himself clearly? ASU's inability to read the situation was exasperating. Perhaps dismissing this lobby manager would be for the best. Prior to Yajiao's arrival, ASU had warned her to be cautious while serving, asserting that young Master Ong, while appearing fierce, was actually quite gentle. Serving men was new to her, and Yajia was also nervous, but facing him stirred a mix of determination and courage within her. Biting her lower lip, Yajia carefully removed the shawl from her body, revealing a seductive purple bikini. She dipped her foot into the water to test the temperature before turning her back and descending into the pool, where the water was not too deep but sufficient to cover her breasts. The splashes beside him made Ong Wei open his eyes. He scrutinized the girl's slender figure, remaining silent for a long while as he continued to drink. His mind lingered on that stubborn face, refusing to dissipate. Yajiao cautiously approached Ong Wei, looking up at him. The water was cold, causing her to shiver slightly, her lips turning purple under the moonlight that cast a faint chill in her eyes, making her appear pitiful. "Young Master Ong, Manager ASU asked me to attend to you." As she spoke, Yajiao tentatively reached out to touch his dripping chest. At that moment, an inexplicable fire ignited within Ong Wei. He stared straight ahead, then slightly turned his head toward her, his expression cold and indifferent, uttering two words, "Get lost." Yajiao was somewhat startled, unsure how she had offended him. Perhaps he was simply in a foul mood tonight. She quickly withdrew her hand. "I just wanted to give you a massage. I have decent skills." I said, "Get lost. Do you understand human language?" His tone remained icy and flat, not even glancing at her as he tilted his head back to down another shot of liquor. Yajiao stood frozen, afraid to move, only feeling that ASU had lied. This man was anything but gentle. Seeing this, Kunda stepped forward and helped the girl out of the pool. Ong Wei closed his eyes, instructing Kunda, "Take her away and inform ASU that I don't require any service." Kunda readily complied, escorting the dazed girl downstairs and gesturing to ASU, indicating that it seemed she had indeed come here specifically for that purpose. ASU could only shrug, regretting having agreed to let Daling resign, but she had left with determination, and there was no way to bind someone unwilling. Yajiao descended the stairs dejectedly, her thoughts discerned by several girls gathered in the makeup room. One woman with golden hair, glancing at her reflection, teased, "I told you, she wouldn't last long. Young Master Ong rarely comes, and when he does, he only drinks," never casting a glance at the most beautiful women in the place. How many have tried to throw themselves at him, yet he hasn't acknowledged a single one. Such a pity for one with such a face. Another girl nearby chimed in, intrigued. "Who said that?" "I heard he specifically instructed for ice packs for a new waitress last time, claiming it was because she'd burned her hand. That's rather considerate. Perhaps he doesn't dislike women, just has someone else in mind. Come on, how many men of his stature are truly clean-hearted? You're dreaming if you think he is not interested. Even if he isn't, the women surrounding him are like flies, over time. Who can resist?" The woman at the mirror laughed, applying mascara, pondering what a handsome and formidable man like him might be like in bed. "If I could just sleep with him once, it would be worth dying for. The group of women giggled, playfully mocking her, their eyes appraising Yajiao as she passed by. She overheard their banter but paid them no mind. Ong Wei did not linger at the Tang Palace for long. On the ride back, Kunda glanced repeatedly at the rearview mirror, uncertain whether to speak. To his surprise, the man in the darkness, already lost in thought, sensed his hesitation. If you have something to say, just say it. Don T sneak around. Kunda tentatively inquired, young master, are you hoping to see that Miss Daling from last time? Ong Wei did not open his eyes. His voice was cold and heavy, lacking any inflection. What are you prying into? Just drive your car. Kunda acknowledged with an O, saying nothing else, merely mentioning that ASU had informed him that the Chinese girl had resigned and, coincidentally, was returning home due to family matters during the winter break. Only then did Ong Wei open his eyes, remaining silent for a moment before raising an eyebrow and asking, is it winter break now? Kunda affirmed, and Ong Wei fell silent once more. It appeared he was indeed concerned. She had returned home, taking advantage of the school's winter break. Daling completed the step of resigning and promptly returned to Macau, hoping that time would allow everything to ferment. Her first order of business was to visit her mother and Yuming's graves, offering 3 sticks of incense. Aside from that, during the month of winter break, she engaged in only 2 activities, practicing swordsmanship during the day and accompanying Sister Hua in her gambling endeavors at night. Sister Hua's partner was a prominent figure in Hong Kong society, and to secure her position as the primary mistress, she needed to eliminate many potential rivals. Sister Hua, who had started her career as a dealer in Macau's casinos alongside Cheng Yuming, had transitioned into being a mistress, one to a politician and the other to a businessman. Yet ultimately, both had pursued wealth. A worthless life was Sister Hua's summary of her existence. She and Cheng Yuming shared the same aspiration, to see Daling grow up free from this environment, leading a pure and untainted life. At the very least, she hoped Daling would become the legitimate wife of a wealthy man, alleviating her mother's worries and genuinely caring for this child who had grown up without a mother. Thus, when Daling made her decision, Sister Hua wept for 2 hours at her mother Kanai's grave, slapping herself countless times in despair. Daling merely observed in silence, refraining from intervening until Sister Hua tired herself out. This girl was stubborn. It wasn't a new revelation, so she let her be, only cautioning her to avoid becoming emotionally entangled, lest she end up like Yuming, losing her life and evoking pity. Daling gazed at her. Silent, with school not yet in session, she set off for Bangkok, as lingering in Macau and Hong Kong always stirred her emotions. After a few days at the library upon returning to school, one evening, as she walked back against the twilight, a boy in a white shirt caught up with her, appearing somewhat shy as he glanced toward a few boys who were teasing in the distance. He was Zheng Yaojia, a classmate of Chinese descent from Thailand, a wealthy young man with whom she had little interaction, leaving Daling perplexed about his intentions. Daling, do you have free time this weekend? He asked, clutching a book and scratching his head, his clean face alight with anticipation. I'd like to invite you out to have some fun. Daling gazed at him, and in an instant, she grasped the meaning behind his words. As a beautiful young woman, she was accustomed to having several boys pursue her, yet her thoughts were entirely elsewhere, and she consistently declined their advances with grace. Oh, it's the weekend. I have to work. I'm sorry, she said, faintly pulling the corners of her mouth upwards as she maneuvered around the boy, preparing to head home. In truth, she did not have to work this weekend. Her shifts would commence the following week. It was merely an excuse. The boy, undeterred, chased after her, while silhouettes in the distance whistled and jeered, mocking his failure. Daling, come on, it's my cousin's party. It's going to be so much fun. I've invited several classmates to join us at the seaside estate, he insisted, walking backwards in front of her. Unable to resist, she halted after he had followed her for nearly 50 meters, feeling a surge of annoyance. Having already made her point, she swallowed the sharp retort that lingered on her lips. She was not fond of socializing with her classmates, who often whispered about her aloofness, dubbing her a nice queen. Yet, she could not care less. Her temperament had been dulled over time, and besides, she was actually in a fairly good mood. All right, just stop following me. I'm going. She finally relented. The boy's brow relaxed, and he beamed with delight. Winking at the figures behind him and giving an okay sign. It settled then. I'll pick you up on Saturday at 4:30, right at the school gate. We won't miss each other. With that, he and his friends swiftly disappeared into the night. On Saturday afternoon, Zhang Yaojia arrived in a flashy sports car, garnering considerable attention. He had thoughtfully donned a formal shirt and trousers, exuding a certain elegance. Dai Ling wore a simple, unadorned white dress, her face free of makeup. Yet the vibrancy of her youth was undeniable, pure and charming, requiring no embellishments. Zhang Yaojie gallantly opened the car door for her, and when she inquired about their classmates, he nonchalantly replied that they all had prior engagements and would not be attending. Upon hearing this, she was almost incensed enough to leap from the vehicle in his quest to impress. Zhang Yaojie had put on a show, utilizing every asset at his disposal, as he drove her around the city for a full hour and a half before finally arriving at the party venue, a seaside estate that was. In reality, less than an hour's journey from the school. By the time they reached their destination, the sky had darkened completely. The party was set on a hillside estate in a wealthy district, where the parking lot was overflowing with luxury vehicles. The distant sound of lively music and the exuberant cheers of the crowd suggested a substantial turnout. Chapter 15. Didn't you say you were returning home? At the entrance, a waiter bowed respectfully. Addressing Zhang Yaojie as young master, he nodded in acknowledgement, leading Dai Ling through a grand garden adorned with marble statues, winding into several European-style buildings resembling a castle. Finally arriving at the front courtyard by the SEA.IT felt as though they had stepped into another world, illuminated as brightly as day. The lawn was already brimming with elegantly clad men and women, jostling for space amidst the throng, their laughter and chatter creating a raucous atmosphere. In the center of a vast infinity pool floated an array of vibrant inflatable rings, with various alluring young women reclining and posing, captivating the attention of the gentlemen on the shore. With clandestine glances exchanged, an electric current seemed to pulse through the air. Zhang Yaojie guided Dai Ling through the crowd, explaining that his cousin had just returned from studying in the United States and was eager to make new friends. This was her first party back home. Hundreds had come, both acquaintances and strangers alike. Dai Ling surveyed the scene, noting the impressive scale of the gathering. It was indeed a lavish affair, where the wealthy mingled without concern for formalities or familiarity. Zhang Yaojie greeted two waiters and secured a pair of seats for them. As Dai Ling settled in, her brow furrowed slightly. The booming music reverberated painfully in her head. Zhang Yaojie, stealing glances at her, busied himself with conversation. Dai Ling sipped through her straw, observing the intriguing scenes around her, offering half-hearted replies to his chatter. When he mentioned his cousin's family business, Dai Ling's foggy mind suddenly cleared. Your cousin's family is the Sihai Group? She echoed, turning her gaze towards him. Zhang Yaojie noticed her newfound interest and felt a surge of pride. The Sihai Group was one of the most prominent business conglomerates in Thailand. Surely, she would recognize the name. This was his opportunity to shine. Indeed, my uncle, my cousin's father, is the second in command at Sihai Group. Although he is now somewhat reclusive, he still wields significant influence, he boasted, taking a sip from his glass to bolster his confidence. My cousin has also started her own company in the States. In the presence of someone she admired, it was only natural for him to feel anxious. Dai Ling's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It seemed there was more to this connection than she had realized. What is your uncle's name? Perhaps I've seen it in the news. Meng Guangxiang. And my cousin is Meng Jiwei, Zhang Yaojie replied without hesitation. Dai Ling searched her memory but realized she had not heard much about the second-in-command of Sihai Group, only that its predecessor was the Sihai Gang, founded by Dan Pa. It was not unusual for a few loyal brothers to be involved in the underworld. Dai Ling nodded thoughtfully, falling silent for a few moments until she heard Zhang Yaojie call her name. Dai Ling, look over there. My cousin has arrived. She squinted toward the central balcony on the second floor, where a slender figure held up a champagne glass, the main guest smiling as she urged everyone to cheer. Instantly, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, with everyone raising their glasses in unison. However, this cousin seemed rather striking. Dai Ling scrutinized Meng Jiwei, who possessed refined features and a tall, slender frame, her cold gaze sweeping over the raucous scene below. A subtle smile gracing her lips, exuding an aura of aloofness and elegance. Clad in a sleek black shirt and trousers, her hair was neatly pulled back, giving her an almost androgynous appearance, strikingly cool at first glance. She could be mistaken for a handsome male university student. Dai Ling found herself captivated, unable to tear her gaze away from such a stunning woman. Zhang Yaojie, noticing Dai Ling's intrigue, added, my cousin has a somewhat androgynous charm. My uncle raised her like a boy since childhood, so her personality is quite assertive, almost masculine. But she is indeed very striking. I must concede that he chuckled lightly. Dai Ling rolled her eyes inwardly at his self-aggrandizement. While Zhang Yaojie was handsome in his own right, he struck her as merely a callow youth. In contrast, his cousin exuded a masculine allure, a captivating presence that drew her and inexplicably, resting her chin on her hand. She continued to gaze at the second floor, where Meng Jue leaned casually against the railing, one hand in her pocket. As other guests approached, she raised her glass in a toast, her lips parting to say something, her smile radiating warmth. Just then, a pair of long, carefree legs entered her line of sight, revealing a familiar face. Upon recognizing him, Dai gasped softly. However, given the connection to the C-High group, his presence was not entirely unexpected. "Wait, I'll take you to greet my cousin shortly," Zheng Yaojie said, noticing her unwavering focus on the second floor, instinctively glancing up himself, feeling a sudden tightness in his chest. Dai Ling caught the subtle shift in his demeanor and playfully inquired, "Oh, who is that next to your cousin?" Zheng Yaojie cleared his throat, took a sip of his drink to steady himself, glanced at the imposing figure above, and spoke with a hint of disdain. "Just a troublemaker. No need for introductions." Dai Ling chuckled. "Why do you seem so wary of him?" "No, not at all," Zheng Yaojie stammered, his face flushing as he realized his feelings had been so quickly exposed. He could not afford to lose face. He is the heir of the C-High group, Ong Wei. Though he may appear handsome, he has a rather unsavory character. Zheng Yaojie curled his lip, clearly disinterested in Dai Ling's attention. After all, he possessed a face that could turn heads, and today marked a rare moment when he had mustered the courage to pursue the girl he fancied. He could not allow his aura to be diminished. Observing his awkward demeanor, Dai Ling found it quite amusing. The young master, who usually commanded respect at school, was not without his fears. The presence of this gentleman on the second floor evidently stirred whispers among the crowd, drawing the gaze of many a girl. Though Ang Wei and Meng Jue were engaged in casual banter, a mere sip of their drinks incited a chorus of cheers and shrieks. Ong Wei seemed to sense the commotion below. He turned, handing his glass to a nearby attendant, leaning casually against the railing, lighting a cigarette, and casting a roguish glance upon the throng below, despite the chaotic, colorful scene that resembled a pot of porridge. He was not particularly fond of such gatherings. However, it was the first party since Jiwei's return, and he felt compelled to honor it with his presence. His gaze, both intentional and inadvertent, swept over a group of scantily clad figures, each casting flirtatious glances in his direction. Growing weary of the attention, Ong Wei withdrew his gaze, only to be entranced by a radiant face in the corner. After a half-minute of scrutiny, he confirmed he had not been mistaken. Uncertain of what just had elicited such laughter from her, he noticed how she beamed at her companion. Her demeanor transformed from the tension she exhibited before him. Intrigued, he lowered his body to lean over the railing, squinting to observe her closely. Dressed simply and devoid of makeup, she resembled an unassuming student, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Yet something about her captivated him, noticing the intensity of the gaze from the man beside him. Meng Jue followed his line of sight and teased, "What is it? Are you admiring a man or a woman?" Ong Wei, unfazed, brought the cigarette to his lips and replied in a low voice, "Just like you." Meng Jue chuckled, her eyes flitting over several beauties, and behind them, a young man, her cousin Zheng Yaojie, was amusing a girl with his antics. The girl appeared quite innocent and attractive. The lad certainly had an eye. Utilizing this gathering as a venue to flirt, you mentioned you would only drop by briefly, yet here you are, still lingering, Meng Jue remarked playfully, patting his shoulder. Ong Wei, finding the scene below increasingly engaging, responded, feeling a sudden surge of interest. Chapter 16. Is a dog chasing you? Meng Jue reached for a glass of tequila, signaling him with a toast before turning to descend the stairs. "Enjoy yourself." "Young Master Chunda, I shall excuse myself to mingle." After a few drinks, Zheng Yaojie's face flushed crimson, his courage surging as he urged Dai Ling toward a secluded villa by the garden, claiming he had something to discuss. This villa, 3 stories high, was dimly lit and filled with a mix of men and women, seemingly there to flirt. Given that it was the host's domain, there was no overt display of affection. Yet the atmosphere was charged with romantic tension, making it a place easily startled. Zheng Yaojie and Dai Ling moved through the crowd like a pair of startled birds in a marsh. Ascending the spiral staircase, he led her to the living room on the 2nd floor, intending to venture to the 3rd. However, Dai Ling's patience reached its limit. "Zheng Yaojie, just say what you need to say here. Why go somewhere so hidden?" It was only natural for the girl to be wary. Having bolstered his courage with alcohol, Zheng Yaojie surveyed the room, ensuring no one was watching before pressing her against the wall. Taking a few deep breaths, he summoned every ounce of bravery to face her. "Dai Ling, I believe you might have guessed what I want to say." Dai Ling crossed her arms, studying the boy's anxious expression. Already anticipating his forthcoming confession, Though we haven't spoken much at school, I noticed you the moment you arrived, and I have liked you ever since. I just never dared to tell you, for some reason. I always get anxious when I see you. My invitation to my cousin's party was an opportunity to express my feelings. I hope you can give me a chance to date you. Zhang Yaojie, blushing and fidgeting, exhaled a sigh of relief upon sharing his innermost thoughts. Zhang Yaojie, you are a good person, but Dai Ling regarded him, adopting the classic template for rejection, upon hearing the dreaded good person card. Zhang Yaojie visibly panicked. Dai Ling, please don't rush to refuse me. I'm not demanding that you agree. I simply wish to start as friends and seek your permission to pursue you openly. Please don't reject me. His words were earnest yet humble, but Dai Ling's heart was made of stone. You're a foreigner in an unfamiliar place, working hard. I just want to take care of you and alleviate some of your burdens. My family may not be wealthy, but we are never lacking for money. If you were with me. He grew increasingly urgent, reaching out to touch her arms. Dai Ling stepped back, her tone icy, attempting to halt him. Zhang Yaojie, just speak without touching me. He knew his chances of success were slim. Dai Ling's demeanor was one of perpetual coolness, and she had never regarded him with any seriousness before. He had wagered with some classmates that he could win over this ice queen, and they had scoffed at him, eager to witness his folly. He was reluctant to suffer embarrassment, yet he believed that money could solve any issue, especially since he genuinely liked her. Perhaps it was the alcohol emboldening him. But he was determined not to let this ambiguous evening go to waste. Grasping her hand, he implored, Dai Ling, I truly, truly like you. Please give me a chance, will you? His eyes clouded with a crimson haze. She retreated to the corner, with no escape left. His breath, heavy with the scent of alcohol, made her uncomfortable. Zhang Yaojie, you're drunk. Let me go. He gazed at her intently, greedily inhaling her fragrance, encircling her between the wall and himself, attempting to utter flirtatious sentiments that fell upon her unheeding ears. Dai Ling, do you know? You are truly beautiful. Every time I see you at school, I can hardly look away. Sometimes, I even dream about you. His lips curled into a smile, believing his confession had softened her. He leaned in to kiss her. Dai Ling swiftly turned her head, the kiss landing squarely on her left cheek, igniting her fury. She retaliated with a sharp slap. You lunatic! With a burst of strength, she broke free and dashed out into the hallway. Dai Ling. Zhang Yaojie stood frozen, calling out to her in vain as she ignored him, sprinting away until her slender figure vanished around the corner. That moment, clarity and regret began to seep into his muddled mind. Fearing Zhang Yaojie might pursue her, Dai Ling swiftly entered the adjacent room around the corner. Pressing her back against the door, she focused on steadying her breath, trying to calm herself, then disdainfully rubbed the half of her face he had kissed. The room was dimly lit, with an ink-like fragrance wafting through the air. It appeared to be a study. Squinting, she observed the two curtains billowing gently by the window, and amidst the darkness, a tall and imposing silhouette stood before the window. To her surprise, there was someone in the room. She gasped and covered her mouth, but her voice was drowned out by the noise outside. The figure, tall and languid, leaned lazily against the window frame, flicking the ash from his cigarette with long fingers. As he turned, his movements were unhurried and deliberate. Dai Ling's eyes widened. She could not discern the man's face, only catching a glimpse of dark eyes reflecting the faint moonlight. Who are you? She squinted, her hand gripping the doorknob, ready to flee. Who's there? The man inhaled deeply, the ember of his cigarette momentarily illuminating his face. With a chuckle, he remarked, You burst into someone else's room without an apology. And you dare question me? Miss Dai Ling, how bold of you. Dai Ling, panting, recognized his voice, causing her heart to race and her body to stiffen, rendering her immobile. The dim light enveloped his tall figure, creating an ethereal and elusive aura reminiscent of a dream just after waking. How could he possibly be here, in the darkness? The man's teasing tone was both irreverent and flippant. So, are you playing hide and seek with your boyfriend? What are you doing here? Dai Ling feigned ignorance, quickly retorting, aware of whom he referred to. It seemed he had long noticed her with Zhang Yaojie amidst the crowd. His voice carried a hint of amusement. Why are you here? Why am I here? Is it really so hard to understand? Her back pressed against the door grew tense once more. For some reason, she felt a deep-seated fear of this man, a trepidation that had lingered from the very start. Never dissipating, he casually tossed the cigarette but out the window, exhaling 2 streams of smoke as he strolled toward her with his hands in his pockets. Dai Ling felt the weight of his imposing presence and the intensity of his breath drawing nearer. He must have noticed her anxiousness, her flustered expression, and in a low voice, he queried, What's the matter? Is a dog chasing you? She lowered her gaze and shook her head, the doorknob behind her surprisingly slick with perspiration. Her palms damp with anxiety. For reasons unknown, her body felt increasingly heavy, her eyelids nearly refusing to part. The heat and tension coursing through her felt like a tidal wave rising in her throat, rendering her breathless. Chapter 17. A forceful kiss. As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, the contours of the room gradually became strikingly clear under the moonlight. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the curtains undulating softly in the breeze. Occasionally, her gaze would collide with his obsidian pupils piercing through her, unyielding and unabashed, like two nails fastening her in place. She exuded a delightful fragrance, her hair fragrant as well, not the scent of perfume, but rather reminiscent of a delicate soap, faintly lingering in the air, gradually weaving into his senses amidst the tranquility of their shared solitude. Indeed, she bore the essence of a student, a refreshing contrast to the industrial fragrances of women he had grown accustomed to. Occasionally, such sweetness was not unwelcome. His throat felt parched, the prominent vein in his neck moving unconsciously as he realized his breath was teetering on the edge of control. That he furrowed his brow, touching the bridge of his nose, recalling how the previous compensation had been disregarded as he had fled. Was he avoiding him? No, it was more akin to a game of baiting. That a scoff escaped her lips inwardly as she took a deep breath. The school had cracked down on illicit activities, forbidding work in such establishments, a decision she made independently, with no ties to him. Of course, it was a fabrication, but she did not expect him to believe it. He exhaled through his nose, a laugh escaping him. What kind of establishment? That kind of establishment, she replied curtly. An ineffective exchange ensued. She raised her eyes to observe his expression, refraining from further engagement. His dark gaze appraised her with a curious intensity. A peculiar itch began to envelop her entire body, her head growing heavier, a sense of foreboding creeping in, prompting her to flee. I was at fault last time. I shouldn't have lingered at the door, allowing you to misconstrue my actions as eavesdropping. In any case, I will no longer work part-time at Tang Palace. I do not require your previous compensation. Let us consider ourselves even. His thin lips twitched. Yet he remained silent. After she finished speaking, she glanced at him, turned the doorknob behind her, and swiftly exited. It felt akin to evading a plague. As she hurried down the stairs, she collided with a solid chest. The man staggered 2 steps back before gentlemanly extending his hand to steady her swaying form. Leaning down to examine her with gentle eyes, be careful. Before her stood Meng Jiwei, a strikingly androgynous, yet exquisitely handsome face. Her gaze lingered on the person in his arms as he flashed her a charming smile, his bright eyes sweeping over her disheveled lips. Running in such haste, is something amiss? Dai quickly straightened, pursing her lips and shaking her head, then bypassed him to continue her descent. The 2 pairs of eyes followed her until her silhouette vanished at the end of the spiral corridor. Meng Jiwei's gaze lingered on Dai Ling's departing figure before turning to the man standing above the staircase, his expression dark and enigmatic, raising a brow with meaningful intent. Not bad, quite beautiful. Yet it seems she shares a striking resemblance with my cousin. Ong Wei rolled up his sleeves, fixated on the point where she had disappeared, his eyes shadowed, offering no response to Meng Jiwei's jest, and swiftly descended the stairs. Dai Ling began to experience familiar symptoms, her entire body itching and growing weak. She was only allergic to peaches, but as she racked her brain, she realized she had neither consumed peaches nor drunk fruit wine earlier. The cause remained a mystery. This bay was not close to downtown Bangkok, and without a car, she had no desire to encounter Zheng Yaojie again after their altercation, so she resolved to walk as far as her legs would carry her, hoping for a stroke of luck to catch a ride along the way. This evening had not unfolded smoothly, yet she lacked the energy to reflect on it. The itchiness was excruciating, and her eyelids began to feel heavy. During her worst allergic reactions, she had experienced high fevers and fainting spells. After walking 1 or 2 kilometers along the coastal road without hailing a taxi, Dai Ling felt utterly exhausted, dragging her heavy body forward step by step. Suddenly, 2 beams of white light flickered behind her several times before she confirmed the car seemed to be signaling her that as she turned. A sleek black Rolls-Royce came to a steady halt. The tinted window descended, revealing long fingers clutching a cigarette. Ong Wei's thin lips barely parted as he exhaled a plume of smoke, tilting his chin slightly towards her. Get in. Dai Ling stubbornly refused, continuing to walk forward as the car slowly matched her pace. This is a private road. Do you expect to reach the city on foot? If that is your plan, I shall not insist. His tone was flat, yet it evidently had an effect. After a moment's contemplation, Dai Ling reluctantly opened the car door and took a seat. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was surprisingly quiet. The driver, Kunda, refraining from making a sound, his gaze flitting back and forth in the rearview mirror, observing the two individuals seated at a distance from one another. How curious, in a city as vast as Bangkok. Encountering each other again was a rarity. For over a month, the subordinates had noticed that the young master seemed lost, his mind elsewhere. He suspected that the key to unraveling his heartache was right before him. Within the confines of the car, Dai Ling's breathing grew increasingly labored, her restless hands roaming aimlessly over her body. Ong Wei turned his head to scrutinize her. "But what's the matter? Do you have fleas?" Cold sweat streamed down her back. Her head throbbed, a sense of foreboding settling in as she felt a rash spreading across her skin. "That I might be having an allergic reaction." Ong Wei's brows furrowed. "Allergic to what?" "Peaches," Dai Ling replied candidly. He scoffed, gazing out the window with a mix of mockery and derision. "You know you're allergic to peaches, yet you eat them? Is this the level of intelligence among students at Chulalongkorn University?" Dai Ling tilted her head to retort, "I didn't eat any. It must be. The only possibility is that kiss from Zheng Yaojie. He drank peach-flavored fruit wine earlier. It was my classmate's fruit wine. I must have encountered it somewhere." She scratched at her skin, growing increasingly uncomfortable, her eyelids feeling leaden, her tone pleading. "Could you take me to the hospital?" The phrase about her classmate's fruit wine and her allergy sounded utterly illogical even to her. In the darkness, she cast a furtive glance at the man beside her, his brow furrowed as he stared out the window, his expression far from pleasant. He extinguished his cigarette, tossing the remnants out the window with a decisive gesture. "To the nearest hospital." Kunda complied, the car roaring to life. After a swift intravenous injection at the hospital, Dai Ling felt as though she had been revived. Following a brief respite, the rash subsided, yet patches of red remained. Her complexion pale with a hint of allure. As night deepened, she turned to express her gratitude to Kunda, who had been trailing behind her, but he intercepted her path with an outstretched arm, pointing in another direction. "Miss Dai Ling, if you don't go that way, I won't be able to fulfill my duty. Please." The cool seasonal breeze of Bangkok tousled her hair as she gazed towards the polished black sedan waiting at the edge of the parking lot. The headlights glowed like lightning, piercing the darkness with an icy gaze. A strong arm, cigarette in hand, lazily dangled from the rear window, the wristwatch gleaming under the moonlight, captivating in its metallic sheen. The interior of the car was pitch black. Consuming all her senses, what was meant to come would inevitably arrive. What was to be evaded could not be escaped. Clenching her fists, she approached the car, opened the door, and settled in. A word of thanks barely escaping her lips before the hand resting on the window abruptly discarded the cigarette. In the darkness, a heavy silhouette leaned in urgently, one arm nestled at her waist, forcefully pressing her down, ensnaring her completely. Chapter 18. "I haven't even started. Why do you hurt?" She froze momentarily. The kiss infused with the scent of tobacco and rich alcohol invading her senses with ferocity. Rendering her utterly vulnerable and devoid of any means to resist, the car windows slowly ascended, cloaking them from the night. In an instant, the confined space of the vehicle filled with a tempestuous blend of passion and danger. Infused with the potent masculine aura that enveloped him, he was inherently no gentleman. He was well aware of this fact, and having restrained himself until now, he had exerted every effort. "Where did I touch you?" His voice was low and tinged with anger, the heat of his breath brushing against her neck, igniting a flush across her body. He was evidently referring to Zheng Yaojie. Dai Ling found herself unable to break free. Biting down fiercely on his lip in retaliation, the man flinched, his brows arching as he let out a low groan, finally releasing her and reaching to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. In the shadows, his long eyelashes fluttered with the shifting light as he regarded her from above, akin to a predator eyeing its prey on a cutting board. The contrast to the gentleness he exhibited earlier at the villa was stark. At this moment, he radiated an intimidating aura. Dai Ling panted, her anger surging, reaching out to strike him, yet her wrist was seized in his grip. "Quite spirited, aren't you?" Ong Wei's deep voice carried a hint of mockery. His form obscured in the darkness, his eyes gleaming with clarity. The sensation of her soft lips was surprisingly delectable, despite her fierce demeanor tightening around him. Dai Ling glared up at him. She had intentionally tried to provoke him. Yet having her first kiss taken in such a manner ignited a swell of indignation within her, her instinct driving her to resist. "Rogue," she spat, struggling to pound her fists against his chest. His enthusiasm surged, the veins in his neck bulging as he grasped both her hands, pinning them above her head. He leaned in, trailing his lips from the corner of her mouth to her ear. igniting her desires in the most shameful manner. As he kissed her, he brushed aside her long hair, his breath warm against her ear, his voice laced with a primal sensuality. "You should have known from our first meeting that I am no paragon of virtue." Dai Ling's jet-black eyes met his gaze in the darkness for a few fleeting seconds, silently observing the intoxicated expression of the beast before her, her mind swirling with intricate thoughts. This assault a crime? Amidst her whimpers, even the most righteous of protests seemed to transform into mere flirtation. The girl's voice, delicate and soft, betrayed an unyielding stubbornness, sending electric shivers coursing through him, igniting a desire within. "Damn it, I want her even more." As the kiss deepened with passion, he reached out to invade the confines of her clothing, naturally loosening her shoulder strap. Dai Ling let out a soft moan. Grasping his wandering hand, shaking her head violently in pain, the man bit her earlobe, his eyes brimming with a lust potent enough to shatter her 1,000 times, leaning down to kiss away the glistening tears and coldness from the corners of her eyes. "I haven't even begun. What are you in pain for?" She bit her lip in restraint, though her heart resisted fiercely. She did not wish to provoke him. "Your bodyguard hit me last time. The doctor said my back needs months of care to endure." "Please." She feigned tears, her voice trembling. Men often overlook that which comes too easily, and her aim was to remain by his side for the long term. Tonight, she could not allow him to prevail. The disparity in strength was immense. If he chose to be forceful, she had little chance of escape, and she was gambling. Her pitiful gaze toyed with the man's desires, making him crave her yet feel utterly helpless. Just as he was about to reach the pinnacle of his desires, he stumbled back down, her tear-streaked eyes evoking pity. The man remained silent, propping himself up, his expression unreadable, the beastly glimmer in his eyes flickering in the twilight. Kunda, though not as formidable as Nuashi, had been training in Muay Thai since childhood, striking with a force that even men could hardly withstand, let alone a woman. How could this petite figure endure such a blow? Furthermore, the confined space of the car left him uncertain if he could restrain himself. Thinking this, Ong Wei's body stiffened, a hint of disappointment in his gaze. He spoke in a low, heavy tone, the haze in his pupils lingering. "When will I be well? A month more." The man scoffed lightly, but eventually sat up, muttering a curse under his breath, choking on his words. "What kind of quack doctor did I find?" The black Rolls-Royce dropped her off a few hundred meters from home, and she insisted on getting out. Kunda tilted his head. "Young master, heading home." Ong Wei tilted his head back, closing his eyes, exhaling slowly, responding lazily with a hum. 15 minutes later, the car came to a steady stop at the Haiho Manor. Ong Wei stepped out and kicked the ground. Kunda barely had time to react before stumbling back several steps, nearly losing his balance from the sheer force. Kunda clutched his abdomen, confusion etched on his face. "Young master." Ong Wei's face was filled with suppressed anger, yet he uttered not a word, finally adjusting the hem of his suit before turning to enter the villa. This left Kunda scratching his head in bewilderment, 180 questions swirling in his mind. The next day, news arrived regarding the Laos project. The government had launched a surprise inspection, and the opposing force was formidable, with significant official ranks. Leaving the subordinates at a loss, the urgency of the matter compelled Ong Wei to set off personally. Located in the heart of the ASEAN Economic Zone at the Laos border, Subang was a project shrouded in secrecy, with all unaware of the identity or background of its owner. Naturally, Ong Wei could not make a grand entrance and instead had a Chinese partner represent him while he operated from behind the scenes. After 2 weeks of meticulous scrutiny, Ong Wei discreetly communicated with high-ranking officials in the Laos government, ensuring that all appearances were satisfactory and smoothly navigating the procedures. Upon returning to Bangkok, it was already 10 at night. An unexpected rainy evening, where silence enveloped everything, and the air bore the earthy scent of rain. The black sedan stopped beneath a banyan tree not far from the headquarters of the Sihai Group. In the back seat, the man rubbed his temples, weariness etched across his face, while Nuai stood by the window with an umbrella, leaning in to report. "After you left Bangkok, Madam set off for Vietnam in the dead of night. Though she did not stay long, returning after 2 days. Vietnam is the stronghold of the Nguyen family. The home of Nguyen and Ong Wei kept his eyes closed, letting out a muffled grunt that quickly faded into the sound of the pouring rain. Yet she managed to find out my whereabouts with such clarity. Nuaji pondered. Returning, the uncle is said to be holding a meeting in central Hanoi to discuss military exercises. This time, Madam met with the old master and the second son, dining together before returning, with no significant actions taken. How is that kid doing? He must be graduating from high school soon, right? Ong Wei shot him a sidelong glance, lighting a cigarette and taking a drag. Nuaji nodded. Yes, he will be entering university in the second half of the year. Wei exhaled smoke, the rain growing heavier, a sense of frustration rising within him. Good. Report again if anything important arises. Keep a close watch, and ensure there are no slip-ups. Nuaji replied affirmatively and then withdrew. Outside, the torrential rain fell, and the driver, Uncle Chuan, raised the window, blocking out the chaotic disturbance. Young master, shall we return to the villa? Wei leaned back, resting, his eyes closed, listening to the sound of the rain pounding against the roof, remaining silent for a long while before quietly instructing Uncle Chuan, have Nuaji switch to the driver's seat. Nuaji moved into the driver's seat, and Wei closed his eyes, directing him to have Kunda take care of something, to help me retrieve a woman. He knows what to do. Kunda? He is probably still rolling around in some woman's nest right now. Nuaji chuckled lightly. Even if he is entangled with a woman, he must get up immediately to handle this for me. His tone was steady, but laced with impatience. 20 minutes later, Kunda called. And Nuaji put it on speaker. Young master, I found her. That young lady is at the casino. Kunda's voice was breathless, having climbed out of the warmth of a woman's embrace upon receiving the order. His shirt buttons mismatched. Wei asked in a low voice what she was doing at the casino, to which Kunda replied that she seemed to be working part-time. Wei reclined, raising an eyebrow. His tone brooking no argument. I do not care where she is. Bring her to me. On the other end of the line, Kunda hesitated, and Wei grew impatient but understood the implication, rubbing his temples and asking quietly. Which casino? Kunda replied, the Imperial Palace, the Siamese establishment. Chapter 19. The Imperial Palace. Since the last incident of forceful kissing, Wei had not sought her out for 2 weeks, speculating that perhaps he had temporarily lost interest. This young scion, known for his capriciousness towards women, was quite predictable. Yet, as long as he had not yet attained his desire, it meant there remained a glimmer of hope. The urgency in his darkened demeanor as he leaned in to kiss her suggested he was not one to relinquish easily. Deep down, Dai Ling had begun to comprehend the dynamics at play. After 2 weeks without a response, Zheng Yaojia awaited her along her usual path home from school, clutching a large bouquet of flowers. His face betraying a hint of apology and embarrassment, Dai Ling, holding her books, walked past him as if he were invisible, while onlookers whispered amongst themselves. Preoccupied with her part-time job, she ignored his calls and dashed out of the school premises. Silence, after all, spoke volumes. It was a universal sign of rejection, requiring no further elaboration. Yurua balanced jobs on both sides of the week, working at the Tan Palace on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and at a clandestine casino on Tuesdays. Thursdays and Saturdays. On a particular day, a regular patron at the Tan Palace had specifically requested her, while the underground casino could not arrange an alternative for her. Consequently, Yurua sought Dai Ling's assistance to cover her shift. With some free time on her hands, Dai Ling consented to grant her this favor. Before heading to the casino, Dai Ling inquired with Hua Jia, who informed her that this underground establishment was substantial in size. Though not affiliated with the Sihai gang, rather, it was the largest underground casino in Bangkok, operated by the Siamese gang. Nestled at the city's edge, its discreet location served as a playground for the affluent. Masquerading as a hotel, where the wealthy mingled. Having grown up in the casinos of Macau, Dai Ling was no stranger to such environments, filled with desperate gamblers hoping for a windfall. In a casino, one bets not on skill but on luck, and many fail to grasp that ruin is a common fate. Casinos typically feature 2 types of halls, the main gaming area and the VIP section. As the name suggests, the main hall is located on the hotel's ground floor, allowing walk-in patrons to come and go freely, playing with smaller stakes. In contrast, the VIP room is reserved for the affluent, where bets can reach hundreds of thousands or even millions, making them the prized patrons of the casino. The VIP section is further stratified, with the highest tiers being platinum and diamond, often featuring private rooms attended by dedicated staff. Catering to the true benefactors behind the scenes, Dai Ling donned her dealer uniform and was escorted to a diamond VIP room on the 2nd floor, where 2 imposing men stood guard at the entrance. Evidently, they were bodyguards. It was clear that the clientele within the room were of considerable stature and influence. The opulent decor dazzled with gold and splendor, occupying half a floor, yet contained only a single gaming table, accompanied by a bar specifically for serving its esteemed guests. The ambience mirrored the casino's usual style, brightly illuminated as if it were day, regardless of the hour. In a secluded corner by the bar, 2 layers of dark green velvet curtains hung, behind which the lighting was dim, creating an atmosphere thick with smoke, punctuated by the occasional low, hearty laughter of a man. Scattered throughout the hall were several robust gentlemen clad in black suits. Some leaned against the bar sipping drinks, while others flirted with women, played games, or indulged in hookah. Their watchful eyes betrayed their identities as bodyguards. Dai Ling positioned herself behind the 3-meter-wide gaming table. And soon several guests arrived, instructing her to deal blackjack, one of the casino's most popular games. Among them was a man with blonde hair and blue eyes, sporting a full beard, accompanied by a striking Thai woman dressed in a revealing strapless gown. His hands wandered inappropriately, eliciting a playful reprimand from her, yet she soon melted into his embrace, clearly enjoying the attention. Another man, adorned with a gentleman's hat and dressed impeccably, held a cigarette between his lips. Although his hair was graying, his youthful visage suggested he was in his 40s. Their betting was extravagant, with chips valued at up to $100,000 being tossed about carelessly. As the rounds progressed, Dai Ling discerned that the man in the hat was intentionally losing money. Despite the simplicity of blackjack, which largely relies on luck, the hat-wearing gentleman was evidently a seasoned player, unwilling to chase low cards, yet generously providing ample chips, a clear indication of his intent to bestow gifts. However, using gambling funds as a means of bribery is one of the many facets of a casino's existence. And thus, not surprising, compared to the two players at the table, Dai Ling's attention was drawn more to the dimly lit corner by the bar. From her vantage point, she could not see clearly but relied on sound to gauge the presence of approximately 3 individuals, both male and female. Behind the curtain, a broad, shadowy figure lounged against the cushions, leaning toward a man with sharply defined features and a smile that was both elusive and inviting. Suddenly, a deep, cultured chuckle resonated as the man, cigar in hand, slightly turned his head. His voice, rich and steady, floated through the air. "Careful, Dao Shou, don't let Mr. Andrew win my entire fortune." His fluent English elicited laughter from the hall. The man from the Middle East threw his head back in mirth and retorted towards the shadows. "Bosso, if I could win your entire fortune, I'd buy up all of Russia by tomorrow." The jest incited even more raucous laughter from those present. The gentleman in the hat observed thoughtfully, stroking his chin as he regarded the Middle Eastern man, his thoughts concealed. Moments later, a languid voice emerged from behind the curtain. "Oh, I'm tired of sitting, Bosso. I'm off to play for a while." Spoken in Cantonese. A slender figure in a red dress gracefully stepped out, stretching her arms as the sound of her high heels echoed on the floor, prompting Dai Ling to glance over. The woman covered her mouth as she yawned, sashaying between 2 burly men at the table, crossing her legs elegantly as she took a seat. A flunky nearby dutifully approached with an entire box of ceramic chips, placing it reverently before her. "Madam, tonight's wins and losses are on our boss. Please enjoy yourself." The flunky's demeanor was subservient, brimming with flattery. The woman rubbed her temples, casting a glance at him. His expression shifted instantly, and he slapped himself. "Look at me." My mouth ran away. "Tonight, Madam shall surely triumph." How could there be any losses? Her features softened with a playful smile. "Now that's more like it." After several rounds of play, the gentleman in the hat had lost several boxes of chips, yet his expression remained unchanged, revealing that he was well aware of his situation. The Middle Eastern man and the woman were winning handsomely, their chips piling up as they reveled in their fortune. Strangely, the woman occasionally cast curious glances at Dai Ling, and then, as if casually, she asked in Cantonese, "Miss, where are you from?" Dai Ling paused for a few seconds. Recognizing the question was directed at her, with a charming smile, she replied, "Madam, you have keen eyes. I am from Macau." "What a coincidence. I am also from Macau," the woman responded, her gaze sultry, as if she had anticipated this meeting. Dai Ling, while dealing the cards, shook her head. "I'm just a student. I arrived not long ago." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the man behind the curtain lifted his chin slightly, seemingly glancing outside. Dai Ling, alert, caught his gaze for a brief moment. I, in the dimness, separated by a veil of smoke, she glimpsed a pair of eyes as deep and turbulent as the ocean, imbued with a mix of bravado and abandon. Their elongated shape tinged with a hint of mischief. He wore a white suit and black trousers, the shimmering neon lights casting an ethereal glow on his features. His dragon-like brows and phoenix-like eyes exuded an air of distinction. In mere seconds, she averted her gaze, having only caught a fleeting glimpse of his handsome countenance, yet already feeling the weight of his formidable presence, leaving her curious about his origins and status. There was no doubt he was the undisputed master of the VIP room that night, with an extraordinary background. The evening's gaming session concluded with the gentleman known as Dao Shou losing all his chips. The Middle Eastern man, in high spirits, pinched the Thai woman's backside as he made his way into the curtain, eagerly entwining with her. The woman in the red dress lazily rose, declaring she had played enough, while a large hand from within the curtain reached out to take her away, calling her Boss O as they prepared to depart. The aforementioned Boss O, reclining on the sofa, merely uttered a dismissive "no need to see you off," remaining seated, exuding an air of authority. Observing this, two men in black immediately stepped forward to escort the departing couple. The middle-aged man, dressed elegantly and exuding charm, exited the curtain, appearing to be in his 50s. With meticulously groomed eyebrows and a beret tilted low, obscuring his features, the gentleman in the hat promptly rose to bid farewell. "General, we shall meet again another day." The man nodded slightly. The woman, enveloped in her companion's embrace, swayed with allure as she exited. Turning back to wave a farewell gesture to Dai Ling, Dai Ling responded with a serene smile, treating it as a polite acknowledgement. In this gambling affair, the Middle Eastern man had not contributed a single cent. Instead, it was the woman who, before departing, casually slipped Dai Ling a chip worth $10,000 as a tip, an act of remarkable generosity, despite her being referred to as Madam. The significant age disparity suggested she was likely not the original partner, but rather a golden canary kept by a wealthy benefactor. After tidying up the cards, Dai Ling bowed slightly towards the direction of Dao Shou. "Sir, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." The knife-wielding man took 3 steps forward from the curtain and then 2 steps closer. Arriving before Dai Ling, he nodded to her, saying, "Miss, please hold on." The man smiled leisurely, exuding an air of calm. Dai Ling, with her hands clutching attentively replied, "Please, go ahead." The man pressed his lips together and glanced behind him. "You see, my boss's surname is O. He is a businessman from Hong Kong, but he has only just arrived in Bangkok and is still unfamiliar with the surroundings. Upon hearing your accent, Miss, he felt a sense of familiarity and would like to invite you for a casual drink to converse privately. I wonder if that would be convenient for you." Unfamiliar with the area? Who would believe that? Dai Ling mused inwardly, realizing that even wealthy men employed such cliché methods of flirtation. Unlike the woman from Macau and the Thai general, what could she possibly discuss with someone who dealt cards? She shot a glance past the knife-wielding man toward the shadows and politely declined. "I'm afraid I must refuse your kind invitation. As I have a low tolerance for alcohol." The man maintained his composure, revealing no hint of surprise. "An old fox indeed. Miss, please do not misunderstand. We are legitimate businessmen. My boss is kind-hearted and enjoys making friends." That is all. As he spoke, the knife-wielding man's narrow eyes subtly shifted, gauging the reactions behind him. Dai Ling, brushing aside a loose strand of hair, smiled faintly, striving to avoid conflict. She had heard that today Mr. O had reserved the venue, which hinted at his generous nature. Raising a $10,000 chip, she waved it slightly toward the man in the shadows, tilting her head with a smile and deliberately raising her voice. "I am also grateful for Mr. O's generous hospitality. The remuneration is quite substantial. If such opportunities arise again, please do not hesitate to inform me. However, I must excuse myself today, and I hope you understand." The man chuckled softly, and she caught sight of his sharp jawline beneath the curtain, a cigar held leisurely, as he observed the wisps of smoke curling from his fingertips, his lips moving. Knife-wielding man, do not make things difficult for the lady. Otherwise, people might think you are part of the underworld. Upon hearing this, the surrounding henchmen burst into laughter. The knife-wielding man, seeing this, had no choice but to let her go. And Dai Ling politely nodded in thanks before descending from the 2nd floor. By this time, darkness had fallen, and a torrential rain began to pour, enveloping the world in chaos. As Dai Ling passed by the slot machine hall, 2 men suddenly stumbled out and blocked her path. One of them leered at her chest, appraising her before exchanging lewd glances with his companion. Sensing the unfriendly stares from the 2 drunkards, Dai Ling recognized them as the unfortunate souls of the casino that night. "Excuse me," she said, attempting to sidestep them, but in an instant, she was seized by brute force, grasping her arm. "Beautiful lady, are you alone?" one man asked, pulling her into his embrace and exhaling smoke in her face. "Come play with the boys. I'll give you a tip." With that, he began dragging her towards the dimly lit bar area. "Let go of me." Dai Ling struggled, her wrist caught firmly in his grip. Despite her pleas, the man's strength was overwhelming, leaving her no choice but to devise a different strategy. Such drunken losers were the least reasonable. Easily swayed by gentleness but resistant to force, A direct confrontation would yield nothing favorable. You're hurting me. Just let me go, and I'll drink with you, she purred sweetly, subtly pushing his hands away to stabilize the situation. The lead man, sporting a buzz cut and clad in a floral shirt, bore dark skin and a hefty gold chain, clearly a man of the streets. Such individuals, with their volatile tempers and fragile egos, valued pride above all else. Upon hearing her conciliatory words, his demeanor softened considerably. That's more like it. The brother down there is quite well endowed. I promise you'll be satisfied. The words whispered in her ear were laced with lewdness, making her stomach churn. The buzzcut man dragged Dai Ling into a dimly lit booth in the chaotic bar, forcibly pulling her into his embrace while his hand roamed her backside. Meanwhile, another man seated nearby waved for a round of drinks, nodding his head to the rhythm of the music as he lit a cigarette. Meanwhile, Ong Wei's vehicle approached within 200 meters of the royal palace, where the intercom crackled with Kunda's anxious voice. Young master, we cannot proceed any further. It is safer to stop here. Ong Wei, leaning back with his legs spread, absently rubbed the ring on his finger and ordered Nuashi, drive to the entrance. Upon hearing the command, Kunda dared not argue further and followed closely behind. Just as they neared the hotel entrance, a black Maybach sped past in the downpour. Through the tinted windows, a middle-aged man wearing a beret, holding a woman, flashed by in a blur, indistinct and elusive. Ong Wei caught a glimpse with a sidelong glance before turning his attention away. Young master, that was, Kunda's voice trailed off over the intercom. But Ong Wei interrupted, massaging his temples with impatience. I know. I have eyes that a black Rolls-Royce and a black Mercedes, one following the other, came to a halt beneath a tree in front of the royal palace. Refraining from entering the main entrance's red carpet. In the pouring rain, a henchman squinted at the license plate of the front car, recognizing it as a formidable presence, and pressed a Bluetooth earpiece closer to his ear. His expression fraught with urgency. Brother Shiwei, urgent news. The fourth prince's car is at the royal palace. 2 vehicles just parked at the main entrance. I don't know if they're in ambush. After issuing some instructions, the henchman hung up and exchanged glances with a few men in black nearby. Brother Shiwei mentioned there would be distinguished guests today, but our numbers are few. Do not act recklessly, he warned, signaling for Uncle Pong to come this way and keep watch. The nearby young henchman nodded in understanding. In the midst of the downpour, Kunda stepped out of the rear vehicle, unfurling a black umbrella that shielded him from the rain as he swiftly positioned it over the front car's roof. Ong Wei stepped out, his polished black Halvan handmade leather shoes splashing elegantly as he moved. With a cigarette in one hand and the other tucked in his pocket, he draped a black coat over his shoulders, his shirt unbuttoned at the chest, a Buddhist amulet glimmering under the neon lights, emanating an aura of forbidden allure. Kunda and Nuaji followed closely behind, resembling a lion and 2 pairs of wolf-like eyes, vigilant and undaunted. Ong Wei lazily turned his neck, cracking it as he surveyed the grand sign above. Noting that Siam was indeed not without its merits, his dark, penetrating eyes hinted at a brewing storm within. Even through the veil of rain, the imposing presence of just 2 or 3 people sent ripples of intimidation through the ranks of lowly henchmen. They had never encountered someone of such stature and gasped in awe, instinctively retreating a step, sensing the gravity of the situation. Having heard tales of this man's ruthless exploits, they understood that this figure was far beyond what they could contend with. The lead henchman, panic-stricken, whispered into his Bluetooth earpiece, Brother Shiwei, it's Ong Wei, and his 2 main henchmen are with him. Ong Wei stood in the rain, half a cigarette's worth of time passing. Kunda whispered urgently in his ear, Young master, it would be wise not to enter. We are outnumbered today, and should Pong catch us, it could lead to trouble. That I've already sent someone inside to find Miss Dai Ling. She will be brought out safely shortly. To venture into the enemy's territory for a woman is a grave taboo in their world, and especially for the young master to personally stir up trouble at an adversary's venue. Any oversight could provide Siam with leverage, leading to inevitable complications. While he was unafraid, Ong Wei had never feared anything until today. He merely felt this endeavor was not worth the trouble. However, he was not one to be swayed by trivial matters. His decision to come bore its own significance. Kunda deliberated the risks and rewards, realizing he could not deter the young master's resolve. He could only comply. Ong Wei chuckled softly, Kunda, when Pong visited the Tang Palace, we did our utmost to host him, didn't we? This time, it's his turn. Would it be too much to ask for a return of courtesy? Kunda nodded. It's not too much, but I fear. Ong Wei flicked his cigarette, crushing it with his polished shoe. What's there to be afraid of? With that, he stepped forward, slowly making his way to the royal palace's main entrance, approaching the revolving door. A henchman from Siam stepped forward, bowing with sweat beading on his forehead, his voice trembling. "Mr. Chun, may I ask what brings you to the royal palace tonight?" Onway lowered his gaze, casually rolling up his sleeves. Clearly uninterested in the man's words, dismissing him with disdain, Kunda, having closed the umbrella, moved alongside Nuaji to form an imposing barrier before Onway. "What is this? Do we need to show our credentials to enter? Is this how you treat guests at the royal palace?" Kunda said, hands in pockets, towering over the terrified young man. "No. You are esteemed guests among esteemed guests. Of course, we must be cautious," the henchman stammered. Desperately trying to appease them, Kunda brushed him aside, raising his voice for all to hear. "Listen well, young man. Tonight we mean no disturbance. We are here for a person and will leave once we find them. Everyone else, kindly step aside." With that, he disregarded the attempts of the henchmen to block their way and strode inside with his companions. Meanwhile, Dai Ling, having been plied with several drinks in the bar, found herself increasingly constrained by the man, who saw through her every excuse to escape to the restroom. With each passing moment, the alcohol had emboldened his advances. If she stayed any longer, it would be difficult to extricate herself from the situation. The man leaned in close, greedily inhaling her fragrance, whispering, "Let us change venues. I promise you'll feel euphoric." As he spoke, his hand began to slip beneath her skirt. Dai Ling jolted upright, unable to endure any longer, and unleashed a torrent of invective in Chinese. Subsequently, she seized a beer bottle from the table and brought it crashing down upon his forehead with a resounding shatter, scattering shards of glass across the floor. Although the bar was bustling with noise, the sudden clamor drew the attention of many nearby patrons. The man's face flushed crimson, and he wiped the dark red blood dripping from his forehead, his pupils dilating as he shouted an expletive, cursing her for daring to strike him. Rising to his feet, he raised his hand and delivered a fierce slap, sending Dai Ling sprawling onto the adjacent couch. Her vision instantly clouded with stars. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts surged through the bar, growing closer by the second. Following the gaze of the crowd, the man with the buzz cut had yet to realize that the commotion was directed at him when a kick flew towards him. Landing squarely on his chest, he staggered back several meters, unable to regain his balance, and crashed against the glass bar of the neighboring table, shattering it into a million pieces, causing the crowd to gasp and scatter in alarm. All eyes turned to the newcomers as two burly men shifted aside to reveal a man behind them. He stood tall and striking, his medium-length curls tied back in a half-up style. His face was captivatingly handsome, exuding an aristocratic elegance, and his dark eyes glinted with a dangerous fury. Clad in an ivory-white embroidered shirt, he stood out starkly against the dim neon lights, his powerful chest radiating a potent masculine aura that drew the gazes of countless women in the establishment. "You think you're the hero saving the damsel, huh? You ought to know whose territory this is," spat the man beside him, preparing to retaliate. Just then, a robust figure measuring nearly 2 meters approached, twisting the man's wrist with a swift motion that produced a sickening crack, causing him to howl in pain as he crumpled to the floor. Nuaji stood there, his muscular physique alone enough to intimidate all around him, making it clear that no one dared approach. Onway casually slipped his hands into his pockets, observing the disheveled woman sprawled on the couch beside him, his gaze slicing through the air like a blade as he glanced at the man sprawled on the ground. With a light exhale, a few strands of hair fluttered at his forehead, and he extended his hand to accept the coat from Kunda before striding forward to envelop Dai Ling's upper body in it. Lifting her effortlessly into his arms, Dai Ling felt herself gently tossed, landing in a firm yet chilling embrace, a mixed scent of sandalwood wafting into the air as their body heat mingled. Their eyes locked, and she caught a whiff of that familiar, dangerous aura. Chapter 22. What kind of relationship is this? Naturally, his appearance tonight could not be mere coincidence to the prominent heir of the underworld. Tracking a woman's whereabouts would be child's play for him. Unbeknownst to them, they had become each other's prey. He was clearly in a foul mood, his chest rising and falling with heat as he lowered his head to inquire. "Where did you touch her?" The music in the bar ceased with his low growl, and in the vast space filled with hundreds of patrons, a pin could have dropped in the ensuing silence. Dai Ling stared wide-eyed into his fierce, handsome gaze, her mind racing as her dark pupils glistened with moisture. Like a startled deer, she bit her lip. The oppressive tension was palpable, and Onway turned his gaze to the man. Casually tossing out a command, "Break his hand." Kunda complied, and the onlookers dared not breathe. The man on the ground screamed, "Do you know who I am? I'm Desai's man. How dare you lay a hand on me? Had he kept quiet, it might have been better, but upon uttering those words, Kunda advanced and delivered a powerful kick, then swiftly brought him down, brandishing a dagger to his face with a smirk. With that attitude, I thought you were Desai's father. Ong Wei carried Dai Ling through the parting crowd toward the bar's entrance, where a group of black-clad subordinates obstructed their path, evidently having summoned reinforcements. Pong emerged from behind his men, toothpick in mouth, flanked by Desai's right-hand man, Shi Wei. His expression was smug, embodying the feeling of having trapped a fish in a net. Young Master Qin has graced us with his presence. Why not give me a heads up so I could prepare a proper welcome? Pong's gaze subtly swept over the woman in Ong Wei's embrace, her coat obscuring half her face, leaving only her fox-like eyes visible. Ong Wei remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow as he regarded him. Pong, my people came to your territory for some fun, but they were entangled with some lowly scum. Should I not intervene? Tonight's events are of no concern to you or me. Good dogs do not block the way. Stand aside. Dai Ling looked up at him, sensing that he had already claimed her as his own. Just as he was about to walk away, the crowd exchanged glances, unsure whether to stop him, while the dozens of surrounding subordinates turned to Uncle Pong for guidance. That moment, the buzzcut man cried out from behind, Pong, help. They're going to chop off my hand. Shi Wei leaned closer, whispering, Pong, it's Kazi. Having been insulted in front of his own men, Pong's face turned green as he called out to Ong Wei, hold on, you can't just come and go as you please in my territory. Handling my men without consulting me first, how am I to explain this to my brothers? Ong Wei, you understand what it means to be a leader, don't you? Ong Wei halted, his handsome and resolute profile silhouetted against the light, not turning back as his emotions were inscrutable. Your man harmed mine. It seems you owe me an explanation. Dai Ling held tightly to his neck, feeling the tension in his jaw as the muscles twitched beneath her touch. His cold, piercing gaze was fixed on the distance, perfectly embodying an air of invincibility, as if he were above all else. In that instant, she sensed the prideful ferocity radiating from him, akin to an untamed beast. Pong found himself momentarily speechless. Ong Wei had arrived at his territory with only 2 men, a bold move that unsettled him. He recalled the last time he had visited the Tan Palace to negotiate, surrounding himself with dozens of brothers, all armed and ready for action. Today, however, he could not discern how many eyes were watching from the shadows. Very well, I shall handle the misdeeds of my subordinates and provide you with an explanation. Let us both take a step back tonight. Pong conceded. If he allowed Ong Wei to sever his subordinate's hand, he would lose face, and it would be better to find a way to save himself. After all, with Desai absent, it was wise to avoid trouble. They could settle their accounts later. Uncle Pong? Shi Wei asked, perplexed. He had finally cornered this rival and could not comprehend why he would let him go so easily. Pong shot him a glare, silencing him. Ong Wei let out a light laugh, slowly turning to Nuaji, have Kunda stand down. Since Uncle Pong has spoken, we should show some courtesy. Nuaji complied, signaling to Kunda. Kunda seized the trembling man by the collar, spat in his face, and patted his head, declaring, consider yourself lucky. He then swaggered out. The 3 men made their way through the crowd and exited smoothly. Getting into their car, Pong watched the 2 vehicles drive away into the heavy rain, cursing under his breath, before kicking down a row of his men behind him. The brief standoff was witnessed by a figure in black, who swiftly ascended to the 2nd floor. The man in the VIP room had not yet departed and hurriedly approached his subordinate at the curtain. What happened? The man casually lifted a corner of the curtain, peering out with a single eye in the light, his expression as sharp as a blade. I was a moment too late. The young lady was taken by the young master of the Qin family. Which Qin family, young master? The man inquired, raising an eyebrow as he removed the cigar from his mouth. It's Qin Dan's son, Ong Wei, the subordinate reported, hesitating over his words, unsure whether to share everything. It appears that this young lady and Ong Wei share a certain relationship. He beat up the man harassing her and threatened to chop off his hand. Uncle Pong from the Siam gang also arrived with a group of men, but Ong Wei brought only 2. Pong was unable to assert control over the situation and watched them leave without a fight. Upon hearing this, the man's brow furrowed, and he slowly sat up from the sofa, seemingly deep in thought as he exhaled 2 thick plumes of smoke that momentarily obscured his chiseled features. The assassin stood by, holding his breath, while Xiaowen remarked, Qin Dan's son dares to charge into the Siam territory alone. He certainly possesses extraordinary courage. I have heard tales of his arrogance, and it seems they hold some truth. The man behind the curtain appeared to have not heard his words, leisurely extinguishing his cigar as he spoke in a low, gravelly voice. What kind of relationship is that? He was reiterating his earlier question. The subordinate glanced at the expressionless assassin beside him, bowing slightly as he replied, "It seems to be a romantic relationship." He carried her away in his arms. Xiao Wen's deep-set eyes curved slightly as he leaned back against the sofa, absent-mindedly stroking the white jade ring on his left thumb, choosing not to speak further. Chapter 23. Is it truly so unbearable? Amidst the torrential downpour, two vehicles meandered through the tumult, finally veering away from the perilous zone, coming to rest beside the bamboo grove adjacent to the seaside manor. Nuaji, displaying remarkable tact, alighted from the car, leaving Kunda to await her in another vehicle at a distance. The rain fell incessantly, a deluge threatening to obliterate all in its path. Outside the window, the swaying shadows of the bamboo brushed against his sharp visage, ghostly yet palpable, an illusion oscillating between the ethereal and the real. Inside the car, only Ong Wei and she remained, enveloped in darkness, punctuated occasionally by fleeting glimpses of light, while silence reigned in their ears. The man, with legs splayed in the back seat, leaned against the window frame, eyes closed as he massaged one temple, his breathing labored. A palpable tension in the air, as if he were harboring some pent-up ire. Dai Ling huddled within her coat, a burning sensation radiating from the left side of her face, a result of the drunken man's heavy-handedness. Even the slightest touch sent pangs of pain coursing through her. Swathed in her luxurious coat, exuding a crisp scent of sandalwood, she felt an unexpected wave of drowsiness wash over her. "How much do you earn in a month?" He suddenly broke the silence, his voice cutting through the tranquility. Dai Ling, perplexed, inquired, "What money?" His eyes glinted with an icy intensity as he loosened his collar and repeated, "I ask how much you make in a month." "That you so relish frequenting such places where others dare to lay hands on you." He regarded her with irritation, his tone laced with a mocking cadence. "The school is cracking down on illicit activities. Yet you flit from one to another. Are your classmates not reporting you?" Dai Ling tightened her coat collar, a sudden realization dawning upon her. Before she could respond, he hoisted her onto his lap. A rough maneuver that elicited a muffled protest from her. A beam of light pierced through, illuminating his pupils, which shimmered with a tumultuous blend of desire and fury. His voice, deep and magnetic, rose an octave. "What? Not speaking now? Were you not quite adept at hurling insults just moments ago?" She had indeed unleashed a torrent of vulgarities at that drunken man, and he had heard every word. Biting her lip, she returned his penetrating gaze. "While I appreciate your rescue, where I choose to go is my prerogative, and it concerns you not. I have already resigned from Tiangong, and you are not my superior." He turned his head with a light chuckle, exhaling through his nose, acutely aware of what it meant to repay kindness with malice. It seemed women often lacked wit. The last time they had been in the car, her lips had been swollen from their kiss, yet she maintained an air of nonchalance as if nothing had transpired. Shadows danced in Ong Wei's eyes, his tone authoritative and unyielding. "If you return to such disreputable places, I will report you to the school. Do you understand this time?" Dai Ling internally scoffed. It was evident he was accustomed to wielding power, speaking with an air of command that brooked no disagreement. As though she were his possession, confusion lingered, but she resolved to remain unfazed. She was acutely aware of the veiled threat in his words, yet something within her ignited a rebellious spirit, unable to tolerate his lofty demeanor. "Go back to school and relearn your language," he retorted impatiently, his brow furrowed as he lifted her chin, fingers grazing her slightly swollen cheek, his tone softening. "Is it truly that exhilarating to strike someone?" At that moment, she glimpsed a rare tenderness in his gaze, yet she understood this was not his true nature. The metal rings on his fingers brushed against her heated skin, sending a chill through her. "And your waist, is it still injured?" His chest was ablaze with barely contained fury, yet he remained fixated on her condition. Dai Ling hesitantly replied that it was still not healed. His gaze bore into her breaths becoming heavy and disordered, their silence stretching for several heartbeats as she took in the contours of his face, illuminated by the interplay of wind and moonlight. His hawk-like dark eyes glinted with a predatory intensity, as if he were about to drag her into the abyss of no return. Do not move. She struggled a bit, but his fingers tightened their grip, his chest heaving as he finally succumbed to the urge. Capturing her head with one hand and kissing her fervently, his rough palms caressing her scalp, sending delightful shivers through her. "Let it all fall apart. I shan't concern myself with trivialities." She could find no escape. Her only response a soft murmur of resistance. He devoured her neck and earlobe, his voice low and commanding. "Will you undress yourself, or shall I assist you?" The implication was clear. He sought to complete what had been left unfinished last time. Dai Ling's body quivered involuntarily, her coat slipping from her shoulders, instinctively clutching at his shirt as he enveloped her entirely. He seized her chin, kissing her with a chaotic fervor that transformed from forceful to tender. A passionate entanglement. What? Do you wish for me to pledge myself to you for today's actions? She murmured. He ignored her query, his voice husky as he coaxed her. Relax, do not tense up. It causes discomfort for us both. The fleeting gentleness she had perceived was but a mirage. Beneath his exquisite exterior lay a soul that was both domineering and shameless, unchanged. No, I do not wish to, she whimpered, her voice barely audible. Akin to a mosquito's buzz, her body yielding to the storm of his kisses, ensnared in an endless cycle of illusion and turmoil. Their breaths mingled, saturated with desire. Yet, amidst the tempest of sensations, a singular thought flashed through her mind. She was still unable to acquiesce. This diverged from her original intention. If her first encounter had been a calculated ploy, this time it was purely instinctive. She instinctively sought to escape. After much struggle, Dai Ling managed to push him away. Extending a hand to wipe away the remnants of his breath lingering on her lips, her breathing weak. Do you always act without regard for the other person's feelings? A rhetorical question, knowing full well he was aware of her sentiments. Do you believe I am particularly patient with women, or that I cannot do without you? Playing this game of restraint, his voice, now a low growl laced with irritation, lacked any trace of tenderness. Perhaps sensing her rigidity, he was cloaked in a chilling fury, his voice quivering at her ear. Is that truly how you feel? What could a man like him not possess? In his eyes, women were mere objects. Easily summoned and dismissed, countless women yearned for his affection, yet she appeared to be the only one lacking in discernment. Her hands pressed softly against his chest as she endeavored to maintain her composure. I have stated I do not wish to. His countenance flushed, shadows clouding his gaze, heated breaths cascading over her skin. Is it that you do not wish to, or simply not with me? She recognized both sentiments were true. Yet words failed her. Ong Wei's ominous gaze remained fixed upon her, a finger lifting her chin. Do you have another man? She met his ravenous stare. That is of no concern to you. In truth. It mattered little. I am indifferent, he replied, tenderly twirling a strand of her hair. Chapter 24. I shall no longer harbor any thoughts of you. A man with such a strong sense of possession could hardly allow the woman he coveted to entertain the affections of another. The nonsensical words spoken in a moment of lust held no weight in her eyes. He suppressed the beast within, guiding her cold fingertips to his chest, his gaze lingering on her pale lips. Then allow me to pose a question, and you must answer truthfully. Dai Ling, taken aback by the severity of his cold eyes, replied, Speak. Ong Wei brushed aside the errant strands of her hair, his demeanor softening just before the storm. You know I desire you. I have granted you 2 opportunities, yet you have declined. Should you leave this vehicle today, I shall harbor no further thoughts of you. Do you comprehend? As the tempest abated, remnants of her lip gloss lingered on his mouth, his expression dark, eyes wolfish, thick lashes grazing her ear, each breath stirring the depths of his primal allure. His lungs had yet to cool from their previous fervor. Breaths scorching and thunderous, exuding an intimidating masculinity. In truth, she too was gambling, testing the depths of his interest. Her repeated refusals might incite his ire, yet it was not the moment to yield. Her intention was to remain by his side for the long haul. But she lacked the leverage to do so. Dai Ling held her breath, heart racing, staring at the intimidating visage before her, gritting her teeth as she boldly declared, I heard you. The man inquired, and your answer? She met his gaze with defiance, declaring firmly, My answer is that I do not wish to sleep with you. Your feelings towards me are inconsequential. I do not care. And you? Do you understand? In this. She played the game of yielding and capturing. Outside the window, the wind and rain howled, while inside the vehicle, a thick fog of confusion enveloped them. The man chuckled at her retort. Indeed, you possess a certain spirit. His interest waned, and he turned his gaze to the window, licking his lips in frustration, straightening up as he languidly adjusted his disheveled attire. Very well, you may take your leave, having had everything handed to him throughout his life. The challenge of a woman who fought back held little allure. Even if forced, the experience would be lacking in satisfaction. To have fallen twice for the same woman was a ludicrous affair. Absurd and laughable. Ong Wei reached for a cigarette pack, seemingly out of patience. The rain continued to fall, bamboo leaves scraping against the car window, producing a soothing sound amidst the silence. In this tense atmosphere, Dai Ling awkwardly adjusted her straps, donning the wrinkled shirt he had disheveled. silently pushing the door open before the tension could suffocate them. Raindrops cascading into the vehicle, but I will not leave. I will walk away. Her profile, with a voice barely above a whisper, soon vanished amidst the rain. The soft murmur of mosquitoes lacked any menace, neither biting nor irritating. Provoking a chuckle from the man.it seemed even less engaging than the one who had dared to touch her. Extracting a cigarette from the pack, he placed it between his lips, only to discover, after patting down his pockets in vain, that he had no lighter. But in frustration, he yanked the cigarette out and tossed it aside. A seething discontent rolled within his chest, the pressure unbearable. He lifted his foot and kicked the seat before him with force, exclaiming a frustrated "fuck." The vehicle swayed slightly before settling into stillness, leaving it unclear whether the disturbance was caused by the elements or the man's forceful kick. 50 meters away, Kunda and Nuaji caught a fleeting glimpse of a woman dashing through the rain outside the car window. Their faces a canvas of confusion. So soon, the young master is so young. Could his constitution truly be so frail? Kunda stepped out with an umbrella, running towards Ong Wei's car while scanning the area behind him. Young master, all done. You're not sending her home in this downpour. The window slid down slowly, revealing a face the color of a dark eggplant, brow furrowed, eyes lazily lifting to meet his gaze. Her voice dripping with lethargy. If you wish to send me, then send me. Kunda fell silent. This was hardly the expression of someone after a night of passion, and with the woman nearly out of sight, he dared not make further decisions. Each encounter with this woman seemed to leave the young master in a foul mood, and Kunda was left perplexed about the events that transpired in the car. Vaguely sensing an incompatibility in their chemistry, that night in Bangkok, the rain had been torrential, nearly obscuring her vision entirely. She had sprinted for nearly 10 minutes through the downpour before finally escaping the winding, secluded residential area. Spotting the flowing traffic on the main road as if it were a lifeline. It took her a considerable time to hail a taxi, which sped away. Upon returning to her apartment, she felt like a drenched rat, utterly exhausted. This escape had been genuine. The progression between them had slipped entirely from her grasp. Emerging from the shadows into the light, she seemed to have transformed into his prey. Her agency thoroughly usurped. His swift advances and relentless pressure repulsed her, leaving her mind in turmoil, prompting a desperate need to halt the proceedings. The following day, atop the headquarters of the Sea Group in the city center, Ong Wei lounged with his legs crossed, resting on the lengthy conference table as he listened to reports from dozens of executives. His eyes closed as he rubbed his temples, his mind clouded. A barrage of data caused him a throbbing headache. Damn it all, he thought. He wouldn't be returning anytime soon, and he could only patiently navigate the company's affairs, ensuring its normal operations while denying his hidden adversaries any opportunity. Yet, a sense of emptiness weighed heavily on him, his fingers fiddling restlessly with a silver lighter, his spirit unsettled. Perhaps the lingering heat from the previous night hadn't dissipated completely as the afternoon meeting concluded. His secretary presented a stack of documents requiring his signature, which he glanced at wearily, noting their considerable height. As dusk fell, a black Rolls-Royce parked in the exclusive underground lot of the Sea Group, where the man, legs splayed, languidly leaned against the rear window, his heated chest rising and falling. Nuaji opened the car door, and a strong scent of smoke wafted out. Young master, there's a woman outside, Nuaji informed, bending slightly to speak. She says Kunda sent her. He leaned closer, whispering. He mentioned she was a clean university student. Ong Wei turned his neck lazily, glancing outside the window without uttering a word. Likely aware that Kunda had taken the liberty to arrange this, despite his discomfort, he felt little inclination to engage. Nuaji, uncertain of his young master's intentions, watched as the graceful figure of the woman bent down and entered the car. Sir, my name is Nana. Her voice was sticky, sweet as honey. Noticing Ong Wei's lack of reaction, Nuaji closed the door behind her. The spacious interior of the luxury vehicle allowed the woman to survey her surroundings. Catching sight of the man's tall, striking profile, fingers elegantly holding a cigarette, his gaze elsewhere, eyes indifferent, the dim lighting of the parking lot illuminated half of his face, revealing a remarkably handsome visage. Expecting to be in the company of a wealthy old man, she was pleasantly surprised to find such a young and attractive man, her heart fluttering with delight, wishing to throw herself at him. Sir, what kind of service do you prefer? Nana will fulfill all your desires tonight. The woman's life form inched closer as she spoke, her body instinctively seeking proximity. The man, smoking, appeared disinterested, his gaze lingering on her for only a moment. Who sent you? In the haze of smoke, A cold, predatory aura emanated from him, heavy and oppressive. Chapter 25. An unshakable presence. This man exuded an intimidating aura, the woman mused quietly, yet her voice remained coy and sweet. Mr. Kunda sent me. He instructed me to help alleviate your boredom and cool your temper. As she spoke, she began to twist the buttons on her skirt, her legs restlessly coiling around him like a serpent. Inciting an inexplicable irritation within him. He kept his gaze steady, revealing neither joy nor anger. Oh, how do you intend to achieve that? The woman removed her sheer cover-up, revealing only a camisole beneath, deliberately raising it in front of him. Before tossing it to the ground, her face plastered with flattery. Whatever the boss desires, we shall fulfill. With that, her long nails grazed his exposed chest as she began to unfasten his waistcoat. The man lifted his eyelids slightly, his body rigid for at least half a minute before he exhaled a cloud of smoke, methodically prying her fingers away from him. I have a female dog at home that's recently come into heat. Would you care to assist her? If you can help her cool down, I might consider your services. The woman's smile faltered momentarily, mistaking his words for flirtation, and pressed her backside closer to him. Smiling seductively, sir, what do you mean? I only enjoy serving distinguished individuals like you. I have no interest in anything else. A flash of cold mockery flickered in his eyes. So, you can't assist me with my needs? Then I'm afraid I must ask you to leave. He scratched his temple, lowered the window, and gestured towards Nuaji, who stood 100 meters away. The woman, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, clutched her clothing awkwardly as Nuaji approached and escorted her from Ong Wei's side, ushering her out of the car. She muttered a curse, questioning whether he was out of his mind. Are you playing with me? Nuaji handed her an envelope. She weighed it in her hands, and her smile bloomed as she repeatedly thanked the boss, leaving with a look of elation, although she was perplexed. Receiving payment without having to do anything felt rather pleasant. Now, it was Nuaji who found himself at a loss, wanting to ask but hesitating. Who the hell allowed you to let her in? The car was suffused with the cheap scent of the woman's perfume, causing him a headache. Ong Wei rubbed his temples, brimming with frustration, and instructed Nuaji through the rearview mirror, tell Kunda to come over. Naturally, Kunda faced a scolding, thinking Ong Wei was dissatisfied and proposing to find another woman for him, almost receiving a slap in return. The two sturdy men exchanged glances, sensing the underlying tension. It was a case of wanting what they couldn't have, leading to anger. Young master, just give the word, and that student will be brought to you. I'll make sure she is dealt with today. I refuse to believe it's so difficult. Kunda pledged his loyalty, emphasizing that securing a woman was a trivial matter. Ong Wei, fingers still clutching the cigarette, fastened his buttons with an air of nonchalance, exhaling smoke as he glared at him. If you take it upon yourself to make decisions again, be wary, I'll skin you alive. Kunda fell silent, bewildered by the veiled intentions behind his words. The tall figure stepped out of the car, discarding the cigarette but onto the ground. He lifted his suit jacket and prepared to ascend the building. Nuaji inquired where he was headed, to which Ong Wei replied, There's a mountain of documents waiting for my signature upstairs. I'm going to work overtime. The two men exchanged incredulous looks, the phrase overtime feeling oddly out of place. The man's imposing silhouette stood tall, one hand in his pocket, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window at the neon lights of Bangkok, smoking one cigarette after another. He merely sought a tranquil place to linger for a while. His home was devoid of even a cockroach, hardly more entertaining than this locale. After circling the office, his fingertips brushed against the towering stack of documents. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he languidly settled into the leather chair, legs spread wide, reclining back as he scrutinized the top sheets, squinting at them under the chandelier's light. The role of group president seemed laborious. Even for trivial matters, he dismissed the idea of reviewing them, rubbing his weary temples, and tossed the documents back onto the desk, some cascading to the floor. His long arm reached down to retrieve them effortlessly. Glancing at the top page, a peculiar name caught his eye, Chulalongkorn University. Dialing, he tugged at his thin lips, his gaze darkening. Indeed, the haunting specter lingered on, suddenly beset by a headache. He let the cigarette slip from his fingers, the glaring white light above him nearly blinding. The Four Seas Group had established a scholarship for all universities in Thailand, and her name appeared on the interview list, amidst a densely packed page. He spotted her name at once, perhaps affirming the adage that what one cannot have will forever elude them. In a daze, he recalled that night at the temple, her panicked face illuminated by the moonlight. Her nearly bare form, her eyes, though trembling, were chillingly indifferent as they frequently darted toward him. In a world brimming with women, he could not fathom why he was so inexplicably drawn to her. Hormones truly were a marvelous enigma. Irritated, he flung the stack of documents back onto the desk, preferring to avoid the matter altogether. The interview was set for the day after tomorrow, yet a leader of his stature was not obliged to attend. The interviewers were high-ranking executives and shareholders within the group, of which he was well aware. Nonetheless, on that fateful day, inexplicably compelled, he donned a sharp suit and made a grand entrance into the interview hall. He himself did not quite know what he sought, perhaps just a fleeting glance at that fiercely aloof, icy visage. Such an expression on a woman was hardly appealing. The spacious hall on the 14th floor of the group was nearly filled with anxious young faces, each seated and ready, nervously fidgeting. "Heavenly blessings, I must succeed. 100,000 baht a month," murmured a nearby boy, his eyes wide with fervor. She sat upright, awaiting her turn, acutely aware that among all corporate scholarships in the nation, the 4Cs group offered the most prestigious, selecting 20 individuals each year for a year's worth of academic support at a monthly rate of 100,000 baht, a significant sum for her. While she did have a few sporadic patrons who covered her tuition and living expenses, relying on others came with strings attached and morally dubious undertakings, far less secure than earning her own way. In any case, every little bit counted. The debts at home weighed heavily upon her, and she felt as if she might soon crumble under the burden. Whispers circulated among the crowd, a few girls turning to glance over, and she followed their gaze that a man suddenly appeared at the door, swiftly capturing the attention of those around her, and she felt a rush of warmth in her chest as he stepped inside. Light and shadow intertwined, revealing his tall, striking figure, his features exquisitely chiseled, exuding a commanding presence that belied approachability, yet his elegance was undeniable. With hands casually tucked in his pockets, he surveyed the room with an air of indifference, his thin lips sharp as blades. Chapter 26. Uncle's birthday banquet. Dressed in a tailored Italian suit, with a black silk shirt peeking through, subtly revealing a hint of his physique, he presented himself impeccably, accentuating the perfect proportions of his waist and hips. Surrounding him were several assistants, walking with an effortless grace, radiating an aura of unapologetic masculinity. This man possessed an exceptional and rare handsomeness, undeniably the center of attention wherever he went. She recalled that night at the rooftop pool of the Tang Palace. His expression bore little difference from today, always exuding an aura of danger that kept others at bay. Yet, inexplicably, he was quite alluring. Since that night, he seemed to have frequented the Tang Palace less often, and she had not anticipated seeing him again, making this encounter a delightful surprise. She watched him depart, her hands clenched tightly, yearning for a casual glance in her direction. His cold, sharp outline swiftly cut through the crowd, casting a fleeting gaze around before abruptly retracting it. His secretary continued reporting something, and he furrowed his brow, accepting a document handed to him before entering a corner office. The previously restrained reactions among the students suddenly surged and erupted. The boy beside her began to babble excitedly. "Oh my God. He is absolutely my type. Did you see that stunning man?" he exclaimed, covering his mouth in astonishment, turning to nudge another girl as he scanned the room for affirmation. "So very dashing." Only one student was absent today. The school reported that they were gravely ill and hospitalized, while the remaining 68 students had all arrived, selected through a rigorous process. The secretary stood before the desk, detailing the situation. He leaned forward, scrutinizing the list, and indeed, one name was conspicuously missing. Only she had not come. His expression remained impassive as he tossed the list onto the desk and reclined in his chair to rest. The absent student disqualified from the interview, which would proceed as planned. The two secretaries mentioned that the HR manager and senior shareholders were currently interviewing the following evening at his uncle's birthday celebration. The entire Yuechun Manor was reserved, with over a dozen tables set for the gathering. The 4Cs gang's 15 leaders and 35 incense masters filled the space. Meng Guangxiang, now living a leisurely semi-retired life, no longer participated in the group or gang's daily decision-making, instead tending to his garden in the suburbs. Yet in his youth, he was a daring figure, respected within the gang, rivaling Dan Pa. But unlike Dan Pa, he was unrestrained by a spouse. Having lost his first wife early on, the children of his concubines were well cared for, and he was often accompanied by 3 or 4 familiar faces. Among his legitimate offspring, only Meng Jiwei remained, with a clear distinction in status and favor. The concubines were all aware of this, though whether they truly relinquished their aspirations for his affection was uncertain. During the banquet, 2 of the concubines who had borne children eagerly pushed their offspring toward Meng Guangxiang, hoping to leverage their children's charm for attention and security. Their intentions were transparent, bordering on comical. The moment the young man entered the hall, dozens of eyes turned toward him. His pants swirled like the wind, his demeanor undeniably charismatic. "Uncle, congratulations," he said. His brow furrowed, yet his lips curved in a smile as he handed his suit to a nearby assistant. "I apologize for my tardiness." The few young concubines cast him adoring glances, for he was indeed a captivating presence. Meng Guangxiong sat at the center of the main table, clad in a black Zhongshan suit. His posture straight, puffing on a cigar. "How can we commence without you, Liu? Take your seat. Everyone is awaiting your arrival." Upon his words, numerous leaders and incense masters stood to bow respectfully, calling him young master. He waved his hand lightly. "Please, everyone, sit. Today is my uncle's birthday. Do not stand on ceremony." Ong Wei settled beside Meng Guangxiong, sipping his drink when his gaze fell upon a familiar pair of eyes in a corner. A young lad was eating happily. Their eyes met momentarily, causing him to swiftly avert his gaze as if avoiding a plague. They shared a certain kinship, a fitting pair. He chuckled softly. The night air on the terrace was cool as he and the late-arriving Meng Jiwei leaned against the railing. Smoking. A young man below was pacing back and forth on a phone call. It seemed his girlfriend was unwell, his mind elsewhere. The boy, still fresh-faced, was already showing concern for a woman, behaving like a gentleman. Meng Jiwei raised an eyebrow at Ong Wei, teasingly inquiring, "And what of your last romantic endeavor? Any progress?" Ong Wei maintained his composure, the night casting a somber shadow over his features, his eyes hawkishly fixed on the figure below. His expression was neither particularly good nor bad. Meng Jiwei was unaware of the backstory, but sensed that their previous encounter was not merely coincidence. That girl was indeed quite beautiful, his sharp brows knitted together in the night. He replied nonchalantly, his tone dismissive, "What last time? I don't recall." Meng Jiwei remained silent, a smile gracing her lips. This young master almost never made headlines. It was clear to whom she was referring, yet he chose not to elaborate. And she, too, fell silent. Zhang Yaojie's voice rang out clearly in the stillness of the night, revealing that Dai Ling had been hospitalized for several days due to illness and had not attended class. He had planned to express his concern, but was instead dragged to the birthday banquet by his parents. Feeling anxious and helpless, he had to enlist a female classmate to check on her. It seemed she had awakened today, slightly disoriented, having consumed some soft food before drifting back to sleep. Tonight, he was determined to slip away early, hoping that when she opened her eyes next, it would be to find him by her side. As Zhang Yaojia entered the manor, two dark figures followed him upstairs, then turned to gaze into the distance. Wordlessly, it was evident that the absence from the scholarship interview was not a mere excuse but a genuine illness. He suddenly recalled how she had dashed from the car that night, how cold and torrential the rain had been, as if to extinguish all existence. Her clothing had been far too thin. Women, it seemed, were indeed fragile creatures. He extinguished his cigarette, leaning against the railing, his hands idly tapping along the edges, his gaze lost in the depths of the night. By the way, why haven't I seen Uncle Chen today? Meng Jiwei inquired, seemingly casual yet pointed, wishing to visit him since returning to the country. He understood her insinuation was not about his father, a faint smile playing on his lips as he discerned her intentions. "What, has your uncle confined you abroad for years, and your yearning for him has not yet faded?" Meng Jiwei gazed at the neon city below the distant mountains, a subtle chill seemingly enveloping her. She turned her back, leaning against the railing, as if to silently lament. In an instant, her thoughts were laid bare, crumbling like a defeated army. It had been over a month since her return home. Yet she had not even exchanged a glance with him, an unavoidable source of regret. Years ago, her father had resolutely sent her to America, and 7 years had slipped by like fleeting moments. The 2,000+ days and nights felt as distant as her mother's past. Chapter 27. A woman must be soft. She feigned nonchalance, flicking off the ash from her cigarette, raising her gaze to the twinkling stars at the horizon, and asked, "Where's your father? Don't be so presumptuous." He snorted, his silhouette backlit like a painting, arching an eyebrow as he candidly replied, "He's on vacation and won't be back for a while. He's not in Bangkok." Meng Jiwei maintained her composure, exhaling a sigh. "Very well. I shall visit upon his return." A beam of light pierced through, and a small boy, clad in a suit, stumbled out of the hall, his cherubic face radiating a sense of arrogant disdain. "Carry me. I want to see the moon." The child pouted, imperiously gazing up at him. It was unclear which branch of the family he belonged to, this little one, lacking in decorum. "I command you. Why are you still standing there?" His fluffy head barely reached the boy's knees, glaring defiantly, miniature like a figurine. He did not respond, his gaze drifting downward, languidly resting on the cherubic face before him, with his hands in his pockets. He stood resolutely, nonchalantly uttering, "Kid, are you tired of living?" He had never possessed much patience for children, merely thinking a swift kick would elicit tears. Meng Jiwei chuckled from the side, and the little one immediately averted his gaze towards her. "What are you laughing at? My mommy said that the Ming family will belong to me in the future, including all of you. You are all my slaves, and slaves must obey their master." The child's words were likely the result of his upbringing among women. His handsome features, obscured by smoke, turned cold as he squinted down, releasing a thin plume of smoke. The boy crossed his arms, radiating arrogance, and lifted his chin to continue issuing commands. "If you don't obey, I'll have mommy punish you." Before the little one could finish his sentence, the long legs simply curled and lifted, causing him to plop down onto the ground, immediately bursting into tears, rolling about and calling for his mommy. Ong Wei raised an eyebrow. The terrace door was suddenly flung open, revealing a splendidly dressed concubine who hurriedly emerged, followed by a maid, anxiously calling out, "Baby, what happened?" Meng Jiwei cast a glance upward, locking eyes with the woman, AC, currently the most favored among Ming Guangxiang's concubines, the daughter of the family driver, and the only one among the concubines to have borne a son. Thus always assuming a position of superiority, the newcomer was evidently a bit flustered upon encountering these two formidable figures on the terrace, her gaze instinctively dodging as the reprimands and inquiries she had prepared fell silent in her throat. "Oh dear, little master, how did you fall? Are you bleeding?" The maid, concerned, rushed forward to scoop the boy up. "It's all right. Let's go inside and let the master hold you. He'll make it better." Mommy, he kicked me." "Baby is hurt. Punish him." The child, perhaps sensing the arrival of his support, squirmed in the maid's arms like an eel, seeking to report to the woman beside him. The concubine had no choice but to embrace her son, offering apologetic smiles to both Meng Jiwei and Ong Wei. "Miss, young Master Chun, the child is just a bit unruly. I hope you won't take offense. He is still young. After saying this, she retreated with the child and the maid back into the hall. That night, Ong Wei did not drink to the end of the party, but it was nearly midnight when Uncle Chuan awaited in the car. The person in the back seat pinched the bridge of his nose, instructing him to drive to Fuguang Hospital in the city. Though Uncle Chuan was perplexed, he complied. The car parked at Fuguang Hospital, and the passenger instructed Uncle Chuan to go check on the situation first. Learning that the patient was in a regular ward, suffering from an inflammation of an old back injury that had caused a persistent fever. The fever had subsided during the day, and the person was awake, having consumed some liquid food, their condition stable. As for the person keeping vigil, naturally, they had not arrived. Upon leaving, he subtly hinted to Zheng Yaojie's father to pay closer attention to his son's studies, as reports indicated that this young master was often seen associating with questionable individuals at night. As an elder, he felt the need for concern. Zheng Bo, having rarely had the chance to converse personally with the Qin family, nodded repeatedly, assuring that he would indeed keep a close watch and expressing gratitude for the guidance. The public hospital at midnight was dimly lit except for the corridors in the emergency room. The few nurses on duty, upon seeing the tall figure striding by with purpose, were instantly invigorated, awakening their drowsy colleagues to share in the delightful view, several pairs of admiring eyes following him as he turned the corner into the ward. The room, permeated with the scent of disinfectant, contained 4 beds, 3 of which were unoccupied. On the single bed by the window lay a frail figure curled up. The bedside lamp cast a soft glow, revealing her pale, delicate face. Her breathing was steady, though her brow was furrowed, as if she were grinding her teeth in her dreams. He stepped into the room, the curtains swaying gently, halting at her bedside. Long fingers reached for her medical record, flipping through its pages, noting that the wind-cold ailment seemed to have subsided. Yet, the inflammation in her back remained a concern, causing him to furrow his brow. That night, Uncle Chuan drove Ong Wei back to Hailu Manor. His phone rang several times before he received permission to answer. Speaking softly on the call, it was merely his wife expressing concern for his late return home, reminding him to be safe. Uncle Chuan hung up, his face beaming with happiness. In the darkness, the man rested with his eyes closed, lazily breaking the silence after a while. "When did you start a family?" Uncle Chuan replied with a smile. "It's been 7 years. I'm married late. Met my current wife in my 40s. Now, with a son and a daughter, life is stable and happy. I am content." The young master, known for his reserved nature, had driven for him for 2 years, and their conversations were scarce. Uncle Chuan, usually talkative, sensed the flicker of affection in the young man's demeanor towards the girl at the hospital and offered some advice. "Young master, I don't mean to meddle, but this woman is different from others. You must approach her gently. You cannot force her. If her heart ever sways towards you, she will be willing." The young man lifted his gaze, grunting in response. "Then tell me, how many of the women around my second uncle are genuine, and how many are merely pretending?" Indeed, for individuals of their status, where was there any true emotion? Their circumstances were inherently different from those of ordinary people. Uncle Chuan was momentarily at a loss for words, opting instead to shift the topic. "The second master is different. His first wife passed away early. Look at how harmonious the master and mistress have been for over 20 years. To me, it ultimately depends on the person. In the rearview mirror, the young man's smile lingered, yet he remained silent. Dai Ling spent a week in the hospital before being discharged, accompanied by a teacher from her department to handle the paperwork. Several nurses, upon seeing her, could hardly contain their smiles, leaving her puzzled as she could only respond with a smile in return. Upon arriving at school, Zhang Yaojia blocked her path in the corridor. "Dai Ling, I heard from the teacher that you were ill. Are you feeling all right?" Dai Ling forced a smile. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Chapter 28. Playing with men is like playing with dogs. After saying this, she attempted to bypass him, but Zhang Yaojia quickly obstructed her again. "Dai Ling, please don't ignore me. I was drunk that night. I'm sorry." The implication of his words could easily lead to misunderstandings. As if something had transpired between them, Dai Ling glanced around, urging him to lower his voice, and they retreated to an empty stairwell. Dai Ling sought to clarify. "Zhang Yaojia, let me be direct that I do not like you. It doesn't matter whether your feelings for me are genuine or merely a bet. I have no interest in you. Plain and simple. That I believe we can be friends, but if you don't wish for that, then we needn't bother." Zhang Yaojia was taken aback by her bluntness. He was somewhat handsome and came from a respectable family, struggling to comprehend why she was so forthright, giving him no opportunity whatsoever. "Can you give me a reason?" He looked at her, the tiniest shred of dignity as a wealthy heir dissipating in her presence. "Do you have a boyfriend?" He concluded that the only possibility was that she liked someone else. She shook her head, her demeanor as cold as I see. My relationship status is none of your concern. My words end here. Please do not pursue me any further. Pursue? Dai Ling's indifference ignited the embers of Zhang Yaojia's pride and competitive spirit. Nearly boiling over, he felt as though he had been reduced to a mere sycophant, having never experienced such humiliation in his life. As she attempted to walk away, Zhang Yaojia blocked her once more, pulling her into a struggle. "That I won't give up on pursuing you." Dai Ling, like uttering a vow, believing oneself to be quite cool, yet exhibiting utmost immaturity. Dai Ling swiftly freed herself from his grasp and fled. She had encountered clingy individuals before, but never one as persistently attached as this. At noon, the instructor summoned Dai Ling to the office, informing her that due to her recent illness, she had missed the interview for the scholarship recommended by the school. However, the institution had taken the liberty to explain her absence, and thus she was granted the opportunity to retake the interview. The exclusive interview set for her alone would take place in just 2 days. As Dai Ling accepted the documents handed to her by the instructor, her heart raced with anxiety. The scholarship from C High Group was a strategic step toward getting closer to Ong Wei. Yet she found herself uncertain whether this development was connected to his decisions. Perhaps it was merely coincidental, a product of her overthinking, coupled with a stroke of good fortune. The affairs within the group were intricate. How could every matter possibly pass through his hands? Moreover, the daily operations of C High Group were managed under Dan Pa's oversight. Resolving not to dwell on such thoughts, she acknowledged that any financial support would alleviate her economic pressures considerably, which was certainly a positive outcome. That evening, the school club organized a gathering. Dai Ling initially hesitated to attend, but unable to resist the invitations from a few familiar classmates from the swordsmanship group, she reluctantly decided to go. The Iceblade Bar in Nanqing was a vast venue filled with vibrant lights and a throng of people, the atmosphere chaotic and boisterous as men and women indulged in drinks and dice games. Having just recovered from her illness, Dai Ling opted for soft drinks, scanning her surroundings to distract herself. During a moment of respite, she navigated through the bustling crowd, seeking an exit to step outside for a breath of fresh air. In the spacious corridor, she caught sight of a tall, familiar figure approaching her. Instinctively, she wanted to evade, but having already reached the doorway, retreat was not an option. "Young Master Wei, my apologies for not greeting you properly. Tonight, We have reserved the finest private room for you. Allow me to escort you there," a manager-like individual announced as he welcomed the man inside, the deafening sounds of the bar engulfing her ears. Fate had cruelly intertwined their paths. Ong Wei entered, flanked by a few young bodyguards. He casually removed his trench coat, which the manager promptly took from him. "Bring 2 bottles of the Japanese sake that Mr. Su Chong enjoys, and ensure it is warmed in advance." His deep and resonant voice pierced through the din, rendering her momentarily paralyzed, instinctively retreating against the wall, concealing the cigarette she held behind her back. He brushed past her as if he had never seen her, maintaining an air of calm indifference, as if they were strangers. The faint scent of sandalwood and tobacco lingered in the air as he passed, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. She had forgotten that this bar was also part of the Chin family's enterprises. Upon returning from her smoke break, she felt a surge of clarity, regardless of whether he had noticed her. His detached demeanor had sobered her. It had been quite some time since they last crossed paths, and their last encounter had extinguished his desires with a chilling finality, leaving their relationship in disarray. With him claiming he would no longer harbor feelings for her. Sister Hua had once advised that playing with men was akin to playing with dogs. One mustn't tire them out, but rather offer a treat at the right moment, maintaining a delicate balance to keep them at one's heels. Ong Wei was no ordinary man. She could not ascertain whether he would fall for such tactics. She was not a paragon of beauty, nor was she someone indispensable. Yet, in the game of seduction, as long as one had not yet succeeded, one could still gamble. The longer the game persisted, the higher the stakes became, making it worth a shot. If she wished to infiltrate the Chin family, she had to make Ong Wei willingly keep her close, regardless of the authenticity of his feelings. She needed to make him fall for her. At the very least, she must ensure he became physically reliant on her, rather than merely using her for a fleeting encounter. This was her only bargaining chip, and she had to leverage it to the fullest extent. Otherwise, it would be an unwise investment. She sipped her drink, attentively observing the ebb and flow of patrons within the venue, searching for an opportunity. A few girls from the dance club arrived late, and the crowd parted to create space for them to sit. The leader of the group, Polani, was someone she recognized from her class. Polani clearly spotted her as well. Upon settling in, she pretended to greet Dai Ling with feigned enthusiasm. Well, if it isn't you, Dai Ling. I never expected our ice queen to make an appearance today. How rare." Dai Ling slightly curled her lips, not genuinely inclined to engage with her. She held Polani in low regard, perceiving her as merely an ordinary girl who enjoyed forming cliques. Such individuals were familiar to her from her previous studies in Hong Kong, so Polani's tactics were nothing new, just another pretty girl harboring animosity towards another. However, the recent commotion surrounding Zheng Yaojie pursuing her had stirred the pot, and Dai Ling had learned from friends in the swordsmanship group that Polani had once chased Zheng without success. This development left Dai Ling with no choice but to become Polani's imagined rival. The school's social circles were exceedingly small, and she found it quite vexing. Noticing Dai Ling's silence, Polani raised a glass, deliberately speaking loudly to the girls beside her. "Let me introduce you all to our class's flower, Dai Ling, a Macanese beauty. Isn't she stunning? She has quite the reputation for reeling in wealthy suitors, never wasting her looks. She hardly associates with us ordinary folks. You girls are lucky to have her here today." The bar was bustling, the music loud, yet Polani's words pierced through the noise, drawing the attention of their classmates, who exchanged glances but dared not interject, each focusing on their drinks. Dai Ling pinched her earlobe, stifling a laugh, eager to see how far Polani would take her performance. Polani, emboldened, continued to provoke. "I heard you still work as a hostess at a nightclub. How's the fishing for wealthy patrons going? I bet your monthly income is quite impressive. Why not treat us all today, showing some generosity to us poor students? Let's drink. Once everyone's here, we can play some games," interjected a familiar classmate from the swordsmanship group, attempting to steer the conversation away. Everyone in school knew some of the gossip. Polani was the daughter of a wealthy family, rumored to have an impressive background, and naturally, no one dared to offend her. Dai Ling patiently let her speak, her gaze lingering with interest on Polani's face, calmly responding, "Miss Polani, it is said that your family is quite affluent, a true heiress. I wonder what others say about you behind your back. Shall I enlighten you?" The surrounding classmates widened their eyes in apprehension, the tension in the air palpable, urging them to escape. Polani scoffed, "Go ahead. Enlighten me." Dai Ling possessed a keen sense of the situation and was unperturbed. An eye for an eye was her guiding principle. "Your father is the hidden magnate behind Wanchao Shipping, his business thriving. And many envy your privileged upbringing, correct? She surveyed the crowd, seeking validation, and her classmates awkwardly affirmed, yes, yes, who wouldn't envy a wealthy family? Polani crossed her arms, smirking, you seem to know quite a bit. Are you insinuating that I leverage my affluent status to bully you? I am merely stating facts. Therefore, I don't believe I've offended you. Being wealthy is not a sin. So what is it that you want to say? Dai Ling chuckled softly, closing her eyes momentarily before opening them again. Placing her drink on the table, don't rush. Allow me to recount the rumors in their entirety. However, your mother is merely one of your father's many lovers, and she hails from the lowest of backgrounds, a former dancer who seduced men for a living. Because you are a girl and your father has over a dozen children, despite your mother's advantages, you still fail to garner your biological father's attention. You have long held on to the identity of a wealthy heiress. Yet deep down, you know you are simply an unacknowledged, illegitimate child, unable to claim any substantial inheritance, relying on a modest monthly allowance sent to you and your mother. The people around them gasped. The revelation of such school gossip being laid bare in front of the very person it concerned was more than shocking. You're talking nonsense. Polani, clearly enraged, stood up abruptly, attempting to interrupt her. She hurled her glass to the ground, shattering it into pieces, rendering the nearby classmates silent. Dai Ling, you truly have no shame. I merely stated a few truths about you, and you twisted into something else. How utterly pathetic. Dai Ling shrugged nonchalantly. This has nothing to do with me. I merely relayed what is common knowledge at school. If it were untrue, why such a strong reaction? With your wealth, why not flaunt it? Why must you make life difficult for a poor girl like me? Polani, seething with rage, lunged at her, splashing a glass of red wine onto Dai Ling's white dress, ready to retaliate. Yet, Dai Ling swiftly grasped her wrist. Slowly rising from her seat and pointing a finger at Polani, smiling at the surrounding classmates. Seems like the rumors hold some truth. You wouldn't really be an illegitimate child, would you? Polani's face drained of color as her friends from the dance club rushed to her aid. That filthy woman, I've disliked you for quite some time. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Don't anyone interfere. Sisters, come help me. Several women, displaying considerable strength, disregarded the attempts of a few classmates from the swordsmanship club to intervene. Forcibly yanking Dai Ling by her hair and dragging her out of the bar's pool area, they pulled her into an adjacent, deserted storage room. In the secluded corner, they slammed the door shut, preparing to unleash their wrath upon her. This scene evoked haunting memories of her nightmarish days in Hong Kong. After Yu Ming's passing, she was taken in by an orphanage, relocating from Macau to Hong Kong. Due to her unique background, she was ostracized and bullied at school, enduring slaps, hair-pulling, and being thrown against walls as commonplace occurrences. Although she retaliated, her solitary stance was no match for the collective brutality inflicted upon her. To maintain a pristine record for her overseas endeavors and uphold the FAAD of a model student, she endured everything until her departure from Hong Kong, but on graduation day, she hired a few after finishing her words. The secretary nodded slightly and then bowed gently as she retreated. For reasons unknown, despite the barrier of the door, she felt a vague sense of anticipation within her. Hesitating at the entrance, she was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Having mentally prepared herself, yet, she summoned her courage and lightly tapped twice with her curled, scallion-white index finger. A low, resonant voice emanated from within the room, causing her breath to quiver as if she had inhaled a sudden chill. As if the outcome had been anticipated, the weight in her heart finally eased, the shiver calming her nerves instead. With delicate fingers, she pushed open the door, bowed politely, and looked up. The large executive chair in the room turned, and she squinted to see clearly. Indeed, it was the man seated there. He faced away from the floor-to-ceiling window, illuminated by the backlight, his tall and elegant figure resembling jade. The exquisitely tailored black suit fit him perfectly, and his finely chiseled features exuded an air of both nobility and mischief, each complementing the other. He was engrossed in a document, his expression calm, raising his eyes to invite her to take a seat. It was only then that Dai Ling stepped forward, suppressing the tumult in her heart. Meeting his gaze, his dark brows were slightly arched, as if her arrival did not surprise him, quickly returning his focus to the papers before him. Strangely, the overwhelming masculine aura he exuded pierced through her senses, reminiscent of that fateful night, making her feel acutely uncomfortable. Taking 2 steps closer, she placed the paper bag containing his suit jacket on his desk, calmly uttering, "Thank you. I have cleaned it for you." Before settling into the chair prepared in front of his desk, "It's good to see you again. I hope you've been well," he began nonchalantly, his eyes not meeting hers. Proceeding with the formalities, "Please introduce yourself." She pressed her lips together, maintaining a blank expression as she addressed him. "I am Daling, a first-year student at Chulalongkorn University, from Macau, China, and I am 18 years old this year." The man listened with his brows furrowed and gaze steady, his expression betraying no emotion. "Your grades are commendable, satisfactory even, so there is no need for further elaboration. Tell me about your family, if you will." He tossed the resume onto the desk, leaning back in his chair, his focus entirely on her, his voice husky and drifting like the wind. Sitting across from him, the light cast her reflection in his elongated eyes. Scrutinizing, appraising, perhaps even admiring, she could not discern his expression, nor the true emotions and intentions hidden beneath the illusion. Chapter 31. High Lake Manor My family. There isn't much to tell. You may not find it particularly interesting. She replied coldly. He smiled lightly. "If you don't share, how can I know whether I am interested?" She paused for 2 seconds before responding, her fair skin devoid of color, still recovering from her illness. "Appearing quite frail. That I have no father, and my mother passed away early. I grew up in an orphanage. After graduating from high school, I applied to Chulalongkorn University, hence my presence here to study." She hesitated, returning his gaze with indifference. "As you can see, I have no relatives, so naturally, I have little to share about my family. Is that clear?" Her voice, like mist, was cold and clear, her hands tightly gripping her knees as she looked at the striking man before her. Although she was still quite young, she felt almost unencumbered in this world, and it was the truth. The man's expression was inscrutable as he regarded her, his eyes deep and restrained. "Then why have you come to Thailand and chosen this university?" Daling's gaze remained steady. Lying had become second nature to her. "I admire Thai culture. In what aspect?" he probed. She rambled about the bazaar, ladyboys, rental wives, Buddhism, mummies. "I study the unique cultural characteristics in my university." "Quite intriguing." "You flatter me," she replied. His gaze was nonchalant. Perhaps he nodded, or perhaps he did not. Changing the subject, "Can you cook? Perhaps some home-style Cantonese dishes?" It was an unexpected question, but he was always rather enigmatic. She answered, "Of course, I've been cooking since I was young. No family." "Then you must have cooked for yourself from a young age," she thought. Unsure of his ulterior motives, he listened in silence. Then after a moment, lowered his gaze, pulling out a cigarette case. Glancing at her, "Do you mind?" She understood and shook her head slightly. He took out a cigarette, placing it between his lips, his large hand cupping the flame to light it. His brow slightly raised, exuding an incredibly masculine allure that could leave women spellbound. The scent of smoke surrounding him was unlike that of ordinary men, tinged with a faint sandalwood aroma. In truth, it was not unpleasant, even memorable. Perhaps feeling constrained, he unclasped the button on his chest, stood up, and turned his back to her, exhaling smoke toward the floor-to-ceiling window. The scholarship spots from the Seahigh group were all allocated during the last group interview. "So your interview today is rather inconsequential." After stating this, he turned back to her, walking closer, his voice laced with nicotine. Ultimately, he crossed his legs at the desk, leaning back, looking down at her with a commanding and charming demeanor. "Miss Daling, I'm afraid you are not qualified." It felt like a pronouncement of her fate, tinged with mockery. She lowered her head, sensing her ice-cold fingers, brushing back her hair from her ear, realizing this was indeed a futile humiliation. She smiled, looking up. "All right. Thank you, I understand." With that, she rose gracefully, bowed to him, and turned to leave. The man called after her, "The scholarship spots are gone, but I have a part-time job available. My family's villa needs someone to cook. It would be on weekday evenings and weekends. I occasionally return home for dinner. The pay is 200,000 a month. Will you accept?" He continued smoking, his handsome features slightly arched, his intentions unmistakable. They both understood that he seemed not to take his previous words seriously. She turned her back to him, managing a faint smile. The atmosphere grew quiet. Her footsteps paused at the door, her mind racing to reconsider his previous offer, wondering if it were a dream. During her hospitalization, there had been a night when she vaguely saw a dark shadow standing by the window, the curtain brushing against his chiseled profile, sending chills down her spine, causing her to break into a cold sweat. The next day, she asked the nurse, and aside from her teachers from school, no one else had come to see her. Suddenly, she chuckled softly, realizing she had merely frightened herself with a dream. This opportunity was one she had gambled for, and she was determined to seize it as if to assuage her concerns. He added, There are no outsiders at home. It's just me living there. With a housekeeper handling daily chores, you would only need to cook that if you accept. Just say so. If not, you may leave. That he did not press her, leaning against the desk, frowning as he smoked, his thin lips curling in disdain. She turned around, eyeing the man engrossed in his smoking. Without a hint of hesitation, I accept. The following evening, she took the subway to the vicinity of High Lake Manor, since his house was at the far end by the lake. It would take over 20 minutes to walk from the subway station if she did not take a taxi. Due to her back injury, the doctor had advised her against standing or moving for long periods. So she had no choice but to hail a cab from the roadside. In less than a minute, a black sedan came to a gentle stop beside her, the front window rolling down to reveal a middle-aged man. "Miss Daling, right? I am the driver for young Master Awe. He instructed me to wait for you at the school gate. But when I arrived, you had already left. I thought I might meet you here at the main entrance." The man appeared friendly, smiling. "Traffic is quite inconvenient here. I will pick you up from school in the future. You need not come alone. Please, get in." Daling smiled at him, replied affirmatively, and opened the door to take a seat. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived steadily at the secluded High Lake Manor by the lake. Behind a massive, intricately carved door stood a sizable 2-story villa, brightly lit against the twilight, with towering palm trees lining the perimeter. A truly impressive and tranquil luxury residence. Uncle Bo made a phone call, and the iron gate slowly opened from within. They passed through a corridor adorned with fountains and a vast garden. The car stopping smoothly under the villa's archway, where a middle-aged woman awaited at the front door, still wearing an apron. Uncle Bo lowered the car window and greeted the woman, clearly familiar with her. "Sister Wong, I have brought her." The woman smiled and nodded, peering into the dark-tinted window. Uncle Bo exited the car, circling to the back seat to open the door for Daling. She extended her leg to step out. Surveying her surroundings, Sister Wang's gentle and smiling demeanor greeted her. "It's not too far, but the school is still quite a distance, isn't it?" "Indeed, it's not very close, as it is 2 districts away. And transportation is rather inconvenient," she replied. The woman was very polite, stepping forward to help her with her bag, but Daling instinctively guarded it, insisting she would handle it herself. Uncle Bo completed his task, mentioning he still had to pick up young Master, urging them to prepare, as they would be having dinner at home tonight. Sister Wang smiled and nodded in agreement. Upon entering through the main door, Sister Wang meticulously handed her a pair of slippers. As she changed her shoes, she cautiously surveyed the living room, which was decorated in a minimalist Italian style, featuring a sunken structure, the spacious area unified in tones of black, white, and gray, mirroring the man himself. Cold and unfeeling, devoid of warmth, Sister Wing stood nearby, her eyes crinkling with a smile, and once Daling had finished changing, she initiated a conversation in Chinese. "Where are you from?" "Young lady," perhaps aiming to foster a connection, but Sister Wing's Chinese bore an accent, clearly indicating she had lived abroad for too long. Nonetheless, the meaning was largely intact. To her surprise, Daling replied, "Macau. Are you also Chinese?" Sister Wang, Chapter 32. Come to the front seat. As for me, my ancestral home is a small village in Chaozhou, Guangdong. In my middle school years, I moved to Vietnam with my parents, and since then, I have been working for the Nguyen family. I'm married into Thailand, and it has been decades now. My Mandarin has become rather rusty. Originally, I was close to Miss Nguyen, and upon hearing this, Dai Ling felt a sudden jolt of surprise, accompanied by a heightened sense of caution. Sister Wing chatted amiably, while leading her to put away her belongings, and subsequently guided her to the kitchen. The house was significantly larger than it appeared from the outside, and after winding through several corridors, she found herself utterly lost. The kitchen featured an open design, seamlessly connected to the dining area outside. Sister Wing mentioned that the young master had called earlier, requesting some Chinese dishes to be prepared promptly. Engaging in a few casual conversations, Dai Ling soon realized that Sister Wang was easygoing and devoid of ulterior motives, which eased her initial defenses. After the young master returned to the country, I moved here to take care of him. For the past 2 years, I've been here almost alone. Now, it's wonderful to finally have someone to keep me company. I am so delighted, Sister Wang said while fetching an apron for her and tying it around her waist from behind. Sister Wang, does young Master Ongwei usually reside here, alone? Dai Ling inquired, washing vegetables in her hands while subtly probing for information. Sister Wang nodded. Indeed, the young master grew up abroad, accustomed to solitude and tranquility. However, he seldom returns home. He is quite busy, just like the old master. With numerous business dealings, people of their standing rarely find time to spare. As they finished preparing a table of dishes, the faint sound of a car engine turning off could be heard from outside. Sister Wang exclaimed, "The young master has returned. I could tell by the sound of the engine. He is quite early today." With that, she hurried out of the kitchen to prepare slippers at the entrance. The man appeared somewhat weary, donning the formal attire he had worn to an event, as he slipped into the slippers handed to him by Sister Wang. He tilted his neck slightly, loosening his tie, revealing a side of him that was surprisingly relatable. This distinguished individual, upon returning home, seemed burdened and eager to shed all constraints. Indistinguishable from an ordinary person, he removed his suit jacket and handed it to Sister Wang. Casting a glance at the figure standing in the corner before averting his gaze, loosening his belt, and stepping into the spacious hall, collapsing onto the sofa. "Give me a glass of water," he murmured, stretching his neck to relax. Sister Wang, clutching the suit, made her way deeper inside, calling out. Coming right up, she gestured to Dai Ling, signaling her to assist, perhaps sensing the subtle atmosphere between the two. Sister Wang aimed to create an opportunity for conversation. Sister Wang is quite perceptive, Dai Ling thought. Understanding the cue, Dai Ling fetched a glass of water from the dining area and presented it to him. "Here is the water you requested." There was no formality in their exchange. Though it felt slightly peculiar, it was preferable to addressing him as young master, which made her feel inferior, something she was reluctant to accept. Without a hint of hesitation, he took the water from her hand and drank it in one go, returning the empty glass without raising his gaze. Ong Wei dined alone in the dining room, and Sister Wang discreetly inquired about the food prepared by the young lady. He wiped his mouth, casually lit a cigarette, and commented, "The salt was a bit too much. Tell her to use less next time." Sister Wang glanced down at the 4 dishes. 3 were made by Dai Ling, and 1 by her. He had precisely finished the 3 dishes without leaving a trace, while only half a chopstick's worth of the oyster sauce kale that Dai Ling had prepared remained untouched. Sister Wang chuckled softly. "Yes, just being stubborn." She glanced back at the kitchen and remarked quietly, "Young master, this Dai Ling girl possesses a lovely appearance and a gentle demeanor. She seems quite easy to get along with." He cast a sidelong glance and chuckled lightly. That evening, neither of them exchanged any words. After finishing his meal, Ong Wei went upstairs to wash up and rest, while Dai Ling helped Sister Wang tidy up the kitchen before taking Uncle Chuan's car back home. She mused that perhaps Ong Wei had indeed brought her here merely to cook, as she had just tasted Sister Wang's cooking, which was far from commendable. The next day, while waiting for Uncle Chuan at the entrance, Yerua approached her from behind, clutching a book. "Dai Ling, thank you for covering for me last time," she said. Dai Ling nodded, glancing at the black sedan slowly approaching in the distance, eager to end the conversation quickly. "It's nothing. I have something to attend to, waiting for someone. You should go ahead." The luxurious car, a gleaming top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce, was unmistakable to Yerua. "Miss Dai Ling, sorry to keep you waiting," Uncle Chuan said as he parked the car smoothly in front of them. Causing Yerua to express a look of surprise, Dai Ling maintained her composure, realizing she had no choice but to face the situation calmly. She waved at Yerua. "Yerua, see you next time. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." With that, she slipped into the car, disappearing into the bustling flow of traffic. Yerua stood there, watching the car vanish from sight, clearly baffled. Despite both being impoverished international students who had once taken on part-time jobs in less than reputable establishments to make ends meet, Dai Ling's current situation was evidently on a different level, far more sophisticated than Yerua had anticipated. That evening was a Friday, and the traffic was heavier than usual. Halfway through, Uncle Chuan received a phone call. His expression turned grave as he responded affirmatively. He made a U-turn through the congested streets, explaining, "Miss Dai Ling, I apologize, but the young master has urgent business and needs the card. We must turn back to pick him up." What else could she say? She simply nodded in agreement. 30 minutes later, the car came to a halt in the parking lot of a grand building on the outskirts. Outside the dark-tinted windows, several henchmen gathered around, led by Kunda. But the young master was nowhere to be seen. Uncle Chuan rolled down the window, and Kunda leaned in to converse with him. "Uncle Chuan, we're heading out of the city to Hua Hin tonight. Bring the gear. You'll drive the young master, and we'll follow behind in our cars." Uncle Chuan understood that this was likely not a favorable situation, but refrained from asking too many questions. Simply acknowledging the instruction. As they spoke, the young master emerged from the entrance, his presence commanding, with an air of elegance. Upon seeing him, Uncle Chuan immediately exited the vehicle, approaching him to say softly, "Young master, I thought we were bringing you home. By the way, I've brought Miss Dailing along. She is still in the car. Should we drop her off first?" Kunda paused momentarily at the mention of her name before swiftly comprehending the situation. Giving a knowing glance towards the car, the young master took a package handed to him by one of his subordinates, furrowing his brow as he cast a glance through the darkened rear window. In the dim light, he caught sight of her fox-like eyes meeting his gaze, a subtle, almost mischievous smile appearing on his lips. "Uncle Chuan, you have family to care for. You'd better not go tonight. The journey is long and might take longer than expected, but I'll take care of them. Leave the car here, and you can take a cab back later," he instructed. Uncle Chuan nodded in agreement, pondering how to arrange for the person in the car. Subsequently, Ong Wei allocated a few of his men, ultimately deciding on 3 vehicles, with Ong Wei personally driving one of them. As he entered the car, he casually tossed a large black bag into the back seat. Startling Dai Ling, he turned to her, his voice low yet commanding. "Come to the front seat." Chapter 33. Is it that scary? She had assumed he would at least drop her off at home first. So she said nothing and exited the car. The young henchmen outside were watching her with amused expressions, one of them even whistling and teasing Ong Wei. "Boss, you really brought along a burden." "Huh?" Dai Ling slid into the passenger seat, while the others climbed into the back of a different vehicle, leaving only Uncle Chuan behind to watch them depart. At that moment, it dawned on her that he had no intention of taking her home. Uncertain of what would unfold next, she felt apprehensive and ventured, "If you don't need me to cook at the manor tonight, could you possibly drop me off at home?" Her tone carried an air of politeness. He lit a cigarette, steering the car with one hand. "I have some matters to attend to. It won't take long." His words contradicted what he had mentioned to Uncle Chuan about the uncertain duration of the journey. She cast a sidelong glance, smiling lightly, willing to indulge him for a while. After making that remark, the car exited the grand building and began driving in the opposite direction of the city. Gradually enveloped by darkness, he finally turned to glance at her. In Thailand, where the cool season had just passed, the night breeze felt slightly chilly. As they distanced themselves from the city, the surroundings became pitch black. Yet the stars in the sky shone even brighter, making the night quite beautiful. Observing her gaze lifted to the stars, Ong Wei opened the sunroof a crack, allowing the cool breeze to flow in, alleviating the heaviness of the night. With one arm casually draped out of the open window, he drove with an air of leisure. His profile appeared refined and cool, his thin lips sharp as he rubbed his brow, seemingly attempting to ease his fatigue. She found that as long as he wasn't in a fierce mood, he seemed rather normal, not as intimidating as she had initially thought. Dai Ling clutched the seatbelt tightly, turning her face away from him as they traveled in silence. After an indeterminate amount of time, she began to feel cold, instinctively curling up slightly. Sensing her discomfort, he closed the sunroof and windows. Before long, she noticed the warmth gradually enveloping her from the seat. Realizing that her every move was under his watchful control, the convoy consisted of 3 vehicles, with 2 military-grade SUVs escorting the sleek black Rolls-Royce at the center. Creating a formidable presence, she overheard that their destination was Hua Hin, a resort city favored by the Thai royal family, located 200 kilometers from Bangkok, renowned for its breathtaking scenery. She remained puzzled about the purpose of their journey. The internal intercom crackled to life, and Kunda's voice came through. "Young master, we will be turning into a canyon in 500 meters and will need to traverse a stretch of mountain road through the forest. This route isn't short. Please exercise caution along the way." He bore a slight weariness between his brow, half closing his eyes as he scratched at his hair, uttering a sound of contemplation before inquiring. "How far is it to Hua Hin?" The response came from the other end. 80 kilometers more. We're getting closer." "How many people are there?" He yawned. "Over 30, and the captain of Hua Hin has sent over 20 more. That rascal Wasa is probably being toyed with by the brothers now." Kunda chuckled lightly. The man turned his gaze forward, as if speaking of a small kitten, his tone airy. "Before I arrive, don't kill anyone." "Understood." The gentlemen in the vehicle were engaged in playful banter, utterly frivolous. Dai Ling listened intently, sensing she had unwittingly become embroiled in his perilous game. His journey to Hua Hin seemed aimed at dealing with someone. The vicious term "kill" jolted her drowsy body awake. Her insides instantly alert that a wave of acidity surged in her nose, and unable to resist, she sneezed. She had yet to fully recover from a cold she had caught a few days prior. Still feeling a touch unwell, and sniffled twice. Ong Wei cast a casual glance at her, his long arm reaching beneath her knee, causing her leg to instinctively shift aside. That he frowned, opened the drawer, and surprisingly pulled out a pack of tissues. Tossing it to her, "Don't mess up the car. The trash bin is ahead. Find it yourself." His tone dripped with disdain, a sign of his spirit returning, prompting her to unconsciously pout. The vehicle began to navigate into a shadowy expanse. Presumably wary of ambushes along the route, hence they avoided the highway altogether. The mountainous roads from Bangkok to Hua Hin were few, making it difficult to conceal bodies, but this canyon ahead was an unavoidable peril. Boasting the highest danger quotient, shadows of trees danced beneath the moonlight. As they entered the forest, the surroundings fading into obscurity, guided solely by the narrow beams of 6 headlights from 3 vehicles. In the midst of this boundless silence, after traveling approximately 2 kilometers, a series of muffled sounds suddenly shattered the night. "Gunfire. Master, it's bad. There's an ambush, damn it," Kunda shouted. "Brothers, grab your weapons, let's go." The car jolted for a moment before regaining its composure. The occupant within the vehicle stiffened, gripping the steering wheel tightly, and turned to glance in the rearview mirror. "Get the bag from the back to me, quickly." Daling instinctively curled up, her breath quickening as she realized the man was addressing her. Struggling to unbuckle her seatbelt and shift to retrieve the large bag, the cold metal brushed against her thigh, causing her to flinch. Following the gunfire, the once tranquil road was suddenly filled with the sounds of several vehicles speeding. The sharp screech of tires against pavement heightening the tension. Ong Wei swiftly chambered around, seemingly unfazed by such scenes, rather exhilarated, a faint smile gracing his lips as he glanced at her. "Are you afraid?" She nodded affirmatively. "If you're scared, why not lie down and wait for someone to blow your head off?" His expression abruptly shifted to one of cold severity as he regarded her. Outside the window, the sounds of a gunfight erupted. Evidently Kunda and his men had begun to retaliate, bullets whizzing past the car window. For the first time in her life, Daling confronted a gun battle. Feeling utterly paralyzed, a loud bang resonated as the rear window of their vehicle was struck, clearly hit. Daling glanced back, noting that the glass appeared to be bulletproof, the bullet only leaving a crack without penetrating. Following that, several bullets struck the side mirrors and other areas, the car weaving precariously along the mountain road, Ong Wei evidently pressing the accelerator to the floor. Daling lay motionless in the gap between the seats. Swaying with the vehicle, her gaze fixed on him as he leaned out the window, firing several shots backward, then reloading. "They have 4 cars surrounding us, Master, just a few more turns ahead. We can shake them off after the last waterfall." Kunda's voice remained remarkably calm amidst the gunfire. With one hand on the gun, he steadied the steering wheel, raising his head to scrutinize the rearview mirror, sensing an unfavorable situation. "Call for reinforcements from Hua Hin." "Understood," came the reply. "Who do we have visual on?" Veins bulged on his neck, his eyes clouded. Kunda responded, "Not entirely clear yet, but it doesn't resemble Siam's tactics." He smirked with narrowed eyes. "Interesting." After rounding a hill, it seemed they had successfully evaded the 2 pursuing vehicles and paused for a brief moment. Ong Wei took the opportunity to glance down at her, furrowing his brow before relaxing slightly. With a hint of mockery, "Scared to the point of grabbing my legs so tightly?" Chapter 34. Is there something going on? In such a dire situation, he still managed to smile. Daling realized she had been clutching his calf tightly, oblivious to when it had happened. Embarrassed, she quickly released her grip. The winding mountain road caused the vehicle to sway left and right, making it difficult for her to maintain her balance, leaving her with little to grasp. A minute passed, and just as she thought the battle had calmed, several vehicles suddenly burst forth from the jungle at the next turn. They swiftly integrated into the roadway, and at that moment, the 2 vehicles from behind also caught up. Forming a pincer movement, he raised his gun hand, scratching his temple with the barrel, a terrifying aura of murderous intent radiating from his eyes as he growled in a low voice. "Kunda, grab your weapons and exterminate this swarm of flies." Upon finishing, he sensed the dark, trembling gaze beneath his knee, displaying a hint of impatience as he tossed his jacket over her, commanding softly, "Get down." "Don't move." Daling averted her gaze, enveloped beneath the jacket. Feeling lightheaded as the vehicle took a sharp, forceful turn, gunfire erupted mercilessly. 2 rugged SUVs escorted a black Rolls-Royce, successfully maneuvering past several vehicles ahead, followed by the sound of what seemed like a series of collisions from the vehicles behind, creating a heavy, resounding noise. She heard him emit a soft chuckle, but within mere seconds, a heavy thud reverberated, causing their vehicle to jolt violently. spiraling out of control that he muttered a curse. Fuck. It was evident that a tire had been shot out, their speed diminishing till he leaned out to shoot, his anger reaching a boiling point. Master, there are more ambushers than expected, but I'll clear the way. You stick close to me. Kunda remained remarkably composed, accustomed to such chaos. If the leaders faltered, what would become of their subordinates? No sooner had he spoken. She heard him emit a deep, heavy grunt as his body was forcefully thrust back into the vehicle. Through the gap in her clothing, she saw the veins on his forehead bulging, his left shirt soaked in dark crimson. Fear gripped her, and she covered her mouth, gasping softly, "He has been shot. Master, are you all right?" The other end shouted, "Damn your grandmother's leg." Outside, the sound of submachine gun fire erupted, mingling with Kunda's furious roar. The man kept one hand steady on the steering wheel, preventing the vehicle from veering too wildly, as he pulled the trigger twice toward the window, seemingly out of ammunition. This ambush had taken them by surprise. Clearly, their supplies were insufficient. As he grunted, tossing the gun into the back seat, sweat began to bead on his forehead, his brow furrowing as the thick scent of blood filled the car, which was rapidly losing control. The outline of the damaged tire distorted under the high-speed movement, gradually creating distance between them and Kunda's vehicle. The ambushing cars on either side surged forward, relentlessly colliding with them. He clung to the steering wheel, desperately trying to maintain balance, a faint smile creeping onto his pale lips. She felt his legs trembling slightly beside her, and looking up, she noticed he had found a cigarette from somewhere, holding it between his lips. Unlit, his complexion pale, brow furrowed. Their eyes met at that moment, devoid of any expression. "Are you okay?" Daling's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her gaze locked on him, paralyzed with fear. "I should have let Uncle Chuan take you home first." He squinted, his lips barely parting around the cigarette, his breath growing heavy, his voice low and muffled. "I'm sorry." Upon uttering those words, in an instant, the rear window was forcefully shattered, and the vehicle was tossed violently. The brakes failing utterly, succumbing to chaos as if the end was nigh. The car soared into the air, plunging directly towards the precipice beneath the waterfall. Under the immense force of impact, she felt as if the world were spinning. And she seemed to be screaming incessantly until she lost consciousness. That night felt like a harrowing dream. Did I end the dream? She struggled in the frigid water, unable to claw her way to the shore. In her desperation, she flailed, her lashes glistening with droplets as she stirred awake from her stupor, sitting upright, gasping for breath as if she had narrowly escaped death. Once she regained her composure, she lifted her gaze to the sky. Where the deep blue expanse was strewn with countless stars, the surroundings enveloped in darkness, the deafening roar of the waterfall indicating her proximity to the water's edge. As her eyes adjusted to the dark, she slowly realized she was beneath the cascade. After calming herself for a while, she pinched her arm, feeling pain. This was not a dream. She was alive, and a sudden wave of joy washed over her. The perilous memories flooded back to her mind, prompting her to quickly regain her composure and assess her surroundings. She found herself amidst a patch of grass, her body marred with scratches, blood seeping from her leg. Fortunately, it seemed she had not sustained any life-threatening injuries. Clearly, she had been flung from the vehicle due to the tremendous force, but luckily, she had landed on a soft bed of grass, gritting her teeth. She limped toward the massive shadow of the car not far away. The vehicle was in shambles, nearly wrecked, having overturned, with 2 large airbags deployed in the front seat, but she could not find the figure of the man. Resolutely, she climbed into the car, her soaked clothes causing her lips to tremble, her body shaking uncontrollably. When she pushed aside the airbags and beheld his face, a mix of emotions surged within her. One was hatred and indifference towards the son of her enemy. She could easily abandon him, indifferent to his fate, leaving him to suffer a slow, agonizing death, which would plunge Donpa and Ruan Nila into lifelong grief, thus fulfilling her desire. Yet, another voice within her tugged at her conscience, creating an unbearable conflict. She felt it impossible to act without concern. He was still alive, and the wrongdoers were his parents, not him. Her intention had always been to approach the Chun family through Wangwei, seeking retribution for those deserving it, without wishing to harm the innocent. Even if he were cruel, he had never directly harmed her. At least, his sins did not warrant death. The man's chest heaved violently, seemingly sensing her presence, his drooping eyelids fluttering open slightly, his pale face coming into view. as if finding some solace in that moment. He furrowed his brow and closed his eyes again, his voice hoarse yet possessing a trace of imperceptible tenderness, asking, "Are you all right?" In that moment, a flicker of emotion stirred within Dai Ling, and she made a quick decision to assist him. Reaching out to unfasten the seatbelt entangling him, she shook her head, replying, "I'm fine. What about you? Are you okay?" The man nodded with a faint smile, moving slightly, seemingly wincing as he did, his brow furrowing in pain. Gritting his teeth, he urged, "What are you waiting for? Get me out of here." Chapter 35. Eat if you like or not, she thought to herself. First save him. After all, this was a valuable opportunity to gain his trust. Moreover, his subordinates would likely arrive soon, leaving her with little chance to act. After considerable effort, she managed to pull his large frame from the wreckage. The man sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Dai Ling could see that one side of his shirt was nearly soaked in blood, a horrifying sight, with blood trickling from his arm. Thankfully, aside from that, his injuries appeared to be mostly superficial. It seemed the valley they had fallen into was not too far from the road. The endless blackness of night was chilling, and they had descended into an uninhabited valley, where despair and helplessness hung in the air. After struggling for some time, the man managed to rise, motionless as he gazed at her, asking, "Can you walk?" She affirmed that she could. "Then we must leave this damp place quickly. The temperature drops in the woods at night, and we risk hypothermia. We need to find a dry spot to dry our clothes. Huaxin's team is on their way and should arrive by dawn. Besides, their people will surely be searching for us. And we cannot linger here." He scanned the surroundings for a direction and pointed towards the diagonal right, saying, "Over there, where the rocks are, there might be a cave suitable for shelter." Both were wearing only thin clothing, now thoroughly soaked, and they indeed required a heat source to warm themselves. Otherwise, they could face dire consequences. In this situation, Dai Ling admired his calm and methodical demeanor. After they had walked a few steps, he turned to her, raising his chin, instructing her to retrieve the lighter and cigarettes from the car. The lighter was understandable, but cigarettes, his addiction was evidently strong. She glanced at him, somewhat reluctant to comply. But he waved his hand, raising an eyebrow, saying, "I've been shot in the arm. How can I bear it without a smoke?" She understood. With so much blood loss, most would have succumbed long ago, and he was likely gritting his teeth to endure. She turned and rummaged through the car, finally finding his lighter and cigarettes. Ongwei's gaze had not strayed from her, watching the elegant figure soaked to the skin, and suddenly, a memory resurfaced in his mind. He remained still, his heart in turmoil. She walked with a limp, her calf likely scraped by branches, each step leaving bloodstains. He frowned. "Come here." He turned his back to her and crouched down. Dai Ling felt a flicker of humanity within her. His arm bore a gunshot wound, far more severe than her own injuries. "No, you're hurt too. I can walk on my own. The superficial wounds are nothing, just slower." The man stood, raising an eyebrow, assessing her frail form. Her exposed skin bore no unscathed patches, and her fox-like eyes appeared weak, evoking a deep sense of sympathy. Yet her inherent stubbornness remained unchanged. He relented, taking the cigarettes, only to find them soaked and unfit for use. So he stuffed them into his bag, saying, "You walk in front. I'll protect you. This forest can harbor wild animals at night. Don't let them catch the scent of your blood, or they might devour you whole." Despite his near-fainting state, he found amusement in teasing her, unable to suppress a smile. Upon hearing his words, she fell silent, obediently walking ahead of him. The pitch-black forest and canyon were indeed frightening at this moment. The man behind her seemed less intimidating. They were now comrades in a battle for survival, which was rather intriguing. He felt cold, the blood loss clouding his consciousness, cold sweat pouring down, yet seeing her, a choice he had made, compelled him to endure. The path ahead was treacherous and slippery with dew, and she stumbled several times. Frustrated by her clumsiness, he picked up a sturdy branch, maneuvering in front of her, firmly instructing, "Hold on, I'll pull you along." She hesitated, glancing back, only to hear his weak laughter. "Do you really believe there are wild beasts out here?" They had traversed an indeterminate distance when they finally reached the cave. The man, seemingly exhausted, collapsed heavily onto the ground, losing consciousness. Just before succumbing, he mumbled, "Fuck." When he awoke, he had no idea how much time had passed. The faint glow of firelight and a sense of warmth greeted him. Ongwei surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was lying in a shallow cave, facing a small fire fueled by twigs and leaves. crackling merrily. Struggling to prop himself up, he felt a sharp pain in his left arm. Gasping as he noticed that the gunshot wound had been bandaged with an unknown strip of cloth. Scanning the cave, he found the figure of Dai Ling absent. His previously soaked clothes were now mostly dry. Thanks to the fire on a nearby stump lay 2 packs of cigarettes, which he picked up. Discovering they too were dried, he couldn't help but feel a sense of incredulity. That bird seemed to have its uses after all. A smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, Dai Ling had scoured the area outside and found some edible wild fruits and mugwort for stopping the bleeding, knowledge gleaned from outdoor lessons back in middle school. Now proving invaluable, dragging her numb legs, she returned to the cave, only to find the man awake, watching her with an unfathomable gaze. She sat beside him, and Ongwei noticed the torn piece of fabric from her skirt now adorning his left arm. "You reawake. Have some food. There's not much fruit, but I managed to find a little. Although ants have crawled over it, it should suffice to stave off starvation." She spread the food on the ground. Her face smeared with dirt, highlighting her fair skin, and she looked up at him, her expression devoid of a smile. He leaned against the cave wall, his eyes reflecting the firelight, gazing at her with a bemused expression. His thoughts drifting to the kiss they had shared. Those soft, taut lips had bitten him. He smirked, a hint of playful disdain in his voice. "Is this my dinner for tonight? Are you sure it's not poisonous?" She raised her gaze, her dark eyes flashing with irritation, retorting coldly, "There's nothing else. Take it or leave it. This evening, he is but a wounded soul, and naturally, she is not inclined to harbor anger towards him." He chuckles softly, grasping a handful of the disheveled little fruits, still adorned with moss, and he can easily envision how that limping figure must have labored to gather such meager offerings. Without a second thought, he shoves them into his mouth, indifferent to the possibility of poisoning himself. "I have collected some mugwort leaves, known for their hemostatic properties. I shall crush them and apply them to your wound," she declares. Lowering her gaze, she begins to smash the leaves against a wooden stump with a stone, her expression etched with seriousness and concern, leaving the man momentarily speechless, following the line of her arm. He notices her clothes are still heavily drenched, and the long scrape between her legs stands out starkly against her delicate skin. It has already ceased bleeding, half of the wound now dry. He muses that even if he were to kindle a fire, he might not have the chance to properly roast anything before venturing out to seek food. His gaze flickers, thoughts muddled, his eyes harboring an unconscious tenderness. Chapter 36. Base thoughts outside. The darkness stretches endlessly, and the dawn remains an uncertain promise. All they can do is wait. Dai Ling crushes the mugwort leaves to extract their juice and reaches to remove the bandage wrapped around his left arm. His dark eyes deepen with intensity as he presses her hand down. Upon closer inspection, his lips have turned pallid, yet his voice remains calm, and LOWIT is futile. This is a gunshot wound, and only the bullet can be extracted. The pressure of his hand inadvertently presses against the injury, causing him to furrow his brow in pain. He lifts his chin slightly, instructing her, "Tend to that wound on your leg. Do not concern yourself with me." After a moment of silence, she reluctantly withdraws her hand, staring vacantly at the flickering flames before her. She rises to fetch firewood. A small dagger falls from her person. He suppresses the rising heat within him, gazing down for a moment before weakly inquiring, "You are Chinese. Have you heard the tale of Hua Tuo treating Guan Yu's wounds?" Dai Ling turns, catching sight of the knife he alludes to, which she typically carries for self-defense. Understanding his implication, she looks at him sideways and asks, "Are you suggesting I use this knife to extract the bullet from your arm?" He smiles, a quiet scrutiny in his eyes. "Do you dare?" Truth be told, she feels a twinge of fear. After all, this is a body interlaced with meridians and flesh, and she has never even slaughtered a chicken. Noticing her hesitation, he understands her trepidation. Stemming from the absence of anesthesia, there is no need to be overly frightened. Merely use the tip of the knife to probe for the metallic bullet and extract it. Follow my instructions. The longer the bullet remains, the greater the peril we must endure until help arrives. The excessive blood loss has rendered his arm nearly numb, yet the bullet lodged within is an excruciating torment. Should it linger, he risks losing the arm. The persistent fever has clouded his consciousness, and with a steady tone, he patiently instructs her, "Take the knife, heat the tip over the fire for a while to sterilize it. Then bind that cloth tightly around the wound on your arm as securely as possible." He adds reassuringly, "It's all right. I fear no pain." Encouraged by his words, she gazes at his ashen face, glistening with sweat, realizing he must be suffering greatly. It's worth a try. His magnetic presence and voice inexplicably instill in her a sense of reliability. He has faced countless battles, and trusting his judgment in this matter seems prudent. With a heavy heart, she reaches for the knife. First, she binds his arm with the cloth, then places the knife in the fire to heat it. Once it cools, she grits her teeth and approaches the gruesome wound. "Wait," he calls, furrowing his brow as he lifts his eyelids, his breath growing labored. A cigarette. With one hand, he retrieves a cigarette from the box, its dampness having rendered it crumpled and wrinkled. He raises an eyebrow towards the lighter on the ground. And she understands. Retrieving it to light his cigarette, he seems to find a fleeting moment of solace, exhaling a plume of white smoke, his brow relaxing before he turns to her and commands, "Proceed." His hair is longer than most men's, with a natural wave, and despite the casual disarray, it exudes an air of aristocracy, accentuating his already handsome features. Upon first seeing him, Dai Ling thought him to be the most attractive man with such lengthy hair. Now, however, it is tousled and littered with leaves and dry grass, obscuring his brow and the pallor of his weakened eyes. His exquisite features remain alluring, captivating to an extent, yet the intimidating aura has diminished considerably. It seems even the mightiest can appear vulnerable. Gritting her teeth, she raises the small knife towards his wound, her voice trembling. "Bear with it. This pain is not ordinary." He partially closes his eyes, cigarette clenched between his teeth. Offering a slight nod, Dai Ling understands that each moment of hesitation prolongs his suffering, and she must act swiftly. Resolutely, she presses the blade into the gruesome wound. "Damn it," he curses, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The knife's tip slices through the narrow opening, delving approximately 4 to 5 centimeters until she encounters something solid. There it is, the bullet, more easily found than anticipated. She glances down at his face. It is evident he is slipping into unconsciousness. His breaths are shallow, accompanied by involuntary spasms, and he clutches the wooden stump tightly, drawing blood. With no option to retreat, she grits her teeth and pushes the knife deeper. He shudders violently, letting out a deep groan, as if his very insides are being torn apart. "Just a little longer. I will extract it shortly," she assures him, her voice quaking with uncertainty, fearful for his consciousness. Even wondering if he might succumb to this ordeal, with determined strength, she presses the knife, feeling the bullet inching closer to the surface. Her focus sharpens as she carefully navigates the extraction, and finally, after 10 agonizing seconds, she successfully dislodges the bullet. With a soft thud, it falls to the ground, and in that instant, her own strength wanes, causing her to collapse beside him. The entire process takes but 2 minutes. Yet the sight of the mangled wound is almost unbearable. Ong Wei still clutches the cigarette, now broken in half, having tumbled to the ground as his heavy body suddenly collapses, the pain overwhelming him into unconsciousness. Dai Ling frantically tends to his wound, reapplying the mugwort leaves as a dressing, knowing that all she can do now is await the arrival of dawn. As the first light of day breaks, Ong Wei, racked with pain, opens his eyes, instinctively reaching for his left arm, now securely wrapped in cloth. Scanning the surroundings, he finds himself still within the cave, the fire dwindling to embers, and a figure beside him. Softly leaning against him. In the dim light, his brow begins to ease. The face before him, lost to slumber, bears a prominent mole beneath her lips, as if caught in a nightmare, her brows furrowed and thick lashes fluttering uneasily. Her long, pale legs are marred with scars, and he wonders where her shoes have vanished to. He gazes at her for a long while, resting his chin on the wooden stump, lost in contemplation. At this moment, her furrowed brow twitches slightly, sending a strange current coursing through him, a tingling sensation that is indescribable. If his past desires for her were merely physical, tonight, he yearns to hold her close and kiss her. Realizing the impropriety of his thoughts, he chuckles softly to himself and carefully shifts, positioning himself behind her. He glances downward, reaching out to tuck a stray hair behind her ear, and in her current state of fragility, he finds himself overwhelmed with primal instincts, questioning his own humanity. Chapter 37. Do you know the consequences of betraying me? At this moment, a rustling sound emerges from the entrance. He immediately becomes alert, straining to listen, detecting footsteps and voices, but they are clearly not those of rescuers. He gently shakes the figure in his arms awake, placing a finger to his lips to signal her silence. Warning her that there are intruders outside, Dai Ling springs to her feet, instantly shifting into a defensive stance, scattering the remaining embers and covering them with dirt to conceal the smoke. Fortunately, she had previously gathered some dry grass at the cave's entrance. And given the small size of the opening, coupled with the dense foliage that rises to half a person's height, if the intruders do not search meticulously, they should remain undetected. Who is out there? She inquires. He replies in a hushed tone, "They're people." She raises an eyebrow, puzzled. "How do you know?" He glances down at her inquisitive gaze and lips, his throat tightening, then smiles meaningfully at her, because they do not speak Thai. At that moment, she realizes from this odd angle that he is holding her, and she is curled up in his embrace, their bodies entwined. She cannot recall when they had assumed such an awkward position. And like a startled hedgehog, she springs away. He observes her reaction with amusement, brushing the dust from his chest. The group seems to be moving towards the vehicle, presenting them with a prime opportunity to escape. Ong Wei takes her hand gently, his expression softening as he checks. "Does your leg still hurt? Can you run?" A hint of regret crosses her face. "I may not be able to run, but I can walk quickly." "I'll do my best." He nods, a firm resolve in his gaze. "Let us head in the opposite direction. The farther we go, the better. Ideally, we will encounter rescuers. I believe those sent by Hua Xian are searching for us as well. We must hold on." The two individuals reached a consensus, seizing the fleeting moment when the surrounding crowd had momentarily drifted away. They parted the underbrush and commenced their desperate flight in opposite directions. Time became an abstraction as they traversed the undulating terrain, ascending and descending, until they finally awaited the arrival of their helicopter, piloted by Nua Ji, at the banks of a raging river. By that time, Dai Ling was nearly exhausted, her memory of the subsequent events a mere blur. When she regained consciousness, her surroundings were a blinding white. She found herself reclining in a solitary hospital room, her myriad wounds meticulously attended to. A mysterious 4-bag suspended above her head. Outside the window, the sky was brilliantly clear, partially obscured by long, dark drapes, allowing only a few shafts of mottled, dust-laden light to filter through. Beneath that indistinct backlight, she discerned the profound gaze of a man. She sensed a fervent stare emanating from the sofa beside her, where Ong Wei sat with his legs splayed, intently observing her. His eyes were deep and contemplative. His visage rejuvenated, a silver lighter dancing between his fingers, exuding an invigorated spirit that starkly contrasted with his frail demeanor from the previous night. "That you finally awakened. You certainly know how to sleep." Having slumbered an entire day, her left hand, which had been shot, was now secured against her chest with a sturdy black splint, indicating that the injury had been adequately addressed. She propped herself up, laboriously leaning against the headboard, and softly inquired, "How are you? Are you well?" For reasons unknown, witnessing his well-being brought her a semblance of tranquility amidst the tumultuous memories of the previous night. He appeared momentarily taken aback, his furrowed brow relaxing within seconds as he regarded her pallid lips, wondering if she wished for his demise. Her fondness for him seemed to dissipate in an instant. Ong Wei vanished from the hospital within half a day, and for the following 2 days, he did not reappear. That night, after completing her foretreatment, she spent the night in the hospital bed, guarded at the entrance, resting peacefully until the following evening when a nurse informed her she could be discharged. 2 unfamiliar bodyguards escorted her out, delivering her to a luxurious vehicle. They wound along the coastline, and 2 hours later, just as the sun was setting, they arrived at an abandoned factory. From a distance, she could sense the vibrant lights and the cacophony of voices emanating from the derelict building nestled within the deep mountains. Before exiting the vehicle, the bodyguards instructed her to remain inside, as the young master requested she wait there. Peering through the car window, Dai Ling observed the factory, seemingly incomplete with its skeletal concrete structure, standing ominously amidst the dense jungle. Numerous guards were scattered around, brandishing torches as they scanned the horizon for potential threats. Some were stationed atop the roof, while others patrolled the grounds. There were no fewer than several dozen individuals on the expansive floor of the first level. A large bonfire blazed, with flames leaping nearly 2 meters high. Behind the bonfire, something dangled from the beams, and squinting, she discerned the outline of a person suspended upside down, their body marred with wounds. Gasping heavily, despite the distance, She could perceive the thick scent of blood permeating the AI, or that it seemed that this visit to Huaxin was solely to deal with this individual, amidst the crackling of the flames. A deep voice resounded, calm as if greeting an old friend. Weizen, I offered you a chance, but you were too ungrateful. You must have foreseen today's outcome. Does it not mirror your dreams? The past 2 months of evasion must have been arduous. Did you manage to sleep soundly? The man's voice was laced with a chilling, mocking laughter. Following the sound, she scanned the area, and in front of the bonfire, with his back turned to her, sat a figure in a grand chair, unmistakably Ongwei. Beside him stood 2 familiar faces, Kunda and Nuiti. She tilted her head for a better view, noticing that he reclined casually, smoking a cigarette while idly toying with an object she could not discern, along with an inscrutable expression. Yet, she could envision the flames casting a stark light upon his chilling visage, his brows furrowed, eyes narrowed with a lethal glint that could shatter a person's spirit. She faintly recalled the peace and tenderness he had displayed beneath his fragile exterior the previous night, as though it were merely an act to momentarily obscure his vicious nature. The man pleaded for mercy, his voice barely a whisper. Young master, they have taken my wife and child. I am truly left with no choice. I have no alternative. I would never betray you. Ongwei leaned in, his voice low yet imbued with a chilling intensity. I shall ask you once more, where is my cargo? I will not inquire a third time. Consider your response carefully. Weizen whimpered, the rope swinging violently. I cannot say. My son is still in their hands. If I speak, he will die. Young master, I beg you, show me mercy. You have known me long enough to understand the fate of those who betray me. His voice was cold, ruthless, yet seemingly laced with a sinister amusement. With a scoff, he leisurely stood, casting aside the cigarette with deliberate weight. Only then did she realize he was wielding a handgun. If last night's gunfight was a matter of self-defense and retaliation, tonight was a deliberate act of murder. Her fingers, resting on the windowsill, turned icy, and she felt her body tremble involuntarily. The sense of dread enveloped her, as if she had been thrust into an unfathomable abyss. Ongwei circled the bonfire, approaching the man, gradually rotating around him, and proceeded to prod him with the weapon, causing him to sway uncontrollably, unable to find respite. Blood flowed steadily from the man's mouth, forming a perfect arc as he writhed in agony, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of mercy. Reveal to me the whereabouts of the cargo you embezzled, and tell me who your superior is. I shall spare your life. This is our final act of clemency after 2 years of service. As he spoke, he crouched, his eyes dark and cold, piercing through the man's frantic gaze with an unsettling intensity. A manic chuckle escaping his lips. You can, after speaking. The man strode towards the car, the dazzling flames behind him casting a glow upon his temples, his eyes reflecting a dark obsession and cunning, exuding an elegance as sharp and cold as a blade. With each deliberate step he took towards her, his trousers billowed with the wind and indifference, evoking both dread and an inescapable sense of entrapment. His earlier flippant words had delivered a death sentence to another's life, leaving her unable to meet his gaze with composure. Instead, her heart tightened, rendering her breathless. She averted her eyes and curled up in the back seat, striving to maintain her calm, wishing to conceal the fact that she had been covertly watching him. When he opened the door and entered, her body shivered for a fleeting moment, overwhelmed by a familiar scent that ignited a genuine fear deep within her for the very first time. In the cramped confines of the vehicle, his imposing figure sat in the front seat, silently observing her pale face in the rearview mirror. The moment their eyes met, she instinctively looked away. This time, he did not instruct her to sit in the front nor utter a single word to her. As the car traveled some distance, the desolation and confusion in her eyes gradually faded. That night upon returning to Bangkok, she could hardly recall how she made it home. Vague memories suggested that Kunda had driven her back, but she insisted on getting out a few hundred meters from her residence. Feeling that it might be in vain, a traitor, able to track him down even in such a remote border area, would surely have no trouble finding her apartment. The silent laugh escaped her. That night, she truly grasped the cruel methods of this man. The following day, Sister Wang observed her limping gait and the bandaged arm of the person upstairs, shaking her head, sensing that it was time to pay a visit to the temple. Oblivious to any substantial connection between their wounds, for several days, she dutifully fulfilled her responsibilities, leaving after cooking dinner and tidying up with Sister Wang, while he scarcely spared her a glance. until Friday, when Sister Wang informed her that she had to visit a sister's home in the neighboring city over the weekend, thus asking Daling to cover for her for 2 days. The tasks were not numerous, just tidying up the house, watering the plants, and adhering to the young master's instructions. Daling had no choice but to acquiesce. On Friday evening, he was unusually at ease, watching television in the living room. Daling entered, and he did not even turn his head, merely changing channels with the remote, expressionless as he remarked, "Why didn't you come at midnight? People are starving. What time does school let out?" Only then did he lazily cast a glance in her direction. At that moment, it felt as if another part of his soul had returned to his body, infused with a hint of humanity, leaving her uncertain as to which was his true essence. When he stood or sat, his handsome features and impressive stature radiated an undeniable charm that in moments of tranquility, his visage resembled that of a jade tree in the breeze, exuding an aura of warmth and elegance. Yet only she knew that this was merely a facade. Daling changed her shoes and stepped into the living room, replying honestly, "I apologize. I had some matters at school this afternoon and had to go to the hospital for a medication change, which delayed me a bit. Please wait a moment. I will prepare something right away." Although her injuries were merely superficial, she was concerned about potential scarring and thus applied medication regularly. Yes, she passed by the sofa behind him. The garden lights filtered through the intricately designed stained glass, illuminating his dark pupils. He turned his head casually to glance at her. Indeed, the deep cut on her calf had hindered her walking for a week. He licked his lips, the remote in his hand flipping through channels without finding anything of interest, eventually discarding it onto the table. Just as dinner was not yet ready, a call from Nuaji informed him that Desai had returned from Mexico. He lazily lifted his eyelids, touched the bridge of his nose, and scoffed softly. "So what?" Nuaji's voice turned solemn, likely due to the incidents from a few days prior. Tonight, they were meeting at the outskirts at a chemical factory. As they had captured several of their men from Huafood, he said they wanted to have a word with you, young master. Ongwei stood up and took a few steps forward, positioning himself before the stained glass windows. He was tall, his back straight, dark shadows in his gaze, exuding seriousness and sharpness as he looked into the distance, his voice steady and unwavering. "If they come to our doorstep, they should be made accountable." Chapter 39. I truly did not know she was Master Chen's woman, but he hung up the phone and headed for the entrance, where the figure in the kitchen chased after him, watching as he donned a night-black trench coat with one hand, his indifferent eyes glancing at her, as if he anticipated her inquiry. Something came up. "I'll be back shortly." She leaned against the doorframe. "I'll set aside what I've prepared for you, and you can heat it up when you return." All right. The truth was, she had no idea what time he would be back. Upon uttering these words, she realized she had overstepped, for his piercing gaze was already directed at her. She stood there in a yellow floral apron, holding a spatula, resembling a concerned wife inquiring when her husband would return home due to an urgent matter that struck him as distinctly feminine, causing his heart to flutter. Yet the sentiment was not to his liking. His gaze lingered on her fair, rosy face for a few seconds before he took the car keys and spoke in a calm voice. "Did Sister Wang instruct you to do this before she left?" "Stay here and wait. I only eat freshly made food." He walked with a sense of purpose, opening the door without glancing back. Daling mimicked his tone, repeating his last words, rolling her eyes inwardly. Then she thought it might be a good opportunity. With no one else in the house, she could search for any useful information. However, given his character, the likelihood of hidden cameras being installed was not low. She could only take a cloth and feign cleaning, wandering around the place. Naturally, the upstairs bedroom and study were secured with password locks. Her search yielded no clues. Indeed, how naive was she to think that someone like him would have no security measures in his home? She had overestimated the situation, so she slumped onto the sofa, choosing to do nothing and watch television. In the outskirts, the chemical factory loomed with 3 towering smokestacks reaching for the heavens. A crude, unfinished concrete building stood on the first floor, filled with luxury cars. Leading the pack was a fluorescent green Lamborghini, parked in a pyramid formation. Desai lounged against the car hood, chewing gum, wielding a baseball bat. Dozens of followers lingered around their respective cars, atop the hoods, resembling wolves and leopards, seemingly waiting for a long time. The next moment, the roar of approaching car engines grew louder, an air of danger encroaching upon the tranquility of the night. Pairs of eyes turned towards the sound. As the iconic Azure Pagani slowly emerged from around the corner, drifting before accelerating into view. Following closely were two massive unimogs. Soon, more and more vehicles arrived from all directions, eventually halting in a neat line before Desai's convoy. Nuaji and Kunda leaped from the unimogs, followed by their dozens of subordinates. The door of the Pagani lifted slowly, and he leisurely extended a leg out. With a swift motion, he shrugged off his black trench coat, which Kunda deftly caught, while two subordinates brought over a chair for Ong Wei, who took his seat with an air of nonchalance. The imposing presence left the Siamese gang members exchanging glances, their confidence visibly diminished. Ong Wei, known as Prince Wei in the underworld, was a formidable figure within Thailand's criminal circles. 2 years ago, upon his return, various gangs, regardless of size, bullied him, perceiving him as nothing more than a weak scholar's son raised abroad. Given his genteel appearance, little did they know, he was akin to a living demon. In just a year, he had gained fame through 2 battles, earning the respect of many. One was a territorial battle against the local gang leader, Hui Shu, in Chinatown, where he emerged victorious, subsequently gaining control over numerous establishments in the area. The second was a gang brawl involving the fucking gang, where Ong Wei personally took the stage, fighting 10 opponents single-handedly, ultimately becoming bloodied and feared, to the point that members of the fucking gang would avoid him at all costs. Tales of his ruthless and violent methods had spread, causing many to keep their distance. Yet secretly, admiration for him also thrived. It could be said that Ong Wei was one of the rare young second-generation gangsters endowed with leadership qualities. While Desai was also cunning and treacherous, he was widely regarded as a notch below Ong Wei, lacking in strategy and, naturally, in appearance. With Desai in command today, even if they felt intimidated, they dared not show it. Especially since they had the moral high ground coming to seek justice tonight. Ong Wei, poised and graceful, casually adjusted the wrinkles of his shirt, leaning back with a radiant demeanor. "I apologize for my recent illness. I hope you don't mind me speaking to you while seated." His eyes, with a hint of mischief, held a chilling aura that compelled others to keep their distance. Desai cracked his neck, the baseball bat rhythmically striking his palm. Eyeing Ong Wei's hand with a mocking tone, "Oh, Master Chun, what happened? After 2 months, you seem worse for wear." His arrogant laughter echoed as he surveyed those around him. With his subordinates chiming in, Ong Wei gestured for Kunda to light him a cigarette. Casually crossing his legs, seemingly disinterested in further conversation, preferring to cut through the pleasantries and get straight to the point. The words caught Desai off guard for a moment. The next second, his smile vanished. And he took a deep breath, stating, "Very well, since you have put it that way, let us get straight to the point. That I have just returned from abroad and heard from my subordinates that a careless lackey of mine harassed your woman at my establishment a few days ago. Uncle Pong has promised to provide you with an explanation, and I propose we settle this matter today to avoid any perception that our Siam gang lacks courtesy." The man flicked the ash off his cigarette and squinted at him. Fine. Desai's gaze remained steady as he slightly tilted his head and commanded sternly, "Bring him to me." With that, 2 men in floral shirts pushed a hapless fellow forward. The man's face turned pale, trembling violently as he caught sight of the ruthless figure seated before him and the 2 familiar, muscular men behind him, who were crossing their arms and sneering. He begged for mercy incessantly. Before he could articulate a coherent word, a heavy blow from behind sent him crashing to the ground. Desai discarded his baseball bat and viciously stomped on the man's back, grinding him down. "You filthy dog," he spat. "Do you even realize whose man you dared to touch? Did I not instruct you to keep your hands off what belongs to me?" He spat on the man's head, gritting his teeth in fury. The man, wincing in pain, raised his head, dust swirling in the air, mixing with the blood streaming from his nose. "Boss, I truly..." He clapped his hands, a look of defiance etched across his face. The man on the ground had initially assumed that Desai would seek out Shi Wei to settle the score, but was taken aback when the focus turned toward them instead. Desai slowly crouched down, his fierce gaze fixed upon him. "I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat who sent you?" His tone was slow and deliberate, yet laced with an icy menace. Although merely a minor character, the man had navigated the treacherous currents of life for many years and instantly grasped Desai's intent. In such a situation, betraying one's master for self-preservation was an undeniable act of treachery, and their lives were certainly of lesser value than the master's face and reputation. His earlier words had undoubtedly stripped Desai of his dignity, and the best course of action was to shoulder all responsibility himself. Yet, who was Ong Wei? His methods far surpassed Desai's, and should he fall into Ongwei's hands, he would meet a gruesome fate, leaving no trace behind. Thus, he sought desperately to preserve himself. Nevertheless, he was but an insignificant insect, and his understanding was painfully limited. Dedicating himself to Siam, only to meet such an unfortunate end was indeed lamentable, yet he prided himself on his unwavering loyalty. Wishing to express his fidelity unto death, lowering his head, his voice softened, "This was entirely our doing. It has nothing to do with Shiwade. I was momentarily blinded by folly, and I deserve to die." As he spoke, he began to slap his own face repeatedly, each strike loud and filled with despair. Desai licked his lips, glancing at Ongwei, who merely shrugged. "You heard that. It's a misunderstanding. Even my subordinates can be disobedient at times. As the leader, I'm swamped with daily affairs, with thousands of brothers in Siam. Do you expect me to interrogate each of them individually?" Ongwei, refusing to meet his gaze, leisurely adjusted his cufflinks with a light laugh. "So we're even then that my subordinate also disrupted your affairs due to this misunderstanding. That I suppose I've taken a loss, but it's of no consequence. However, if you cannot keep your dogs in check, my brothers are not to be trifled with. We can see whose territory is larger, yours in Siam or my fists in the four seas. Should this continue, I am more than willing to play this game to the end. I have all the time in the world." Desai's face turned an alarming shade of purple, his lips parting to retort, but he was swiftly silenced by those nearby. Ongwei stifled a yawn. The sight of Desai's ugly visage growing tiresome, glancing at his watch. "So, is this outcome satisfactory to you, young Master Desai?" Desai's face contorted, frustration and humiliation surging from his chest. After a moment of shock, he turned and forcefully kicked down the two subordinates on the ground, hurling a torrent of foul curses. Having lost the upper hand tonight and reduced to seeking forgiveness, how could he not feel enraged? Ongwei shot a glance, signaling for the two men to be taken away. Killing them was not an option, as he still needed them for future amusement. Two scapegoats in exchange for his gambling house. It was hardly worth the loss. While bowing his head to retrieve a cigarette, a sharp car horn suddenly pierced the silence outside, accompanied by a woman's voice that simultaneously cried out, "Be careful." Before the words fully left her lips, Ongwei felt a heavy blow to his head, the pain causing him to stumble to one knee as he reached back to touch the back of his skull. His hand stained with dark red. The underling had seized the baseball bat from the ground, taking advantage of the distraction to swing it at Ongwei's head with considerable force, nearly splitting his skull. "What loyalty," he chuckled. Behind him, Kunda swiftly subdued the attacker, his subordinates surrounding and beating him mercilessly. By the time they dragged him out, he was barely conscious. "Damn your mother, quite bold. Aren't you?" Kunda added with a kick and a string of curses. Nuaji hurried forward to assist Ongwei to his feet, but Ongwei shook his head, insisting he was fine, and pulled out a handkerchief to carefully wipe the blood from his hands. The others turned in response to the commotion. As a slender figure stumbled out from the last car of Desai's convoy, Desai squinted, asking, "Which blind fool brought a woman along?" Shiwei scratched his head, whispering to Desai, "Young master, it's the young lady." Desai's brow arched in realization, his anger flaring in an instant. Who the hell allowed her to come? After speaking, he shot a glare at the opposing party. Shiwei faltered in his words. "She insisted on coming. We couldn't stop her. There was nothing we could do." Ongwei felt a headache brewing, yet it was not enough to topple the situation. He casually glanced at the hazy figure in the distance. Barely discernible, Jern stepped forward, ignoring his own subordinates and brother Desai. Her eyes filled with concern as she asked Ongwei, "Are you okay?" Desai barked at her, pulling her behind him, instructing Shiwei to protect her. Jern retorted angrily, demanding he let go, but the strength of a woman could not match that of a man. She was firmly held in place. Ongwei lifted his gaze to glance at her, tuning her out as he surveyed Desai's subordinates. "Let today's events end here. These two are under my jurisdiction. Should such an incident occur again, know that I, Ongwei, am not to be trifled with. If you doubt my words, you are welcome to test them." With that, Kunda draped his black coat over Ongwei's shoulders, who casually glanced at Desai before departing. "No need to see me off," he turned back. Bending to enter his vehicle, his subordinates prepared to leave, the roar of engines resonating through the air as they departed in unison, led by a Pagani, leaving behind a cloud of noxious fumes. Jern watched Ongwei's departure, biting down hard on Shiwei's arm in frustration, causing him to yelp in pain. "Desai, look at what your men have done to him. and you still have the audacity to act superior. Clearly, you are in the wrong, yet you strut around like a peacock. Just look at how much blood he has lost, Jern exclaimed, stomping her foot in indignation at the memory of the recent events. Desai turned, his face contorted with rage as he reprimanded her. Jern, are you out of your mind? Do you even know which side you're on? If one day your brother is threatened by that embroidered pillow, will you cheer him on from the sidelines? His anger was genuine, yet he felt utterly helpless against his sister. Jern placed her hands on her hips, sticking her tongue out defiantly. Perhaps, after saying this, she turned to leave, but not before stepping on the already pained Shiwei's foot, eliciting another cry from him. Desai shouted at her retreating figure, "You disgraceful thing! Hurry up and get home!" Jern, unyielding, shot back, "Fine, you can scold me. But I will tell Dad. That's all you're capable of," he roared. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Jern drove off at full speed. Desai watched the dust settle in the distance, his frustration bubbling over as he noticed his subordinates watching him like a show. He bared his teeth, growling, "What are you staring at? Get lost and clean up this mess, you bunch of useless fools." Chapter 42. Don't move. Stay here for a while. Daling waited in the residence until 9 at night when the sound of car horns began to echo outside. She emerged from the kitchen, peering through the stained glass window, only to discover that more than one vehicle had gathered outside. Before long, the front door swung open, revealing Kunda and Nuaji, helping in a bloodied individual, followed closely by a doctor. Her face paled in shock as she remained frozen, unsure of what had transpired. The group assisted him up the spiral staircase, where the doctor instructed her to prepare a basin of warm water. She complied. Half of the vehicles had departed, and Ongwei's two main subordinates were present. Daling carried the water and knocked on the door, being allowed inside, where several pairs of eyes turned towards her. The man lay weakly beside the expansive bed, his eyelids fluttering as if he had caught sight of her, but he soon closed them again, seemingly devoid of strength. She placed the warm water beside the bed, retreating as the busy doctor stepped away. Little did she expect that his injuries were quite severe. She returned with more warm water several times, only to witness basin after basin of blood being carried out. A sight both shocking and gruesome. Given the circumstances, she dared not leave. Waiting until midnight when the doctor and several subordinates finally descended the stairs, Kunda approached her, and she instinctively took a step back. He raised an eyebrow, finding it amusing. "You see, young master is injured, and the situation is rather grim. He has suffered greatly of late and refuses to go to the hospital. From now on, you'll have to take care of him." He surveyed the room, asking, "When will Ani Wang return?" She replied, "Monday." Kunda smiled, winking at her. "Then you'll have to bear with it for these next couple of days. Women are more attentive. We rough men cannot do much." His head wound was stitched up by the doctor a moment ago. "It's likely to take at least 10 days to heal. Please prepare some nutritious food to help him recover." They had not anticipated that the fellow was barely clinging to life, yet he could still strike such a deep wound with a single blow. After the vehicle had traversed a considerable distance, the lead car began to maneuver in an S shape, at which point they realized the gravity of the situation. Several cars hastily surged forward to intercept them. Ongwei was already slumped over the steering wheel, the interior drenched in blood. Supporting the young master into the house, they caught sight of the woman awaiting them, and although the two large men displayed no outward signs of disturbance, there was a flicker of surprise beneath their stoic exteriors. Kunda was not one to pry into the personal affairs of the young master, yet since the latter's return to the country 2 years ago, he had not witnessed any woman by Ongwei's side, a stark contrast to his father. Dan Pa, aside from his legitimate wife, Wan and Ila, had a plethora of mistresses, having indulged in numerous affairs during his youth, particularly in Hong Kong, Macau, and Japan. The harem had seen its share of tumult. Yet the old man maintained clarity, fortunately avoiding any illegitimate offspring, thus allowing Ongwei to inherit the family legacy smoothly. He harbored high expectations for this son. The frequent appearances of Dai Ling had instilled in Kunda a sense of earnestness emanating from Ongwei. Regardless of how long his interest would endure, it was undeniable that he was currently enamored, or else he would not have brought her into his home, for the young master, who slept with one eye half open. This plunge into infatuation would likely lead to a period of indulgence, as the ancient saying goes. Heroes often falter before the charms of beautiful women. In this regard, the young master was, after all, an ordinary man. She found herself perplexed. How could he have sustained such an injury when he had seemed perfectly fine just moments before? They had been outside for no more than 2 hours. Kunda observed her discreetly, noting her concern for the young master. They both seemed to be preoccupied with each other, yet it was evident that they were not yet together. Dai was difficult to articulate. But matters on the road were often sudden. One could only assume she understood that the young master was no ordinary person, and those who chose to be near him must always be aware of this reality. There was a hidden meaning in his words, which she comprehended. After advising Dai Ling, Kunda, accompanied by Nuaji, stepped outside. She heard the sound of the car fading into the distance before quietly ascending to the second floor with a glass of water. The door to his bedroom was ajar, revealing a dim light within. She pushed the door open, stepping into a space she had never entered before until today. The room was enveloped in silence, filled with a subtle blend of sandalwood and tobacco, mingling with his heavy, labored breaths. Unbeknownst to her, she had already begun to recognize his presence through this unique scent. She tiptoed to the bedside, where his fists were clenched tightly, the white of his knuckles stark against his skin, suggesting he was in discomfort. The once imposing figure, so dignified and commanding, now lay curled up on the edge of the vast bed. A mere wounded mortal, vulnerable and flesh and blood. She couldn't help but recall that night in the canyon, when he too had appeared so fragile, evoking a rare tenderness and humanity within him. Surely, tonight, he would not be too fearsome. She placed the water on the bedside table. He lay on his side with his broad back to her, the blanket pulled only to his waist. His face was buried in his arms, revealing only the furrowed line of his brow, a bandage wrapped around his head, with a wound at the back of his skull seeping slightly. The night deepened, and a chill breeze wafted in. She approached the floor-to-ceiling window and meticulously drew the curtains shut before returning to the bedside, bending down to adjust the blanket over him. Noticing he seemed to shiver, she sat down and reached to check his forehead. One hand on his brow and the other on her own, repeating the motion several times before realizing he indeed felt warm. She contemplated rising to fetch some fever-reducing medication. Sister Wang had instructed her on the location of the medicine cabinet. But she found her hand firmly grasped by him. His posture remained unchanged, his consciousness still exceedingly weak, yet he had taken her hand and tucked it beneath his cheek, seemingly reluctant to let her depart. Dai Ling made several attempts to withdraw her hand, but ultimately resigned herself, leaning closer to him, pulling the chair in nearer. Such a robust physique now exuded no warmth, chilling her to the bone. She could hear him breathe heavily, the sound laced with an acute restraint against pain. Leaning closer, she could discern his barely audible repetition of the words, "Don't move. Stay here for a while." Chapter 43. Even in ashes, I recognize you. Considering the considerable suffering his body had endured in recent days, she felt a pang of compassion and allowed him to hold her hand. That night, after an indeterminate amount of time had passed, his breathing steadied, and he fell into a deep slumber before she finally withdrew her hand. She had intended to sleep in the guest room. Yet recalling the precarious state of the patient and the uncertainty of his needs throughout the night, she ultimately compromised and settled on the sofa in his bedroom to keep watch. With Sister Wing absent, she could not afford to neglect him. Yet, her sleep was deeper than she had anticipated, lasting nearly until dawn. The only drawback was that during the night, she seemed to hear the roar of a beast. Chaotic scenes invading her dreams, resembling a nightmare that startled her awake. Upon waking, she discovered she had been draped in his coat. Frowning slightly, she moved, but his breathing remained steady, as though he had not stirred from sleep at all. Raising her hand to check the time, it was not yet 8 o'clock. Stealthily making her way downstairs to the kitchen, she prepared a nutritious breakfast and brought it back upstairs, only to find herself face to face with his entrancing yet sinister gaze. Akin to a bewildered deer wandering into a shadowy forest, he had risen at some point, leaning against the headboard, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized her silhouette at the door, seemingly unfazed, continuing to rub his aching temples. The previous night, he had scarcely slept, enduring a relentless headache that felt unbearable. During a midnight trip to the bathroom, he had passed by her slumped figure on the sofa, taking half a minute to discern her face before casually tossing his coat over her. After just one night, the stubble had overtaken his once youthful jawline, lending a hint of weariness and age to his handsome visage. Their eyes met for a moment, and she averted her gaze first. "You should eat something. I just made it. It's still warm." She had naturally remembered his earlier instruction that he raised an eyebrow, watching as she set the tray on the table beside him and attempted to leave. But he called her back in a low, hoarse voice that betrayed his fatigue. "Are you planning to let a patient with a disabled hand and a freshly stitched head wound feed himself?" Trembling as he tries to stab food into his mouth, his gaze turned dark as he looked at her, a commanding presence unaltered by his injuries that it was abundantly clear he expected her to feed him. If she were not present, would he have Sister Wing do it instead? She could hardly envision that scenario. Having grown accustomed to his tone, she found it amusing rather than displeasing. It was almost comical how he seemed incapable of normal conversation, always opting for a confrontational retort. With one hand incapacitated and his current condition rendering him unable to feed himself, what other choice did he have? Reluctantly, she returned to his bedside, pulled up a chair, and sat beside him, lifting the plate to his lips. "Here you go, young master." Open wide, Ong Wei's gaze fixed on her face before dropping to the egg she had skewered with her fork. His brow furrowing in complaint. "It's too big. Cut it smaller." She reluctantly set the plate down once more, slicing the food into small pieces before offering it to his lips, silently pondering how challenging it was to cater to his whims. It seemed that Sister Wang led a rather arduous life. Yet, during that night in the canyon, his demeanor had been unexpectedly gentle, a curious anomaly that he watched her as she consumed each bite, meticulously selecting the choice morsels. His demeanor far from that of a man gravely injured. The room was shrouded in heavy curtains, illuminated by a single table lamp and 4 wall sconces, casting light upon his pale, gaunt face. Its features sharply defined. His hair, unkempt and tousled, fell loosely about him, obscuring the depth of his striking eyes and brows, a look that, at this moment, belied his true age. Upon closer inspection, he was indeed just a man in his early 20s. However, the depths of his gaze were inscrutable, his thick brown eyebrows furrowing, his expression indescribable, causing her already perplexed heart to flutter erratically as she averted her eyes. After feeding him this meal, she brought him fever-reducing medicine, which he swallowed with milk before she finally descended the stairs. At petit 10 in the morning, Kunda and Nuaji arrived, likely to discuss some pressing matter, as the door to the upper floor closed and remained shut for half the day. In the interim, several individuals came to feed the animals, leaving Dai Ling in a daze as she traversed the long corridor connecting the buildings, only to discover the source of her nightmares from the previous night. Behind this building lay 2 others, the first being an impressively expansive garage, 4 stories high, filled with a stunning array of luxury vehicles. Adjacent to it was another building. Its entire floor opened up to accommodate 4 ferocious beasts, 2 tigers and 2 lions, one of which was a South China tiger and the other a white tiger. She could not identify the breed of the lions, but their size was formidable, undoubtedly a rare variety. Engaging in conversation with the caretaker, she learned that they were fed every 2 days, fasting for 1 day each week, with Sundays being their day off. These 4 beasts had enormous appetites, requiring approximately 60 pounds of meat each day, devoured in mere minutes. Observing the process by which the tigers and lions consumed their meals was a bloody spectacle that sent shivers down her spine, while ordinary people tended to small cats and dogs. The wealthy indulged in exotic beasts, a stark contrast indeed. At that moment, she heard several cars extinguishing their engines outside the building. Turning back to the front, she witnessed a group of uniformed men ushering a woman, who moved with the grace of a performer, hastily exiting a vehicle and entering the house. Upon hearing the commotion, Kunda and Nuaji descended the spiral staircase on the 2nd floor, ready to greet her with a coordinated "Madam." Dai Ling stood by the sofa, having encountered this woman for the 2nd time since her arrival in Thailand. This time, she managed to meet her gaze with a sense of calm. Ruan Nila removed her sunglasses, furrowing her brows, her red lips accentuating her already pale face, as she surveyed the room before finally resting her gaze upon Dai Ling. "New here." Before Dai Ling could respond, Kunda interjected, "Madam, she just arrived. Sister Wang is away for the next few days, and she is taking care of things." Ruan Nila's scrutinizing gaze lingered on Dai Ling, her tone unfriendly as she inquired about Sister Wang's whereabouts. Dai Ling replied honestly, "Sister Wang has taken leave to the neighboring city." Ruan Nila let out a dismissive scoff, seemingly displeased. What a time to pick. With that, she strode away, her high heels echoing against the floor with a resounding thud. Don Pa was notorious for being a formidable woman in her circles, and Ruan Nila, as the legitimate wife, had maintained her position for over 20 years with a quiet yet unyielding strength. bolstered by her influential family background and her own cunning. Such a woman, deeply entrenched in her world, was certainly not one to be trifled with. Dai Ling watched the woman's retreating figure until it disappeared from sight, then redirected her attention to the men who had accompanied her. They were clad in standard Thai gray-green police uniforms, and she recognized the lead figure, Wan Neela's confidant, Lapon, a Thai police officer she would know even if he returned to Ash. Chapter 44. What to eat? Where is the bathroom? The man asked her calmly. Dai Ling, shaking herself from her stupor, pointed nonchalantly to the side. Over there, sir. She looked up to see him nodding before he turned the corner towards the restroom, leaving her to ponder what thoughts occupied her mind at that moment. Perhaps it was the surreal realization that the scenes and figures she had dreamed of countless times had now materialized before her eyes. Her fists clenched tight. She fought to suppress the surging waves of emotion within her, a profound pain creeping from the depths of her heart, as if a knife were carving out the long-buried sorrow and resentment within her. Some things, when ignored and unseen, gradually fade from memory, but a mere glance could invoke an unbearable hatred that refused to dissipate. That it was, after all, a vendetta. How could one ever forget? Suddenly, she found herself unsteady. Grasping the back of the sofa to steady herself, Wan Neela returned downstairs shortly, likely disturbed by the sight of Awing's injuries, muttering curses as she descended the spiral staircase. What in the world were you all doing? Gunshot wounds and bludgeoning. Can Leo withstand this? You worthless dogs, if I see this happen again, you will regret it. Kunda and Nuaji, on the receiving end of her reprimands, could only nod in acquiescence, offering no defense. After all, with such incidents recurrent, accountability was inevitable, and her anger was justified. Once she finished berating them, Wan Neela adjusted her coat and instructed, during this time, make sure to prepare nourishing meals for the young master. I'll have fish maw and shark fin sent over. Remind him to eat well for quicker recovery. Dai Ling acknowledged her request that a young officer approached from behind, handing her a phone, stating it was a call from the precinct. Wan Neela took the phone and hurried out, and soon after, several cars disappeared into the distance. Once they left, Kunda explained to her, "This is the madam, the young masters." He pointed upward, and while she was well aware, she feigned ignorance, offering a faint smile. "She seems rather formidable." Kunda exchanged a knowing glance with Nuaji, as if to say she was quite bold. After all, how could the deputy police chief have a mild temperament? She smiled in agreement. After Kunda and Nuaji departed in the morning, a few more waves of visitors arrived in the afternoon, all men, calling out names like boss, indicating matters of their underworld dealings. Their door closing for a considerable time, she served tea and snacks but found little to occupy her time, eventually taking a watering can to tend to the flowers in the front yard. The sun hung low, casting a golden hue across half her face. She wore a black dress, adorned with a white ruffled apron, her hair meticulously styled, resembling a servant from a grand household in a film. Which amused her. Sister Wang had tended the garden beautifully, clusters of purple and white daisies blooming vibrantly, and she tilted her head, admiring them for a while. Suddenly, she noticed a tiny creature nestled among the flowers, and she gently placed the watering can down to investigate. A small orange kitten lay curled up, its tiny belly rising and falling as it slept soundly, utterly adorable. She leaned against the flower bed, captivated by its softness, contemplating whether to reach out and touch its little head, yet fearing to disturb its slumber. However, her curiosity got the better of her, and she tentatively stroked its small head. The kitten, seemingly unperturbed, opened its round eyes and let out a soft mew before stretching and fully awakening. She pouted, continuing to pet its little body. "Oh, you poor thing. I'm sorry to disturb your slumber." She glanced around, noticing no sign of the mother cat. "Where has your mother gone, little one? Why are you here all alone, sleeping so soundly?" Encountering such a delightful creature inevitably stirred a gentler, more patient side within her. The kitten nuzzled against her hand, melting her heart, prompting her to cradle it in her arms, swaying gently, as if holding a small infant. The girl's unguarded, tender smile was entirely visible to the man observing from the second floor. He stood tall and austere by the window, the curtains drawn slightly apart, his ears filled with the raucous chatter of those behind him, yet his attention drifted unconsciously as the glow of sunset faded. The slender figure became dimmer, the yard illuminated by intersecting spotlights. Though her black dress clung tightly to her form, it could not conceal the inherent allure of femininity. She walked with an unsteady grace, causing the man's brow to furrow as his gaze fell upon the conspicuous bandage on her left leg, naturally recalling the events of that night in the canyon, with her constantly flitting around him. He would surely drive himself to madness. The large cat approached from the distance, and reluctantly, she released the small kitten, watching it scamper away, her eyes lingering until it disappeared from view, before she turned back with a palpable sense of reluctance. The gentleness she reserved for the animals was starkly absent when directed at him, prompting the man to retreat to the sofa, his expression unchanged as he lit a cigarette, squinting as he smoked. Seemingly indifferent to the ongoing activity, it was not until nightfall that the last wave of guests departed, leaving a momentary silence before the intercom on the first floor rang out abruptly. Startling her, she answered, and in a cold, detached tone, he simply stated, "I'm hungry," before hanging up. Reluctantly, she made her way to the kitchen. Just as she began preparing, another call came through, instructing her to come downstairs for a meal. Half an hour later, the man leaned casually against the kitchen doorframe, clad in a striped shirt with a black jacket draped over his shoulder, raising an eyebrow as he watched her cooking. "What are you making?" He seemed genuinely interested. "I'm making tomato beef brisket," she replied, carefully plating the dish without meeting his gaze. "You should sit down. I'll bring it over to you." The bowl was somewhat hot. Prompting her to withdraw her hand and touch her ear, the man paid no heed and turned his back, proceeding into the living room. After he had brought several dishes to the table, a soft voice halted the figure intent on leaving. He touched the bridge of his nose and beckoned her to sit down and dine with him. Dai Ling turned around and softly declined, saying she would eat in the kitchen instead. Ong Wei stood beneath the wall lamp in the dining room, his pair of icy brows and eyes surprisingly softened. With Sister Wing absent, the house contained only the two of them. Devoid of the usual formalities, Dai Ling ceased her reluctance, pulled out a chair, and sat down opposite him. The two sat quietly facing each other, consuming their meal. While he seemed unfazed, she felt a sense of restraint. The man exuded a heavy, robust aura, leaving traces of his presence wherever he went, and as long as he remained silent, he emanated an air of unapproachability. Furthermore, she had no particular desire to engage him in conversation. With only one hand, he struggled to pick up food. When he found it difficult, he would glance at her, and she would understand, assisting him by serving food into his bowl. Ultimately, the meal was still catered to him. After finishing, he reclined on the couch in the living room, watching her bustle about, tidying up. His expression was impassive, as if he were supervising, which made her feel uneasy. As the weather began to warm, she realized she hadn't brought a change of clothes and could no longer endure it. After washing the dishes, she expressed her wish to return home to fetch some clean clothes. Ong Wei nodded in agreement and called Uncle Chuan to take her back home. After bathing and changing at her apartment, she returned to the estate, which was nearing 10 o'clock, not finding anyone on the first floor. Perhaps sensing her return, the intercom buzzed, instructing her to go upstairs to change his bandages. The study door was ajar, and with a gentle push, she stepped inside. His elegant and upright silhouette was illuminated by the golden light filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows. As he leaned over the balcony smoking, Chapter 45. Why aren't you hiding? Upon hearing her enter, Ong Wei extinguished his cigarette and turned to enter the room, making his way to the desk, where he sank into the expansive leather chair. The medication lay on the table. His deep-set eyes regarded her, and with a subtle gesture of his chin, he indicated the item before him. She approached. Perhaps the light in the study was dim, rendering his expression somewhat indistinct. Standing before him, her soft, fair fingers retrieved a cotton swab and ointment, hesitating before reaching out into the air, unsure of where to begin. They had shared physical contact before, yet the atmosphere tonight felt laden with ambiguity. She stood before him, he remained seated, and their gazes established a delicate balance. His face tilted slightly upward, intently observing her. His hawk-like eyes were deeper than ever, rendering her momentarily lost. It felt as if his gaze bound her, rendering her unable to move. Noticing her hesitation, he spoke. "There's a bit of pain behind my left ear. Could you check if there's an injury?" After saying this, he tilted his head for her to see, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her face, the corners of his lips twitching slightly. Dai Ling, without any doubt, lowered her body and tilted her head to examine the area behind his ear, her fingers gliding over the skin repeatedly, confirming there was no wound. It seems there's nothing wrong. Where exactly does it hurt? She stood so close that a faint scent of her shower gel enveloped him, rich and intoxicating, tantalizing his senses. That as she turned her head, a few strands of hair brushed against his cheek. In that fleeting moment, the desire within him surged forth like a volcano. That he had, of course, planned this meticulously, aided by the seductive cloak of night, as darkness often lured one into a state of indulgence. Where reason could not prevail as it did in daylight, it was a time suited for reckless abandon. Suddenly, she felt her wrist seized, the complex mixture of tobacco, sandalwood, and the faint scent of ointment closing in on her. By the time she registered it, it was too late. His cold lips had pressed against hers. For reasons unknown, she did not struggle as she had on previous occasions. Instead, she was startled and instinctively retreated, only to be pulled back by his formidable strength. Watching him ravage her lips, the weight of his breath enveloped her completely, overwhelming her senses. Wei gripped her hand firmly, drawing her closer, wrapping his arm around her waist, seating her upon his thigh, securely ensconced in his embrace. Despite having only one hand, his strength was such that nothing seemed impossible for him, except, of course, serving himself food. He was nearly lost in ecstasy. When his lips finally left hers, his breath was a chaotic disarray as he nuzzled her cheek and neck, his rich voice intoxicated, biting her ear as he murmured, "What kind of shower gel do you use? It's so fragrant." Dai Ling felt electrified by the sensations he stirred within her, her breath becoming erratic as she bit her lip. He buried his head into her soft, fair neck, greedily sucking, gently asking, "Why aren't you hiding anymore?" This time, she did not resist him as she had before. He sensed her acquiescence. "Are you still AF?" He rested one hand against her side, leaning in to kiss the tip of her nose. His voice rich and sensual. The frown tightened her brow as she vaguely shook her head. The man, battered and bruised, still possessed an unexpected strength. She realized she had underestimated him. He was utterly enraptured, kissing her as if time itself had ceased to exist, displaying no sign of weakness. The sofa bed in the study was sufficiently large and soft, allowing him to effortlessly draw her into his embrace. An act of possession that seemed to occur in the blink of an eye. Outside, the night was as deep as water, an endless expanse of dark blue, marking an utterly ordinary evening. The air within the room was thick with desire. And after everything settled into tranquility, her long hair entwined with his fingers, their bodies glistening with the exhaustion of shared sweat. In the darkness, the man's breathing was calm and serene, his slender back pressed against his broad chest, rising and falling with fervor, like a powerful lion in slumber, possessive and relentless, holding her tightly. She clutched the thin blanket, her vacant eyes half open, fear, strangeness, and an overwhelming sense of melancholy swirling within her, as if she could not find an escape. For reasons unknown, her nose tinged with a slight bitterness, and her mind was flooded not with the tempestuous moments shared with him, but with the unfulfilled longings and shadows of years past. She felt as though her body no longer belonged to her, as if she had made a pact with the devil. Closing her eyes, she briefly detached her soul and soared into the heavens. That night, trembling in his embrace, she dreamt a vivid dream filled with jade visions, her mother Kanai, and an endless road that she ran down without reaching its end. Chapter 46. The peck of the little bird at home. The following morning, she broke free from his grasp, descending the stairs to take a thorough bath, as if to wash away the remnants of her tainted elegance. The day unfolded as usual. Visitors arrived in waves throughout the morning and afternoon, their comings and goings echoing in the house. She served tea, the air thick with smoke, while one of them stole glances at her, which she could hardly miss. The previous night, they had possessed one another, sinking into mutual indulgence, an exquisite pleasure intertwined with fleeting moments of romance. She was not made of iron, and certainly felt the impact. Yet, the difference lay in her ability to discern the balance between genuine affection and desire. Keeping herself from losing control, she would not be foolish enough to allow that. In the afternoon, Sister Wang returned, dragging her suitcase with an anxious expression. Dai Ling was somewhat taken aback, inquiring about her sudden return. Sister Wang explained that the lady had sent someone to call her the day before, and she had no inkling that such events would unfold with the young master. Thus she had to come back early. Sister Wang was not one to remain idle. Upon entering, she began to bustle about, chattering incessantly, lamenting the injuries sustained twice in 1 week, as if her body were invincible. Dai Ling reassured her, stating that the doctor had already examined the situation and deemed it not too serious. Sister Wing shook her head, still wearing a worried expression, as she busily tidied up the first and second floors before rushing off to prepare meals. Noticing Dai Ling's pale complexion, she urged her to return home and rest, assuring her that she would handle things here. Just as she was about to step out, Sister Wing's voice echoed from the second floor. "Oh dear, how did the sofa bed in the study get stained with blood? How severe must the injuries be? Heavens!" Suddenly, she realized what it was, her face flushing slightly, as she sensed a languid gaze resting upon her from the second-floor railing. His eyes, calm yet smiling, scrutinized the fleeting panic in her own. While several men stood behind him, puzzled, she fled the house in haste. The next day, at the headquarters of the Sihai Group, in a spacious office, he donned a white shirt and black trousers, exuding an easy charm. His legs casually crossed atop the desk as he lazily toyed with a bullet. Seated on the adjacent sofa was an old acquaintance. "Boss Wei, you are an expert on firearms. Could you examine this bullet for me? What type of gun does it belong to?" As he spoke, Ong Wei tossed the bullet into Boss Wei's hands. Boss Wei examined it closely, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. "Young Master Chun, where did you acquire this bullet?" Ong Wei lowered his gaze, absently toying with the ring on his finger, ignoring the inquiry. "Don't concern yourself with how I obtained it. Just tell me what kind of gun it belongs to." Surely there cannot exist a firearm that even Boss Wei cannot identify. The man, his face adorned with a cunning smirk, replied, "That is not the case. This is a Gatling revolver, a German piece, produced in very limited quantities yet possessing immense lethality. To my knowledge, it has not circulated within Thailand. Only a few of these exist each year, hence my curiosity." Ong Wei raised an eyebrow. "So, you're saying this gun is quite a rarity?" Boss Wei nodded affirmatively. "Can you ascertain which groups are using it?" Ong Wei inquired nonchalantly. "I can, but only for those registered above board. I cannot trace smuggled items." Ong Wei reclaimed the bullet, studying it in his palm, his expression darkening. "Then help me investigate. Find out as much as you can, particularly regarding those in Asia." The leads from the ambush he had endured while en route to Hua Hin were scarce, nearly impossible to piece together. Aside from the evident enemies, hidden factions lurked, watching keenly, unable to resist the urge to act. He had a sense of who they might be, a hunch he felt was accurate. Yet he needed confirmation. Boss Wei agreed to assist. "This shipment of cotton short velvet I brought in from the mainland is of exceptional quality, capable of producing the finest bullets in the world. I will ensure your military factory receives the best materials, rest assured. With me, Wei Qingrong, on your side, our business will only succeed, never fail. Whatever you need, command me at will, with your father's formidable strength. Acquiring anything will be a mere formality." Wei Qingrong patted his chest, chuckling heartily. Relying on the Qin family's influence, he envisioned capturing the entire Southeast Asian market, thus dedicating himself wholeheartedly to this mutually beneficial venture, one that would please all involved. This time, Ong Wei began work on the military factory project in northern Thailand, courting various business partners, while the true purpose of his endeavors remained known only to a select few. Ong Wei appeared unruffled, tossing the bullet back onto the desk with a casual smile. "Of course, I provide the funds, and Boss Wei provides the expertise. A strong alliance will ensure our success. That I appreciate your kind words." Wei Qingrong noticed several scars on Ong Wei's neck, and with years of experience in romantic entanglements, he suspected they were likely the result of a woman's playful bites. He lit a cigarette. Jesting, "I've always heard that young Master Chun does not indulge in women. It seems the rumors may not be entirely accurate." Ong Wei, youthful and strikingly handsome, stood nearly 6 feet tall, an undeniable presence amidst the crowd. Moreover, as the leader of such a formidable gang, it was hard to believe that a man so charming and affluent would remain unattached. Ong Wei, attuned to his gaze, understood precisely what the old rogue referred to. He glanced down, a smirk playing on his lips, and casually tugged at his collar, his tone laced with nonchalance. "You may not believe it, but my little bird at home can be quite mischievous. However, I cannot help but indulge her, which naturally requires a bit more patience, so I allow her to be." The deeper meaning behind his words was not lost on Wei Qingrong, his lascivious eyes narrowing with understanding. I see. A penchant for the playful. I comprehend. You understand nothing," he scoffed. The previous night had been somewhat wild. He had left half his body behind in the throes of passion, yet it had not diminished his composure. As he pondered deeply, a lingering smile gracing his lips on the morning of the school kendo tournament, Dai Ling was slightly feverish, having overslept and almost missed her chance. She sprang up in a flurry. Hastily dressing, kendo was her sole passion, practiced since childhood. She had once secured the championship in the student category while in Macau. Kendo emphasizes speed, precision, and focus, but due to her illness, she was defeated by a junior she had mentored, leading to her unexpected exit from the competition. In that moment, a long-forgotten frustration bubbled within her, leaving her feeling somewhat despondent. She could only pin her hopes on the afternoon revival match, praying she could rise above the fray. After a match concluded, she removed her protective helmet with one hand, cradling it as she walked towards the audience, her bamboo sword in the other. Zheng Yaojia, bold-faced, approached her with a bottle of water. She attempted to sidestep him but ultimately accepted it. Murmuring her thanks, Zheng Yaojia took a seat beside her, softly pleading, "Dai Ling, can we be friends instead of lovers? I've come to terms with it. Please stop bothering me." This statement, surprisingly reasonable, caught her off guard. Swallowing a gulp of water, she twisted the cap and replied, "I'm not bothering you. You're a decent person, but we simply do not suit each other." Zhang Yaojia nodded in dejection. He hadn't truly reconciled with the situation. He merely hoped to start from friendship, believing it might lessen her aversion. "I'll cheer for you in the afternoon match. You'll do great. You were really impressive up there just now," he said, genuinely complimenting her. Dai Ling offered a faint smile, replying, "Thank you." Between them, it seemed they had reached an unspoken truce, a relief that was not unwelcome. Chapter 47. Do you like him? After her first night with Dai Ling, she had been suffering from a slight fever. She informed Sister Wang that she would not be going to the villa today and asked her to relay the message to the young master. She truly felt unwell. The previous night had been tumultuous, accompanied by the pain of her initial experience and a recurrence of her back injury. She felt discomfort throughout her body. Otherwise, she would not have lost the competition. After school, she went to a pharmacy to buy some medicine. On her way back to the apartment, she was momentarily distracted and misjudged the traffic light while crossing the street, nearly causing several cars to collide. Glancing at the traffic signal, she suddenly realized she was standing in the middle of the road, surrounded by vehicles honking sharply at her. In a state of panic, she was unsure whether to move forward or retreat. At that moment, a white Bentley slowed down behind her, and the rear door swung open. An arm reached out, pulling her into the car before she could comprehend the situation, and the door shut as the vehicle began to move. Instinctively, she hugged herself in fright, and as she turned to see the person beside her, she recognized the sharp profile of a man cloaked in dim light. He seemed somewhat familiar. The daylight had not yet faded, and the soft light streaming through the car window illuminated his face. His eyes, filled with warmth, met hers. He appeared to be under 30, dressed in a well-fitted white suit and black trousers, exuding an air of refined elegance. He seemed to favor white, dressing with a distinctive flair, his hair neatly slicked back. This man possessed an exceptionally handsome and scholarly visage, with sharp brows and bright eyes, radiating a blend of righteousness and mischief that suggested he was no ordinary individual. His demeanor was cultured and composed, yet there was a hint of aloofness that set him apart from others. In a gathering of men, his appearance and aura would undoubtedly place him at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy. Oshawan withdrew his hand from her arm, a gust of air swirling around them, carrying the rich fragrance of his cologne. "Miss Dai Ling, that was quite perilous," he remarked. Her gaze was drawn to the man driving. A middle-aged man with a jovial demeanor from the casino. The familiar voice eased her initial panic. "Oh, it's you, sir? You startled me. I thought I was being kidnapped." Her jest elicited laughter from both men in the car. "Bosso, it's been a while. I didn't expect our reunion to unfold in such circumstances. Thank you for your help just now." She smoothed the wrinkles in her clothing and greeted the man beside her cheerfully. Oshawan pressed his lips together and smiled lightly. Dai Ling found herself involuntarily studying his profile. His smile was subtle, yet captivating, like a gentle mist brushing against her cheek, irresistibly alluring to women. Unlike Ong Wei's assertive handsomeness, Oshawan's thick brows and deep-set eyes, coupled with a refined demeanor, exuded the charm of a mature man. That he spoke in genuine Cantonese, making her feel an overwhelming sense of familiarity in a foreign land. Though she had not seen him at the casino, his eloquence and voice hinted at a man of considerable grace. Intrigued by his commanding presence and striking looks, she speculated about his identity and status. He could easily pass for a successful international businessman. Miss Dai, where are you headed in such a hurry? You didn't even glance at the signals, he inquired, glancing at the transparent bag containing her medication. She explained that she was feeling unwell and had blanked out momentarily, suggesting he drop her at the next intersection and that she would treat him to a meal another day. Do you have plans today? He asked. She shook her head, indicating she had nothing pressing. Then let us not postpone. How about I treat you to dinner today? I happen to have some free time as well. Dai Ling hesitated for a moment before agreeing. When he asked if she had a specific place in mind, she readily suggested a renowned resort in Bangkok called the Banyan Tree. The car bounced along for about half an hour before they ascended the mountain. The manager of the Banyan Tree greeted them personally, leading them to a secluded private room meant for just the two of them. With the driver standing guard at the door, Do Shaowen expertly removed his suit jacket and handed it to the attentive waiter, who discreetly closed the door behind them. The room was dimly lit, casting dappled shadows across the angular features of the man, who regarded her with keen interest, making her somewhat uneasy in an effort to ease the tension. Dai Ling pondered some opening remarks. Right? She had yet to inquire about Boss O's name. Are you from Hong Kong or Macau? She asked. That a playful smile danced across O Shaowen's lips as he filled a cup with tea and pushed it toward her. Owen Zhu, a native of Hong Kong, here to do a bit of business. And you, Miss Dai? I heard you were from Macau and I intended to invite you for tea, hoping my subordinate's recklessness didn't frighten you. Dai Ling took a sip of tea and smiled. Not at all. In fact, I should thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have received such generous tips. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she tilted her head. That lady the other day. Are you familiar with her? She lifted her gaze to gauge his reaction. The man lowered his eyes, twirling his teacup, unhurriedly smiling. Miss Dai, are you interested in my personal affairs? That's not what I meant. It's just, she felt a flush of embarrassment, as if he had seen through her thoughts. If you know her, I'd like to convey my gratitude. She left in a hurry. O Shaowen leaned back in his chair, sipping tea leisurely, his gaze absorbing her flustered. In a place like the casino, where the atmosphere is chaotic, it's best for a girl like you to avoid it. Being from Macau, I believe you understand better than I do. There's no need for me to elaborate. Dai Ling expressed her gratitude for his concern, admitting she would indeed frequent such places less often in the future, as she had previously done so out of necessity to earn a living. So, do you now have better prospects? He queried. She smiled without answering, focusing on her tea that moment. The door to the private room swung open, and a few waiters entered with the dishes. Throughout this time, he remained silent, and once they had all exited, he sat up straight and gentlemanly, using public chopsticks to serve her some food. May I ask you a rather bold question? He inquired. She replied that it was fine. He squinted slightly, the light casting shadows on his features, creating a deep, indistinct silhouette as he toyed with a valuable jade ring on his left thumb, seemingly pondering for a long while. Miss Dai, do you have a boyfriend? The question caught her off guard. She was unprepared and unsure of his intentions. Picking up her chopsticks to eat, she smiled playfully, trying to deflect. Boss O is interested in my personal life. Too, his eyes sparkled with amusement, and he continued to watch her intently. Taking a sip of hot tea, I am indeed interested in you, Miss Dai, but I hope my candor doesn't alarm you. When we met at the casino, I intended to strike up a conversation, but alas, you declined, and I did not press the matter. Now that we meet again, I prefer to be straightforward rather than engage in trivial chatter. O Shaowen spoke slowly, his demeanor exuding a sense of control, likely a result of his experiences. The maturity and steadiness he radiated were comforting, and his probing gaze was far less intimidating than Ongwei's. Hearing his words piqued her curiosity. Bosso, considering today is only our second encounter, I don't even know your age, where you live, or what business you conduct if you judge women solely by their appearance. With so many beauties in the world, you must be quite overwhelmed. O Shaowen laughed heartily, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth as he leaned back. Interestingly, sometimes a man's interest in a woman can be instantaneous. Coincidentally, I felt an immediate connection with you. Miss Dai, you believe that? A faint blush crept onto Dai Ling's cheeks as she set down her chopsticks. Whether I believe it or not is irrelevant. O Shaowen cleared his throat, his expression inscrutable, half serious, half joking. As for my situation, I can be forthright. I am 30, unmarried, with no history of marriage, an only child engaged in international trade, that my business isn't grand. but it suffices for a comfortable living. After marriage, I wish to settle in Hong Kong. Dai Ling quickly interjected, "Please, let us not discuss that. I'm sorry, bosso, but I have a boyfriend." Shaowen regarded her with a calm demeanor. Seemingly unfazed by her response, that he held her gaze, tapping his finger rhythmically on the table, asking meaningfully, "Oh, do you like him?" Chapter 48. Seeking a union. Dai Ling rested her chin on her hand, smiling playfully. "Are you delving so deeply, bosso? A girl saying she has a boyfriend is just a roundabout way of declining. Surely you understand that." Shaowen swirled his teacup, the jade ring clinking against the porcelain with a clear sound. Unfazed, he smiled. "It seems you don't hold him in high regard. I sense I might still have a chance." Dai Ling remained noncommittal, offering no response to his probing gaze. She suddenly noticed that Shaowen consistently referred to her as Miss Dai rather than her full name, which she found rather intriguing. A commotion erupted at the door, prompting Shaowen to inquire about it. The driver pushed the door open, and a manager approached, politely speaking in English. "Bosso, today marks Thailand's Wan Phra festival, and there is a Grand Lantern Festival at the nearby Fa Ning Temple that if you both enjoy lively festivities, you might consider visiting the temple to pray for blessings and good fortune." Shaowen turned to Dai Ling and inquired if she was interested in going out for a stroll. Their conversation had already fallen into an awkward silence, and it seemed preferable to step outside for a breath of fresh air. She replied that sitting for too long was indeed uncomfortable, and it wouldn't hurt to take a look around. After saying this, they both rose to prepare to descend the stairs. The manager pressed the elevator button, and they stepped inside, where several people were already crammed together. The number of affluent-looking ladies cast sidelong glances at the tall and handsome gentleman entering their midst. Shaowen, ever the gentleman, positioned her against a corner of the wall. The confined space of the elevator forced them into close proximity. He emanated a subtle, refreshing scent of mint that enveloped her. She smiled up at him politely, making a conscious effort to avoid any excessive intimacy. Although this man did not exude the same dangerous aura as Ong Wei, his strikingly deep-set features were undeniably captivating, making it difficult to resist being drawn into his nonchalant charm. Such men possess an irresistible allure for women. Upon reaching the fourth floor, the elevator doors opened to reveal a familiar face. Meng Jiwei stood there, hands casually tucked in her pockets, flanked by two attendants, one of whom, clad provocatively, was linked arm in arm with her. Radiating intimacy, Dai Ling felt no particular trepidation towards Meng Jiwei. However, she instinctively wished to avoid being seen by her, knowing that her acquaintance with Ong Wei could lead to unwelcome rumors. Almost instinctively, she swiftly sidestepped, forcing herself to face Shaowen directly, with his broad chest just inches away. Their eyes met. He noticed her fleeting moment of panic, glanced towards the entrance, and seemed to understand her intent. He gently pressed a hand against her back, drawing her closer to himself, making it less likely for her to be exposed. The two individuals at the door entered the elevator, and the manager's voice echoed from behind. "Miss Meng, this is the elevator you should have taken." Laughter erupted among the women, prompting them to quickly retreat, with Meng Jiwei offering an apologetic remark as the doors closed tightly. Only then did she allow herself to relax. A few wealthy ladies nearby cast disdainful looks at the pair, likely considering her as a mere temptress seeking to ensnare her boss. Anxiously inching closer to the man, she merely smiled in response. The Fa Ning Temple is located on the hillside of the villa, with winding steps leading up, flanked by lotus lanterns adorned with vibrant shades that create a breathtaking spectacle, extending all the way to the summit. She couldn't help but marvel at the beauty surrounding her. Throughout her time in Thailand, and even during her stay in Hong Kong, she had little joy or fond memories. All imagery of leisure and happiness in her mind halted at the age of 12. The year when Yu Meng was murdered, transforming her life into shades of gray, leaving her devoid of any noteworthy recollections. The gentle night breeze brought her a sense of long-lost comfort and relaxation. Shaowen did not broach the earlier elevator incident, patiently accompanying her as they climbed the steps. The bodyguard followed a few meters behind, but she noticed several black-clad individuals interspersed within the sparse crowd. Reminiscent of the last encounter at the casino, bodyguards lurking amidst the throngs of people, his identity surely transcended that of a mere businessman. Even if he were simply a businessman, he was engaged in perilous ventures. As they ascended halfway up the hill, the number of fellow climbers dwindled, likely consisting mostly of those who would take a few photos and leave, with few possessing the stamina to reach the summit. They exchanged casual conversation along the way, and Dai Ling felt in good spirits, reverting to her familiar Cantonese, treating him as an old friend, and not feeling the slightest bit awkward in a moment of near misstep. His warm hands swiftly supported her back, their proximity intensified, his firm, heated chest causing her to tremble as he softly cautioned her to be careful. She expressed her gratitude and struggled to stand. Feeling an inevitable sense of ambiguous awkwardness, she halted at an overlook, turning to gaze back at him. Amidst the deepening night shrouded in mist, he strolled towards her leisurely, the patchy lights behind him accentuating his rugged, handsome features, creating an illusion that in this moment, everything else in the world was rendered void, leaving only the two of them. Feeling slightly overheated from the exertion, he removed his suit jacket, draping it over his arm. Revealing a light-colored striped shirt beneath, he looked up at her with a charming smile that was simply captivating, but a sudden wave of emotion surged within her, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze. They lingered at the viewing platform for a while. Although the hill was not particularly high, it offered a panoramic view of Bangkok's nightscape, with distant neon lights dazzling in a way that entranced her. "Do you enjoy this place?" Oh Shaoan leaned against the wooden railing, his minty fragrance mingling in the night air, wafting towards her. "Do you ever miss your hometown?" A gentle breeze tousled her hair as she gazed into the distance. Unable to say she loved it, but she had grown accustomed to it, sometimes feeling nostalgic. After all, it was where she was born and raised. "But I have important matters to attend to here. Perhaps once everything is accomplished, I will return and never leave again." He gazed at her meaningfully. "What important matters?" Dai Ling met his gaze, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile. "My studies at last." They reached the summit of Fa Ning Temple, and a sea of incense and flickering candles greeted them, reminiscent of both hell and heaven, leaving her in a daze about her current surroundings. Inside the main hall, a queue formed for lighting candles. Dai Ling chose a green peace candle, only to spot Oh Shaoan holding a pink one, but she asked him what he had chosen, and he playfully showcased the delicate lantern in his hand, jokingly suggesting, "Why not wish for a romantic relationship?" His penetrating gaze lingered on her, reminiscent of their earlier conversation at the hotel, while several bodyguards in the distance chuckled at the exchange. She replied, "I wish you success." Upon returning to the villa, several men approached to greet them, seemingly business associates. Dai Ling, sensing the time, made an excuse about the late hour and decided to head home, with Oh Shaoan making no further attempts to retain her, instructing the bodyguard to escort her. The bodyguard, appearing quite refined, was a middle-aged gentleman. Dai Ling felt little apprehension towards him. He amiably conversed, assuring her that Oh Shaoan had instructed him to ensure her safe return home. She did not push back, knowing that the distance from here to the city was considerable. The bodyguard observed her through the rearview mirror. "Miss Dai Ling, it's chilly in the mountains. Our boss has prepared a coat for you in the back seat. Please put it on to keep warm." She looked to the side seat and indeed found the white suit jacket that Oh Shaoan had worn earlier, neatly folded there. His attention to detail was commendable. However, wearing a man's jacket carried an ambiguous connotation, and she was reluctant to provide any fodder for gossip. "That I'm not cold," she politely declined. "What business does Mr. O engage in?" Dai Ling suddenly asked the driver, aiming to glean some information. Last time at the Yushang Huanggong Casino, the bodyguard had intentionally lost over $10 million to those two groups. Such a carefree spender was likely rare in Hong Kong. The bodyguard chuckled. "Whatever is profitable, really. There's no fixed line of work." "Miss Dai Ling, did you have fun today? What do you think of our boss?" Dai Ling teased. "Mr. O seems quite amiable, humble, and gentle, but a bit blunt." Naturally, she referred to their earlier topic. "Is that so?" The bodyguard laughed heartily, maintaining steady control of the vehicle while casting a playful glance in the rearview mirror. "He doesn't often act this way. What has gotten into him today?" Chapter 49. "Where have you been out of habit?" Dai Ling did not instruct him to drive to her apartment entrance, instead thanking him and exiting the vehicle a few hundred meters away. Before she stepped out, the bodyguard handed her back the plastic bag containing her medication, speaking earnestly. "Miss Dai Ling, Bangkok isn't very large. I hope we meet again soon." Dai Ling merely smiled in response and firmly closed the car door. Yet before she reached her front door, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over her. Glancing downstairs, her heart skipped a beat at the sight of a black Rolls-Royce parked steadily at the entrance. She recognized the model from the last trip to Hua Hin, where Uncle Chuan's car had been totaled, only for him to arrive in an identical vehicle shortly thereafter. Her chest tightened as she carefully surveyed the surroundings. 50 meters away, Kuanda leaned against a car, gesturing with his chin to indicate that Ong Wei was inside. She knew all too well how easily he could trace her whereabouts, but she worried if her meeting with Oshawan had been spotted. In their relationship, the fewer people involved, the better. After all, he was a dangerous man. Contemplating her next move, Dai Ling took a deep breath and approached the car. Pulling open the door, she found him lounging in the dim green interior. Eyes closed and reposed, as the window cracked open. The night breeze dissipated the heavy smoke surrounding him, and he opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. "Where have you been?" Though she had nothing to hide. His sudden inquiry made her slightly uneasy. He might have someone watching her, stealing herself. She calmly replied, "I went to buy some medicine." Ong Wei leaned over her, shutting the door behind her, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, instructing her to sit on his lap while he deftly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with his uninjured hand. His warm palm glided over her skin, sending shivers down her spine. Such intimate gestures were nothing out of the ordinary for the two who had already crossed the line, yet she still found herself unaccustomed to it. "I didn't sell myself to you. Why do you meddle so much?" She muttered softly, "You've reminded me. Perhaps I should draft a contract for your services one day." That he still possesses a sharp tongue. It seems his spirit is remarkably high, hardly resembling someone who has been injured. What is that scent of incense? This thought caused her body to stiffen, prompting her to excuse herself by saying she had just visited a nearby temple to pay her respects. Feeling unwell, the dim glow of the streetlights cast a gentle light upon his handsome, hazy face, easing a taut string within her heart, and she nodded slightly. "If you're unwell, you should stay put rather than running around," he said with a hint of impatience, twirling a strand of her hair around his fingers. "Come back to the villa with me. Let Aunt Wing take care of you." She resolutely shook her head. Aunt Wang was unaware of their relationship, and she knew that going to the villa meant she would be trapped. The man's breath was thick with an impending desire, and she was in no condition to endure it today. If he was like this even while injured, she dared not imagine how it would be if he recovered. Sensing her hesitation, he pressed a kiss to her earlobe. She already knew. "What are you afraid of?" Dai Ling was taken aback. "Does she know?" Ong Wei raised an eyebrow. "If I were to bring a woman home for no reason, do you think my household staff would lack the insight to notice?" Dai Ling paused for a moment, her face tinged with a blush. "Of course, she didn't care about the opinion of a servant. It was merely a natural response of modesty. I haven't seen you all day." Ong Wei observed her flushed cheeks and pressed her against the back of the chair, kissing her deeply, then pulled back to gaze into her disheveled eyes, like a beast in heat, whispering in her ear, "I've been thinking. Your hand is injured, your head is bandaged. Where do you get the strength?" Dai Ling's fingers turned pale from gripping tightly. "That I feel a bit unwell." Her eyes shimmered with moisture. Looking pitiful, Ong Wei gently brushed her hair aside, his breath restrained to the utmost, then said, "I'll be gentle." In the darkness, they locked eyes, with her hands interlaced behind his neck. Their intimate posture made it difficult for him to suppress his thoughts. That night, as the car drove back to the bamboo grove outside the seaside manor, it fortuitously began to rain, reminding her of a familiar night not long ago. Now, however, she and he were in the same car. Though something had changed, and she couldn't quite articulate what it was, the courtyard was brightly lit. She knew Aunt Wang was inside. Ong Wei deliberately parked the car there. Upon entering his territory, he no longer restrained his instincts. Eagerly pushing her down beneath him, Dai Ling pleaded for mercy, but he paid no heed, leaning down to kiss nearly every inch of her, whispering reassurances in her ear that everything would be all right. Filling her with both shame and an inability to resist, his scorching lips landed on the pendant of the necklace around her neck, and he reached out to examine it. She instinctively pulled away, and Ong Wei inquired about it. Such hollow pendants generally contained something. His curiosity was understandable. Dai Ling, with a steady heart, replied, "It's my mother's ashes. I carry a bit with me." He laughed. "What are you so nervous about?" "I want to touch it." The car swayed in the wind and rain, the interior fogged with the humidity of desire. They were enraptured in an explosion of passion, unable to resist until midnight. He lay atop her soft body, sensing her feverish form. Feeling it was not good, he reached out to check her breathing, then wrapped her in his coat and drove the car into the courtyard. Aunt Wing came out at the sound, glanced at Dai Ling in the back seat, and instantly understood. She frowned. "Young master, You really ought to be more considerate. You've exhausted her like this. She approached to assist the semi-unconscious girl, quietly advising him, you can't be so rough with someone who has just lost their virginity. You must exercise restraint. Ong Wei raised an eyebrow but said nothing, instructing her to take Dai Ling upstairs to the bedroom, where she was served warm medicinal soup. Only then did her furrowed brow begin to ease. After Aunt Wang left the room, Ong Wei took a shower and sat down on the nearby sofa. Water droplets from his hair fell onto his forehead as he lit a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs while observing the dazed figure on the bed, before extinguishing the cigarette and fanning the air. He sat like that for an hour, then shed his clothes and joined her in bed, turning her body to rest against his chest, looking down at her forehead glistening with sweat and her dry lips. His heart seemed to twitch twice. He gently brushed the hair sticking to her sweaty skin aside and stroked the small red mole beneath her lip. He had once raised a puppy, which had accompanied him until it was 4 years old. He always liked to sleep holding it, feeling particularly secure in its fluffy warmth, but his mother would always take the puppy away in the middle of the night. And eventually, the playful dog was run over by a car while playing in the street. Since then, he had never felt that kind of warmth beside him again and gradually grew accustomed to the cold. Lost in thought, he didn't even realize when he fell asleep, in the blurred line between dreams and reality. Dai Ling could not distinguish if she was dreaming or awake. She only sensed she was lying in that cave from that day, where a fire burned warmly, with a boulder beside her that wouldn't budge no matter how she pushed, so she gave up. Chapter 50. It's clear he likes you. When she awoke the next day, it was nearly noon. She became aware of her surroundings, realizing she was lying on Ong Wei's bed, and the man beside her had vanished without a trace. She hurriedly dressed and stealthily made her way downstairs, only to unexpectedly bump into Aunt Wang, who was hurrying out. Dai Ling called out to her from behind. Miss Dai Ling, where are you off to? She hastily put on her shoes. Aunt Wang, I have classes at school today. Aunt Wang smiled warmly. Young master has given you a day off. You don't need to go. Come and eat something. You shouldn't push yourself when you're ill, with Aunt Wang's words. She had no choice but to take off her shoes again and return to the dining table. The atmosphere at that moment felt somewhat delicate. It was as if she had become the host. Aunt Wang attentively brought her a cup of hot water and some medicine. She knew Aunt Wang was aware of everything, needing no further explanation, yet she still felt unaccustomed to this shift in roles. After Aunt Wang finished her tasks, she sat beside her. You don't need to feel constrained in front of me. In fact, I knew young master's feelings for you from the very first day you arrived. He has never brought any woman to this house before. She smiled. I can see that he really likes you, which is why he wants to keep you close. Dai Ling took the hot water and swallowed the medicine. In the presence of Aunt Wang and Uncle Chuan, she found it inexplicable that she could neither lie nor conceal the truth. Aunt Wang, are you married? Aunt Wang nodded, smiling as she said her child was back in their hometown in Vietnam. Dai Ling confessed, to be honest, I'm quite afraid of Ong Wei. Aunt Wang replied, young master appears cold on the outside but is warm on the inside. Just understand his character. Dai Ling nodded, resting for the day after eating a little. When Uncle Chuan rang the doorbell, dusk had set in, and she was curled up on the sofa, nearly drifting off to sleep. Uncle Chuan said that young master would be busy at the company until late and was worried. So he asked to check on her situation. If everything was fine, he would take her to the company. Why go to the company? Dai Ling asked, puzzled. Aunt Wang, carrying a plate of fruit, passed by and smiled knowingly at Uncle Chuan. Yes, fine. The fever has subsided. Take her with you. With Aunt Wang saying this, she had no reason to object, so she slipped on the coat from last night and followed Uncle Chuan into the car. Last night, in this very car, they had spent an entire night entwined. Although it had been cleaned, she could still smell his unique masculine scent, which made her feel flustered, constantly observing Uncle Chuan's expression. Relieved that it was merely her own unfounded worry. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot of Sihai Group, she recognized the person waiting outside the car, none other than Kunda. As she stepped out, Kunda winked playfully and called her sister-in-law. Dai Ling quickly asked him not to call her that, and he complied, leading her straight upstairs. Nuaji stood in the conference room hallway, watching her pass with a half-smile on his face. Among the two men before Ong Wei, Nuaji appeared slightly gentler, while Kunda had a more ferocious demeanor. Together, they made Ong Wei seem refined and delicate, yet deep down, perhaps no one could surpass his underlying ruthlessness. For some reason, the image of Dan Pa's venomous eyes flashed in her mind. Wei resembled his father most in those hawk-like eyes that made one feel uneasy. Yet, when he looked at her with passion, his gaze held a rare tenderness that often left her in disarray, unable to fathom what kind of person he truly was. Kunda led Dai Ling through the maze of cubicles into the innermost office. "Please wait here. Young master will come over once the meeting is adjourned." She responded softly and entered the room. Her eyes fell upon a dimly lit space, filled with a faint scent of sandalwood. And she noticed a burning incense burner in the corner, nearly extinguished. The office was spacious, with large transparent floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting the vibrant neon lights of Bangkok's precious CBD, casting shadows of the towering steel forest. A dazzling display, yet also a cage. The last time she had visited this place was for a scholarship interview, and she hadn't paid much attention to the scenery. She did not turn on the lights. Instead, sitting in the symbolic chair of power, lightly tapping her fingers on the desk, her thoughts swirling in a multitude of directions, the set of titanium golf clubs caught her eye in the corner. And she slowly approached, withdrawing one to fiddle with. The only sport she knew was kendo, so she was unfamiliar with the motions of golf. She swung it casually a couple of times. A low, teasing voice came from behind. "Can you play?" His slender and broad silhouette leaned languidly against the doorframe, flecks of pearlescent light casting a delicate glow upon his cheek. Shrouded in dimness, his deep, dark eyes seemed to have gazed for an eternity. Regardless of whether he was clothed or unclothed, Wei's physique remained strikingly consistent. Even amidst a throng of men, he possessed a rare, perfectly lean and sculpted form, characterized by broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His robust chest and erect spine bore no trace of excess flesh at the waist, while his buttocks were firm, proportionate, and upright. Daling halted her actions, backlit by the light, and responded with a gentle refusal that he chuckled softly, deftly unbuttoning his shirt as he approached her from behind, enveloping her in his arms, his hands covering hers as he patiently instructed. "Allow me to teach you. Spread your feet apart and swing like this." His chest pressed against her back, his lips brushed against her ear, and a breath of warm air caressed her cheek, guiding her hand in a graceful arc toward the distance. The intimacy of their position was unabashed and unreserved. Who could have imagined that this fearsome figure of the underworld, often associated with dread, would so leisurely teach a woman how to play golf? After a while of closeness, it was evident that the man was brimming with fervor. He cast aside the golf club from her grasp and led her hand around the office desk. He settled into a chair, spreading his legs apart, inviting her to obediently sit upon his thigh. He appeared to relish this position, reveling in the sense of control it afforded him. Wei tilted his head slightly to gaze at her damp, glistening eyes and slightly pale lips, acutely aware that there was little he could do. His restraint was nearly life-threatening, but now that she was so close, he felt considerably more at ease. The day's meeting had been a blur of confusion. He extended a finger to caress her cheek, his gaze brimming with a profound tenderness. "Are you still in pain?" Daling replied that she was feeling much better in his presence. She endeavored to embody a delicate and gentle woman, her primary task being to cultivate their romance and deepen their bond. Ironically, this was precisely the area in which she was least adept, thus relying on hearsay and her rather unremarkable acting skills. With her scant instincts ultimately guiding her actions, her heart was tinged with trepidation and fear towards this man. Yet in truth, his exterior was flawless, and he exhibited a tenderness toward her that could be deemed affectionate. Rendering her predicament not entirely unfavorable, she reached out to brush her hand against his, still adorned with a strap. Softly inquiring why he had not yet fully recovered, he scrutinized her features with intent. Taking her hand and kissing it lightly at the lips, "The gunshot wound requires some time. The stitches will be removed next month. It's nothing serious." The atmosphere between them was steeped in ambiguity. They could gaze into each other's eyes in silence for what felt like an eternity. The doorway. Nuaji remained frozen for what seemed like an age before finally clearing his throat and knocking gently. "Young master, the person has arrived in the conference room next door." Wei did not shift his gaze, his eyes lingering on her face, his hand wandering at her waist, caressing her as he spoke in a low voice to the person at the door. "Understood. I will be there momentarily." Daling comprehended his intention and stood up dutifully. "You should attend to your matters. I will wait here for you." Wei did not linger long, rising to smooth the creases in his shirt that she had pressed, patiently instructing her to remain there and communicate anything to his secretary. Upon finishing, he picked up several golf clubs, seemingly selecting one. ultimately choosing a slightly thicker titanium alloy club, which also served as an excellent weapon. To strike with this would be merciless. As he turned, she caught a glimpse of a familiar ferocity etched between his brows. Chapter 51. The date, she sensed that something was bound to transpire in the next moment. An insatiable curiosity bubbling within her. After hesitating in the room, she stepped out the instant the secretary entered, claiming she needed to visit the restroom. Passing by the conference room, she noted that the blinds were tightly sealed, and the door was firmly shut, making eavesdropping nearly impossible. Observing a secluded corner by the window adjacent to the tea area, where a slat of the blinds was partially folded, she scanned her surroundings for anyone nearby, before pretending to admire the view below. This spot was a natural vantage point for prying, leading her to suspect that someone had intentionally arranged it this way. With few employees on this floor and the hour past 7, the office was nearly deserted, which eased her mind considerably. Inside, a man knelt upon the expansive, gleaming marble tiles, 2 bloodstains marring his back, evidently the result of a seemingly innocuous golf club. The man faced away from her, his features obscured, but he trembled violently, repeatedly muttering his innocence. Ongwei stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows facing the street, gripping the bloodied golf club, a cigarette smoldering between his fingers. Kunda approached and kicked the man, the chain around his neck jingling as he collapsed, only to scramble back up to kneel once more. Kunda lowered himself, lifting the man's chin with a finger, a smile playing on his lips. "I'll ask you one last time. Who was behind the ambush on us that night in Huayan? Only a handful knew of our whereabouts that day. You had your chance. But it seems you're eager to hasten your journey to the underworld. I could assist you with that." The man shook his head frantically, blood spattering across his face. "I swear, it was not me who disclosed young Master S' movements that night. I have been following you for over a year. You know what sort of person I am. That IT truly wasn't me. I beg you to see the truth." His pleas were earnest, and he appeared genuinely sincere. Yet who would openly declare themselves a traitor? Everyone is not foolish. Kunda was evidently unconvinced, cursing as he stood up, kicking and striking the man until he curled into a ball, crying out. Ongwei remained by the window, smoking, calmly instructing Kunda to cease his actions. He tossed the cigarette into a nearby teacup, where it fizzled and crackled. He then sat back in a chair facing the man on the floor, rubbing his tired brow. "Nuaji, what is your take on this? Who do you suspect?" His sudden inquiry took Kunda and Nuaji by surprise. Nuaji hesitated before responding. "It's hard to say. It feels like it could be a wild gang trying to make a name for themselves, but I'm unsure how the information got out." Kunda rolled up his sleeves. "If you ask me, it's definitely that bastard Desai as doing that. He wouldn't dare come at us directly, so he hired some unfamiliar mercenaries. Given the recent incidents, he must be thinking of taking a shot at young Master." Ongwei leaned back, his eyes darkening, leisurely crossing his legs. "I don't think so. I suspect it's someone above him." Kunda's expression turned to shock. "The boss behind Saichin? You mean military personnel?" Ongwei toyed with the titanium club in his hand, seemingly confident in his conjecture. The boss above him indeed had military connections, though whether they were military personnel remained ambiguous. "Do you already have a plan in mind, young Master?" Kunda inquired. Ongwei propped the club upright, wiping the blood trickling down, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "Someone else losing their composure and deciding to intervene personally. The real show is just beginning to at that moment." Dailing's phone buzzed in her bag, and in her flustered state, she quickly silenced it, too apprehensive to continue eavesdropping. She hurried to the restroom for a brief detour before returning to the office, where she had composed herself by the time Ongwei entered. Feigning ignorance, he held a pristine golf club, as if the earlier scene had merely been a fleeting dream. Closing the door behind him, he slid the club back into the golf bag and approached her, each step causing her heart to flutter. "Are you hungry? Come dine with me." He smiled tenderly, pulling her into his embrace, seemingly oblivious to her icy demeanor. The journey to the hotel took 10 minutes. In the parking lot, he held her captive in the car for nearly an hour, emerging with her lipstick nearly imprinted upon his lips. His entourage, well versed in protocol, surrounded them, ensuring not a sliver of space was left exposed. Midway through their meal in the private room, a figure tapped on the door, and Daling glanced up to find Meng Juwei, her short hair appearing fresh as she leaned against the doorframe, a drink in hand. "Care for a drink? Would you mind?" With that, she sauntered into the room with poise, her gaze flitting between the two of them, Just as Ong Wei was serving Daling, he lifted his eyes to recognize their guest. His fist crossing on the table. I saw your car outside, so I figured you were here. It seems my hunch was correct. Meng Jiwei leaned against the chair, her exquisitely crafted face radiating curiosity as she extended a finger from her glass. Squinting at Daling. Have we met? Daling set down her chopsticks, calculating that Meng Jiwei had likely overlooked her during their previous encounter at the hotel, preparing to respond, only for her hand to be seized by the man beside her. His deep voice steady. What's the matter, Boss Meng? Here on official business. Meng Jiwei chuckled at their clasped hands. I had a social function next door. Seeing your bodyguards at the door hinted that you were here. If I had known you were on a date, I wouldn't have interrupted. Ong Wei ignored her, his grip on her hand tightening. Meng Jiwei teased. May I ask your surname, Miss? Dai Ling, surname Dai and given name Ling. Expressed her apologies for the disturbances caused at your return party last time, considering it a fleeting acquaintance. Meng Jiwei remarked that she remembered you had come with her cousin. Upon uttering this, both exchanged glances at the man beside them. Meng Jiwei's was deliberate, while Dai Ling merely caught him in her peripheral vision. Ong Wei's expression remained impassive, seemingly indifferent. Meng Jiwei, known for her vivacity, had Dai Ling laughing in no time. Promising to dine together on another occasion. At that moment, an unfamiliar bodyguard knocked at the door. Ong Wei allowed him entry. The man leaned in to whisper a few words, prompting a raised eyebrow from Ong Wei, who inquired about the location, to which the bodyguard replied it was in the lobby and was about to depart. Ong Wei asked Dai Ling if she had eaten well, to which she nodded. You're not feeling well. Eat something you like, then return home to rest early. Whether it's the villa or the apartment, just inform the driver. The choice is yours. He patiently patted her back, stating he had matters to attend to. After that, his gaze swept over to Meng Jiwei. Their silent understanding required no further words, and she rose to exit with him, leaving the bodyguard to wait at the door. Before leaving, Meng Jiwei chided, how unchivalrous to leave your girlfriend here alone. Ong Wei merely gave her a gentle push and closed the door behind him. Dai Ling inquired of the bodyguard whom they were to meet. Recognizing her status, he dared not elaborate, merely stating it was a familiar acquaintance of the young master. After finishing her meal, she picked up the pristine napkin to dab her mouth and informed the bodyguard of her desire to return home. He guided her outside, where she scanned the lobby but saw no sign of Ong Wei and assumed they had relocated. Upon exiting, the bodyguard opened the car door for her, and she watched a departing black sedan, where a ringed hand dangled from the back seat, in a following vehicle. The doorman shielded Meng Jiwei from the vehicle's roof as she discarded her cigarette and climbed inside. This car quickly pursued Ong Wei's vehicle. Vanishing into the neon-lit night, Dai Ling became lost in thought, and the bodyguard reminded her, snapping her back to reality. She instructed him to take her to her apartment, as she had been unwell for several days. It appeared Ong Wei had other matters to attend to, allowing her some respite to return to her apartment, where she felt more at ease. Upon returning home, as she was removing her shoes, the phone rang. She dialed back, and Sister Hua answered lazily, uttering a casual greeting, evidently engaged in a game of mahjong. Xiao Dai, she said, the background filled with the cacophony of women chattering. Dai Ling discarded her shoes, walked barefoot into the apartment, poured herself a glass of water, and asked, was it not you who called me earlier? What's up, Sister Hua? Oh, I haven't heard from you lately. I was worried. How have you been? Her voice hinted at excitement, likely due to a successful hand in the game. Dai Ling smiled slightly. It's nothing. Don't worry. Are you free now? I'd like to ask you about someone. Sister Hua reassured her, stating that she was surrounded by familiar sisters, so there was no issue. Drawing the curtains shut, Dai Ling's mind conjured the image of a refined, handsome face, her heart unsettled. Have you heard of a businessman named Oh Wenzu from Hong Kong? He seems to be quite successful, though I'm unclear about his specific ventures. Sister Hua hesitated briefly, searching her memory, but opted not to repeat the name for safety. I haven't heard of him. I know many of the big shots in Hong Kong, but this individual escapes me. What's he like? Dai Ling, feeling fatigued, thought it unwise to be curious that it's nothing, just a casual inquiry about a friend I met here. Simply wanting to understand his background. Sister Hua laughed heartily. If he wasn't wealthy enough for me to know, he's likely just a small-time boss or a second-generation rich kid. Perhaps, Dai Ling replied. For 3 consecutive days, Ong Wei did not seek her out. Dai Ling's health had improved sufficiently, and after practicing kendo in the afternoon, She was drenched in sweat as she traversed the corridor, intending to rest in the lounge. A familiar face suddenly appeared, blocking her path. Kunda smiled. Sister-in-law, the young master has returned to Bangkok and is waiting for you in the car. Please follow me. Dai Ling changed into more comfortable attire. And upon reaching the school entrance, the sky had darkened. 3 black cars lined the street. 2 military jeeps, with the foremost being the one she recognized most. The vehicle bore traces of light yellow mud, suggesting it had just returned to the city, yet had not yet been cleaned. The moonlight cast a hazy glow over the landscape, illuminating the neon-lit street that stretched like a boundless temporal tunnel. The car windows were wide open, yet the man's expression remained obscured. Only the hand holding a cigarette dangled, affirming his identity. Kunda opened the back door for her, and she carefully took her seat. His deep-set eyes, weary, gazed at her as he took a final drag of his cigarette and tossed the butt out the window. She positioned herself beside his injured hand, and he, naturally, refrained from pulling her closer. Simply stating, "Come closer." Obediently, she shifted towards him. He was clad in a dark brown leather jacket, and his deep, shadowy eyes appeared fatigued. She wondered where he had been these past 3 days. His rough fingertips caressed her cheek, his gaze penetrating, as if he were attempting to envelop her entirely. "What have you been up to these days? Are you feeling better?" Dai Ling, stirred by the man's heavy, intoxicating aura, turned away in feigned annoyance. "Why do you care what I've done? If you wanted to find me, you could have. If not, I'll manage my own affairs. I'm perfectly capable." He wrapped his arm around her slender waist, amusement glimmering in his eyes. "What do you mean by that? You seem irked, as if someone has wronged you." She brushed aside his hand resting on her waist, choosing silence. Ong Wei turned her face towards him, gently pressing a finger to her lips, planting a fleeting kiss. "You must have missed me," she scoffed. "You certainly are full of yourself." This man was unpredictable, while he exuded a carefree demeanor in matters of affection. He was not unlike any other man. Yet, discerning between genuine feelings and mere pretense was essential to prevent herself from sinking into the abyss of desire. Upon arriving at the villa, Ong Wei led her inside, where Aunt Wang informed them that she had prepared nourishing dishes. Knowing the young master was home tonight, it appeared he had indeed been absent for 3 days, returning to Bangkok only to head to school immediately. Ong Wei suggested she wash up on the 2nd floor and wait for dinner to be ready, instructing Dai Ling to remain downstairs. Aunt Wang gossiped with her. "In all my years, it's the first time I've seen the young master speak so gently to someone." Dai Ling, momentarily at a loss for words, reflected that her previous thoughts had not been filled with tenderness towards him. Whether it was unjust to him was beyond her consideration. Once the meal was ready, Dai Ling ascended to summon him. Finding him asleep in the study chair, still dressed, a smoldered cigarette lay beside his hand, the ash accumulating on the floor like a tiny grave. That he appeared utterly exhausted. She opted not to disturb him, quietly turning to leave, yet inadvertently woke him. After dining, he took her hand and led her to the study terrace, which overlooked the vast lakeside forest, with the distant horizon fading into whiteness. He left the lights off, allowing only the faint glow from the garden below to illuminate the terrace. Cradling her into a lounge chair, he enveloped her in his jacket, instinctively holding her entire form. His injured hand was carefully withdrawn to avoid pressure, and they nestled together comfortably. His usually warm body felt somewhat cold at that moment. She sensed the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest against her back, as if he were attempting to draw her into his very being. The stubble on his jaw grazed her cheek as she caressed his moving Adam's apple, providing him with the response he sought. Today, it seemed his energy was low, his demeanor markedly different, likely due to the fatigue from travel. He gently rocked the chair back and forth, his breath laced with smoke brushing against her ear. "Tell me about your past, where you studied, what friends you had, and the like." His voice softened, rendering her susceptible to his charm. "What would you like to know?" "Anything you wished." He gazed into the distance, his eyes clouded with an unfathomable chill. It appeared he merely desired a casual conversation, akin to friends. Dai Ling's expression grew distant as she stared ahead. This rare moment of tranquility offered her a semblance of solace. She was reluctant to delve into her past, burdened by painful memories that clung to her. "I don't have many friends. Before I turned 12, I lived in Macau as an orphan. I was taken in by a welfare home in Hong Kong. After 12, I moved there, where I completed middle and high school. Preferring solitude, it was a rather dreary existence, monotonous to the point of suffocation." His breath brushed across her cheek, eliciting a tingling sensation. "How did your mother die?" She stiffened momentarily at the mention of her mother, a wound she preferred to keep hidden. "She passed away from illness," she replied, fabricating a lie. "Does it sadden you? It's been so long, I've forgotten." She gazed at the liquid night. Letting out a sigh, he gently turned her face at an angle, his long fingers brushing aside the unruly strands of hair that fell across her visage, just in time to receive his lingering, passionate kiss. Thus, they exchanged kisses on the terrace, the sheer curtains fluttering in the breeze, engaging in soft conversation, entwined in each other's warmth until the deep hours of the night. The air thick with a sweet fragrance. Occasionally, tender thoughts would flicker through her mind, willingly surrendering to the embrace of this affection. That night, he did not touch her. He merely wrapped her in his arms as they drifted into slumber. And unlike the first night, she did not tremble but instead fell into a peaceful dream. Upon waking the next morning, the morning mist filtered through the curtains, and she stretched languidly, barefoot, parting the drapes. Adorned in leisure white that a few individuals stood nearby, he sat at the edge of the swimming pool in the back garden, smoking, his gaze seemingly lost in thought. After freshening up, she prepared to head to school. Hastily consuming a few bites of the breakfast prepared by Aunt Wang, suddenly, a tiny kitten darted out from beside her feet, mewing at her. Her heart melted instantly, and she knelt to caress the soft bundle. "Aunt Wang, where did this cat come from?" Aunt Wang emerged, holding a cleaning cloth, and replied, "The young master found it. He said you could keep it at home for some company. I told him having a living creature around can be quite a bother. You all are busy enough as it is, and now you must care for its needs. But he insisted it was a stray, and no one cared for it. Miss Daling, do you like cats?" Daling cradled the orange fluff in her arms as she settled onto the sofa, increasingly finding it familiar. It resembled the one she had seen in the yard last time. Wasn't that one supposed to have a mother? "I do like it, though. What if the mother cat has passed away? That would be truly pitiable. This little creature seems only 2 months old. Well, if you like it, keep it. The young master is quite peculiar. He used to kick such creatures when they walked by, yet now he shows compassion." Aunt Wang muttered to herself. On her way to school, Daling felt the gaze of some odd onlookers, as if they were discussing her. She caught snippets of gossip about herself circulating in the school, likely due to the luxury cars that frequently picked her up at the school gate, insinuating she was involved with wealthy patrons, selling her body, and the like. She chose to ignore the chatter, and after class, Uncle Chuan's car awaited her outside. Since Ong Wei had been home these past few days, she naturally intended to return. Especially with the addition of a new little creature waiting for her. A group of people stood at the entrance, seemingly eager to witness the unfolding drama, perhaps to validate the rumors that as she passed by. Zhang Yaojia was among them. He coldly scoffed. "So she is indeed selling herself. No wonder." She heard his words clearly but remained unfazed. Upon entering the car, she instructed Uncle Chuan to make a trip to the pet store, wishing to procure some items for the new kitten. After acquiring a myriad of miscellaneous supplies, she returned to the villa, just in time to be greeted by the tiny creature, which scampered towards her. Likely recognizing her from before, she scooped it into her arms, playfully teasing it when a sharp, disapproving gaze fell upon her. "I never see it come near me when I'm at home. It keeps its distance. After all, it is just an animal, unable to discern who its benefactor is." Ong Wei's tall, striking figure descended the spiral staircase leisurely, his steps light and lively, appearing invigorated, as if his spirit had returned. Daling chuckled softly, knowing well that his brooding aura sent everyone scurrying, yet she kept her thoughts to herself. Throughout the night, the man watched her diligently prepare a cozy nest for the kitten, setting up litter and fashioning a makeshift climbing frame. Aunt Wing teased, "Miss Daling seems quite invested in this little creature, working tirelessly all night long. You should take a break and enjoy a cup of ginseng tea." Daling smiled, insisting she was not tired. Ong Wei lifted an eyebrow, finding her actions bothersome, and ordered her to move to a corner, out of his sight, claiming it clashed with the home decor. After finishing her tasks, she settled onto the sofa, only to be abruptly pulled into his embrace. "You have a living creature here, and you don't care for it. Are you feeling jealous?" She tilted her head playfully. "How should I care for it? It can run and eat on its own. Or would you prefer I feed you some cat food instead?" She provocatively offered a bag of cat food near his mouth. He had not ventured outside all day, clad in a loose white robe that hung carelessly off his frame. With a slight movement, his well-defined muscles gleamed beneath, exuding a rogue charm that felt particularly mischievous. He regarded the woman before him, who was teasing him with her playful smile, bewildered by when she had learned to stand her ground. She appeared vibrant and full of life, their gazes locked. And an undeniable reaction stirred within him. Clearing his throat, he commanded, "Come here. I need to discuss something with you." With that, his long legs carried him up the stairs, leaving no room for argument. Daling sensed his sudden surge of primal energy and glanced back at Aunt Wang, who had already discreetly retreated to another room. "I want to go. I still want to play with it a little longer," she protested against his retreating figure. He did not slow his pace, coldly responding, "Then I shall toss it out tomorrow." Reluctantly, she conceded. Once the door was closed, he pressed her against it, not rushing to kiss her eye in the quiet room. Only their intertwined breaths filled the space, his long fingers deftly unfastening the ties of her garment, as if unveiling a precious gift. "After being away for 2 or 3 days, did you not think of me at all?" he murmured, his voice low and enticing, eyes probing her soul. Chapter 54. You resemble her. She lifted her gaze to him, feeling a flush of shyness. "I haven't bathed yet." The room was dimly lit, the terrace wide open, his silhouette shrouded in the scattered starlight outside, casting an imposing shadow over her. He squinted at her, his eyes deep and dark, ignoring her modesty. The last tie fell away, and her outer robe pooled on the floor at their feet. He took one of her hands, guiding it to the loosely knotted belt of his robe, commanding softly, "Untie it for me." As she reached to comply, the heavy robe slipped from his shoulders, and she quickly shielded her eyes, for he wore nothing beneath. "What are you hiding from? It's not as if you haven't seen it before," he remarked, frowning, pulling her hand down to encircle his waist. Lifting her chin, he began to kiss her gently from head to toe. Beneath the dappled moonlight, their intertwined forms cast shadows on the door, swaying with the silhouettes of the trees outside, the air thick with the intoxicating scent of intimacy, evoking a whirlwind of desires. As the night wore on, both were utterly exhausted. Beside the bed stood a single wall lamp, and he embraced her from behind, kissing her ear. She felt overwhelmingly drowsy, pleading for him to sleep, but he was in peak form, having come several times, seemingly insatiable. His breath was heated, his low, husky voice enveloping her remaining consciousness. "You need not move. I'll hold you like this and come again." For reasons unknown, her sleepiness vanished in an instant. Ongwei had spent a considerable time recuperating at home, his injuries on his hands and head gradually healing. Sometimes he would visit the office, other times managing company affairs from his study. And when he became immersed in work, he truly became busy, often not uttering a word for half a day, leaving her with ample free time. On a Saturday, upon hearing from Aunt Wang about the Chin family's banquet, Ongwei returned to the old residence early. She casually inquired about the Chin family, but Aunt Wang was tight-lipped, revealing little, so she did not press further. That day, Yaru invited her for a shopping trip and brought up the rumors circulating at school. Daling shrugged, expressing indifference. Yara hesitated, seemingly curious if she had indeed become involved with a wealthy individual, especially since she had witnessed the luxury cars picking her up. Daling stirred her drink, biting her lip, scanning Yaru's feigned nonchalance, and, without thinking, blurted out, "You could say that." Expecting her to elaborate, she was surprised when Yaru seemed to have no intention of doing so. Daling caught a hint of disappointment flickering in Yaru's eyes. Subsequently, Yaru casually mentioned Zheng Yaojia. "By the way, I heard that Zheng Yaojia, the one pursuing you, is planning to drop out and accompany his father to Africa. Did you know?" That name was nearly faded from her memory. His identity had shifted from suitor to friend, then to mocker, with barely a few conversations exchanged yet a multitude of transitions. She smiled, responding, "I didn't know. What's the story?" "I heard his father was suddenly assigned to a project in Africa, and it seems he won't be back for 10 or 20 years. The whole family might temporarily immigrate there." She exhibited a palpable indifference, naturally refraining from engaging in conversation. In the heart of Bangkok, where upscale shopping malls proliferated, Dai Ling, having parted ways with Yaro, decided to meander through a pet shop, unknowingly losing herself in the vibrant array of boutiques for a while at the entrance of a meticulously decorated CAF. She found herself captivated by the colorful packaging of the coffee displayed outside. Pausing momentarily to examine several bags closely as she glanced inside the CF, her gaze was suddenly caught by a face that momentarily sent her into a daze. Startled, she dropped the coffee she was holding, swiftly retrieving it with one hand. Squinting to discern the details, she hesitated for a moment, but ultimately ordered a cup of coffee and settled into the CF. She deliberately chose a seat slightly diagonally in front of the woman, a position that allowed her to observe while remaining inconspicuous. Her target was a woman with chestnut, wavy hair, embodying the quintessential beauty of Thailand, strikingly lovely. With a slender figure, adorned with exquisite and luxurious accessories, the bag resting on the table was undoubtedly expensive, indicative of a wealthy socialite or a lady of leisure, with a pair of cat-eye sunglasses perched on her nose. She exuded a gentle elegance, enhanced by a pair of peacock blue earrings that accentuated her fair complexion. Amidst the comings and goings of patrons, the woman appeared engrossed, leisurely sipping her coffee while flipping through a magazine with her shimmering nails. Dai Ling, both intentionally and unintentionally, cast glances her way, inexplicably becoming entranced, a wave of uncontainable warmth swelling within her. She lingered in the CF for quite some time until the woman finally adjusted her sunglasses back onto her nose and made to leave. Waiting for the woman to exit, Dai Ling found herself inexplicably compelled to pay her bill and follow suit. Momentarily disregarding how her actions might appear, akin to that of a stalker, her heart racing with anxiety, yet unable to restrain her impulses. Maintaining a subtle distance, she trailed behind the woman into the mall, where a sharply dressed man, resembling a bodyguard, swiftly followed in her wake. After lingering in a few high-end clothing stores, the woman ascended to the 5th floor. Only to vanish around a corner, Dai Ling hurried after her, but was abruptly halted by the imposing figure of the suited man, whose chest felt like a wall. The man seized her wrist with a firm grip, causing her to let out a stifled cry, as he menacingly interrogated her about her surreptitious behavior. Instinctively, she struggled, retorting, "Is this mall your property? Why do you care what I do?" Just then, a remarkably gentle voice emerged from behind the man. "Balin, let her go. She might just be a fan, with no ill intent." The woman, with her arm draped elegantly over her bag, stepped forward, removing her sunglasses, and offered a friendly smile. "Miss, you've been following me since the CF. I wonder if you recognized me and were hoping for an autograph? Feel free to approach me directly." I won't refuse. Upon hearing her words, the suited man hesitated. "Madam, it's better to exercise caution." The woman signaled for him to release Dai Ling, and obediently, he withdrew his grip. "My bodyguard means well. He may have inadvertently hurt you. To make amends. Would you prefer an autograph or a photograph? I can accommodate either. Do you have a pen?" The woman smiled brightly, her lips adorned with 2 natural dimples, presenting an aura akin to that of a star. With her striking appearance and figure, she surely resembled a model or an actress. Yet Dai Ling remained unfamiliar with the Thai entertainment industry, rendering her unaware of the woman's fame. Rubbing her wrist, Dai Ling cast a glance at the intimidating bodyguard, assuring herself of her safety, and managed a faint smile. "Madam, I apologize for the misunderstanding that I don't actually know you. It's just that you bear an uncanny resemblance to someone I know, which compelled me to follow you for a moment. I'm truly sorry for the disturbance." Stealing glances at her, she noticed the woman's eyes sparkling like stars, her skin as fair as snow, and deep brown waves cascading down her back, a rare beauty indeed. Given that stars often encounter such close encounters with admirers, she did not expect the woman to believe her excuse and prepared to take her leave. However, the woman maintained her gaze, as if perceiving her sincerity, and with a gentle smile, asked, "Oh, really? I'm quite honored. Was she your friend?" Meeting the woman's eyes, which mirrored those of Yu Meng almost perfectly, Dai Ling felt a tumult of emotions surge within her, her throat tightening unexpectedly. "She was my sister. She passed away many years ago, did I assure you. I'm not fabricating a story to gain your attention, that I merely wish to catch a glimpse of you from afar. I'll take my leave now." As she turned to descend the escalator, the woman called after her, "Sister, don't rush off. Since we've met by such coincidence, why not join me for tea?" Chapter 55. The Bangkok Harbor Gala. The woman led her into a high-end Japanese restaurant within the mall, guiding her to a tatami private room. Once seated, she called out to the bodyguard by the door, "Please step back. I'd prefer to chat without eavesdropping." With a hint of playful disdain, she winked at Dai Ling. "Men can be quite bothersome, can't they? Did he hurt you?" With that, the woman gently grasped her wrist to inspect it. "My bodyguard is quite strong and often ends up hurting people. I find him quite bothersome too." The woman chuckled softly, and Dai Ling understood it was an attempt to ease her discomfort and foster familiarity. She withdrew her hand, letting her sleeve fall, and raised her gaze with a hint of apology. "It's really not his fault. It's I who was sneaky. Following you. He was merely fulfilling his duty. Please don't hold it against him. She smiled briefly, adding, by the way, I'm Dai Ling, I'm not Thai. I'm an international student from Macau. It's a pleasure to meet you. The woman appeared surprised, resting her chin on her hands adorned with exquisite jewelry, accentuating the delicate and luminous quality of her skin. Your Thai is impressive. You speak it so well, she remarked, to which Dai Ling replied with a serene smile. I started learning it in middle school. The woman introduced herself. I'm Lima, an actress. Lima appeared to be in her late 20s, embodying the charm of an elder sister, her voice soft and soothing, radiating warmth and comfort. She seemed to lead a life of privilege and abundance, well protected and cared for. The age at which Yu Ming passed away was similar to Lima's current age, and her vibrant visage remained etched in Dai Ling's heart, eternally youthful and ever smiling. Throughout their conversation, Dai Ling found herself lost in thought several times. So you're an actress. I apologize for not having seen any Thai dramas. I simply found you stunning. And it seems fitting for your profession. Dai Ling's gaze remained fixed upon Lima's face, reminiscent of the past with Yu Ming. Lima smiled faintly, her eyes lowering, seemingly imbued with a hint of resignation. In truth, I haven't acted in a while. I haven't been in Bangkok for some time either, and I've distanced myself from the industry for years, only occasionally doing magazine ads. Sensing a hint of her melancholy, Dai Ling curiously inquired, why have you stopped acting? Lima shrugged nonchalantly, saying, it's a long story. After exchanging a few more words, Lima took the initiative to continue their previous topic. Please tell me about your sister, but if you'd rather not, that's perfectly fine. That I'm merely intrigued to learn about someone in this world who bears such a striking resemblance to me. Dai Ling had always been reticent about discussing Yu Ming, rarely sharing her past with anyone. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, facing Lima softened her once icy heart. Perhaps it was the woman's unguarded kindness, or perhaps her newfound courage in speaking to a stranger. She felt no reservations. This chance encounter with Lima seemed like a divine sign, a reward for heeding Yu Ming's words to live well. My sister, she isn't my biological sister. We share no blood ties. After my mother passed away, I became an orphan, and she raised me. We always relied on each other. Taking a sip of tea, she swallowed the bitterness and tremors in her heart, forcing a smile as she shifted the conversation. She was quite boisterous, not at all like your gentle demeanor, clumsy and utterly naive, often bullied. She was just a silly person. As she spoke, her fingers toyed with the teacup, and a laugh escaped her lips. Lima listened intently, her youthful face revealing a tender compassion in her restrained gaze. That I have no siblings or close friends. I envy your relationship with such a sister. I believe she would find happiness in having a beautiful and charming sister like you. Lima thoughtfully poured her a cup of tea, her words offering solace. I often contemplate that separation is an inevitable part of life. Yet people never truly forget one another despite parting. As long as you remember her, she will forever reside in your heart, accompanying you through unseen realms to eternity. Don't be sad. Both women tactfully avoided discussing death, for Lima possessed a deeply considerate nature. Perhaps we might meet again in a CAF at some mall. Under different circumstances, Lima chuckled, adding, at this moment, you may consider me your sister. Perhaps today's encounter is a stroke of fate orchestrated by the heavens. As she spoke, her index finger pointed upwards. Dai Ling felt a warmth from Lima's words, realizing that this person not only possessed beauty but also an admirable character. She had a lone photograph from her childhood with Yu Ming taken at an amusement park after years of changing phones. The image had blurred to mere outlines, yet upon seeing it, Lima exclaimed, you truly resemble me. It was March, and Bangkok was on the cusp of its hottest season. Dai Ling noticed that Lima had been wearing a long-sleeved cover-up. At the moment they settled the bill, she caught sight of several faint scars on Lima's arm, momentarily taken aback, until Lima called her attention to the door, pulling her back from lingering thoughts. The two bid a reluctant farewell at the mall entrance and exchanged contact information. That a purple Ferrari came to a smooth stop before them, and the bodyguard from earlier stepped forward to shield her from the car's roof. Lima entered the vehicle and lowered the window to wave goodbye to Dai Ling, promising to call her for a future rendezvous. She waved her phone, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Their encounter today instilled in both a sense of familiarity, as if they were old friends. After many years, Dai Ling had scarcely formed a close friendship, and in that moment, her heart was indeed stirred, intertwined with memories of Yu Ming. She waved goodbye, watching as the car merged into the traffic until it faded into the neon lights, before finally turning to leave. That a week later, A grand banquet was held at a luxurious hotel near Bangkok port. A day prior, Wei had informed Sister Wang to notify her of this event. It was the first time he had brought her to a public occasion, from the bits of information she gathered from Sister Wang. This ball was a governmental investment promotion event, drawing many prominent figures from both political and business circles. Sister Wang mentioned that such events typically involved bringing a companion, whether a wife or a lover. Depending on the individual, Dai Ling pondered her own status. Was she merely a lover? She couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, the event might present an opportunity to encounter individuals she wished to meet, so why not? The ball took place on a Saturday, and Wei was absent. Having been preoccupied with his affairs over the past few days, he merely instructed Uncle Chuan to pick her up at nightfall to meet him at the hotel. On that day, Dai Ling donned a white silk strapless gown. Though simple, it accentuated her youthful innocence and burgeoning charm, complemented by a light touch of makeup that rendered her elegant and poised. In such an occasion, she had no intention of outshining others, but rather aimed for a balanced and appropriate appearance. The red carpet stretched down the hotel's lofty steps, seemingly endless. As a procession of luxurious vehicles queued at a distance of 100 meters from the entrance of the Bangkok Port Sailboat Hotel. The Rolls-Royce Dai Ling was in was preceded by a striking red Aston Martin, standing out amidst the understated luxury of the dark-hued vehicles. The doorman opened the rear door, revealing a long leg clad in black stockings. The woman was graceful and slender, adorned in an exquisite deep red gown, her hair elegantly styled in an updo, complemented by a lace hat. Casually tucking a stray hair behind her ear, she gracefully ascended the stairs with the assistance of the doorman. Upon alighting, Dai Ling noticed the absence of Wei. A doorman recognized her license plate and promptly approached, saying, "Miss Dai Ling, Mr. Chun instructed me to escort you inside and wait for him at the venue. He will join you as soon as he finishes his business." She nodded slightly in acknowledgement and followed him into the hall. The banquet hall was bustling with people, the event already in full swing. Surrounded by high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen, deals were being brokered amid the clinking of glasses and the vibrant lights. Without a prominent male companion by her side, no one approached her for conversation. So she retreated to a corner of the buffet to enjoy her meal and sip a glass of champagne. Her gaze wandered to the center of the hall, where the vividly dressed woman she had noticed earlier was engaged in lively conversation with a group of men. Under the glaring lights, she recognized the alluring face. It was the same lady from the royal palace who had been so lavishly generous. Chapter 56. The young master of the Chun family. Their eyes met, and the woman appeared to recognize her as well. With graceful poise, she raised her glass to the men beside her, and then approached Dai Ling. "What a pleasant surprise to encounter you here. I hope you have been well. That I wonder if you remember me. We crossed paths at the royal palace," she said. Dai Ling did not shy away, extending her hand in greeting. "Madam, I appreciate your kindness last time." "I am Dai Ling." The woman, holding her drink, extended her gloved hand for a light handshake, her captivating eyes sparkling with a mix of warmth and mischief. "That day, I had a feeling that Miss Dai Ling was not merely a card dealer. It seems my intuition was correct. However, you appear to be even more enigmatic than I anticipated. If I inadvertently offended you that day, I beg your pardon." At an event like this, anyone present, be they man or woman, was either wealthy or influential. Men assessed status while women gauged the men beside them, and she understood the implications behind the words. Before Dai Ling could respond, the woman raised her hand playfully, saying, "Just a jest. Don't take it to heart." As they conversed, the woman tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a pair of striking deep green jade earrings that caught the light beautifully. Bao Li glanced over her shoulder and inquired, "May I ask which gentleman accompanied you here today?" "Miss Dai Ling." Dai Ling deflected, "He hasn't arrived yet. He's tied up with something." They exchanged a few casual remarks. But soon several women rushed over to toast Bao Li, who skillfully mingled and engaged in conversation with everyone. Clearly adept at navigating social waters, it was evident that her companion held considerable status. A few ladies ushered Bao Li to a nearby seating area, and she invited Dai Ling to join them. "Bao Li, who is this lovely lady beside you? Care to introduce her?" asked a woman in a green dress with striking red nails, who had been eyeing Dai Ling since earlier. In such circles, the intermingling of social circles naturally piqued curiosity whenever a new face appeared. Bao Li graciously introduced Dai Ling as her friend, but refrained from mentioning who she had come with. Leading the other ladies to disregard her presence, the conversation turned more audacious among them. As they delved into gossip, Dai Ling listened with interest. There were 5 women at the table, none seemingly the primary wife. all instead appearing to be lovers or mistresses. A woman with voluminous waves leaned in and whispered, "Look at 1 o'clock. Someone has arrived." The group turned their heads, and the woman in green remarked, "Isn't that the one with Captain La Pong? The threshold for today's banquet seems quite low if even someone like Sanaka can attend." Upon hearing the name La Pong, Dai Ling's grip on her glass tightened. Following their whispers, she spotted a woman in a black gown conversing by the dance floor, but La Pong was nowhere in sight. The woman with the voluminous waves straightened up, winking at the woman in green. "Don't say that. I heard her man is set to be promoted to deputy chief of the Bangkok police this year. Soon his rank will rival yours." Another short-haired woman interjected, "La Peng's becoming deputy chief? What about Deputy Chief Nguyen?" The woman with the waves replied, "Nguyen's wife has a powerful background. She's the clear frontrunner for the next chief. It's common knowledge. Who else could it be?" The woman in green shot her a glance. "Well, Baoli hasn't said anything. You seem to know quite a bit, don't you, Baoli?" Baoli absent-mindedly rubbed the enormous diamond on her ring finger, casually remarking, "I don't concern myself with men's affairs." The ladies chattered away, shifting topics of gossip. The woman in green was the most flamboyant and talkative, her high-pitched voice grating to the ears. After taking a sip of champagne, she surveyed the room, asking, "Where's the young master of the Chen family today?" The conversation seemed to pivot towards the Chen family. The woman with the waves retorted, "But you have a man. Mind your image. Each time, it's about the Chen family's young master. Be careful or you might have your skin peeled off by General Ta when you get home." The short-haired woman chuckled. "We can't blame her. Who wouldn't be captivated by that young master's looks? Today is just a casual chat among sisters. Let her have her fun." The women laughed and teased, and Dai Ling found herself quietly amused. It was true that the young master of the Chen family seldom appeared at such events. And whenever he did, he had never brought a female companion. She wondered what kind of woman could catch his eye. The woman in green appeared to be deep in thought. The woman with the waves chimed in again. "In any case, it certainly isn't you. In contrast to the boisterous women around her, Baoli exuded a calm demeanor. She neither initiated conversations nor spoke excessively, occasionally making light-hearted jokes that were always perfectly timed. Dai Ling surmised that her partner must be the one with the highest rank among them. Dai Ling excused herself to the restroom, and upon her return, she overheard a group of men leaning against the wall, conversing. "I hear something significant happened at Bangkok port tonight. Many heard gunshots, and the police from the southern district have mobilized half their force," one man whispered. "What happened?" "In the dead of night?" another inquired. "It's likely a smuggling operation," the first man replied. "Isn't smuggling usually done in the dead of night when no one is around? Why do it now? Isn't that asking for trouble?" Another person laughed. "What do you understand? Everything you can conceive has already been thought of by others. As the saying goes, the most dangerous thing is often the safest, as long as your connections are sufficiently solid. You can engage in smuggling even in broad daylight. It's no wonder you cannot amass wealth." Yet, these words are not entirely inconsequential. Dai Ling hid in the women's restroom, just a wall away, and suddenly recalled the phone call from Ong Wei a few days prior. She caught half a sentence mentioning Bangkok port. Could this matter be related to him, which is why he has yet to arrive? For reasons unknown, a sense of unease began to stir within her, though she could not pinpoint its source. Returning to the group of women, they were engrossed in another round of gossip. Bao Li and Dai Ling exchanged glances, seemingly both contemplating an exit. "Have you heard? Recently, at a prestigious private auction, a foreign tycoon, without even showing his face, acquired that rare violet jadeite that was the highlight of the evening for over $20 million. A cash deal, quite extravagant. I heard he is a billionaire." Baoli stood up, pausing momentarily, smiling at her with her diamond-encrusted handbag in hand, saying, "I've been cooped up too long. I need some fresh air." Dai Ling replied, "I was just thinking the same." Halfway through the soiree, the mingled laughter of men and women reverberated throughout the venue, and a wave of commotion arose at the entrance, prompting everyone to turn and look. The attendants opened the door, and a gust of warm air swept in, dispersing the intoxication of most attendees. At first, Dai Ling did not clearly see the person at the door. Mistaking the figure for Ong Wei, she popped a pastry into her mouth. She squinted her eyes, and at that instant of recognition, she choked. Oh Shawan, clad in a double-breasted black and white suit with a meticulously tied black bow tie, stepped forward with a commanding presence. His long legs, encased in tailored trousers, moved steadily into the hall, each step heavy and assured. Chapter 57. Not happy tonight. Two of his aides halted at the entrance. Amidst the sea of people, his tall and striking figure stood out, exuding an air of refined elegance that immediately captured the attention of half the attendees. The ladies cast soft, flirtatious glances his way, and the tone of their conversations became more poised and graceful. Suddenly, a well-dressed man, speaking with a heavy accent and broken English, stepped forward with a booming voice. "Mr. O, your presence graces us today, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Several dignitaries have come here specifically to see you. They are eagerly awaiting your arrival." With a smile in his eyes, O'Shawan raised his wrist to check his watch. "I apologize for the delay. I had some matters to attend to. I hope I haven't arrived too late." The man waved his hand dismissively, praising, "Not at all, not at all. You are the guest of honor. Without you, the party cannot truly begin." As the two engaged in pleasantries, several other well-dressed men, accompanied by their female companions, quickly approached to greet him, chatting excitedly, as if they were familiar with him. O'Shawan was without a female companion. He entered the center of the hall surrounded by a group of admirers, his stern and sharp silhouette cutting through the crowd. He elegantly took a glass of wine from a nearby server's tray. Various dignitaries conversed with him, while he listened intently, rarely interjecting, his calm demeanor revealing little emotion as his gaze casually scanned the room. Dai Ling, noticing him, discreetly stepped behind a column. She observed him and Bao Li exchanging subtle nods across the throng. Raising their glasses in a silent toast, their unspoken understanding palpable, an inexplicable heaviness settled in her chest, perhaps due to the oppressive atmosphere of the gathering. Seeking solitude, she slipped out through the back door, hoping to find a quiet space to smoke a cigarette and breathe freely. He was conducting business in Thailand. It was only natural for him to attend such events, yet she had not considered it. However, she had no desire to converse with him in this setting, fearing that Ong Wei might see them and pose difficult questions, complicating matters further. Moreover, O'Shawan had previously expressed his feelings for her quite directly. Perhaps it was merely a polite gesture typical of a businessman, but in such a public venue, avoiding suspicion was prudent. The hotel's back entrance opened onto a lush, meticulously maintained green space, dappled with twinkling LED lights, offering a refreshing atmosphere that eased her tension. Finding a discreet corner, she pulled out a pack of ladies' cigarettes. The air was imbued with a faint, humid scent of the nearby river, and she relished this fleeting moment of freedom. Whenever she was with Ong Wei, she refrained from smoking, but luckily her cravings were not severe. A few days without a cigarette posed no issue. Yet tonight, an urge suddenly struck her. As she flicked the lighter several times, failing to ignite her cigarette, a sudden metallic scent wafted through the tranquil air behind her. A bad feeling washed over her. And just as she turned, a cold gun was pressed against her lower back, causing her lighter and cigarette to tumble from her grasp in panic. "Don't move," a deep voice commanded in English. The imposing figure swiftly encircled her neck and shoulders, holding her firmly as a hostage. Her back quivered in response to the man's erratic heartbeat, and a strong scent of blood enveloped him, suggesting he was injured. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hands. In such a situation, she dared not make any sudden movements. The dimly lit back door offered little visibility, and her life was in imminent danger. "I won't move. Please don't do anything rash." Regret coursed through her for retreating to this secluded corner. But who could have foreseen that a five-star hotel's backyard would harbor a criminal? The man's breath trembled slightly, and he seemed to chuckle. Just then, several voices echoed from around the corner as a group of police officers peered into the area. She heard the man's low voice whisper in her ear, "Miss, I apologize for the trouble. I didn't intend to involve you. I fled here to escape an enemy. Rest assured, I will not harm you. If anyone inquires about my whereabouts, please tell them a lie." "Thank you." Before she could respond, he flicked his trench coat and vanished from sight. As the officers approached, she turned to see them rushing towards her. The leading officer, she recognized as La Peng, bore a fierce expression as he questioned her brusquely about her presence there. Remaining calm, she replied that she was merely smoking, then inquired if he had seen any suspicious individuals nearby. After a moment's contemplation, she shook her head and pointed in the direction opposite to where the man had fled. Claiming she had seen a shadow over there but could not be certain. Why she chose to lie, she could not discern. Perhaps it was due to the man's polite demeanor, or perhaps it was the sight of La Peng's cunning, detestable face that prompted her to speak. She felt a mix of unease as La Peng scrutinized her, remarking, "Where have we met before?" One of his subordinates, seemingly one of Ong Wei's men, leaned in and whispered to La Peng that she appeared to be the young master's woman. La Peng raised an eyebrow, as if recalling having seen her at Ong Wei's residence. He remained silent, his gaze sharp as a blade, warning her that there were no streetlights here, and it would be wise to return inside the hotel. Dai Ling ignored him. Once he finished speaking, he departed with several officers in the direction she had indicated. Once they were gone, she turned back to search for the man's retreating figure. But the darkened path had swallowed him whole, leaving no trace behind. She hadn't even caught a glimpse of his face. Returning to the banquet hall, Bao Li inquired in the women's restroom. "What happened? Are you all right?" Still shaken, she turned to the mirror and discovered a faint stain of blood on her backside. Realization struck her. She must have brushed against the man's wound. Thankfully, it was in a discreet spot. Otherwise, she would be at a loss for an explanation. Yet, she began to ponder whether the man had sustained a thigh injury, if he was all right, and how far he could run. Why had he been injured tonight? And why was he here? Why was Lao Ping pursuing him? And where was Ong Wei? Did it all connect? She found herself ensnared in a frustrating tangle of confusion. Feigning nonchalance, she returned to Bao Li, claiming that her menstrual cycle had begun, and borrowed a silk scarf of the same color to wrap around her lower half. Yet, a sense of paranoia crept in regarding Ong Wei. What if he detected any discrepancies? She would be left with no recourse. Thus, she dismissed Bao Li and hid in a restroom stall, attempting to scrub away the bloodstain with some soap, though it was evidently futile. Exiting the lavatory, she found no trace of Oshawan in the banquet hall and exhaled a sigh of relief, though her chest felt tight. The craving for a cigarette still lingered, and she made her way around the staircase to the second-floor terrace. Ong Wei had yet to arrive, and the thought of smoking a cigarette before heading home crossed her mind. With a cigarette in hand, she lazily leaned against the intricately carved railing, admiring the moonlight while observing the steady flow of traffic below. The night in Bangkok differed from that of Macau or Hong Kong, the air tinged with a salty, subtle hint of lime. In countless sleepless nights, she had come to terms with her foreign surroundings, only to awaken with the dawn, unable to find rest. Now, after more than half a year, she had grown somewhat accustomed, able to gaze serenely down at this otherworldly neon landscape. Perhaps the past loomed too long. She exhaled a plume of smoke and sighed unconsciously, not realizing a deep, familiar voice resonated behind her. On such a splendid night. "Miss Dai, why the sigh? Are you unhappy tonight?" Chapter 58. Every encounter with you is not coincidental. Dai Ling, startled, turned her head, her hand trembling slightly with the cigarette. The figure was shrouded in half shadow and half moonlight, his face illuminated by the mottled neon glow ahead, exuding a unique masculinity, with a hint of mysterious amusement at the corners of his eyes. He stepped forward, slowly approaching her, one hand holding a glass of wine while the other casually rested in his trouser pocket, lifting the side of his suit to reveal a pristine white shirt and the taut contours of his waist. From darkness to light, separated by a veil of mist, she finally met his gaze. Under the luminous moonlight, the man's features were outlined with a captivating contrast of light and shadow. Strikingly handsome. "Mr. O, what brings you here?" She steadied herself, smoothing the rise and fall of her chest, feigning ignorance of his arrival. Oshawan lowered his head with a smile, his deep-set eyes sparkling like stars as he spoke in a hushed tone, as if sharing a secret. "Were you intentionally avoiding me tonight?" Caught off guard by his perceptiveness, she momentarily froze, unsure of how to respond. The sudden burn shot through her fingertips as the cigarette burned down to her skin, prompting a soft gasp as it fell to the ground. She cradled her hand, glancing up at him, their eyes locking. He leaned casually against the railing, his gaze shrouded in alluring mist, studying her intently. In a fluster, she lowered her head, pretending to adjust her dress, deliberately avoiding the deep pool of his gaze that threatened to drown her. "I'm not avoiding you. Why would I? I'm just having a smoke and catching my breath. I didn't even see you." Ever since Oshawan had uttered those enigmatic words during their last encounter, she could no longer regard him with indifference. Every gesture of his was imbued with an unsettling gentleness. Such a person, so impeccably perfect, felt unreal, and she seemed to fear being seen through by him, as if his piercing gaze made her an unworthy opponent. "Then I suppose I am the one being overly sentimental. Do you have a companion tonight? How can you be left here alone without proper company?" He raised an eyebrow, taking a sip of his drink. At this point, she could neither deny nor admit the undeniable tension between them. The thought of their potential encounter later filled her with dread, and she resolved to engage in a brief exchange with him before making her exit, intending to feign illness if questioned by Ong Wei. "Mr. Do, have you brought a lady companion tonight? How can you leave someone like you here all alone, lacking in decorum?" she teased, tilting her head playfully at Shawan, unfazed by her retort, maintained a steady demeanor, his voice imbued with a serious undertone. I have not brought a companion, nor do I require one. Miss Dai, I trust you have not forgotten what I mentioned to you last time. If my words were unclear, allow me to clarify further today. With that, he offered a faint smile, beneath which lay a turbulent intensity, and he took a deliberate step closer to her. I wish to pursue you. Instinctively, Dai Ling recoiled, but he seemed to anticipate her retreat. Placing his wine glass on the terrace and swiftly wrapping an arm around her waist, drawing her back to him, the unspoken pressure enveloped them, his gaze softening as he spoke in a low, lingering tone. Why do you run? I want to harm you. They stood closely, his suit slightly open, the refreshing scent of mint enveloping her, intoxicating her senses. On this enchanting night, they embraced on the spacious, deserted terrace, facing the breathtaking night view of Bangkok Harbor. If not for their identities and circumstances, it would almost seem romantic and ambiguous. He reached to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, and Dai Ling instinctively turned away, her heart racing with nervousness, her voice slightly breathless. Mr. O, I believe I made myself quite clear last time that I have a man, and as a gentleman, you need not waste your time on me. There are countless beautiful women in the world. With your charm and wealth, your options are plentiful. Please, let me go. There are others around, and misunderstandings would not be favorable. She scanned the surroundings, relieved to find no one nearby, attempting to free herself from his grasp. However, with every struggle, his hold tightened, ultimately securing her in place. The man gazed down at the woman before him, his expression calm, his probing eyes gliding over her flushed cheeks, his own eyes shimmering with clarity. I have stated that my choice is you, regardless of whether you have a man. This man was utterly perplexing. He withdrew his hand from the air, gently plucking a strand of her fallen hair from her shoulder, curling it between his fingers and inhaling its scent. This seemingly trivial action was executed with striking elegance. You are free, and I have the right to pursue you. I hope, Miss Dai, that you understand the kind of person I am before considering whether you might fall for me. This is the wish I made at Fa Ning Temple last time. His words drew a laugh from her, amused at how men could be so remarkably similar in this regard. The last time they met, he had been the epitome of gentlemanly charm. She had thought it a jest. Yet, in just 2 weeks, she found herself bewildered by his newfound assertiveness and audacity. She raised her eyes to him, her fox-like gaze shimmering with emotion. Mr. O, every encounter between us has been a serendipitous coincidence. How can there be talk of pursuit? Please refrain from saying things that can lead to misunderstandings during our meetings. I have witnessed many powerful men toy with women, but regrettably, I am not a suitable candidate, and I fear I may disappoint you. With that, she pinched the hand he had wrapped around her waist, causing him to frown slightly. That a woman's nails could be weapons, and when she was fierce, it could hurt. He endured for a moment, but ultimately could not withstand the discomfort, letting out a muffled groan as he withdrew his hand with a chuckle. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Ling dashed away, not daring to look back. As her hand gripped the doorknob, she heard him speak behind her. There aren't that many coincidences in this world. She froze, her grip on the doorknob faltering. Miss Dai, every encounter between us is not coincidental, including tonight. Do you believe it? His voice, neither too high nor too low, resonated with a rich timbre, clear in the serene night, sounding far from playful. The gentle breeze flowing into the room carried the unique scent of his presence, and she sensed him drawing closer behind her. A sudden chill washed over her chest, and without a moment's thought, she twisted the doorknob and fled outside. As she descended the stairs, she looked up and met the gaze that sent shivers down her spine. The tall, striking figure stood amidst the crowd, surrounded by numerous people. The plaster cast on his left arm had been removed, and he held a glass of wine with one hand casually tucked in his pocket. Dressed in black, exuding an air of nonchalance, his expression conveyed a disinterested aloofness, a quality that was both repellent and captivating. Men clustered around him, and as Ong Wei hurried down from the second floor, their eyes met briefly. In that instant, she felt as though she had committed a grave sin, her heart tightening with anxiety, causing her hurried steps to involuntarily slow. Ong Wei raised an eyebrow, casting a leisurely glance at her, then subtly shifted his attention to the group surrounding the man, saying something that drew their collective gaze toward her. Chapter 59. Have you spoken to him? Ong Wei politely interrupted the flattery directed at the man. Slowly stepping forward to the foot of the stairs, waiting like a gentleman, Dai Ling smoothed the wrinkles in her dress, trembling as she approached him, feigning reproach. When did you arrive? Under the watchful eyes of many, Ong Wei graciously embraced her, glancing at the revealing neckline of her dress while maintaining a calm demeanor. "Where have you been? I was looking for you." She cast a furtive glance toward the second floor, where Oshawan appeared at ease, leisurely leaning against the railing, his gaze still fixed upon her amidst the gathering crowd. "You took your time. I just stepped out to the terrace for some fresh air." Ong Wei led her through the throng, drawing astonished looks from those around them. The young master of the Qin family had never brought a lady to such an occasion, naturally attracting attention. Several ladies had already turned their heads, whispering discreetly, while the woman in the green dress wore an expression of discontent, diverting her gaze elsewhere. Before they could take several steps, the man who had previously greeted Oshawan approached them. "Young Master Chun, we have a distinguished guest tonight. Mr. O from Hong Kong. He is quite a remarkable individual currently on business in Bangkok, and I thought to introduce you." The man gestured toward the second floor, prompting Ong Wei to follow his gaze. Oshawan was leisurely sipping his drink, the crystal chandelier casting dazzling reflections on his watch, his fingers tapping a rhythmic pattern against the railing. Occasionally, his gaze drifted downward, meeting the eyes of those looking up from below, raising his glass with a charming smile as he acknowledged them. Dai Ling noticed two prominent crescent-shaped marks on the back of his hand, unmistakably the result of her earlier pinch, an undeniable reminder that made her heart leap into her throat, her body momentarily stiffening in shock. The man below raised his glass in return, then turned to Ong Wei, saying, "This is the one." A.S. Oshawan and Ong Wei's gazes intersected for a fleeting moment. The man's eyes from the upper floor subtly shifted to the hand that Ong Wei had wrapped around her. And although this attention was momentary, she felt as though time had momentarily suspended, the elegance of his penetrating eyes reminiscent of a tranquil, profound pool of water. Previously, she had perceived Ong Wei's eyes as unfathomably deep, never considering that another man's eyes could also possess the same obsidian darkness, an abyss one could not easily gauge. If their initial encounters had left her with an impression of refined grace and cultured demeanor, today she discerned an unsettling depth of cunning within this man, an inscrutability that was daunting. A captivating aura emanated from him. Beneath the calmness, there seemed to be an undercurrent stirring, solidifying the very air around them. Ong Wei's gaze grew heavy as he arched an eyebrow, observing the figure above for a moment, his hold on her tightening instinctively, as he gently squeezed her shoulder before diverting his gaze to inquire if she was tired this evening. Her eyes sparkled as she held her breath, brushing her forehead, beads of nervous sweat forming as she replied that she was a bit weary. Ong Wei checked his watch, his expression unchanging as he spoke. "I apologize, Ms. Ban, but I must trouble you to introduce me another time. There are pressing matters I need to attend to tonight, and it would be inappropriate for me to linger any longer." The man bowed respectfully, acknowledging that he would not insist. Ong Wei returned his glass to the server's tray and patted her back, urging her to head home before leading her toward the exit. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, he casually draped his suit jacket over her shoulders, a bold proclamation of possession in such a setting, with numerous watchers and a gathering of the local elite. It would not be long before she became the subject of conversation. She could foresee that, perhaps by bringing her to this event, Ong Wei had resolved to make their association public, though the implications of this were not entirely clear to her. As they stepped through the door, she glanced back, noticing how that profound gaze from the second floor followed them out. "Where have you been today? Why did you arrive so late?" "I don't know any of these people," she began, attempting to ease his concerns. Once inside the car, Ong Wei's eyes scanned her white dress, and taking her hand, he explained that he had been delayed by certain matters, promising that he wouldn't keep her waiting so long next time. He wrapped his strong arm around her waist, pulling her closer, and his expression soured as he encountered the unwelcome presence of an extra scarf, his disdain evident as he questioned the necessity of such an accessory. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment under the watchful gaze of the driver, Uncle Chuan, she hesitated to speak. However, the partition between them slowly rose, and Ong Wei pressed the button on the door, his eyebrow arching as he fixed his gaze on her. "Yes, that person has arrived," she acquiesced, fabricating a lie, her voice barely above a whisper as she observed his expression. "Let me see." When he reached out to untie it, she quickly brushed him off, insisting, "There's nothing to see." To a seasoned warrior, the sight of blood, whether from wounds or the natural cycle of women, could be easily discerned. Ong Wei was no fool. Fortunately, he did not persist, gathering her into his embrace and planting a kiss atop her head, suggesting they return home for Aunt Wang to prepare something warm for her. She nodded in agreement. Ong Wei, when tender, could leave a woman feeling weak in the knees, and with his captivating visage. Such thoughtfulness and care were enough to melt any heart. Yet, in this moment, she felt like a startled bird, adjusting the scarf on her lap. She feared it might reveal too much. Ong Wei's spirits seemed subdued today. One arm wrapped around her, his sharp gaze fixated on the window, speaking little, the chill of his demeanor palpable. She caught a faint whiff of gunpowder on his coat, a scent reminiscent of battle, causing her heart to sink as she recalled the man she had encountered at the hotel's rear entrance, her thoughts swirling with apprehension. The car halted at a red light, and Ong Wei's voice broke the silence. Calm yet probing. "Did you speak with that Mr. O from Hong Kong?" Startled, her body tensed. Their recent encounter on the terrace had not escaped his notice, especially with Oshawan's gaze lingering on her so unabashedly. He understood the subtleties of men's thoughts, yet as long as she had not crossed any lines, she felt emboldened. Clutching the hem of her dress, her palms damp with perspiration, she maintained an air of nonchalance. "Oh, you mean the man in the white suit on the second floor? I didn't converse with him. I don't know him. There were several people on the terrace, and he seemed to be among them. But I didn't pay much attention." "Why do you ask?" "Nothing of consequence," he replied, his brow raised, the implication clear as he continued. "I wondered if, being fellow countrymen, you might have found a sense of familiarity in speaking with one another." She yawned lazily, her tone casual. "I didn't even know he was from Hong Kong, let alone spoke with him. Thank you for the reminder. Next time I see him, I'll attempt to strike up a conversation." She smiled at him, deliberately provoking a reaction, and in an instant, his expression darkened as he seized her chin, kissing her fervently, as if to consume her whole. She pushed against his chest, struggling against him. But he gently wiped away the remnants of their kiss from her lips, his gaze locking onto hers, his voice laced with a calm yet menacing intensity. "Try it." With that, he drew her coat closer around her. The warning implicit in his tone. Chapter 60. My fault. She gazed back into his wild, beast-like eyes, amused by his unfounded jealousy. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "You didn't encounter anyone peculiar outside, did you?" Feigning tranquility, she tilted her head to ask, "What do you mean by peculiar?" Ong Wei replied, "Leipon mentioned he saw you at the back door. He said you even pointed them in a direction." His demeanor was calm, devoid of accusation. Her heart raced at the mention of Leipon. "Leipon? You mean the head of the police?" "Oh, I was just getting some fresh air at the back door when a few men suddenly appeared, asking if I had seen anyone in that area that I was afraid they would follow me. So I pointed them in a random direction." Ong Wei's lips curled slightly, his fingers idly stroking her delicate hair. "You reek quite bold, directing the police like that. Aren't you afraid they'd use their guns on you? I haven't committed any crime, nor have I offended them, so what reason do they have to harm me?" She retorted, the truth in her words evident. Ong Wei's dark eyes surveyed the vibrant night outside the car window, his pupils absorbing the neon lights, his voice steady as he cautioned, "In the future, avoid venturing alone into dark places without streetlights. It's unsafe." She nodded, tentatively asking, "What sort of person is Leipon? He seems quite authoritative." Ong Wei scratched his temple, glancing at her. "What? Are you interested in him?" She shook her head. "He seems quite intimidating. I've only seen him once at the villa when he accompanied Madame Ruan at the mention of Ruan Nila." His expression shifted, darkening with an icy intensity. And he fell silent. She wisely chose not to press further. The car came to a halt, and two sharp knocks echoed against the window. Ong Wei lowered the window, revealing Kunda outside. "Young master, the madam is waiting for you in the car." He gestured towards a sleek black vehicle parked at the end of the lot, its make indistinguishable, though it resembled a Mercedes. Blinding white lights pierced through the haze, illuminating the area where at least dozens of police officers lurked. Hidden in the fog like wolves ready to pounce, she recognized the containers piled high around them. It dawned on her that they were in a secluded corner of the port. Ong Wei responded with a low hum, patting her back as he instructed her to remain in the car, promising to return shortly. As he exited the vehicle, she caught sight of his expression turning frigid, the wind tousling his hair as a patrol light swept across his silhouette, his proud, defiant demeanor sending a chill down her spine. Kunda offered him a cigarette, and after taking a few puffs, Ong Wei slowly approached the black car at the end of the lane. The ensuing moments were shrouded in silence, leaving her to wait in quiet anticipation. Her intuition warned her that tonight's gunfight at the port, along with the wounded man from the hotel's rear entrance, were intricately connected to him. The car door swung open from within, and not long after, Ong Wei emerged, fury radiating from him. his chest heaving with pent-up rage. She had never seen him so incensed. The darkness of his face and the crimson intensity of his eyes bore the force to obliterate anything in their path. Inside the dimly lit car, she discerned Juan Nila dressed in police uniform, her expression grave as she leaned against the side, her hair neatly pinned, her brow furrowed in concentration, devoid of warmth. Ong Wei called Kunda over, stepping to the edge of the dock. His expression stormy as he demanded, "I want to know where that ship is now." Kunda hesitated. "It's likely already reached international waters. We can't pursue it now. The manpower is focused here tonight, and only a few of our younger brothers are left there. Who would have anticipated they'd discover the ship as hiding place? We've been thoroughly outmaneuvered by those in the shadows." As their conversation unfolded, several police officers approached, with Lapon at the forefront. Ong Wei seemed to be questioning them, standing tall and commanding, his presence eclipsing those around him, an innate regal bearing. "When did that ship leave? And what paperwork was required?" he inquired, his gaze coldly sweeping across the group. Kunda contemplated briefly before responding. It departed through normal channels, carrying steel. Even Vice Director Juan was unaware of this, suggesting that a high-ranking official must have facilitated its passage. Lapni interjected, noting that the ship had set sail from the east almost simultaneously as they opened fire from their position. They had placed someone here to lure them into a trap, leading them to believe they had the upper hand. Unaware that it was an elaborate ruse, their coordination was nearly flawless, allowing the vessel to slip away right under their noses. The figure behind them was no ordinary person. He possessed knowledge of their operations and had the backing of higher authorities, indicating a treacherous depth to the situation. He cast a glance at Ong Wei and Kunda, his words laced with a hint of reproach. This operation had been assured to be foolproof. Otherwise, they would not have risked everything. It seemed that not only Deputy Director Juan would suffer consequences, but the brothers below would also be implicated. "Young master, we have truly stumbled into a predicament. How will we extricate ourselves?" Kunda, filled with rage, stepped forward and seized Lapung by the collar, his eyes blazing with fury. "How dare you question the young master? Perhaps you are the mole within the police station." Though Lapung was smaller in stature than Kunda, his presence was undiminished. His eyes, filled with defiance, remained calm. "Master Da, how can this be considered questioning? Reflect upon yourself. You orchestrated most of this operation, and we followed your lead. If there was a flaw, it must first be traced back to you. Wouldn't you agree?" From their heated exchange, Dalen gleaned fragments of information. The operation at Bangkok port tonight, orchestrated by Ong Wei in collaboration with Juan Nila, aimed to ensnare their adversaries. Yet they had been outsmarted by an unseen player who sent reinforcements while stealthily absconding with a ship that had been concealed. She surmised that this vessel harbored something of great significance, perhaps the very catalyst of this incident. As the two men engaged in a verbal duel, their subordinates attempted to intervene, creating a chaotic scene. Through the shimmering reflections upon the sea, she caught sight of the man, who stood apart from the crowd, partially obscured in the interplay of light and shadow. He was tall and poised, silent, lost in contemplation. It was half an hour later when he finally entered the car. She was unaware of the intricacies surrounding this event, but it was evident that the outcome was far from satisfactory. Otherwise, he would not have been in such a fury. Typically, he was the one who manipulated others. Today's incident clearly unsettled him. Ong Wei reclined in his seat, legs spread apart, loosening his tie with a heavy sigh, and quietly instructed Uncle Boat to take him home. She, unprepared for what was to come, felt his silent grip on her hand as he closed his eyes, uttering not a word. She understood the unspoken tension in the air and chose not to disturb him. Upon returning to the seaside manor, Awei sat alone by the backyard pool, smoking. She could not recall how long he had been there, only that he kissed her as she had drifted into slumber. As the curtains danced in the evening breeze, he forcefully enveloped her, pressing her entire being against him. One hand cradled her neck, his kiss exuding an overwhelming sense of possession and anger, leaving her body taut with tension. Though his skin radiated warmth, an inexplicable chill enveloped her, inducing a sense of panic as she struggled, feeling as though she could scarcely breathe. "Please, not like this. I am unwell," she whimpered, pushing against him, but his chest was as solid as a bull. Unyielding, he nipped at her earlobe, disregarding her protests, pinning her hands firmly at her sides, ruthlessly tearing away all her modesty, leaving behind marks of shame from his deliberate torment. Daling pleaded softly for mercy. Yet he was consumed by a storm of pent-up desire, heedless of her resistance as he unleashed his fervor upon her. That night, He did not even remove his shirt, his brutal and unrestrained passion overwhelming her. The experience akin to a tempest that left her disheveled and humiliated. As it concluded, a single tear rolled down her cheek while he, self-absorbed, retreated to the bathroom, paying no mind to the chaos left in his wake. This was the first time he had so callously disregarded her feelings. After his shower, he turned on the bedside lamp, a white towel haphazardly wrapped around his waist, droplets of water glistening on his hair and chest. Obscuring his piercing eyes and the true emotions lurking within, he gazed at Daling, who lay silently on the bed, clutching the covers and staring blankly at the corner of the room. After a long pause, he leaned down and kissed away the tear from her cheek, tucking her damp hair behind her ear, his touch imbued with a semblance of regret. There, do not see or why it was my fault. She offered no response. And so he meticulously dried her body before cradling her back to be in the early hours of the morning. He seemed to regain his composure, gently patting her back, patiently coaxing her into slumber. Chapter 61. It's unbearable. I can only bring it to you. The following day, Daling indeed had matters to attend to, as if fate had conspired to bring her to him by mere coincidence. She skipped breakfast and, taking advantage of Ongwei's phone call in the study, hastily left the house to head to school. The entire day felt hazy to her, as she had hardly slept the previous night. After class, she returned to her apartment alone, where the administrator called her over, informing her of 2 packages that had arrived for her days prior. She picked up the boxes, which were not heavy, though she could not recall ordering anything. Nonetheless, she took them home. Ascending the stairs, she retrieved her keys and unlocked the apartment door, greeted by a long-lost sense of freedom. This place felt like her sanctuary. Small yet fully equipped. The last time she had been here was a week ago. The plants on her desk were nearly wilted, likely from a recent rainstorm, as a window had been left ajar. Dampening an open book on the table, its pages wrinkled and forlorn. Standing on the balcony, toothbrush in hand, she brushed her teeth while watching the sunset, the distant sun resembling a golden yolk slowly sinking beneath the horizon. Making her lose track of time as night fell, a sudden chill enveloped her. Her phone rang. It was Ongwei. She flipped it over, allowing it to vibrate unanswered. Reluctant to respond, she returned inside, only to be beset by menstrual cramps that rendered her nearly incapacitated. Collapsing onto the sofa for a brief rest, her hand brushed against the 2 packages. Curiosity compelled her to sit up and retrieve a pair of scissors to open the cardboard boxes. The first contained her kendo certificate from the school, along with a commemorative item, a trophy from the last kendo competition she had entered, for which she had been grateful just to make it to the finals despite feeling unwell. The second box bore no sender information, and she struggled to open it, revealing layers of thick brown paper. As she peeled it away, her breath caught in her throat. Inside lay a delicate pink candle lamp, identical to the one she had wished for at Fanning Temple. How could he possibly know her address? She held the lamp in her hand, which was shaped like a lotus flower, encased in numerous petals. As if something was nestled within. With bated breath and utmost concentration, she patiently peeled back each petal. With every layer she uncovered, her heart raced faster. Once fully unveiled, she was astonished to discover a violet velvet jewelry box inside. While she had encountered red and blue velvet boxes before, this was her first sighting of a violet one. Cautiously, she opened it, revealing a violet jadeite surrounded by a circle of diamonds, crafted into the form of an exquisite brooch. Although she had never owned high-end jewelry, she was well acquainted with jade and diamonds, having been influenced by her sister Hua from a young age, enabling her to discern quality. The violet jadeite, roughly the size of half an egg, was smooth and entirely translucent, devoid of any impurities, representing an exceptionally rare and superior high ice grade quality. Her heart skipped a beat. What a precious item this was. Green jade was commonplace, but violet jade was rare, especially of such quality, undoubtedly commanding a hefty price. She gazed at it for a long time, her mind tumultuous, suddenly recalling the gossip of the ladies at the recent soiree, who had mentioned an exorbitantly priced violet jadeite. The more she pondered, the more anxious she grew. Hastily closing the box, raising her hand, she noticed a small piece of fabric tucked within the wick. As she picked it up, the writing was somewhat blurred due to the material. Yet she could still decipher the powerful inscription. The most profound gaze contains infinite meaning, as if we have met in a past life. This was a love poem. She remembered seeing him inscribe words before the Buddha at Fa Ning Temple. It turned out he had indeed made a vow to the Buddha at that time. Yet he was an odd character, gifting a woman something so valuable in the most inconspicuous manner. Who would suspect that such a dilapidated box contained an item worth tens of millions of dollars? She clutched the note tightly against her beating heart, sitting in a daze for several minutes. Unable to untangle the web of her thoughts, the onslaught was utterly unexpected, and she could not discern whether he was serious or merely whimsical. Suddenly, she recalled his words from that day. Every encounter between them was not coincidental. Could it be that he spoke the truth, that his appearances at Fa Ning Temple and the soiree were solely to see her? Such a possibility was not without merit, especially since he knew her address. However, it could also mean that the last time the chauffeur had followed her home, he had learned of her whereabouts. In any case, she did not wish to be embroiled in another person's game. It was far too perilous. Thus, she resolved that the next time she saw him, she would return the items without hesitation, regardless of his sincerity or insincerity, just as she was lost in her thoughts. A series of 3 sharp knocks interrupted her reverie. Ceasing abruptly after the third, her body stiffened, and she remained silent. This apartment had never been visited by anyone. Lowering her gaze to the lamp and brooch in her hands, anxiety surged from the depths of her being, but caution prompted her to rise stealthily. At that moment, a thought flickered through her mind, as if a silent connection had been established. She took large strides towards the balcony. Bending down to look below, a black Lycan hypercar was parked quietly in the alley, and she could faintly discern that there was no one inside. She had seen this car in the Ongway garage. It was undoubtedly his. She returned inside to check her phone and found an unread call. He had tried to reach her moments ago, likely having guessed she had returned here. Another 2 sharp knocks echoed at the door, clearly indicating he was aware she was home. Responding cautiously, she glanced down at the fabric note in her hand and the disarray on the table, hurriedly tidying everything and stashing it away in the wardrobe before straightening her clothes and walking to the door. She surveyed her surroundings, relieved that all remnants of her past had been cleared away prior to this, ensuring there was nothing suspicious that might expose her. With a sense of assurance, Dailing opened the door. And the first thing she saw was not the silhouette illuminated by the flickering hallway lights, but rather a small ball of fluff at her feet, meowing insistently. She looked down, nearly stepping on it. The staircase lights flickered, revealing Ongway clad in a black leather jacket, leaning casually against the wall just half a foot away from her. His handsome face, usually marked by piercing eyes, appeared considerably softer at this moment. Nonchalantly rolling up his sleeves, he looked at her as she opened the door, their gazes locking without a word exchanged. The hallway was narrow, forcing him to lean slightly forward as he stepped closer. Nodding towards the cat on the floor, "You didn't come home. It wouldn't stop meowing, driving me mad that I had no choice but to bring it to you." Chapter 62. Let us pet the dog too. Dailing, maintaining a stoic expression, bent down to scoop up the cat. Standing silently at the threshold, as he moved left, she mirrored him, and when he shifted right, she did the same, all while avoiding eye contact. Ongway, with his hands shoved in his pockets, observed her defiance, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. "Are you upset? Your face is rather grim." Hiding away instead of going home, his gaze dropped, catching sight of the 2 red marks on her neck. A clear indication of his roughness from the previous night. That it was evident that no woman would relish such treatment. He felt remorseful immediately after. Otherwise, he would not have tried to placate her. Beyond the failure of their physical encounter, he was plagued by an unshakable jealousy from the soiree, unable to tolerate the sight of other men looking at her. Dailing ignored him, gently stroking the cat in her arms, unconsciously engaging in tender conversation. "Little Leo, are you hungry? I'll get you something delicious soon. Let us ignore those bad people who mistreat you." Little Leo was the name Ongway had given the cat. Claiming as its benefactor, he had the right to name it, and Dailing had conceded, finding herself habitually using the name over time. As she turned to close the door, she found it impossible to do so against his strength. Ongway swiftly blocked the entrance, his tall figure sliding through the gap effortlessly. "Out. I didn't invite you in," she said, her voice laced with irritation. Ongway sauntered around her cramped apartment, examining everything with a casual air. Touching the lampshade and flipping through the books on her desk, raising an eyebrow as if on a patrol, his expression one of disdain. "How can you live in such a small space? You have no say in that," she muttered under her breath. She had indeed been angry the night before, not because she sought dignity from him, but her instincts rebelled against being treated in such a manner. Ongway lifted the curtain, bending to peer into the bathroom. Seemingly finding something of interest, a wicked smile crept across his lips as he pinched a bottle of shower gel resting beside the bathtub between his fingers. bringing it to his nose to sniff, discovering it was lily of the valley scented, hence the delightful fragrance. Dai Ling felt her cheeks flush. Get out. If you don't leave now, I won't talk to you anymore. And you're not talking to me now, he replied, placing the shower gel back in its spot and turning to her with a curious gaze. Then talk to me. She shot him a glare. I am talking to the cat. With that, she sidestepped to focus on petting the cat. Wei followed her, playfully grabbing little Leo by the scruff and setting him down on the nearby sofa. Pulling her into his embrace, his mischievous eyes sparkled with a teasing light as he whispered, Then you can pet the dog too. Dai Ling playfully swatted at his chest, and Wei remained silent, merely smiling at her, tightening his grip around her waist. She suddenly realized her abdomen was pressed against him in a rather compromising manner, and she froze, immediately withdrawing her hands. Wei noticed her cheeks flush with embarrassment. His expression devilish as he seized one of her hands, guiding it downwards, leaning in to murmur, Stop hitting me, or I might get hard. You rogue, she retorted, avoiding his gaze and pulling her hand away. All right, tidy up. I'll take you for a spin. Wei ceased his teasing, straightening his rumpled clothing before picking up little Leo and heading towards the door. She couldn't refuse to leave. If she did, he might very well devour her whole. Dai Ling, puzzled, asked, Where are we going? Oh, don't handle it like that. You'll hurt it. He paid her no mind, hastily descending the stairs, leaving behind a parting remark. Going to eat. I'll step outside for a smoke and wait for you. 5 minutes later, she joined him downstairs, where he stood impeccably dressed beside his car, casually crossing his legs, one arm draped around the cat, the other lazily smoking a cigarette. Watching an elderly woman from the nearby stir-fry shop wash vegetables with an amused expression, he regarded her as if she were an intriguing sight, his lips pressed together, the thin, elongated tendrils of smoke drifting leisurely into the air. She suddenly recalled their first meeting at the reclining Buddha temple, his brash demeanor making her wary of him, yet she had never denied his striking allure. He was indeed bewitching. His tall figure swayed at the end of the narrow road, a beam of light glinting off his temple, his indistinct features reflecting the vibrant neon lights along the street. This man seemed to belong to another world, a dreamlike panorama, both dangerous and enchanting, irresistibly handsome as ever. His visage, often cold and brooding, could transform into a gentle warmth that could be lethal. Fortunately, she was sufficiently clear-headed. Upon seeing her descend, he naturally extinguished his cigarette, opened the car door for her to enter. To her astonishment, she discovered that the passenger seat was adorned with a large bouquet of roses, secured with a seatbelt, glistening vividly in the night. Did you buy these? Dai Ling asked in surprise. Wei, maintaining a stoic expression, placed the cat into its carrier, lifted an eyebrow, and grunted nonchalantly, as if it were of no consequence. Passed by, the flower shop was having a sale. Dai Ling emitted a soft exclamation as she settled down with the bouquet in her arms. The man tossed the cat carrier into her lap before bending down to take the driver's seat. No space left. You're stuck with this burden, he remarked. She surveyed the interior of the sports car. Although stunning, it offered little room. Reluctantly, she placed the flowers at her feet and cradled little Leo in her embrace. The nightscape of Bangkok was truly mesmerizing. He opened the convertible top, and they weaved effortlessly between the towering buildings and bridges, the breeze playfully tousling her long hair. He let one hand dangle outside the window, steering with one hand, occasionally glancing back at her contemplative visage, wondering what thoughts occupied her mind. She seemed indifferent to everything around her, struggling to muster a genuine smile. Wei attempted to take her hand, but Dai Ling coincidentally retracted her own to stroke little Leo's tail, chuckling lightly. Oh, does that tickle? Let Mama scratch it for you. She was far gentler with the creature than with him. Frustrated, he withdrew his hand and scratched the back of his head, accelerating to 200 in an instant. Within a minute, 2 police cars unexpectedly closed in from behind, blaring their horns to command him to pull over. Wei cast a glance at the rearview mirror, his expression unperturbed, even increasing his speed. Dai Ling softly cautioned, You're speeding. Slow down. He remained silent, his demeanor relaxed. Soon, 2 black sedans emerged from either side of the road, escorting the police cars to the curb. The officers, brimming with arrogance, stepped out, glaring fiercely. A few men in black from the sedans also descended, and the lead officer seemed to recognize one of them, momentarily taken aback. Brother Liu, what brings you here? Is that? Before he could finish, the lead officer, hands on his hips, surveyed the group. What's this? Are you leading new interns? You should at least recognize the cars. The policeman's face darkened instantly as he slapped his forehead. Oh, right. My apologies, Brother Liu. I didn't see clearly in the dark. Damn it, he turned to his bewildered subordinates, commanding, move along. How dare you stop young Master Chen's car? Remember the vehicle and its plate. Don't let it happen again. Let them go. What is this nonsense? The new recruits exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, and could only comply as they sped away. Dai Ling hardly registered how the police cars vanished from sight and fell silent. Chapter 63. Does it hurt? 10 minutes later, the car gradually rolled into the exquisite and opulent entrance of a hotel. The doorman approached with a bow, and Ong Wei handed over a gold card pinched between his fingers. The man politely granted them entry, whispering into his Bluetooth earpiece, "Manager, young Master Chun has arrived." As their vehicle came to a stop, a uniformed man emerged from the lobby to greet Ong Wei with a bow. Ong Wei tossed the cat carrier to him, instructing him to take good care of it, to which the man repeatedly nodded in affirmation. Upon entering the hotel's revolving doors, Ong Wei naturally reached for her hand. His casual attire today exuding a youthful, carefree charm that drew the attention of passers-by. It seemed he had made a reservation in advance. The manager led them to the expansive rooftop garden terrace restaurant. Dai Ling glanced around. This restaurant was quite renowned in Bangkok and notoriously difficult to book, so she was pleasantly surprised to be able to experience it today. The rooftop was on the 5th floor, offering a lovely ambience. They were seated in a private outdoor alcove, separated from the other tables, resembling small scattered pavilions surrounded by a variety of greenery. The white sheer curtains fluttered in the breeze, filling the air with a faint scent of fresh plants mixed with the aroma of delicious food. Looking up, one could gaze at the starry sky, an invigorating sight. Inside was a shimmering swimming pool, glowing a deep blue under the night sky, with dim lighting creating a serene atmosphere. The other patrons dined quietly, with only sporadic laughter breaking the stillness. Ong Wei removed his jacket and handed it to the manager before heading to the restroom. The manager, ever the gentleman, pulled out a chair for Dai Ling, offering a thoughtful introduction. "Miss, directly across from us is the famous Waterun, and this river is the Chao Pietra. It's currently the peak tourist season, with many visitors below taking pictures. This location is peaceful, allowing for quiet observation. I hope you enjoy your meal." Dai Ling was aware of the Chao Phraya, but not of Waterun, as she had never been particularly interested in tourist attractions. After listening to the manager's introduction, she turned her gaze toward the terrace, where the temple loomed majestically across the misty river, illuminated by orange lights, its reflection shimmering in the rippling waters below, a breathtaking sight that was hard to overlook. Yet at this moment, she found herself yearning for the night breezes of Victoria Harbor and Kennedy Town, where she had spent countless nights from dusk till dawn. Down by the riverside, the broad promenade bustled with tourists, including a noticeable group of Chinese travelers, their voices unmistakable. As she caught their chatter, she momentarily drifted into a reverie. Ong Wei took his seat across from her, and their eyes met briefly. His starry black gaze flickered as he absently clicked a lighter. Inquiring if she liked the place, she nodded, affirming her enjoyment. The meal unfolded quietly, with French dishes served one after another. He patiently watched her finish the penultimate course, and when the final dessert arrived, he used his napkin to dab his mouth, instructing the waiter not to disturb them further. Dai Ling was engrossed in her Mont Blanc dessert until she felt his warm presence pressing against her back. As he forcibly nudged her from her seat, "I'm not done yet," she protested, annoyance flashing in her eyes. He reached across to draw her dessert closer, his voice low and heavy in her ear. "No worries, continue eating." Although she was already full, she took a couple more bites before pausing. Ong Wei reached for her collar, which she instinctively grasped, cautioning, "What are you doing? Don't. There are too many people around." He chuckled at her assumption of his intentions, teasingly extending a finger to gently trace the 2 red marks on her neck. "Does it hurt? Here." Understanding his reference, she shook her head and pulled her collar up, feeling both embarrassed and a bit irritated. The dim lighting cast soft shadows, and he tenderly caressed her delicate fingers, his voice intoxicatingly low as he asked sincerely, "After last night, are you feeling uncomfortable?" His gentle inquiry disarmed her completely, dissolving all resentment and shame in an instant, leaving her feeling weak and pliable. She nodded, conceding to his question. Under the hazy glow, her flushed cheeks stirred something deep within him, prompting him to turn her upper body towards him. Wanting to gaze into her shy yet captivating eyes, he meticulously wiped away the hint of cream lingering on her lips, chuckling softly. Do you know what I adore most about you? Tilting her head in curiosity, she asked. What? He replied. Those fox-like eyes of yours. She playfully swatted his hand. Who are you calling a fox? In the midst of their playful banter, he deftly captured her hand. Slipping it into the opening of his shirt, brushing against his heaving chest, his smile faded, and his gaze turned serious, resembling a deep pool of dark spring water. Her smile froze, and just as she attempted to retract her hand, it was too late. He held it fast, his piercing black eyes locking onto hers, compelling her not to break eye contact. His gaze drifted down to her face. Pinning her against the table, he closed his eyes and brushed his lips against her nose. Then opened them to smile before gently pressing his lips against hers. She murmured, her voice reminiscent of a kitten's soft purring, igniting a rush of warmth in his chest. His breath quickened, and he responded with a deep, This kiss was unlike the previous night. It was imbued with tender affection, each touch conveying boundless emotions. He slowly moved his hand from her chest to her abdomen, guiding her to feel the fervor of his body against hers. She encountered the firmness of his muscles, reminiscent of steel, yet radiating warmth, evoking an instinctive desire to flee, but he would not allow it. Rest assured, I won't do anything but kiss you, ensuring you feel at ease. He breathed heavily, resting his forehead against hers. Her icy fingertips sent a shiver through him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. At that moment, all his blood surged, and he cradled her neck, pressing her head closer to him. He knew they could not go further, but at least indulging in this craving was permissible. Tonight, both the moonlight and she were exquisite. He was but a man, unable to restrain himself, as they melted into each other's embrace. All of her lipstick vanished like leaves swept away by the wind. The phone on the table rang repeatedly. Yet he ignored it. Outside, footsteps approached, growing closer before retreating, and he caught a glimpse of the enchanting spring light filtering through the sheer curtains and hesitated to enter. Dai Ling, feeling a surge of embarrassment, attempted to break free, but Ong Wei, invigorated, deepened the kiss. The outsider coughed, finally speaking, Young master, I apologize for the interruption. It's a call from your father. He insists you take it or return his call. After this announcement, Ong Wei, still reluctant to part, lingered for another half-minute before finally drawing back. Gazing at her tousled features, he gently wiped away the remnants of their shared passion from her lips before picking up the phone to check. Understood. I'll return the call. The man acquiesced and departed, understanding the situation well. Dai Ling seized the opportunity to extricate herself from his embrace, while Ong Wei, still holding her hand, hesitated to let her go. She suggested that he make a phone call first, taking the time to adjust her attire as she feigned interest in the bustling scenery below from the terrace. During this period, she had only encountered Ruan Nila and had yet to meet Dan Pa, which piqued her curiosity about the conversations between father and son. He furrowed his brows as he lit a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs before dialing Dan Pa back, uttering a few simple affirmations, and then abruptly ending the call, his expression revealing nothing of the exchange. When she inquired about the matter, Ong Wei did not look up, engrossed in something on his phone, stating that he had an urgent matter to attend to and might need to leave early. Dai Ling, being considerate, suggested he handle his business, assuring him she could return home alone. He rose, discarding the cigarette into a cup of tea, and began donning his coat. I have booked a suite at this hotel for the night. Wait for me here. I shall return shortly. Inform the manager when you wish to descend. He will escort you to the room. Though Dai Ling felt displeased, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Half an hour later, a sleek black Lycan hypercar halted before a mansion nestled halfway up the hill. The electric gate opened slowly, giving way to a marble fountain with water cascading like columns. The vehicle ascended the gently winding circular driveway, parking smoothly beneath the covered walkway on the second floor. This villa, situated in a prestigious affluent area on the outskirts of Bangkok, was evidently familiar territory for him, presumably alerted by the surveillance at the entrance. The door swung open from within, and a housekeeper respectfully greeted him with a pair of slippers. Ong Wei nodded and inquired after his father's whereabouts. The housekeeper glanced into the living room and quietly replied, Sir just finished a spa treatment. Madame Lima and the doctor are with him, and he is currently on oxygen, not in the best of spirits. When will he return? He asked. He just arrived an hour ago. Ong Wei stepped into the expansive living room. Through the suspended staircase at the center of the house, he spotted Dan Pa reclining in a massage chair before the floor-to-ceiling windows, eyes closed as he rested, facing the dazzling night view of Bangkok below. Wearing an oxygen mask, his chest rose and fell rhythmically, while while a doctor sat nearby, administering acupuncture. Lima noticed Ong Wei's approach and placed a finger to her lips, signaling him to remain silent. Chapter 64. 7 years Ong Wei removed his black jacket and handed it to the housekeeper, quietly instructing her to pour him a cup of tea before settling into an armchair. Casually crossing his legs on the coffee table, Dan Pa seemed to sense his presence, furrowing his brow without opening his eyes, and coughed out. Lima, understanding the moment, discreetly excused the doctor, leaving the father and son to converse privately. Recently, you captured that armed ship, and I advised you against acting impulsively, yet you chose to use it to draw out the enemy. Yesterday's ambush at the Bangkok port resulted in a loss of both personnel and assets. After this encounter, you finally grasped the man's capabilities, but you've also established a formidable adversary. Was it worth it? Dan Pa expressed passionately, removing his oxygen mask and adjusting the reclining position of his chair to face Ong Wei. The housekeeper entered with the tea, placing it respectfully on the table before retreating. Ong Wei made no move towards the tea, instead fiddling with the rings on his fingers, raising an eyebrow. I am well aware of the stakes and prepared for the psychological toll. In our initial confrontation, I anticipated both gain and loss, which does not equate to defeat. Moreover, that ship was never mine to begin with. It merely returns to its rightful owner. He then set his legs down, took a sip of the warm tea, and added, "It is somewhat regrettable that I did not unveil his true identity. While he may reach the heavens, I too possess the means to descend into the depths. Future interactions will be plentiful. We shall engage in this game slowly." He cracked his knuckles to loosen up, the sound echoing in the room. There is no need for haste. Dan Pa lowered his gaze, his once piercing eyes now dimmed. This time, by seizing his ship and fabricating false trade information to lure him out, he not only evaded your trap, but also took advantage of the opportunity to retrieve the hidden vessel. You have come up empty-handed, and Neela bears the brunt of this failure. She will surely be dissatisfied. Ong Wei's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint that I exchanged 3 cases for her cooperation. She did so willingly. Dan Pa covered his mouth with a towel, the scar on his brow stark against his complexion. I am aware of your ambitions. You seek to dominate the Thai and even Southeast Asian markets. I am not here to obstruct you, for I have traversed the underworld for decades. Sai Chin is no fool, nor is his boss. Otherwise, we would not have maintained an equal footing for so many years. His connections within the military are complex and deeply rooted. If you intend to extract even a fraction of that power, it will surely come at a cost to you. I merely wish to deter you from wading into these murky waters. He sighed, but I have grown old. The Heisei gang will now heed your commands, and I have come to terms with it. Any decisions you make are yours alone. Ong Wei squinted at the antique clock on the wall, its ticking reverberating like a countdown. Feeling a weight on his chest, he loosened his collar and stepped toward the window, gazing blankly at the neon lights below. He turned his head slightly, inquiring, "How is your health?" Dan Pa sipped his tea, replying, "Same as always. I shall return to Yong tomorrow morning. Do not publicize my travels back and forth to Bangkok. I made a special trip to remind you to exercise caution regarding this matter, and to provide you with a lead that may aid you." With that, Dan Pa retrieved a note and a photograph from his belongings. Ong Wei approached to take them, examining them closely. His dark, profound eyes flickered momentarily before settling back into composure. Dan Pa chuckled lightly, extracting a cigar from a nearby box and clipping the end with a cigar cutter. "Commander Chabin has been in office for 3 years. Young and capable with a shrewd mind, recognized as strict and incorruptible. I suspect you have had your eye on him for quite some time. Whether you can bring him down depends on your skills. He is also a member of the Sinawatra family, and I need not elaborate on his influence. Securing him would render you unmatched within the Thai military." Ong Wei remained fixated on the note and photograph, using his other hand to extinguish his father's freshly lit cigar, discarding it into the trash. He tucked the note and photograph into his pocket, bending down to retrieve the entire box of cigars. Dan Pa protested, demanding he return the cigar, to which Ong Wei called for the housekeeper, his voice low yet laced with irritation. "Who allowed this?" The housekeeper appeared innocent, glancing at Dan Pa, who coughed and waved his hand. "I permitted them. I smoke occasionally. It is of no consequence." Ong Wei handed the cigar to the housekeeper, instructing her to dispose of it. Dan Pa continued to cough, resigning to the situation. "There is one more thing I wish to discuss with you." Ong Wei leaned against the arm of the sofa, absently touching his nose, a rebellious smile curving his lips, though the expression held a hint of obscurity. "What? Are you arranging your last words so soon? Is it not a tad premature?" Dan Pa scoffed, I would indeed prefer to depart early, yet fate has other plans. The father and son exchanged a knowing smile, a multitude of unspoken words suspended in the silence of the moment. Clearing his throat, Dan Pa continued, Kenny will be starting university this summer. I believe you are aware. Upon hearing the name, Ung Wei's expression turned cold, yet he concealed any emotion, for your sake. He has been raised in Vietnam at your grandfather's home since he was 5. 13 years have passed, and he is now an adult. Neela will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to discuss bringing him to Thailand for his studies. I wanted to give you a heads up, hoping you might prepare yourself. Ong Wei smiled faintly. There is no need for your warning. I have been preparing for this for many years. That moment. A bell rang, signaling the arrival of a guest. Dan Pa turned to check the time. At this hour, who could it be? The housekeeper reached the door and checked the surveillance, while Lima emerged from within, asking, What is it, madam? It appears to be the Ming family's car. Dan Pa raised an eyebrow. Ming heir, what brings him here at this hour? The housekeeper inquired. Should we open the gate? Ong Wei, with a cold gaze, replied, It should be Ji Wei. She has been back for a while and has been expressing her desire to visit. I presume she saw the lights and decided to stop by to say hello. Housekeeper, no need for concern. Let her in. Upon hearing the name, Lima's fingers trembled slightly as she steadied herself against the wall. Remaining silent, though Ong Wei caught the subtle shift in her demeanor. Meng Ji Wei? Dan Pa glanced at Lima, contemplating. Tonight, I shall not receive guests. Please escort me upstairs. I am weary. The housekeeper complied, instructing the butler to assist him upstairs. Lima adjusted her attire and opened the door. Meng Ji Wei appeared, clad in a deep brown corduroy vest and matching trousers, complemented by a navy blue denim shirt. This time, her hair fell loosely without the aid of hairspray, giving her a gentle and refined appearance. With her hands in her pockets, she stood at the threshold, their eyes locked for a few suspended seconds, the long absence fostering a sense of estrangement. Yet their familiar features evoked memories of the past, her striking gaze revealing an undercurrent of tumultuous emotions. This glance marked the passage of 7 years. Tonight, she was visiting friends halfway up the hill. And upon seeing the lights from outside the mansion, she had instructed the driver to pull over, smoking several cigarettes before summoning the courage to knock on the door. Lima, dressed in a pristine floor-length velvet nightgown, had her long hair haphazardly pinned up with a sharp clip. Compared to 7 years ago, she had shed her youthful innocence, embodying the unique softness and charm of a mature woman. She had grown more beautiful yet appeared weary. Chapter 65. When will this be over? Fearing that her gaze might betray any lingering sentiments, Ming Ji Wei averted her eyes, feigning indifference as she remarked, Long time no see. Lima instructed the housekeeper to prepare tea, then adjusted her nightgown, personally offering Ji Wei her shoes, her face radiating a courteous and gracious smile as she greeted her. Ji Wei. When did you return to the country? Ming Ji Wei stepped into the living room, having changed her shoes, and surveyed her surroundings. She spotted Ah Wei standing with his hands on his hips, smoking by the pool on the terrace. He turned to her, raised a hand in greeting, and discreetly made space for her and her companions to converse privately. It had been over 2 months since she returned. When did you come back to Bangkok? I heard from Leo that you went on vacation. Meng Ji Wei paced around the living room and inquired, Is Uncle Chin not here? Lima chuckled softly and replied that he was absent, but offered no further details. They took their seats in silence, exchanging glances while Asa brought them red tea and pastries. Why did you cut your hair so short? It actually suits you quite well, Lima remarked, after taking a sip of tea and gently placing her cup down. She gazed at Meng Ji Wei's delicate features that a long-buried lump of emotion surged within her, prompting her to press her lips together. Meng Ji Wei leaned back in her chair, tugged at her sleeve, and explained, I cut it shortly after arriving in America, and as time went on, it got shorter and shorter until I grew accustomed to it. The atmosphere grew inexplicably tense. The spacious living room was filled only by the two of them. And even the sounds of their breathing and swallowing were distinctly audible. Outside, the night hung heavy like water, with a tranquil air of reunion permeating the atmosphere. Meng Ji Wei fixed her gaze upon Lima's face, where the shimmering light danced like ripples on a pool's surface. Lima lifted her eyes, and in an instant, she fell into the depths of Meng Ji Wei's gaze. She instinctively pressed her trembling heart. While the loose sleeves of her nightgown slipped down her arms, Meng Ji Wei narrowed her eyes, catching sight of several bruises and red marks on Lima's skin. She withdrew her gaze, crossed her legs, and her expression turned solemn and frosty as she quietly asked, Have you been well these past few years? Lima smiled, her eyes like a clear breeze under a bright moon. The immense crystal chandelier overhead cast a myriad of colors. bathing her in a golden glow that felt almost dreamlike. I'm the same as ever, nothing particularly good or bad. How about you? Meng Jiwei downed the now lukewarm tea in a single gulp. Lima grasped the teapot to refill her cup, but as she bent down, her hair clip fell from her head, and her cascading locks brushed against Meng Jiwei's fingers. Without a word, Meng Jiwei tucked Lima's hair behind her ear and bent down to retrieve the fallen clip. Lima's heart fluttered, and she instinctively took a step back, accepting the clip with an apologetic smile. This distance was unexpected, a far cry from their past intimacy. Some concerns linger like old scars. Untouched, they remain dormant. But once disturbed, they flare up with piercing pain. In the close proximity, their breaths intertwined, and an unspoken silence enveloped them. Just then, the figure on the terrace strode into the room, raising his hand as he made his way to the door. His voice, laced with the languor of the night, announced, "I've finished my smoke. I'll take my leave. You two carry on." Meng Jiwei nodded, indicating she would not see him off. Lima, however, stood to accompany Ongwei part way, softly reminding him, "Leo, be careful on your way back." Ongwei acknowledged with a low hum and exited. Moments later, the sound of his sports car roared away, leaving the living room in tranquility once more. Perhaps in the absence of outsiders, Meng Jiwei felt a bit more at ease. She traced the pattern on her teacup while discreetly observing Lima. After a while, she called her name, "Lima, after I leave." Lima, playing with her hair in front of her chest, felt a jolt at the sound of her name, instinctively interrupting, "Jiwei, we both need to move on. I hope for your happiness, more than anyone else. You know you should seek me out." Meng Jiwei lowered her gaze to the floating tea leaves in her cup, letting out a cold laugh. In these 7 years in America, did you ever think of me? Even once. Lima shook her head resolutely, her eyes reflecting an unwavering coldness that kept Meng Jiwei at bay. Standing up, she declared, "I'm tired. You should head back as well. The mountain roads are treacherous at night." Given this dismissal, Meng Jiwei stood up, smoothed her wrinkled shirt, and casually replied, "I apologize for the intrusion. Do rest well." As she took her leave, she deliberately lowered her voice, calling her senior, the term she once used to obscure Lima's name before others. Now feeling distant yet polite, imbued with a touch of sincerity, Lima inhaled sharply, her back turned to Meng Jiwei as she stood by the window, refraining from bidding her farewell. She closed her eyes, attempting to steady her breathing, though her eyes were slightly moist. After Ongwei departed, Dai Ling leaned against the railing of the terrace, admiring the view of the Chao Phraya River for a while, before turning to see the manager leading a server toward her with an item. "Miss Dai Ling, this is what Master Chen instructed us to deliver before his departure. He originally intended to give it to you personally, but left in a hurry." Surprised, she approached the table, peering down at a beautifully wrapped gift tied with a blue ribbon. Gently opening it, she discovered a square jewelry box containing a complete set of jewelry, a stunning dark blue gemstone collection. She admired the necklace as it twirled around her fingers, puzzled by the sudden gift. Perhaps it was due to his constant glances at her bare neck and wrists during the previous evening's gathering, indicating he had been considerate. She returned the jewelry to the box, a slight smile creeping onto her lips before her expression returned to calm. Feeling the chill of the terrace, she instructed the manager to escort her to her room downstairs. Upon entering, little Leo greeted her warmly. Experiencing fatigue from her menstrual cycle, she washed up and climbed into bed. In a half-dream state, she lost track of time. The blackout curtains kept the room dark, illuminated only by a dim corner lamp. Sensing the presence of someone else in the room, she rubbed her eyes and instinctively glanced at the sofa, where a shadowy figure sat motionless in the darkness. Having likely been there for quite some time, she had long since grown accustomed to his familiar presence. How could she not recognize him? In a daze, she propped herself up to look at his indistinct silhouette and ventured, "When did you return?" As her vision cleared, she noticed his piercing eyes appeared lost in thought, unmoving, the faint light casting a halo around his chiseled features, deep and cool. Dai Ling threw off the covers, tiptoeing barefoot towards him. The moment she touched his jaw, he immediately enveloped her in his arms, burying his head against her warm chest, asking, "Why aren't you asleep?" She cradled his head, feeling his intense breath against her. And in that moment, she felt a rush of warmth, her body swaying and dissolving into his embrace. At that instant, the restrained desire within him surged like wildfire. He lifted his hand to caress her face, his commanding voice imbued with an intoxicating tenderness as he pressed a gentle kiss to the sensitive spot behind her ear, eliciting a soft whimper from her as she bit her lip. "When will this end?" She knew what he was thinking, replying, "In a week." His brow furrowed as he peppered her with kisses, his voice a low murmur that stirred her heartstrings. Then be good and don't tease me. Just go to sleep. I'll take a cold shower. Chapter 66. Another Mrs. Chin. Dai Ling nodded, and Aoi released her, heading straight to the bathroom. Moments later, she felt the bed dip beside her as he slipped under the covers. Wrapping his arms around her from behind, her spine pressed against his cool chest, his large hand naturally pulled her closer, and he let out a low groan near her ear, the air thick with restrained desire as he nestled his head into the crook of her neck. Placing a soft kiss on her ear, sending shivers down her spine. Does your stomach hurt? Feeling his hand resting gently on her abdomen, she relaxed into the rhythmic circles he traced, an unprecedented sense of comfort enveloping her. A soft moan escaped her lips, her cheeks flushing like ripe apples. A little, she replied, her voice laced with drowsiness, captivating in the stillness of the night. Do you like the jewelry? Yes. Make sure to wear it for me to see another day. Of course. Are you still angry? Yes. At least she hadn't been whisked away by him. Amidst her fatigue, a sense of pride swelled within her, and she silently smiled. Dai Ling reached for his hand, their fingers interlacing as the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. Her breathing intensified. Instinctively, she turned her head, and he naturally propped himself up to kiss her deeply. If you get any angrier, I'll toss your cat into the backyard to feed the tigers. He teased, playfully biting her nose. Dai Ling opened her eyes to look at him, wanting to protest but finding herself completely silenced by his kiss. Gradually surrendering and abandoning her resistance, they tangled together until the early hours. Having explored nearly every facet of intimacy except the final act, he had never felt such pent-up frustration, holding back to this extent, nearly consumed by desire. Damn this menstrual cycle. What a ridiculous design for a woman's body. 2 days later, while Dai Ling was in class, Bali called her. They had exchanged contact information at the previous evening's gathering, so she recognized the name immediately. Bali teased, "Little Mrs. Chun, a few of us sisters are getting together for mahjong. In just 2 days, you've already made a name for yourself among the ladies." Dai Ling laughed, declining the invitation, saying, "I don't know how to play mahjong." "That's all right. I'll teach you." Though this group of ladies loved to gossip. Sometimes they shared information that was otherwise hard to come by, so it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Unable to refuse, Dai Ling acquiesced. The tea gathering took place at a beautifully decorated Chinese tea house in the city. Named Sunan Tea House, surrounded by pavilions and a pool of spring water, reminiscent of a Suzhou garden. A server guided her through the wooden corridor to a secluded gazebo at the end. The door was slightly ajar, and the sounds of laughter and the clattering of mahjong tiles filled the air. "Miss, this is the place." Dai Ling nodded, and the man departed, just as she was about to push the door open. A piercing female voice echoed from within. The woman, possessing a modicum of beauty, was rumored to be a foreigner, and it was uncertain how long she could bask in such favor. Young Master Chin did not seem like the type to exclusively dote on women. With such a youthful and captivating visage, one could only wonder how many women yearned to throw themselves at him. Another woman teased, "Among those many women, you must be included, minister's wife." Laughter erupted around the room. Unfazed, Dai Ling pushed the door open with her long fingers, and several pairs of eyes turned in unison to scrutinize her, some with kind intentions, others less so, assessing her from head to toe. Inside stood a square mahjong table, surrounded by 4 or 5 elegantly dressed women. Beside it was a tea table, where a pot of hot tea was brewing. On the tatami mat sat Polly and another woman, both reclining and smoking. Among the 4 or 5 women, 3 were familiar from the recent cocktail party, while 2 were strangers, including the one next to Polly. "Apologies for being late," Dai Ling greeted everyone. Polly chuckled, "Ladies, our little Mrs. Chin has finally arrived. Let's not conspire against her." The women rose, ushering her to a seat, with Polly encouraging her to make herself at home, as if among sisters, wherever women congregated. Gossip flourished, and they insisted on pulling her into a game of mahjong. It became apparent to her that this gathering comprised either official wives or businesswomen. She refrained from inquiring too deeply about the hierarchy. As the atmosphere suggested, many were likely mistresses. The lady seemed particularly intrigued by Ong Wei, with 2 out of every 3 sentences delving into the intimate lives of the couple. Dai Ling was astute enough to keep her lips sealed regarding what should and should not be said. Unable to pry into her affairs, the group soon shifted their conversation elsewhere. "Have you met the other Mrs. Chin?" A short-haired woman beside her nudged, initiating a dialogue. Dai Ling feigned ignorance. "Which Mrs. Chin? Deputy Director Wan?" "Certainly not. I mean the one kept by old Master Chun, the movie star," chimed in a curly-haired woman across the table. "That Mrs. Chun has arranged several meetings with me. She's quite haughty, flaunting her exclusive affection from old Master Chun. When I greet her, She merely nods, such is the air of a star. The short-haired woman, having drawn a good hand, gleefully exclaimed, "Apologies. I've won." If she has enjoyed such exclusive favor for all these years, it speaks to her capabilities. After all, she is beautiful. Deputy Director Ruan allows her quite a bit of leeway. Why are you all so envious? Dai Ling's interest piqued. She pulled 2 banknotes from her purse and handed them to the short-haired woman. Old Master Chun has a mistress on the side? I haven't encountered her during my brief time here. The short-haired woman tucked the bills into the drawer of the table, raising an eyebrow. For someone of old Master Chen's stature, keeping a mistress is quite normal. Currently, there is only this Mrs. Chun, who has been by his side for 8 years that I've heard that in old Master Chen's youth. He was quite the libertine, maintaining quite a few affairs worldwide. But now he is old, and his vitality has waned. Moreover, Mrs. Ruan hails from a prominent family. Her brother is a high-ranking official in the Vietnamese military. Thus, her position as the rightful wife remains unchallenged. Realizing she had divulged too much, the woman quickly covered her mouth. "Oh dear, Miss Dai Ling, please don't take offense. I tend to speak too freely. If I have inadvertently offended you, do let me know." Dai Ling tucked her hair behind her ear, smiling gently without a reply. Polly stood to show her cards, while another lady on the tatami glanced at the wall clock, exclaiming, "Oh dear, you all enjoy yourselves. I must go pick up my child." The others teased her about having servants, to which the woman adjusted her meticulously styled bun, adorned with a jade hairpin, her eyes gleaming with pride. "Servants are often clumsy. How could I trust them? If they were to harm my son, his father would hold everyone responsible. After all, he is their only child, doted upon immensely. I must take my leave. Sisters, let us gather again soon." After her departure, she made a point to greet Polly and cast a glance at Dai Ling before leaving. Polly, noticing Dai Ling's confusion, pushed a 3-tongue tile toward her, suppressing a smile. "You may not know her yet, but she is the concubine of Meng Guangxiong, the second-in-command of the Sihai group. Quite the lofty ambition, senti it." Dai Ling turned to gaze at the retreating figure, chuckling softly. Not acquainted. Chapter 67. Drinking tea alone is rather dull. The short-haired woman across from her rolled her eyes. "You needn't be familiar with her. A C regards only Polly and that legitimate wife. Ruan T doesn't spare a thought for any other woman. The child she bore for Boss Meng has him completely spellbound, always talking about her like she's the only one." That the curly-haired woman, adorned with several rings that jingled as she arranged tiles, suddenly recalled, "Oh, I heard the Meng family's eldest daughter has returned from America. That young lady is quite a figure. I suspect a C's days ahead. 1T be easy." Upon hearing Meng Jue's name, Dai Ling paused for a few seconds, listening intently. The straight-haired woman to her left, who had been rather quiet, spoke up. "That's certain. Meng Guangxiong dotes on this daughter. However," she lowered her voice, covering her mouth slightly, "I've heard that she was sent to America to change her orientation. Rumor has it she identifies as a man and is attracted to women, which her father certainly disapproves of." The short-haired woman exclaimed, "Is that so?" Polly coughed lightly. "You all can't seem to stop once you start talking. Don't frighten little Mrs. Chin. As soon as she turns her back, you'll concoct stories about her." Dai Ling pressed her lips together. "It's fine. The conversation is quite lively." The short-haired woman shot her a meaningful glance while arranging her tiles, smirking. "Little Mrs. Chin is different. Her man is so young and handsome, and still unmarried, with such a lofty status. Ever since that cocktail party, many have been curious about who could possibly capture this young master. It's truly remarkable. After all, young Master Chen seems to attract women effortlessly, yet he has only you by his side. Others would give anything for such fortune, while we are left with old men to envy." Polly cast a sideways glance at Dai Ling, who merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. During the gathering, Dai Ling made a deliberate attempt to glean information from the lady alongside Lapeng, yet they appeared uninterested, and the conversation fizzled out. Eventually, Polly was called away for a matter, and overwhelmed by the incessant chatter, Dai Ling sought an excuse to leave. She stepped outside. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the lotus pond. Accompanied by the rhythmic croaking of frogs, with her bag carefully slung over her shoulder, she descended the stairs, only to be drawn to a shadow looming above her. A group of staff members surrounded a man who walked with an air of confidence, heading in the opposite direction. In the throng, she could barely discern his face, but she caught sight of his vigorous figure and unmistakably sensed his familiar yet commanding aura, compelled by an inexplicable force. She followed him. The man led 2 companions into a corner room, leaving behind 2 bodyguards clad in black at the entrance. Among the 2 men who entered, She recognized one as a hitman by profile, while the other, seated in a wheelchair, was a stranger to her. She slipped into the adjacent vacant room, hoping to wait for an opportunity to discuss the lantern matter with him. Long Gio, how's your injury? Oshawan initiated the conversation. The tea house was entirely wooden, rendering it less soundproof. Dai Ling's body quivered slightly as she stood up, noticing a small gap between the wooden wall panels. She had tea intended to eavesdrop, but it seemed impossible to refrain. Curiosity got the better of her, and she decided to listen in, especially since she was genuinely intrigued by this person's true identity. Oshawan fiddled with a jade lighter, striking it intermittently, the flickering flame illuminating his deeply set features. He casually unbuttoned the two top buttons of his collar. Today, he wore yet another stylish white suit that seemed tailored specifically for him. Fitting as if it were a second skin, the man in the wheelchair sat with his back to her, his expression concealed. Wengu, it's nothing serious, just a minor wound. As long as the mission proceeds smoothly. Taking a bullet is worth it. The voice was somewhat familiar to her, yet she couldn't place where she had heard it before. The mention of a gun sent a shiver down her spine. It was evident his dealings were not entirely legitimate, something she should have anticipated. The hitman poured tea for the two men, and Oshawan took a sip, maintaining an air of strategic composure. That's good. We must safely retrieve the goods we lost this time. The two generals have put in considerable effort. Let us arrange a few social gatherings to properly show our gratitude. They both concurred. This time, we managed to escape the encirclement smoothly, but we must be wary of this man's next provocation. His methods are truly ruthless. Given that this is our territory, we must remain fully prepared for a prolonged engagement with him. Long Gio, be cautious in Thailand. Our branch will fully support you. Chenggu wants me to assure you that all is well on the Hong Kong side. Long Gio, sporting a buzz cut, revealed a colorful dragon tattoo visible on his neck. Oshawan rotated his ring, sipping tea without a flicker of emotion. We are in the shadows while he is in the light. We need not panic. Long Gio, once you've healed, coordinate with Hong Kong and come to Thailand to assist me. Long Gio responded affirmatively, then inquired, Wengu, when will you return to Hong Kong? Oshawan leaned back against the chair, the shadows cast by the screen behind him elongated and magnified, exuding an unsettling sense of oppression. He rotated the teacup in his hand, as if deep in contemplation, before uttering the words, perhaps tomorrow. In the private room, discussions about business ensued, of which she could make no sense. Before long, Oshawan instructed the bodyguard and Long Gio to leave, expressing a desire for solitude, asking not to be disturbed. Once the two exited, Dai Ling felt a knot tighten in her throat. Sure enough, a minute later, he pushed the door open, backlit, his gaze fixed on the woman who pretended to sip tea inside. Miss Dai, drinking tea alone is rather dull. Why not join me? It would be a pleasure. Chapter 68. It was quite painful at the time. Dai Ling held her breath, feigning casualness, yet she was acutely aware of her suspicious demeanor. Knowing she could not escape his piercing gaze, her breath betrayed her anxiety as she brushed her skirt and stood up. I saw Boss O pass by earlier and thought I would wait until you finished your conversation before intruding. I had no other intentions. He smiled and lowered his gaze, offering no response. Steeling herself, Dai Ling exited the room, entering Oshawan's chamber under the watchful eyes of the two bodyguards. I won't linger. Just a few words and I'll leave. You know why I sought you. However, upon entering, he instructed the bodyguards to close the door tightly, causing her to feel a flicker of panic. Oshawan circled around her to sit in the chair behind the tea table, raising his hand in a gesture of invitation. Miss Dai, it is not yet dark. There is no rush. Sit down and let us enjoy some tea together. What a coincidence it is to encounter each other in this vast city of Bangkok. We should converse more. Reluctantly, she took a seat, maintaining a considerable distance from him. He smiled knowingly, pushing a cup of white tea towards her. Are you accustomed to drinking this? She ignored him, her fists clenched. Expressing directly, the piece of jewelry and the lantern you sent me, I will return them to you. Please provide me with an address. He caressed the white jade ring on his thumb, his eyes sparkling as they assessed her. That was a gift for you. How could one speak of reclaiming it? If you dislike it, simply discard it. My intentions have been conveyed, and that is sufficient for me. I do not understand, she retorted, meeting his gaze filled with charming yet brazen allure. The last banquet. I suspect you noticed that I have a man. What intentions does Bosso have in toying with me? You are well aware that there is no possibility between us. Oshawan's smile gradually faded, his previously tranquil eyes now reflecting obstinacy. He leaned back in his chair, exhaling a hint of agitation, his fingers drumming erratically on the table. Why not? Is it solely because you are Ong Wei's woman? Are you married to him? To my knowledge, you are not. Dai Ling felt a momentary freeze at the mention of Ong Wei's name, suppressing her flustered discomfort. If you know this, then why are you so insistent upon me? Knowing full well the situation, why do you still pressure me? Do you enjoy toying with women? You are handsome and wealthy. Must all women swoon over you? I admit you possess a certain charm. But I am not interested. His fierce gaze locked onto hers, a compelling aura enveloping them. He raised an eyebrow. I do not play with women. My feelings for you are sincere. You may not be interested now, but perhaps with more interaction, your interest will grow. What exactly do you want? For me to straddle two boats? Or is it a peculiar preference of yours to engage with a woman who betrays her man? How do you regard her? Surely you do not look down upon her. Dai Ling scoffed, questioning him. His eyes clouded with an elusive mist. He fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting to the two red marks on her neck. His fingers tightened, suppressing his emotions, and he returned his focus to her, each word clear and resonant. I wish for you to leave him and solely board my ship. I do not care about your past. My focus is on the future. Others may not be able to accept it, but you are the exception. His sharp brow furrowed, as though making a solemn vow, and for the first time, she sensed a dangerous and chilling aura emanating from this otherwise gentle and cultured man. Dai Ling blurted out, "You are insane." Rising to leave, she was swiftly caught by the man behind her, losing her balance and falling into his broad embrace. His gaze, filled with tenderness and desire, swept over her. She recoiled, noticing the crescent-shaped bruises on his left hand, now scabbed over, marks she had inflicted. He recognized her gaze and teased. It was quite painful at the time. "You deserved it," she murmured. Just then, the door swung open, and a server entered with a platter of fruit, pausing in shock at the scene. "Bosso, your chilled watermelon is here." Seizing the moment, Dai Ling slipped from his grasp, adjusting her attire. The previous group of ladies was still in the vicinity. Should they catch sight of her, the ensuing rumors would be disastrous. Oh Shawan glanced at the pink sanitary napkin peeking from her bag, a faint smile playing at the corners of his eyes. "Today, no ice. Have them take it all back." The server, understanding his cue, exited discreetly. Dai Ling grabbed her bag and hastily slipped out before the door closed. The two bodyguards instinctively blocked her path, but Oh Shawan raised his hand, signaling them to let her pass. As she attempted to leave, his deep, serious voice resonated behind her. "Miss Dai, should we cross paths again, I will not simply stand by and watch you depart. Be my guest," she retorted, her body pausing momentarily before she fled without looking back. Oh Shawan sipped from his teacup, the smile gradually fading from his lips as he picked up a few strands of her hair left on the floor, wrapping them around his fingers, lost in thought for quite some time. Upon returning to the High Lake Manor, Ong Wei was absent. Aunt Weng informed her that the young master had urgent matters to attend to out of town and advised her to rest well at home for the next few days. Easing her anxious heart, the following day, Lima called to invite her for afternoon tea at her home on Saturday, to which Dai Ling gladly acquiesced on that Saturday, to avoid Ong Wei's involvement in her whereabouts. She deliberately chose not to have Uncle Bo drive her, opting instead for a taxi. She was not particularly surprised by Lima's luxurious mansion located on the hillside. After all, she was a celebrity, and it was only natural for her to have a wealthy benefactor backing her. The expanse of the back mountain was adorned with lush green golf courses, and Lima patiently taught her how to play. The two spent the entire morning laughing and enjoying each other's company, with servants preparing a lavish lunch by the golf course, complete with pastries and fruits beneath a large circular sunshade. Lima elegantly took a bite of tiramisu, her hair dancing in the gentle breeze, exuding an almost unreal beauty. "Dai Ling, do you have someone you like?" The question came unexpectedly, causing her to choke on her water. Chapter 69. "I didn't expect you to be so resilient." Lima laughed and gestured for the servant to hand her a napkin. "What's wrong?" "Take your time." Dai Ling hastily wiped her mouth and countered. "What about you? Do you like your current husband?" Lima's expression momentarily turned cold, yet she maintained a graceful smile. "It's not so much about liking or disliking. Perhaps it's just become a habit. As long as he can provide a sense of security, I suppose that is the life I seek. That I do not crave anything more." Dai Ling lowered her gaze, nibbling on cake, recalling the scars she had caught a glimpse of on Lima's arm days prior. Today, they appeared much faded. If she was not mistaken, Lima's life seemed far from easy, at least physically. "You still haven't answered my question. What kind of person do you like? You are so lovely, intelligent, and beautiful. I can hardly imagine what kind of man could possibly be worthy of you." Lima's eyes sparkled with genuine warmth, embodying the essence of a woman devoid of ulterior motives, easily seeing through pretenses. She truly regarded her as a friend, such a pure and beautiful woman, yet she remained uncherished. Dai Ling set down her fork, her eyes growing somewhat dry, and gazed into the distance to alleviate her discomfort. Unknowingly, Ong Wei's face surfaced in her mind, but within 3 seconds, it inexplicably shifted to Oh Shaowen, prompting her to shake her head vigorously. Lima observed her with keen interest, sensing that there were indeed multiple suitors vying for her attention. You seem quite conflicted. I am not, Dai Ling denied, deliberately provoking her. I think it is you who is conflicted. Do you have someone in mind that you cannot forget? Lima cast a glance at the servants nearby, winked at Dai Ling, and whispered with a smile, don't say such nonsense. After spending the entire day at Lima's home, the two reluctantly parted ways that evening. Lima insisted on having her driver take Dai Ling home. And though she resisted, she ultimately complied. As they entered the city, stopping at a red light, Dai Ling glanced outside, her gaze caught by a massive advertisement featuring Lima's face, which left her entranced for quite some time. Those eyes had become her sole solace in Thailand. On Sunday, after practicing Kendo at school, Dai Ling was informed by a subordinate that Uncle Boat was waiting for her outside. When she inquired about their destination, she was told that the young master had returned to Bangkok and was at the Tang Palace, ready to pick her up. Upon arriving at the Tang Palace, dusk was settling in. After more than 2 months, she found herself back in this vibrant and bustling realm of fame and fortune, yet she felt no particular sentiment, only a sense of disorientation. Following the subordinate sent by Ong Wei, she entered through the back door, where Asu greeted her with a grin, rubbing his hands together. Miss Dai Ling, I told you my judgment would not be mistaken. The moment I saw you, I knew you would achieve great things. Asu lightly nudged her shoulder, his eyes brimming with flattery, but I truly did not expect you to be so resilient. This is the innermost thought of his heart. From the moment they first met, he had sensed a hint of something amiss. However, he never anticipated that she would audaciously ascend the ranks of the Chen family, merely envisioning that she might accompany the young Master Wei for a few nights in exchange for substantial rewards. Until now, no one had ever caught the young master's eye, yet she had soared to great heights, transforming from a sparrow into a phoenix. Thus, he felt a pang of anxiety, for a former employee had become the young mistress. And in a matter of seconds, he meticulously scrutinized whether he had ever treated her dismissively. Ultimately, he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he exhaled deeply. Dai Ling did not respond, but instead brushed her shoulder and inquired about young Master Ong Wei. Asu, exuding charm, informed her that young Master Wei was receiving guests upstairs and suggested she wait for him on the top floor, where everything had been prepared, due to the elevator being out of order for repairs. Asu led her up the stairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they suddenly heard a commotion, accompanied by the loud thud of a door being kicked. Asu halted and instructed a subordinate to accompany her upstairs while he went to investigate the situation. Dai Ling leaned slightly to catch a glimpse and saw a throng of scantily clad men and women spilling out of a room, among whom was Yoru Oda. Their eyes met. Several men in black claimed to be police officers, instructing them to crouch against the wall with their heads down. The group complied obediently, and Yoru cast a pleading glance in Dai Ling's direction. Dai Ling attempted to approach to ascertain the situation, but the subordinate behind her stopped her, saying, Miss Dai Ling, the young master has instructed that you refrain from meddling. A woman from the adjacent room and 2 young men, devoid of clothing, were shoved out. Her attire was askew yet composed of high-end fashion as she hurriedly adjusted her sunglasses, questioning, Asu, what is going on? The 2 men behind her wore only undergarments and bow ties, the standard attire of the Tan Palace's escorts, suggesting that this woman had been embroiled in a scuffle with them. However, since the Tan Palace was a property of the Chen family, it was unusual for law enforcement to conduct inspections. Raising questions about the presence of police officers, she crossed her arms and observed the unfolding drama. The woman in sunglasses maintained a low profile throughout, seemingly striving to conceal her identity. Before long, the floor was teeming with onlookers, with dignified individuals remaining hidden while the majority were the local princesses and waitresses. A few women she had worked with previously glanced over at Dai Ling, teasingly remarking, oh, I thought it was someone important. What brings you back to your old profession? Several women stifled giggles, but she chose to ignore them. Asu approached the plainclothes officers, inquiring, what is the situation here? The lead officer displayed his badge, stating, you are the manager here, correct? We have reasonable grounds to suspect that prostitution is occurring, and we need to gather evidence. As he spoke, another officer began taking photographs. prompting the woman in sunglasses to raise her hands to shield her face and exclaim, "ASU, why is this place being raided? You must explain. I cannot appear in the news, do something." ASU's distress was palpable. A police raid at the Tan Palace was unheard of. "Gentlemen, you must have misunderstood. We operate a legitimate nightclub here. There is no prostitution occurring. This lady is merely enjoying some drinks and playing cards," he said, discreetly signaling a waiter behind him to summon the young master. While he managed the situation, someone relayed a message, and soon the sound of polished shoes echoed in the corridor. At the forefront was Ong Wei, followed by several impeccably dressed men exuding an air of authority. Today, he was formally attired, his hair meticulously styled, presenting the image of a debonair yet restrained young master, exuding an aura that commanded silence from the previously rowdy crowd. "What is the commotion?" he inquired softly, his brow furrowed and a cigarette pinched between his fingers. His gaze swept over the crowd until it settled briefly on Dai Ling, before he subtly averted his eyes and made his way through the parted crowd to confront the others. "What is going on?" he demanded with an unmistakable air of arrogance. ASU appeared to have found his savior. "Young Master Wei, the police are here, claiming they are conducting an investigation and suspecting us of prostitution." Ong Wei's gaze flicked over the crouching individuals, landing on the woman in sunglasses, who seemed to recognize him and asked in a hushed tone, "Young Master Chen, what is happening? Why are there police officers?" A smirk played at the corners of Ong Wei's lips as he raised his gaze to the police officers. "Which precinct are you from? Are you new? Do you have a search warrant for this establishment?" The officers exchanged glances and replied that they belonged to the Southern District. Ong Wei pointed at the officers and turned to the men standing at the stairwell with a smile. "General Horn, it seems your subordinates are here. Do you recognize them?" At this, a man in a hat in the crowd exhibited a flicker of confusion, while the young officers squinted, quickly addressing him as General. "Who sent you here, you scoundrels?" the man barked as he approached. The officers answered obediently, "We were dispatched by the city for district patrol. This is a territory where you should have done your homework," General Horn admonished, turning to Ong Wei. "Young Master Chen, it seems this is a misunderstanding. I take full responsibility for the oversight." With that, General Horn ordered the officers to leave, and they prepared to exit in a hasty retreat. However, Ong Wei called out, "Not so fast." He tossed the cigarette but into ASU's palm, causing his face to contort in pain. Ong Wei declared that the individuals could leave, but they must leave the camera behind. As it contained vital evidence, he took the camera, casually pocketing it, and crouched down, casting a meaningful, cold smile at the woman in sunglasses, his gaze enigmatic. "Madame Wulong, I apologize. It seems fortune is not on your side today." Seeing him clutching the camera, the woman's expression shifted, and she repeated in a low voice, "I cannot make the news," as she lunged to snatch the camera. Ong Wei swiftly raised his hand, instructing that the startled Madame Wulong be taken to a secure room. As they had matters to discuss, ASU commanded 2 burly men to escort her to a nearby room, urging the remaining onlookers to return to their duties, dispersing the crowd by half. Ong Wei turned to face Dai Ling, and in front of the remaining audience, he lowered his brow and spoke in a surprisingly affectionate tone. "You seem quite engrossed in this spectacle. Go ahead and grab a bite to eat while you wait for me. Don't wander off." Then, without regard for the audience, he affectionately ruffled her hair, adding in a low voice, "Be good." At this declaration, several onlookers gaped in disbelief, particularly the woman who had spoken out earlier, her expression falling slack. Yerua, who was getting up beside them, exhibited little surprise, though a fleeting trace of melancholy crossed her eyes. After Ong Wei left, Dai Ling did not linger for long, casting a disdainful glance at the gossiping women and kindly inquiring if Yerua needed anything. Yerua merely smiled faintly, saying nothing, and descended the stairs alone. Upon reaching the top floor, Dai Ling found herself in awe, for it was her first visit to the rooftop of the Tan Palace. Revealing an entirely different world, the layout was divided in two. One half was a spacious penthouse suite, while the other boasted a vast swimming pool and dining area. Standing by the poolside, she gazed out at the dazzling cityscape. Turning her attention to the rooftop, she noticed a helicopter parked, seemingly a helipad. Her subordinate informed her that Ong Wei had flown directly back from out of town and had just arrived at the Tan Palace for business. Business? Did this refer to the earlier commotion downstairs? In a place like the Tan Palace, new police officers would typically not dare to intrude. She began to suspect that this was merely a performance orchestrated by Ong Wei. With Madame Wulong as the target, it was not uncommon for wealthy women to indulge in such escapades. As long as one had money, they could do as they pleased. However, if it were a wealthy wife, the implications were entirely different. as they represented their husband's reputation. It was no wonder Madame Wulong had been so adamant about not wanting to make the news. She likely belonged to the latter category, an official's wife. Feeling somewhat fatigued after a light snack, Dai Ling, disinterested in further conjecture, reclined on a poolside lounge chair, draping herself with a blanket and dozing off. She was abruptly awakened by a few splashes of icy water on her feet. Instinctively pulling her legs back under the blanket, the dark blue surface of the pool shimmered with ripples. Looking around, she saw no one except a few bodyguards. For a moment, she believed she was trapped in a nightmare. Leaning over to peer into the water, she was startled when a head suddenly broke the surface. Wei removed his goggles, wiped the water from his head, and flung his hair back, his dark pupils reflecting the moonlight with an enchanting glow. He reached out to grasp her leg, seemingly intent on pulling her into the water. She squealed and kicked him, exclaiming, "It's too cold. I don't want to." His lips moved slightly as he replied, "I've calculated it. You're clean today, so it's fine. Come down and swim with me. The water's not cold." Dai Ling shook her head, clutching the blanket, but he effortlessly yanked her down into the water. Panic engulfed her as she struggled beneath the surface. But in the next instant, he lifted her up, her upper body breaking free of the water. Gasping for air, she clung tightly to him. He pressed her against the edge of the pool, observing her flustered and drenched state with a smirk that hinted at mischief. "Aren't you quite the swimmer?" She was uncertain which occasion he was referring to, yet her mind instinctively drifted back to that night at the reclining Buddha temple. She had playfully pouted and playfully struck his chest. Claiming to be cold, he remained still, gazing at her with a bemused smile, yet he said nothing. Chapter 71. Not particularly remarkable. Through her drenched clothing, their two heated chests pressed against one another, and the chill of the water caused her eyes to involuntarily glisten with tears. She was oblivious to how alluring she appeared to the man before her, who seemed on the verge of surrendering to her charms. Through his pupils, she beheld her own reflection, so tantalizing yet achingly vulnerable. Perhaps it was this very sight that had ensnared his soul that night at the temple. "What have you been up to these past few days? Have you been studying diligently?" He was already fair-skinned, and now, soaked, his entire body resembled polished jade. As he raised an eyebrow, his face, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared both mischievous and strikingly handsome. "Are you focused? Focused like I was while watching the play?" Before she could respond, Wei leaned in, his breath warm against her ear, teasingly grazing her earlobe, the bridge of her nose, and the mole beneath her lips. His heavy breath, contrasting against the icy pool water, felt particularly ardent. With her eyes closed, her fingertips pressed almost painfully into his skin, and she found herself softly gasping. "Have you missed me these past few days?" He pressed against her, his tone insistent. She opened her eyes and glanced around at the bodyguards. Feeling a wave of embarrassment in the next moment, Wei commanded everyone to leave, and within moments, the rooftop was left with only their entangled forms. "Oh, you want me? Speak," he teased her in a low voice. He delighted in the sound of her gentle voice, which stirred something inexplicably thrilling within him, akin to a kitten's playful scratch. She wrapped her arms around his neck and gazed into his water-drenched eyes. Softly confessing, "I want you." He pondered for a moment. "What do you desire?" "You." She bit her lip. "Who wants me?" "I do." "Say it completely. Are you done playing games?" She realized she had been toyed with, her expression darkening as she attempted to swim away. Wei, with a swift motion, pulled her back, his face alight with a playful smile, though her eyes shot daggers at him. "This is far more entertaining than teasing a cat, isn't it?" The silver-white moonlight cascaded down, and their bodies seemed to yearn for one another. For the first time in the water, she experienced an unprecedented sensation, filled with a mix of embarrassment and desire. After their escapade, Wei carried her out of the pool, and they shared a warm bath in the bathroom. It wasn't until close to dawn that she finally succumbed to sleep. The following day, she slept until the late morning, glancing at the clock and leaping up. Realizing she had missed her morning class, Wei was already dressed, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he practiced golf on the outdoor mat. Spotting her hurried figure, he called out, "Where are you off to?" "I have class. I'm late." She rushed down the stairs. Wei glanced at her and casually swung his club. "Today is Songkran Festival. Did your school forget to inform you about the holiday, Songkran Festival?" She pondered, realizing it was indeed the Thai New Year, which would grant a few days off. It was her first encounter with the New Year in Thailand, and she had heard that it was a water festival, where people splashed water everywhere. She was uncertain why her gaze fell upon his concentrated eyes as he adjusted his stance, seemingly indifferent to her presence. She wasn't particularly eager to join the festivities. She merely wanted to confirm whether he had other plans. Otherwise, she could go shopping with Lima, but clearly, she had underestimated the situation. An hour later, Ong Wei took her to the most vibrant water-splashing event on Khao San Road. 2 cars halted behind the restaurant, where the owner personally came out to greet them. Ong Wei instructed 2 close-cropped bodyguards to follow her, reminding her to stay safe while he attended to business upstairs. Promising to take her elsewhere afterward, the restaurant manager guided them through the building's internal passage. The main street of Khao San was already a frenzy, cordoned off by police, as thousands of revelers armed with water guns danced and splashed around, attacking one another in joyous abandon. This was a scene unlike anything Dai Ling had ever witnessed, and although she felt a rush of excitement, she preferred to observe rather than become a drenched participant. One of the bodyguards handed her a large pink water gun filled to the brim, whispering, "Miss Dai Ling, the young master had this prepared for you." Dai Ling waved her hand dismissively. "I don't want to play. I just want to watch." As she stood there, arms crossed, leisurely observing the boisterous crowd, suddenly, a bucket of water was unexpectedly splashed onto her face, soaking her from head to toe, leaving her momentarily stunned. Wiping her face, she discovered it was 2 small children laughing gleefully with a bucket in hand. The bodyguard shrugged, handing her the water gun once more. "You might want to take this. We can't really intervene in this situation." She shot him a glare, then, without hesitation, strapped the water gun onto her back and gripped it tightly, glaring at the 2 children at the entrance. "If you have the guts, don't run. Just see if I don't get you." Upon seeing her geared up, the children immediately took off, but she quickly caught up with them, retaliating with a flurry of water splashes that had them begging for mercy. A wave of victorious joy surged within her. Before long, she found herself swept up in the water-splashing frenzy, teaming up with several Chinese tourists. Although she was completely drenched, she felt a long-lost sense of happiness and liberation. Glancing up at the building, she noticed Ong Wei and another man seated by the window, engrossed in conversation, seemingly oblivious to her presence. His deep-set eyes were serious, dressed entirely in black, hands crossed in front of him, exuding an air of superiority. After playing for a while, she began to feel fatigued and contemplated returning home. However, she was abruptly ambushed by another group intent on drenching her, their intentions unmistakably hostile. Turning to confront them, she saw several men splash water at her before dashing away. Anger surged within her, and she retaliated, splashing water at the street side before pursuing them. This time, she seemed to stray off the main road, wandering into a quieter alleyway with fewer tourists. The men occasionally paused to wait for her. Fueling her suspicion, a sudden realization struck her. 2 of her bodyguards were no longer following, leaving her feeling a bit uneasy. Though she had no enemies in Thailand, Ong Wei likely had many, and if she were captured, it could spell danger. Deciding to abandon her pursuit, she turned to head back to the main road, only to be intercepted by several individuals, led by a girl who appeared to be in high school. Soaked as well, the girl was flanked by several burly men, each wielding a water gun. She scrutinized Dai Ling with an unfriendly gaze. "Just her," a man behind replied. "Miss, just her," the girl scoffed, not particularly impressive. "Is she? No chest, no curves." Dai Ling glanced back at the boys who had splashed her earlier, now encircling her. Though they all wore shorts and wielded toy water guns, they did not seem threatening. More like children playing a game. Lowering her gaze to assess her own figure, she couldn't help but chuckle. "You little brat, you're the one without curves. Have you even reached adulthood? Even if I splashed you earlier, is it necessary to gather so many people to gang up on me?" The girl approached, circling her with a challenging demeanor. "Don't think just because you're with Ong Wei that you can act all high and mighty. A woman like you, he changes every day. Oh, a fangirl has arrived." Chapter 72. She is unlike them. "Lady, you're in your 30s, right? Why not earn some money, retire early, and marry a decent man in seclusion? You think Ong Wei would marry you? Don't even dream of it. I warn you. Stop clinging to him every day." The girl spoke as if she were well acquainted with Ong Wei, her serious expression eliciting a laugh from Dai Ling. Dai Ling pinched her nose, scoffing. "Do you like him? He's right upstairs. Should I take you to greet him? Oh, and by the way, it's not me clinging to him. He adores me so much that he can't sleep without holding me at night." Jealous, are we? Somehow, the words flowed effortlessly from her lips, and she relished the moment. However, it clearly infuriated the girl, who lunged at her. "Ah, I'll teach you to talk nonsense." But she was swiftly restrained by the burly men behind her. "Miss Jern, someone is coming. We should leave quickly." Dai Ling glanced to the side, realizing her bodyguards had appeared behind her. causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. The girl, Jern, was dragged away by the men, who covered her mouth as they pulled her along. "Miss Dailing, are you all right?" The two individuals simultaneously inquired of her, to which she responded with a soft and instinctively turned to retrace her steps. After Ong Wei concluded his business, they dined at a restaurant before heading directly to the rooftop. The immense roar of the helicopter blades shattered her eardrums, and a torrent of surging air enveloped her, making it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. Ong Wei wrapped her in his trench coat and, under the protection of bodyguards, boarded the helicopter on the helipad, kindly securing her seatbelt and placing noise-canceling headphones over her ears. Bewildered, she was unsure of their destination. Ong Wei raised an eyebrow at her vacant expression and gently tapped a button on her headset, signaling her to activate it so they could communicate. Yet, she dozed off, utterly oblivious to the purpose of the device. An hour later, the helicopter landed near a resort hotel by the beach, where the hotel staff greeted them. To her surprise, Meng Jiwei stood in the lobby, sunglasses perched on his nose, waving at them, flanked by two strikingly attractive women, leisurely sipping cocktails. "Leo, what took you so long?" "I've nearly finished my drink," Meng Jiwei remarked, setting his glass down and, upon noticing the woman beside Ong Wei, politely removed his sunglasses and extended his hand. "Miss Dailing, it's a pleasure to see you again." At the sight of Ong Wei's arrival, the two women beside Meng Jiwei's eyes sparkled with interest. He had changed into a casual white outfit since their time at the club, exuding a carefree yet roguish charm, his deep-seated aura captivatingly alluring. In a hushed tone, Dailing asked, "Who is Leo?" The man wrapped an arm around her waist, raising an eyebrow in silence. That moment, she recalled that Ruan Nila had referred to him in the same manner. Realization dawned on her as she shot him a glare. Regaining her composure, she extended her hand to Meng Jiwei, offering a polite yet brief greeting. They settled onto a nearby sofa, where Meng Jiwei teased, "Miss Dailing, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to coax young Master Chen out. He is quite the busy man. I mentioned that girls adore island getaways, and just like that, he agreed to join us." Dailing glanced at Ong Wei, who remained unfazed, rolling up his sleeves and not bothering to look up as he interjected, "Let us get to the point." Meng Jiwei, crossing his legs and leaning back in his chair, continued to chat leisurely, enjoying fine wine and the company of beautiful women. Ong Wei raised an eyebrow, slowly sipping his drink. "I'm peculiar. I prefer discussing business without women around." He gently caressed her back. "This area offers a splendid view of the sea, with plenty of activities. I'll take you out on the water tonight. While I discuss matters with Jiwei this afternoon, this setting is rather dull for you. Feel free to entertain yourself." The two women beside Meng Jiwei gasped in astonishment, exclaiming how gentle young Master Chen was. While Meng Jiwei, with a hint of curiosity, observed the developing rapport between the two. Unfazed, Ong Wei continued to stroke Dailing's hair, patiently advising her, "Don't wander too far. I'll have someone follow you." Seeing the situation unfold, Meng Jiwei reluctantly dismissed the two women, who were hesitant to leave, with a parting reminder to take care of Miss Dailing. Ong Wei's expression turned steely once they departed. Meng Jiwei, with a playful smile, remarked, "No way, are you serious? I can see you might be falling for her. I never expected this little bully from our childhood to be such a romantic." Ong Wei had always exuded an intimidating presence. While other children played house in kindergarten, he was preoccupied with toy guns, ignoring everyone around him. Fearful of him, the other children avoided provoking him, especially with mysterious figures in black often waiting for him at the entrance. In stark contrast to Meng Jiwei's charismatic leadership, Ong Wei was solitary, with few friends, earning him a reputation as a little bully. Even then, he stood apart with his fair complexion and striking features. Though his delicate face was often scrunched in concentration, resembling a little adult, most little girls in kindergarten were smitten with him, secretly offering him candies and toys, yet he paid them no mind, leaving them in tears, as he could not comprehend the reason for their distress. Meng Jiwei chuckled at the memories of their childhood. The expression on Ong Wei's face was inscrutable, his eyes devoid of emotion. As the island's afternoon sun cast a gentle glow on his temples, illuminating his pristine white shirt, lending him an air of refined cleanliness, he unbuttoned his shirt collar, lit a cigarette, and casually crossed his legs. His deep-set eyes focused on the horizon as he exhaled wisps of smoke. Noticing his silence, Meng Jiwei paused. "Do you understand the consequences of being emotionally invested?" Ong Wei raised an eyebrow, smoke curling from his lips as he retorted, "And you're the one to lecture me?" His underlying message was clear. He had enough of his own troubles to contend with. Struck speechless by his comment, Ming Jiwei tightened his grip on his glass, pondering as he took a measured sip of the bitter drink. After a moment, he leaned forward, flicking ash from his cigarette into the crystal ashtray, his voice steady and devoid of fluctuation as he uttered a statement that made Meng Jiwei's heart flutter. She is unlike any of them. Meng Jiwei inquired about the two women, and Ong Wei remained silent, the implication obvious. It referred to the two women Meng Jiwei had brought along. Chapter 73. Only you have curves. Dai Ling had not ventured far when Meng Jiwei's friends followed her, suggesting they explore the area together, as they were familiar with the locale and were friends of a friend, leaving her little room to decline. The two women, named Linda and Lily, were both Thai and exuded warmth as they guided her to a local clothing stall, where she purchased a strapless sundress that perfectly captured the island's essence. They lounged on the beach in Koh Samui, soaking up the sun, sipping drinks, and swaying on swings, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Linda suggested they catch a male model show at the Phoenix Bar later. And though Dai Ling hesitated, she found herself drawn into the bar amidst their playful nudging that in contrast to the upscale atmosphere of the Tan Palace. This bar was wild and untamed, where patrons seemed bolder, drinking to excess and reveling in the scantily clad male models who interacted closely with the audience. Linda and Lily were exuberant, tipping the male models and encouraging Dai Ling to join in. Despite her repeated refusals, two burly men hoisted her into a chair at the center of the action. Linda and Lily giggled mischievously, and Dai Ling felt as if she were being thrust into the spotlight. However, emboldened by the alcohol, she gazed at the gleaming muscles of the male models, finding the thought of a fleeting touch somewhat appealing. She fished out a few bills, handing them to the man beside her, who flexed his chiseled biceps, inviting her to touch. Amidst the cheers, she succumbed to temptation, justifying her actions as a worthy expenditure. Surprisingly, the sensation was quite delightful. Yet, as she reached for the fifth model's robust arm, her enthusiasm waned when she locked eyes with Ong Wei, whose gaze was seething with jealousy. Standing nearby, Meng Jiwei observed Ong Wei's thunderous expression, knowing that when Ong Wei fixed his gaze on someone in silence, the palpable tension could intimidate anyone. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, an electric jolt coursed through her, enough to paralyze her with its intensity. The allure of the man's glistening chest dulled. Swallowing hard, she attempted to leave, but the two men beside her restrained her. She raised her hands in surrender, indicating her lack of tips, which finally prompted them to relent as they exited the bar. The sun dipped below the horizon, and Meng Jiwei, ever perceptive, raised an eyebrow. Did you enjoy yourself today? Linda and Lily, each grabbing one of her arms, chimed in unison. We had a blast. Ong Wei turned his head, his expression stern as he asked Dai Ling, what about you? Did you have fun? A bit tipsy from the drink, she beamed at him, raising her hands in delight. Yes, I did. At that moment, a subordinate in a floral shirt approached. Bowing slightly, young master, the yacht is ready and docked at the pier. With a curt acknowledgement, Ong Wei turned away. While Meng Jiwei sensed the palpable jealousy radiating from him, he embraced the two women, tactfully suggesting, Leo, let us hit the bar for another round. Stay safe out at sea. We wouldn't want to intrude. After bidding farewell, Ong Wei strode towards the dock without waiting for her, and Dai Ling, acutely aware of her guilt, trailed behind, the distance between them widening. Frustrated, she halted, just as two Western men approached, whistling at her. Miss, care to join us for a drink? As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently drifted toward her chest. Dai Ling, inebriated, watched the distant figure of Ong Wei striding with purpose, and with a carefree smile, she readily acquiesced. To her surprise, the man immediately turned around, his expression fraught with anger as he approached with large strides, seizing her arm and departing. The two men stood there, bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired, initially assuming it was a case of abduction. Just then, several robust men in floral shirts swiftly converged from all directions. Firmly restraining the two men's chests, the bodyguard pointed at Ong Wei and Dai Ling's retreating figures, chuckling as he patted one man's chest, declaring, This is our boss's woman. If you value your life, think twice before proceeding. Faced with the imposing figures, the two men exchanged glances, hesitated, and, apologizing, made their exit. Ong Wei dragged Dai Ling along, his frustration mounting as he observed her disheveled appearance. Intoxicated and unsteady, he decided to lift her horizontally onto the yacht's deck, unceremoniously depositing her onto the sofa. After activating the power in the cabin, he made his way to the cockpit, deftly operating the engine among a multitude of buttons, and the three-tiered luxury yacht swiftly departed the dock against the backdrop of a violet sunset. Dai Ling, Feeling weak, nestled into the sofa in the cabin below. As the boat set sail, a wave of nausea hit her, causing her to rush to the deck and vomit, expelling nearly everything she had consumed that day. Once she finished, she staggered up the stairs to the second floor, spotting Ong Wei in the cockpit, his back to her as he steered the vessel in silence, the howling sea breeze tousling his hair. He seemed to sense her presence behind him, tilting his head slightly but offering no words. Dai Ling closed the cabin door and curled up on the sofa, gazing at the evening glow outside. Feeling slightly seasick, she chose not to provoke him further and eventually dozed off. She awoke to the chilling night breeze, sitting up to find the yacht anchored in the middle of the sea. Surrounded by serene stillness, the vessel remained unlit, enveloped in a profound darkness. In a daze, she noticed him standing on the rear deck, his clothes billowing in the wind, hands tucked into his pockets as he gazed into the distance. Leaving the cabin door ajar, allowing the breeze to sweep in, she stood up, unsteadily attempting to close the door but hesitated, realizing that confining him outside might incite his wrath in this desolate place. Her safety would be at stake. After a moment's contemplation, she approached him from behind but was at a loss for words, spinning in circles before retrieving 2 bottles of drinks from the nearby fridge. Offering one to him in a tentative effort to ease the tension. "Are you thirsty?" He turned his head, casting a glance at the drink, then at her face, eventually lingering on her exposed chest. His restraint fraying, his gaze returned to the horizon, but his voice dripped with impatience. "Wrap that blanket around you. Do you think you're the only one with a chest?" Dai Ling looked down at her own chest. Realizing it was indeed a bit too revealing, she withdrew her outstretched hand, turning to grab a blanket from the sofa, wrapping it around her upper body before rejoining him on the deck. As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, the sea appeared calm, devoid of any turbulence. In the distance, a small island twinkled with faint lights, reflecting on his rather unappealing visage. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes, extracting one and searching for a lighter, but was unable to find one on his person. Just then, a slender arm with a lit match was extended toward him. He glanced at her, smoke dangling from his lips, a few strands of hair falling over one eye, shrouding the impending storm brewing within. Her slightly flushed face sparkled with starlight, and with the gentle breeze in the air, she anxiously urged him. "Hurry, or the flame will go out." Ong Wei's dark eyes flickered, and he simply removed the cigarette from his mouth. Seeing his indifference, Dai Ling turned to leave, only to be unexpectedly seized from behind. Spun around to face him. His expression was impassive, yet his gaze held an icy intensity that sent shivers down her spine. "Are you sober now?" She bit her lip, forcing a calm facade. "I'm not drunk." "Were you so pleased to be fondling those men earlier?" Dai Ling, still feeling lightheaded, lazily fluttered her eyelids as she gazed up at him. Aware of his anger, she attempted to lighten the mood. It wasn't that enjoyable, just a bit of playful banter. Under the influence of alcohol, Dai Ling appeared relaxed, her demeanor exuding seduction, the blanket slipping from her shoulders. Ong Wei, unable to suppress the surge of emotions within him, forcefully grasped the blanket, lifting her into his arms and carrying her into the cabin, tossing her onto the sofa. Having been tossed around by him twice that day, Dai Ling felt discomfort welling up inside her. She struggled to sit up as he began to undress, revealing his sculpted torso, and as he loosened his belt, he suddenly pounced on her, capturing her lips with an unyielding kiss. Dai Ling, feeling overwhelmed, pushed him away softly, whimpering, "Are you jealous for no reason?" With one arm, he lifted her, forcing her legs apart to wrap around his waist, pressing her back against him, the blanket slipping to the floor. Forgotten, he kissed her with fervor, his breath flooding her senses as if he were marking her with his essence. The previously calm boat began to sway gently, mirroring their precarious bodies. "Do you realize that a man's patience has its limits? Or perhaps what you possess, I lack, leaving you unsatisfied?" In the darkness, his unblinking gaze bore into her, intensifying her discomfort until she pleaded, "I'm sorry, please don't." Only then did his grip soften, releasing her lips to envelop her in his arms. Burying his face in the crook of her neck, after a moment of silence, he lifted his head, caressing her chin with a heavy hand, his voice low and menacing. "Let me tell you, Dai Ling, if one day you find yourself with another man, I will personally ensure your demise." His black eyes roamed over her face, ablaze with an insatiable fire, akin to a beast driven by conquest. The distant lights flickered like stars in the vast sky, the tranquil sea deserted except for their tumultuous souls. In that instant, a chill coursed through Dai Ling's body as their gazes locked, making her feel an unfamiliar distance between them. The protection and tenderness he had shown her during this time had almost made her forget his true nature and the distorted relationship that bound them. Unwittingly, she had been lulled into complacency, her awareness sharpening in a fleeting moment. As the intoxication faded, she steadied her emotions, attempting to soothe him. She took his hand that held her chin and placed it over her heart. Softly probing, "What if one day I choose to leave you? What will you do?" Ong-Wei shot her a cold glance, reclaiming his hand to stroke her cheek. "No matter where you flee, I will find you." Dai Ling, her body stiffening, maintained her composure and pressed on. "And what if you grow weary of me? Will you still refuse to let me go?" Ong-Wei kissed her earlobe, his eyes closed as he inhaled her alluring scent. His warm breath cascading over her skin, making her tremble. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, but that's not the case now. Right now, I want you to belong solely to me." "So behave yourself," Dai Ling chuckled. "You truly are hypocritical. You can abandon others, yet no one is allowed to abandon you. Am I right?" He flicked her shoulder strap down. "You hit the nail on the head." She pouted. How domineering. His deep, cool eyes glistened like flowing waters, a hint of amusement finally gracing his features, albeit with an unsettling chill as he yanked down her other shoulder strap, kissing her shoulder. "Do you like it?" She remained silent, her fingertips growing cold, toes curling as her garments slipped to the floor. The yacht rocked throughout the night, finally settling. Both of them wide awake, he wrapped the blanket around her, holding her from behind on the deck as they stargazed. Perhaps stirred by the passion they shared, he felt a twinge of guilt, each accidental kiss bestowed upon her imbued with tenderness, with one hand holding a cigarette and the other ensuring the blanket's seam over her chest remained secure. He was a dangerous man, the kind who might stab you without hesitation while indulging in intimacy. Dai Ling pondered how she had found herself entangled with someone like him. She had long known he was a devil. It was her own choice to tread this path, gazing into the distant stars. Lost in thought, she sighed softly, resting her head on his arm. "What do you despise the most?" After what felt like an eternity, he finally replied, "Deceit." But now there's an additional item on the list. Ong-Wei's indifferent voice dissipated in the coolness of the morning light. Curiously, she tilted her head and inquired about the matter, while he also lowered his gaze to her, grasping her neck and drawing her lips closer. He kissed her with an overwhelming passion, transferring smoke into her mouth, laughing as she coughed, and finally, rather casually, uttered a single word: betrayal. Quite well, she had already committed one of the two capital offenses. Perhaps if she were to commit another, the outcome she could expect from him would be a death without a complete corpse. Reduced to ashes, unconsciously, she twitched the corners of her lips, unsure if it was a smile, her gaze falling in desolation. The gentle sea breeze caressed her hair, and she raised her hand to touch the pendant around her neck, choosing to say nothing further. Later, she drifted into a hazy sleep in his warm embrace, awakening in the bedroom of the first-floor cabin, glancing at the neatly arranged blanket beside her, which bore no creases. She realized he had not slept. Looking out the window, she saw that dawn had yet to break. She felt the yacht gliding smoothly through the calm waters. Ascending to the second floor, she discovered him at the helm. The gloom that had clouded Ong-Wei's face the previous night had vanished, and he stole a glance at her, the stubble on his chin enhancing his disheveled yet charming appearance. "Where are you headed?" Dai Ling asked him. "Eat something. There's milk in the fridge. In 10 minutes, I'll show you something," he replied, skillfully steering the boat with one hand, his deep voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. Dai Ling refrained from asking what he intended to show her. Lazily savoring the morning at SEA. In the distance, the horizon began to delineate as the sea and sky merged, signaling the impending sunrise. Wrapped in a light blanket, she munched on biscuits while standing behind him, witnessing the golden hues gradually emerging from the clouds. In that moment, they seemed to be chasing the sun. Ong-Wei instructed her to go downstairs, obediently telling her to hold on to the railing on the front deck of the first floor. Although puzzled, Dai Ling complied, reaching the bow of the boat, gripping the railing tightly. She heard him from the second floor ask if she was holding on, to which she shouted back, affirming she was. The moment her voice fell, the entire vessel began to sway, and dozens of dolphins leaped from the front and sides, surrounding the speedboat as they danced against the golden light of the rising sun, finally plunging into the sea, creating a flurry of white waves and surging tides. Dai Ling gasped at the breathtaking spectacle before her, feeling the scene was almost too surreal to be true. Soon, the sun sprang forth like a ping-pong ball, casting a layer of gold upon the formerly deep blue sea as hundreds of dolphins converged, creating a magnificent display. They frolicked and raced alongside the enchanting creatures of the ocean. Sharing a beautiful yet dreamlike morning, as Ong-Wei steered the yacht back to the small island. Dai Ling remained entranced. He held her and asked, "Are you happy?" She replied with a smile. "Yes." His eyes softened. and he leaned down to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, teasing her. Isn't this more enjoyable than touching those poorly trained abs of those wild men? This was a matter he could not overlook. Last night, he had admired his own abs and biceps for quite some time, and in the latter half of the night, he had done hundreds of push-ups and bicycle crunches on the deck before finally stopping. No matter how one looked at it, his muscles felt far superior to those of the other men, did they not? Chapter 75. How does Ong Wei treat you? During the following days of their holiday, they planned to relish their time together on this uninhabited island, where a water villa floated atop the sea, a project under the Chun family's hotel industry, accommodating only one group of guests at a time. Dai Ling inquired, "Aren't you working during these days?" Ong Wei replied, "I'm on leave to accompany you." The two of them caught up on sleep for half the day, and after lunch, she lay on the beach to rest while Ong Wei surfed in the distance. Clad only in a pair of swim trunks, when he returned to shore, Dai Ling found herself unconsciously admiring his firm, well-defined backside, causing her cheeks to flush. Ong Wei's posterior was indeed appealing, when dressed in formal attire. It always appeared taut and shapely, easily stirring the imagination. She hastily pulled the sunshade blanket over her face. Unbeknownst to her, he had already seen through her thoughts, swiftly pulling the blanket away with one hand. Raising an eyebrow, having touched it, "What is there to be shy about? Or should I strip completely for you?" "I don't want that. I just want to sleep," Dai Ling retorted, snatching the blanket back, without giving her a chance to protest. Ong Wei scooped her up and carried her to the bedroom, tossing her onto the bed, kneeling over her to gaze intently. "Now that we're here, you insist on telling me you want to sleep? You're so cold," she complained. "Deal with it." His tone was domineering and left no room for argument. As their emotions deepened, he relished calling her by her name that in the past he had referred to her as Miss Dai Ling. But now he had dropped the latter part of the titled in their intimate moments. They seemed to become one, a profound closeness enveloping them. Under his command, she called him Leo, as he explained that after 18 years in Italy, that name had become ingrained in his very being, rather than Ong Weit. That moment, a mist clouded her eyes, and as she scrutinized him, the dampness of his skin glistening with sweat, she willingly embraced him as another soul, one completely unconnected to her in a parallel world. At night, they strolled along the beach like any ordinary couple. Suddenly, she recalled having seen blue tears somewhere and remarked that she had heard they were beautiful. He responded with an expressionless face, educating her that the so-called blue tears were merely a gathering of bioluminescent algae, serving as an environmental warning, and that only foolish women like her found them appealing. Unamused, Dai Ling retorted, "You think you know everything. You're the number one buzzkill." Ong Wei wrapped an arm around her waist, lightly squeezing as he raised an eyebrow. "I've noticed you've been particularly affectionate lately. His comment. Dai Ling paused, feigning displeasure. "Only you treat a woman's little moods as a source of amusement. Who is being affectionate with you? You're just being self-indulgent." Ong Wei's dark, profound eyes gazed into the distance, a hint of a smirk crossing his lips, though his expression remained largely unchanged. As he lowered his head to light his cigarette and took a languid puff. "So tell me, what is your wish?" His voice was calm yet deep, carrying an air of nonchalance. Dai Ling broke free from him and stepped into the cool sea, allowing the waves to lap at her knees. Speaking with a tone that mingled melancholy and jest, "Nothing in particular. If I were to mention a long-held desire, it would be to visit a place with snow." This was indeed her genuine wish. Albeit she concealed the details, when her mother passed away, she was merely 3 years old, but the young girl vividly remembered her mother's last words, repeatedly stating she wanted to go to Harbin to find Zhou Tingzhang. Repeated twice, it became her final farewell as she closed her eyes forever. Zhou Tingzhang was her biological father, who had abandoned his wife and daughter, disappearing for many years without a trace. Harbin was his hometown, where he proposed to her mother amidst a heavy snowfall. This man, she had never met. Turning her head, she smiled at him and splashed water in his direction. He did not evade, merely tilting his head and closing his eyes. Snorting dismissively. What a ridiculous wish. She gazed back into his wolf-like eyes and asked after a long pause, "And you? What is your wish?" Ong Wei looked into the distance, pressing a cigarette between his fingers as he casually replied, "For now, I have none. I'll tell you when I think of one. Indeed, a person like him had everything. What more could he possibly wish for?" After spending the entire holiday on the island, when they returned to the main island, the helicopter experienced a malfunction. Ong Wei inquired how long it would take to repair, specifically if it would exceed 12 hours. The subordinate answered honestly that it likely would. They were situated over 800 kilometers from Bangkok, with no nearby airport, and driving would take approximately 12 hours. Consequently, they decided to drive back to Bangkok. Two military off-road vehicles provided escort, and they were equipped with weapons. To prevent a recurrence of the assassination attempt that had occurred in Hua Hin, this time, Ong Wei meticulously controlled their departure time, itinerary, and route in real time. The vehicle carrying Ong Wei and Dai Ling was personally driven by a trusted lieutenant of the local helmsman, allowing the two of them in the back seat to rest adequately. Departing under the cover of night, Dai Ling lay in Ong Wei's embrace throughout the journey, exhausted and sleeping soundly. He wrapped her in his coat, and they remained entwined in each other's warmth for 12 hours, arriving just as dawn began to break. Occasionally, she would wake and glance up at his sharp profile as he gazed out the window. His vigilant eyes softened instantly as he reassured her that they would arrive soon, his hand securely holding her against his chest. He had not slept at all during the journey. Upon returning to Bangkok, the vehicle took her directly to the Sea Lake Manor, while Ong Wei hurriedly departed in a flurry of long-awaited encounters with Kunda and Nuo. She rested until the afternoon, then returned to her apartment. Sister Hua called her, inquiring if she had any leads recently. Dai Ling pondered for a moment, feeling as though she had stepped into another world. After a while, she lit a cigarette to steady her thoughts. I know that La Peng has a mistress. I wish to get close to her, but I haven't had the opportunity. After speaking, she walked to the balcony, where the slanted sunlight streamed down, and she gazed at the bustling crowd in the streets and alleys, the elderly woman preparing ingredients at a small shop, the young lady dozing outside the foot massage parlor, and the children playing at the street corner. All exuded a vibrant atmosphere that momentarily detached her soul. The distant sounds of honking horns rang out amidst the familiar backdrop of Hong Kong, and Sister Hua chuckled as she and the maid were in the shop purchasing fish maw. It seems we are truly in sync. N asked me to pass on a message. La Peng's mistress is named Shernaka. She is a massage girl who has risen in status. Reputed to be a typical gold digger with a fiery temper. Recently, she has frequently been seen at the East District's Chui Ling Long and the Shengshi Racing Club. You might want to try your luck there. Indeed, this evening, you should take a trip to the street by the east gate of your school. In the second trash bin to the left from the entrance, there is something from N for you, an opaque black plastic bag, which he mentioned might be of use to you. Dai Ling appeared somewhat astonished, hesitating for a moment, then tentatively inquired, Sister Hua, could you possibly enlighten me about N's true identity? How is it that he possesses such an abundance of information? And why is he aiding me? Sister Hua instructed the staff to wrap the fish maw, and with a delicate, dainty sneeze, she remarked, why must I remind someone as cautious as you? The more you know, the more it jeopardizes him. It could lead to his ruin. Do not ask further. Just be assured that someone is assisting you from the shadows. She fell silent, refraining from further questions. The atmosphere on Sister Hua's end grew significantly quieter, as if she had entered a vehicle, and her husky voice, laced with concern, reached Dai Ling. Xiao Dai, how does Ong Wei treat you? Chapter 76. You must not fall in love with him. Dai Ling gazed into the distance, replying, it's acceptable. Sister Hua sighed deeply and cautioned her, you must remember, no matter how well he treats you, you cannot develop feelings for this man. If one day you find yourself in love with him, it would be akin to retracing the path of Yume, leading you to a fate worse than death. It is perilous, do you understand? Dai Ling's eyes turned icy. I understand. It is common for feelings to blossom over time spent in the company of a man. Yet you must recognize that this sentiment is not love. I know you are intelligent, and do not require my guidance. Sister Hua ceased her discourse. She replied curtly, her fingers tracing the rusted surface of the iron railing. With a firm rub, it crumbled away, unable to withstand the wind, as the dust drifted away. Sister Hua remarked, then I shall rest easy, and immediately shifted to a lighter tone, playfully asking, by the way, how is he in bed? Who? Dai Ling instinctively replied. Who else? Upon realizing, Dai Ling chuckled softly, adjusting her position for comfort, teasingly responding, but I have no comparisons to make. How can I judge? Sister Hua replied, you are still young. There will be plenty of men in the future, and you will gradually learn. This exchange of casual banter left her face flushed, yet her heart felt cold, overtaken by a blend of shock and embarrassment that enveloped her entire being. To be honest, although she lacked experience with others, each encounter with Ong Wei was undeniably pleasurable. It was not solely due to his captivating physique and formidable strength, but also his selfless devotion and tender care. That man, who appeared so cold and fierce, had kisses that were incandescent and fervent. Overall, He exuded an overpowering aura of aggression and an intense magnetism, making it difficult for any woman to forget him. Whether in the act or the aftermath, she unwittingly descended into a rather impure contemplation, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. In the sweltering and stagnant afternoon air, Dai Ling lingered on the balcony for a while before deciding to make her way to the school. When the taxi arrived, dusk had set in, with only a smattering of students entering and exiting the school grounds. The east gate served as a lesser-used entrance, and the foot traffic was minimal. In clearly understood this, which is why he chose this location. After ensuring her surroundings were secure, Dai Ling pretended to drop the items in her hand, seizing the opportunity to retrieve a well-sealed plastic bag from the trash bin. The contents were few and light. Upon returning to her apartment, she opened the black plastic bag to find a box the size of a mobile phone, containing 2 round black chips. Dai Ling examined the object from various angles, perplexed by its nature, until she discovered a printed note inside the box. Locator and listening device. Use only when necessary, and exercise caution. Signed, Inc. The following day, after finishing her classes, Dai Ling called on Wei, expressing a desire to go shopping. He inquired about her destination, and she replied, Chui Ling Long. Half an hour later, Uncle Chuan delivered a black American Express card to her. Miss Dai Ling. The young master is currently occupied with matters at the Yuan Shan Manor and cannot accompany you. At Chui Ling Long, simply mention his name, and someone will personally attend to you. This card is a supplementary one for him, which has seen little use this year. If the spending limit is not met, it will be canceled next year. He asked me to inform you to purchase whatever you desire without hesitation. Uncle Chuan respectfully handed the card to Dai Ling, and she inquired, What is the spending limit? Uncle Chuan replied, At least 200,000 US dollars. She had heard of credit cards having limits, but this was her first encounter with a minimum spending requirement. How peculiar. Upon reaching the Chui Ling Long Mall, the security personnel, clad in tailored suits and white gloves, halted Uncle Chuan's vehicle at the entrance, politely inquiring if they were members. Chui Ling Long was an opulent shopping center nestled within a sunken park in Bangkok, catering exclusively to affluent patrons through a membership system that scrutinized net worth. Notably, there was no pedestrian entrance, only vehicle access, implying that without a car, entry was impossible. While studying, she had often heard the saying that the financially strained strolled in public parks while the wealthy savored coffee underground at Chui Ling Long. A stark contrast of 2 entirely different worlds. Before she could utter a word, Uncle Chuan adeptly rolled down the window to greet the guards. This is Mrs. Chun from the Sihai Group. This license plate has not been here before. Kindly register it. Upon hearing the Chun family name, the 2 guards instantly adopted a respectful demeanor, replying, It is Mrs. Chun. Please, come right in. I will register this license plate for you. With that, the barrier in front slowly lifted, granting them access to the underground parking lot. Dai Ling instructed Uncle Chuan to find a nearby CAF to wait for her, then took the card and proceeded into the mall. Chui Ling Long was a circular structure with 3 underground levels, built around a central plaza, featuring nearly every top-tier luxury brand from around the globe, making it a landmark shopping destination in Bangkok. As Dai Ling strolled leisurely, she noticed that the people passing by were predominantly elegant women adorned in designer attire, often accompanied by 2 or 3 attendants carrying shopping bags, a spectacle she had only witnessed in films. Passing by a renowned luxury brand store, she lingered for a moment, casting a few glances inside, when an elegantly poised saleswoman approached her. With a face adorned with a sycophantic smile, she assessed Dai Ling's ordinary attire and her solitary status, causing her smile to subtly fade. The saleswoman arrogantly bent slightly, her expression radiating a sense of superiority. Madam, our store style and positioning may not align with your taste. I suggest you explore other boutiques. With that, she turned to leave. Initially, Dai Ling intended to ignore her, but a surge of indignation welled up within her chest. Instead, she strode boldly into the store. The saleswoman, sensing her intent, attempted to block her, reiterating, Did I not mention that our style is not suited for you? Moreover, our brand never offers discounts. Do you comprehend that? Or would you like me to be more explicit? With her arms crossed, the saleswoman displayed an excessively disdainful demeanor, languidly asserting, I fear you may not appreciate the truth. Dai Ling smiled faintly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Then please, enlighten me. She surveyed the surroundings with an air of derision. Are all the employees in your store as condescending as you? Must one present identification before entering? She retorted, her unfriendly gaze scrutinizing the saleswoman, locking onto the brand name on her attire. Since you have made such a claim, I am curious to hear your opinion on what style suits me. Miss Naily, the saleswoman, caught off guard by Dai Ling's fortitude, visibly paled, quickly glancing around before hurriedly covering her name tag, her tone softening. Very well, if you wish to browse, feel free. With that, she turned to attend to other customers in the store. Glancing back at Dai Ling as she walked away, another sales associate approached Dai Ling with a more courteous demeanor. Madam, I sincerely apologize. That was our new colleague who is still unfamiliar with the store's protocols. Please, allow me to assist you with anything you may need. The distant saleswoman rolled her eyes at this, seemingly dismissing the effort. Dai Ling was eager to find someone, dismissing the offer, turning to leave the store, only to unexpectedly spot a familiar figure peering into the shop. Opportunity arrived without effort. Chapter 77. Do not let me see you again. She recognized the mistress of Lopping. They had encountered each other once at a promotional event at the Bangkok Port Hotel. Although it had been a fleeting glance from afar, she had etched the woman's face into her memory. Shirna Ka was unaccompanied, yet she wore an air of affluence, draped in high-end brands. With a Hermes Birkin bag slung over her arm, her beauty was undeniable, but there was an unmistakable air of worldly experience about her, perhaps due to the garish colors of her makeup and attire. Clearly a regular patron of the store, the saleswoman named Naily approached Shirna Ka with an ingratiating smile. Miss Shirna Ka, welcome back. How fortuitous that you arrived just as we received a new collection yesterday. As the sales associate fawned over her, Shirna Ka gracefully entered the store, removing her sunglasses while surveying the interior. Is that so? Then I must see everything. Dai Ling remained rooted in place. As the saleswoman prepared to usher her out, suddenly, she flashed a smile. New arrivals, you say? I would like to take a look as well. Upon hearing this, the shop assistant's face lit up with a beaming smile. Welcoming her warmly, Dai Ling approached a row of clothing racks, her fingers gently gliding over each garment, while her peripheral vision remained keenly aware of the presence of Shina Ka nearby. This establishment was rather upscale. And given Raypon's position, it was evident that his mistress had yet to reach the level where she could casually disregard prices for such prestigious brands. To entertain the notion that Raypon, despite his considerable clandestine earnings, would lavish such extravagant sums on a woman of such dubious taste seemed highly unlikely. One could surmise that this woman was merely scrimping and saving to adorn herself. Attempting to project an image beyond her means, Shina Ka selected several items, instructing the shop assistant to bring them to the fitting room. The assistant complied with a smile, though her expression betrayed a hint of disdain as she quietly mocked Shina Ka to another passing staff member. Dai Ling, with keen ears, caught the murmurs about how Shina Ka always tried on a multitude of outfits only to purchase the least expensive option, questioning why someone without funds would feign opulence. It appeared that the assistant's disdain was a common trait amongst luxury store employees, revealing an inherent preference for wealth and status. Before Shina Ka could enter the fitting room, Dai Ling feigned casualness, lightly gesturing towards the assistant holding the dresses, and inclined her head slightly to the staff member behind her. I'll take all of those, she declared. The staff member, taken aback, sought clarification. Madam, are you saying you want them all without trying them on? Dai Ling nodded. I simply don't have the time for that. Just wrap them all up for me. Though the assistant had encountered affluent patrons before, the request still registered as a surprise, prompting her to dash over to Shina Ka's assistant, whispering a few words into her ear. The assistant, named Naily, halted in her tracks, astonished, casting a surprised glance towards Dai Ling, who remained unperturbed, settling down comfortably on a sofa in the central lounge area. Shortly thereafter, a cup of coffee was brought to her, and she leisurely sipped while observing the staff as they meticulously packaged her selected garments. Naily's eyes reflected a mix of disdain, astonishment, and a sense of being affronted as she approached the front desk to quietly inquire, "Are you certain? With so many items, don't let her max out the card." Another staff member nudged her with an elbow, signaling her to refrain from speaking out of turn, then briefly displayed the American Express black card, causing Naily's eyes to widen in disbelief. She glanced at the woman, who was now engrossed in her coffee. Falling silent, Shina Ka, having grown impatient waiting for her clothes, stormed out of the fitting room, demanding to know why they had not been delivered. Naily, looking exasperated, shrugged apologetically. "I'm sorry, Miss Shina Ka, but the items you wanted have all been purchased by that lady." Following Naily's gaze, Shina Ka turned to see Dai Ling, who remained focused on her nails, seemingly indifferent. Assessing Dai Ling's attire, Shina Ka concluded she was merely a student with a slightly above-average appearance. Surprisingly, her anger dissipated, and she feigned nonchalance with a dismissive scoff. No matter. There are plenty of clothes. Some nouveau riche are like that. They may have money today, but who knows about tomorrow? Let her have them. You can help me pick out a few more. Nelly, casting a reluctant glance at Dai Ling, complied, leading Sheena Ka to another rack featuring the latest limited edition pieces. As Sheena Ka perused the offerings, she seemed drawn to a fluorescent yellow dress, intermittently feeling the fabric and inspecting the style, her indecision evident. Before Sheena Ka could finalize her selection, Dai Ling placed her coffee cup down with purpose, beckoning the earlier amiable assistant, pointing towards an entire row of garments. That selection over there, aside from the fluorescent yellow dress in her hand, I'll take all of it. The assistant, momentarily taken aback, nodded in understanding and proceeded to Nelly and Sheena Ka, donning an apologetic expression as she gestured towards Dai Ling. The expressions of both women shifted to shock, their eyes widening in unison as several shop assistants approached, offering apologies while they deftly removed the clothing from the racks, leaving only Sheena Ka as chosen piece behind. Clearly insulted, Sheena Ka shoved the dress into Nelly's hands and strode purposefully towards Dai Ling, hands on her hips, exuding an air of confrontation. Excuse me, what is the meaning of this? Surely there's a sense of order. Why is it that whatever I pick, you simply purchase? Am I your plaything? Dai Ling looked up with an innocent expression, surveying the crowd, as several assistants attempted to placate Sheena Ka. The latter, emboldened, raised her voice. What placating? Can't you see this shameless woman is doing this on purpose? Slowly rising, Dai Ling shrugged. Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. It seems that the clothes you selected are still in that lady's possession. She gestured to the yellow dress in Nelly's grasp, adding pointedly, that particular color does not suit me. It's gaudy and aging. I have no qualms letting you have it, but I will be taking the rest. Upon hearing this, the assistants exchanged glances, while Sheena Ka's expression darkened. Not only did this imply her financial shortcomings, but it also suggested poor taste. What about the items I previously selected? Didn't you just snatch them away? Was that your intention? Dai Ling raised her hands in feigned innocence. As long as the items are unsold, they aren't yours, are they? There are only so many new arrivals. Am I to only purchase those you deem worthy? What logic is that? It's first come, first served. Isn't that standard? You can't expect to try on a multitude of items and only leave with a pair of socks, can you? I can't afford to wait that long. Sheena Ka found herself momentarily speechless, yet unwilling to concede defeat. She surveyed the room before directing her ire at Dai Ling. Fine. Encountering you today is my misfortune. Allow me to give you a piece of advice. Don't let your youth and the fact that you've managed to land a boss go to your head. Everyone walks this path. Know your worth. Fortune fluctuates. Those who rise must also fall. Don't celebrate too soon. She grabbed her bag, scrutinizing Dai Ling with disdain. You might want to inquire around Bangkok about who I am. Should we cross paths again, I assure you I'll leave you with a mouthful of teeth. Dai Ling yawned, smiling softly. Do as you wish. Chapter 78. Eavesdropping. Sheena Ka shot her a glare, muttering a derogatory remark before storming out of the store. A crowd of onlookers, dispersed by the staff, returned to a semblance of normalcy as if nothing had transpired. The principle of the customer is always right was well understood by them. Nelly, sensing the shift in atmosphere, attentively brought Dai Ling another cup of coffee, settling beside her with a warm smile. Please don't take it to heart. That lady is the epitome of nouveau riche. Always browsing without buying. Unlike your generous self. Is there anything else you require? We have more new arrivals. You can relax while I bring them to you for a leisurely introduction. Dai Ling slowly sat back, pushing the coffee aside disinterestedly, signaling to another assistant, please credit all the purchases I made today to the assistant who attended to me earlier. Thank you. The assistant nodded and headed to the front desk, while Nelly lingered for a moment, realizing she had been outmaneuvered, before leaving in defeat. Moments later, a large door swung open, revealing a woman in a different colored uniform, clearly of managerial rank. Peering out with a concerned expression, she inquired quietly about the commotion. One of the assistants stepped forward to explain. Dai Ling cast a glance towards the interior, inadvertently locking eyes with a pair of alluring, expressive orbs. Bali reclined on a tastefully decorated European sofa, leisurely sipping tea. Upon catching sight of Dai Ling, her eyes sparkled with joy as she summoned a nearby assistant, whispering a few words before gracefully beckoning Dai Ling with a gentle wave of her fingers to enter. Dai Ling hadn't anticipated encountering her here, and a sense of surprise washed over her. The staff within greeted her with respect, ushering her into the VIP area. The assistants in the main hall stood momentarily stunned, realizing her significance and her connection with the esteemed guest inside. Particularly, the assistant who had previously clashed with Dai Ling now found herself the target of her colleagues' mocking glances, wishing for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. Once inside the VIP lounge, the heavy door closed behind her, and Bali greeted her warmly. "Mrs. Xiaoqin, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you here? Had I not heard the commotion outside, I might not have realized you were around. I am glad someone went to inquire." Dai Ling took a seat beside her, surveying the room with a playful tone. "So, while I've been outside for quite some time, you've been eavesdropping. Enjoying your leisure." Bali chuckled lightly. "It sounds as though you were up to no good. What were you doing? Shopping for clothes? What was all that noise outside? Surely it was Tu." Dai Ling placed her handbag aside, adjusted her skirt, and replied with a smile, "I'm hardly one to raise a ruckus. A stranger accused me of stealing her clothes." Bali signaled for the manager to pour her some tea. "Well, you should come sit with me and choose peacefully, away from the noise." After exchanging pleasantries with Dai Ling, she finally had the leisure to observe the spacious VIP lounge, where several dedicated attendants were present. They had hardly settled in when Bali nodded to the store manager, and a few elegantly proportioned models gracefully emerged, showcasing garments one by one before them. Dai Ling had never experienced such treatment, but she had heard that true affluent individuals rarely shop in person. They are the esteemed guests in the VIP lounges of renowned boutiques, often presented with the latest collections for their selection before they reach the retail floor. Today, with Bali's grand display and the personal attention of the store manager, her curiosity about her benefactor's identity was piqued. With a wave of her hand, Bali gestured for a model to turn around, revealing a water blue wrap dress, a new release for the following month. "High fashion couture. I believe this would be quite suitable for you. That if you like it, I shall gift it to you," she offered. Dai Ling declined, saying, "No thank you, Mrs. Bali. I've already purchased quite a bit today." Bali smiled brightly. "Given our fortunate connection as fellow compatriots, I feel a kindred spirit with you, though I know you can afford this dress. Please accept it as a token of my friendship. Besides, with your background, Mrs. Xiaoqin, you never know when you might need something from me in Thailand." Dai Ling understood the underlying implication and teased, "Well, who knows who might need whom? Don't flatter me too much. Since we are friends, please refrain from calling me Mrs. Xiaoqin. It feels rather awkward. Just call me Dai Ling." Bali's gaze shifted from the model to Dai Ling's face as she gently opened a silk fan adorned with Su embroidery, smiling lightly. "Very well, then you may call me Bali. Otherwise, it would feel quite distant." After bidding farewell to Bali, Dai Ling casually selected a black tie from the men's section of the store, which featured an embroidered silver lion, perfectly suiting its intended recipient. Having spent a considerable sum on him today, she felt somewhat guilty and thought a gift would serve as a token of gratitude, as well as a hint of reciprocation. That evening, Uncle Chuan carried a multitude of bags into the house, laying them out in a neat ROW. As she watched, feeling overwhelmed, Dai Ling kicked off her shoes and nestled into the couch, gently holding the hand of the sleeping little Leo, and, unbeknownst to her, drifted off into slumber. Ong Wei's vehicle arrived around 9 o'clock outside the house, and he rubbed his tired brow. Kunda, seated in the passenger seat, turned to him. "Young master, for the cruise party in 2 days, Police Chief Ma Liang and Deputy Prime Minister Wu Long have confirmed their attendance, though we are still uncertain about the military district officials." Ong Wei replied with his eyes closed, "Then make the necessary arrangements." Upon entering his home, the living room was dimly lit. Sister Wang emerged from the bedroom on the first floor and pointed toward the couch, indicating that someone was lying there. Squinting, he glanced over to see a small figure under a thin blanket, curled up with a cat, breathing evenly in a deep sleep. He felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. His back slightly hunched as if drained of energy. After changing his shoes, he instructed Sister Wang to rest. As he walked further inside, his eyes inadvertently fell upon a pile of her acquisitions in the corner. Sparking his interest, he reached for a piece of clothing from the pile, narrowing his eyes to discern its details, only to discover it was a shimmering silver camisole. His brow furrowed momentarily before he tossed it back into the pile. Losing interest. As he walked, he shed his outerwear, casually draping it over a chair, and made his way to the dining area for a glass of cold water, which he drank in one gulp. The tall, imposing figure stood before the stained glass, exhaling smoke, one hand in his pocket, his gaze distant and contemplative. The person on the couch stirred slightly, as if troubled by a bad dream, prompting him to glance over repeatedly. Warmth gradually spreading in his chest. Deciding to extinguish his cigarette, his steady footsteps echoed softly on the hardwood floor as he approached her, pulling the blanket she had carelessly discarded closer to cover her securely. His indifferent gaze fell upon the designer tie on the table. He picked it up, scrutinizing it for a moment before tossing it back onto the table. Dai-Ling awoke enveloped by a rich, familiar scent, realizing she had been carried upstairs by him, her body sinking into the slightly cool bed as he kissed her passionately from head to toe. The moonlight filtered in, casting a hazy glow as their eyes met, hers clouded with sleep. His burning with a mix of ardor and fatigue, he propped himself up, fumbling to unbutton his shirt, revealing the defined contours of his lean, toned physique before leaning down to her once more. Chapter 79. The cruise ball still awake? She complained. His fervent kisses trailed across her softness, his breath warm against her ear, his voice low and teasing, seemingly amused as he murmured, "Are you saying I can't sleep without holding you?" Her mind jolted awake, surprised that he had taken her light-hearted comment seriously. "You actually believe that nonsense?" she retorted dismissively. This time, he was relentless, pressing her to confess, "Honestly, I can't sleep. I need to relieve some tension first." 2 days later, Ong-Wei drove her to Pattaya, claiming there was an exclusive cruise party at sea. That evening, the 160,000-ton Diamond Dream set sail gracefully into the twilight. This grand vessel boasted 15 decks for guests, and Dai-Ling checked into a spacious ocean view room on the 14th floor with Ong-Wei at 8 o'clock. A ball was to be held in the banquet hall on the first floor. Dai-Ling had chosen to wear the water blue wrap dress gifted by Bali, complemented by the blue jewelry Ong-Wei had purchased for her. Her hair was simply styled, exuding an air of noble elegance. After boarding, Ong-Wei received a phone call and hurriedly departed, instructing her that he would wait for her downstairs. When the time came, Dai-Ling followed a server to the entrance of the banquet hall on the first floor. Just as she hesitated, a group of people approached her, with Ong-Wei leading the way. His hair was meticulously styled, having just finished his call, as he extended his phone to someone behind him. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit, he wore a deep blue bow tie that serendipitously matched her gown. His tall, stately figure and distinguished features marked him as a scion of high society, making him stand out in the crowd. Accustomed to his carefree, devil-may-care demeanor, she found this more upright appearance somewhat unfamiliar. Ong-Wei's dark eyes appraised her attire, the dim lighting casting a soft glow on his features, revealing an unexpected gentleness. He wrapped his arm tightly around her waist, giving her a playful squeeze, surveying her from head to toe, and raising an eyebrow. "No need to overly impress me," she turned to retort. But before she could voice her objection, he ushered her into the hall, leaving her no choice but to remain silent. He maintained his composure, greeting familiar faces in a polite manner, his steps steady and measured. Dai-Ling gathered that this cruise ball was organized by a wealthy businessman, nominally termed a New Year's networking event, but in reality, it was a venue for Thailand's elite to engage in mutual flattery and sycophancy. Upon entering, Ong-Wei immediately became the center of attention, with many approaching him to greet him warmly. He kept his hand firmly around her, ensuring her identity was unmistakably clear amidst the crowd and whispers. The gazes of those around her were filled with insincere flattery, and as numerous individuals approached to toast, Ong-Wei adeptly found excuses to deflect each one. The banquet hall had 3 levels. Looking up, Dai-Ling observed the upper 2 levels forming a circular balcony that opened up the entire space. The cruise was lavishly decorated, and everyone was dressed to the nines, exuding an atmosphere befitting high society. A man before them eagerly pointed out a gentleman in a beret. "Young Master Chun, Police Chief Ma Leong, is also present today." Dai-Ling followed his gesture and was taken aback to see that the man in the distance was none other than the middle-aged gentleman she had seen embracing Bali at the Imperial Palace. He was leisurely sipping his drink, engaged in conversation with the group, and beside him stood not Bali, but a poised and graceful middle-aged woman, undoubtedly his legitimate wife. She squinted for a moment, only to hear Ong-Wei say, "In that case, I shall go greet him." Ong-Wei took her hand and navigated through the throng, and upon his arrival, those surrounding Ma Leong parted to make way for him. Someone joked, "Young Master Chin." Several major government projects have recently been secured by the Sihai Group. Soon, all of Thailand might bear the Chin surname. That if there's a chance to collaborate, do let us know. We'd love to share in the profits. Ong-Wei glanced at him, responding with a dry quip, "Boss Ron, you jest. Your mining business is thriving, and I'd love to partake, but it seems you offer no opportunities. How about you let me in on a piece?" The weight of his tone on the word "let" suggested an unmistakable challenge, implying that he had the means to act, should he choose to. The man's smile faltered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he clutched his drink, unsure how to respond. ultimately deflecting with a vague promise of future opportunities. Ong Wei dismissed him, extending his hand directly to Ma Liang, his eyes cloaked in a thin but sharp mist. Director Ma Liang. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Ong Wei of the Sihai Group. Ma Liang possessed a robust physique and a visage that exuded both affluence and astuteness, adorned with an innocuous, Mithra-like smile. Yet, Dai Ling perceived the intricate layers concealed beneath his exterior. On that day at the Imperial Palace, Ma Liang met with Wenzu, and beneath the veil, he wore a cunning grin. Such a figure was certainly not a mere embodiment of simplicity and gentleness. Ma Liang refrained from extending his hand for a handshake with Ong Wei. Instead, he merely swayed the wine glass in his grasp, betraying not a trace of humility in his demeanor. This should rightly be my introduction, he remarked. I have long heard of the esteemed Qin Gongzi, and I never anticipated the fortuity of our gathering today. What a pleasure it is. Ong Wei did not linger in his reply, retracting his outstretched arm with grace, rubbing his dry fingers together, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. I have heard that Director Ma Liang wields considerable influence and prefers to remain out of the public eye. It is indeed rare to see you venture forth for such an event. It seems someone here holds a great deal of sway. Ma Liang took a sip of his wine, his expression betraying no sign of disturbance. You jest, Qin Gongzi. It is merely a New Year's entertainment with my wife. Dai Ling exchanged a subtle nod with Ma Liang's wife as their gazes met. Ong Wei consistently referred to Ma Liang as director. In Thailand, the term director was reserved solely for the National Police Department and the Bangkok Police Department, and the head of the latter did not bear such a title. It appeared that this man was indeed the head of the Royal Thai Police, the ultimate superior of Wan Nila. In light of this revelation, it was clear that Baoli had indeed allied herself with a significant figure. The distribution of power in Thailand revolved around the king and the prime minister, with military factions forming a triad of influence. Within this hierarchy, the commander-in-chief of the army held the most power, alongside the deputy commander-in-chief, the chief of staff, the deputy chief of staff, and the minister of defense. These five were colloquially known as the five tigers of the Thai military, representing the pinnacle of the power pyramid in Thailand. The director of the Royal Thai Police was regarded as the sixth chair, positioned just beneath the five. The authority he wielded was palpable, and it was only natural for him to adopt an air of superiority. She found it perplexing, if Ong Wei dismissed him so easily. Then who was Wenzu, who seemed to stand on equal footing with such a personage, engaging in a congenial discourse that hinted at an unusual rapport? Ong Wei and Ma Liang exchanged but a few words, not delving into deeper conversation, when suddenly, a figure entered through the banquet door, creating a ripple of commotion. Dai Ling turned to look, and to her surprise, it was none other than Wan Nila. Chapter 80. The vixen. She was clad in a long black velvet gown, draped with a pale pink shawl, her graceful form gliding into the hall, her gaze effortlessly piercing through the crowd, offering a nod to Ma Liang and Ong Wei. Wan Nila's eyes briefly swept over Dai Ling. Yet her gaze did not linger, seemingly disinterested in approaching, instead being escorted in another direction by a cluster of individuals who had come to greet her. Your mother is quite remarkable. I dare say one day she may occupy my position, Ma Liang remarked in a calm tone, as if jesting, lightly patting Ong Wei on the shoulder before taking his leave for the second floor. Ong Wei merely tugged at the corners of his mouth, offering no response. After Ma Liang departed, the last vestiges of his smile vanished in an instant. He brushed away the spot on his shoulder where Ma Liang had touched him, as if in distaste, and then downed his drink in one swift motion. After enduring the social obligations, Dai Ling felt a tinge of fatigue. Such gatherings demanded both physical and mental exertion, and without a modicum of social finesse, it was indeed challenging to navigate. Midway through the evening, Mrs. Wulong, who had previously been caught indulging in duck at the Tanjing Palace, was brought over by her husband to greet Ong Wei. It seemed her husband was blissfully unaware of the prior incident, appearing rather magnanimous, while Mrs. Wulong remained evasive, unable to meet Ong Wei's gaze. Presumably, Ong Wei had leveraged this piece of leverage to obtain what he desired, evident from the atmosphere surrounding his conversation with Vice Prime Minister Wulong, where his wife's whispers had evidently borne fruit. Wenzu arrived midway through the ball, unusually donning a deep blue velvet suit instead of white, paired with a matching plaid tie, his hair meticulously styled. The aura of a successful and refined businessman surrounded him, and upon his entrance, he was quickly surrounded by numerous admirers. Proceeding directly to the second floor, the two did not cross paths, and Dai Ling exhaled a sigh of relief. Finding solace in the moment. As this individual and her social circle began to intersect, encounters became inevitable, yet each meeting still sent shivers down her spine, despite having not seen him for nearly half a month. She recognized him at once. She harbored no animosity towards him. Rather, it was a sense of trepidation that she could not quite articulate. She suddenly overheard others discussing him, referring to him as Aoshuan, a wealthy businessman from Hong Kong. The subsequent remarks faded from her consciousness, the name resonating in her mind like an echo. Aoshuan, Awenzu. It seemed that the businessman had adopted an alias for his romantic pursuits. She chuckled internally, sipping her drink, finding the situation increasingly amusing, her favorable impression of him diminishing by the moment. Later, Wei busied himself in conversation with several prominent figures, instructing her to remain in place and not wander off. Ling was drawn into a game of bridge with two ladies she had previously encountered, and though she was unfamiliar with the game, she attempted to learn, amidst the lively atmosphere. A latecomer captured the attention of the crowd at the entrance of the banquet hall. Clad in a sheer, sleeveless white qipao, her exquisitely delicate features adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, her hair neatly styled, she possessed a flawless skull ratio that turned the heads of many men in attendance. One of the official's wives scoffed at the sight, noting the ambition of the woman who dared to appear alongside the rightful wife. Several ladies glanced in that direction, recognizing the newcomer as Lima. She appeared hesitant, seemingly assessing whether she had mistakenly entered the wrong venue. Ling felt a spark of excitement. Having been bored, she considered approaching Lima for a conversation. However, after deliberating for a moment, she chose to remain seated. Today, she had accompanied Wei and did not wish to publicly acknowledge her acquaintance with Lima, as it would not bode well for her. She resolved to find another opportunity to speak with her. Lima had arrived alone, garnering much attention, yet few dared to approach her. Her beauty stood in stark contrast to the surroundings. Nevertheless, she exuded an air of poise, each movement radiating an alluring elegance, as if she were accustomed to such scrutiny. A waiter brought drinks, and she effortlessly accepted a glass of champagne, her gaze slowly scanning the crowd. The group of ladies, bored, exchanged glances filled with derision, speculating on Ruan's intentions. What could she be thinking? It's bad luck. If my husband's mistress appeared at the same event, I'd be furious. Listening to their banter, an ominous premonition crept into Ling's heart. She cautiously inquired, "That young lady at the entrance is quite beautiful. Whose mistress is she?" One of the ladies jested, "A celebrity, once crowned Miss Thailand. How could she not be beautiful? But ultimately, she is just a vixen." The woman beside her leaned in, observing Ling with a knowing gaze. "Oh, it seems that Shan Gongzi and Xiaochen Tai Tai are indeed in the throes of romance, completely oblivious to his father's mistress." These words struck her like a bolt of lightning. Her fingertips clutched the cards, turning pale, a slight tremor coursing through her. Her mind descended into chaos as she cast another glance toward Lima, struggling to contain her surging emotions before ultimately excusing herself to the restroom. She leaned against the sink, attempting to regain her composure, yet the turmoil in her mind proved relentless. Lima was, without a doubt, Dan Pa's mistress. Why must it be her? Such a coincidence felt like a cruel jest from fate, binding all those involved in a web of destiny. Lima's resemblance to Yu Ming was striking. Was it mere coincidence, or was destiny weaving them together? Yet, Dan Pa was not known for his steadfastness. Perhaps he simply favored this type, harboring no lingering affection for Yu Ming. Otherwise, he would not have indulged Wan Nila to her detriment. Her thoughts swirled chaotically, and it took her 5 full minutes to convince herself to regain her composure. After those 5 minutes, she finally managed to calm her tumultuous emotions, feigning tranquility as she returned to the hall, cautiously observing Lima from a distance. Lima took her seat at a round table, leisurely sipping her drink, smiling and waving off several unfamiliar gentlemen who approached her, likely seeking to invite her for a dance, all of whom she seemed to decline, just as Ling mustered the courage to approach and greet her. She caught a woman's voice nearby, causing her to hesitate and lower her foot. "Chen Tai Tai, that vixen is making a mockery of you, and you want to even give her a lesson." A woman exclaimed sharply. Indeed, knowing that Chen Tai Tai would be here tonight, she still dared to provoke. "She clearly has no regard for you." Another woman chimed in angrily. Chapter 81. "Oh boss, do we have anything to discuss?" Ling peered over the wall, observing 4 or 5 women encircling the unperturbed Wan Nila, who seemed to remain calm amidst the brewing storm around her. It appeared they were merely seeking to curry favor. Fully aware of Wan Nila's influential background, teaching a lover a lesson for another was akin to a shared mission among wives. Nila lightly touched her costly diamond earrings, embodying the poise and dignity expected of a rightful wife, and regarded the situation with nonchalance. After all, if I am accused of bullying, she is calm, and we are all women. One must show mercy where it is due. Nila, a figure of ruthless cunning, speaks with words that are laced with hidden daggers, revealing her insincerity. Dai Ling is perplexed. If Nila is to attend the gathering, why has Lima also come? Does she not realize that this could cast her in an unfavorable light? Especially since Don Pa is absent this evening. In such grand affairs, the simultaneous presence of the legitimate wife and the mistress is hardly advantageous. She speculates that Lima may have fallen into a trap, deceived into attending. Based on her previous encounters, she knows Lima is not the type to play games for attention or seek the spotlight. As she contemplates this, a group of women nearby has already engaged in conversation. Nila ascends the grand staircase to the central hall, her lips curving into an enigmatic smile as she lazily leans against the railing, raising a glass in camaraderie with two gentlemen who approach her. It seems as though the unfolding drama on the other side bears no relevance to her. The women draw closer to Lima, taking seats around her and initiating cheerful chatter. Initially, the atmosphere remains congenial. But soon Lima inadvertently says something that prompts one of the women to spill a glass of wine onto her white dress, leaving an unsightly crimson stain. Lima, startled, rises to brush off the soiled fabric, while the woman covers her mouth, offering a seemingly casual apology. Following the gazes of the women, Lima catches a glimpse of Nila observing from the second floor, her expression momentarily flickering before she decisively grabs her handbag and exits the hall in haste. This scene does not escape the notice of the majority present, yet they feign indifference, as though it were none of their concern. The women revel in the drama, while the men express sympathy. Yet none are moved to intervene. The ballroom soon returns to its lively ambience, filled with music and the clinking of glasses, as if nothing had transpired. Dai Ling scans the room, her fingers growing pale from tension, her palms slick with sweat. She brushes past the haughty women, deliberately colliding forcefully with the shoulder of the one who had splashed wine on Lima. The woman gasps, glaring at her, clearly affronted. Dai Ling, with a calm yet disdainful expression, turns her gaze back to confront her. The woman seems to recognize her, surprise flickering in her eyes, and hurriedly adopts a smile, exclaiming, "Oh, it's Mrs. Chun. I apologize. I wasn't paying attention. Are you all right?" Dai Ling lets out a cold laugh, lightly touching her shoulder, her eyes scanning the woman with deliberate derision. Without uttering a word, she turns on her heel with an air of superiority and strides out of the venue. Inquiring with the server at the entrance about Lima's departure, Dai Ling hastily makes her way along the corridor to the ship's aft deck. Amidst the shifting shadows, she spots the white figure of Lima not far ahead. Lima strides purposefully, navigating around various obstacles, but appears to collide with someone by accident. She hesitates momentarily, attempting to leave, only to be seized by the arm and drawn away. Dai Ling feels a sense of familiarity about this figure. It seems they are acquainted, but they vanish around a corner. Eager to uncover the situation, she cautiously follows, only to witness Meng Jiwei and Lima halting in a secluded corner of the ship's cabin. Seemingly engaged in conversation, the wind howls across the deck, and Dai Ling hides behind a wall, unable to hear their words. She raises her gaze to see Meng Jiwei gently touching Lima's face, leaving her momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a deep, familiar voice startles her from behind. "Miss Dai, what are you eavesdropping on?" Dai Ling spins around in alarm to find Shaowen, who appears to have materialized from thin air. He had seemingly been leaning against the railing, now shifting to a more relaxed stance upon noticing her. With one hand in his pocket, his tall, sturdy frame leans languidly against the railing, exuding an air of refined elegance that eclipses those around him. The turbulent sea churns behind him, accentuating his handsome features, leaving her momentarily entranced. The sea breeze rages, yet not a single strand of his meticulously styled hair is disturbed. He squints at her, exhaling wisps of smoke, and she finally notices the cigarette nestled between his fingers. This marks the second time she has seen him smoke. Following her gaze, Shaowen understands what she is observing, chuckling softly as he flicks the cigarette into the sea behind him. Dai Ling, her heart racing, wishes to ignore him, retorting with a dismissive "mind your own business" as she attempts to walk away. However, he suddenly steps forward, his strong arm pulling her back. She finds herself unexpectedly enveloped in his broad, firm chest, faint traces of smoke lingering in the air. The more she wishes to evade him, the more entangled she becomes. Dai Ling looks up, her eyes resembling endless voids, flickering with emotions as they skin her flushed cheeks. gently tousled by the breeze, and her slightly trembling eyelashes. His warm, encompassing hand rests gently on her back as he peers over her shoulder into the cabin, chuckling softly. "Don't make a scene." She glares at him, whispering, "There are too many people here. Don't be reckless. Do you understand the consequences of being seen in this setting, Mr. O? You're putting me in a compromising position." "Then let us find another place," he replies, his dark eyes gleaming with mischief. She resolutely refuses to comply, attempting to break free, but his strength proves overwhelming as his hand glides from her back to her waist and arm, ultimately securing her hand and leading her in the opposite direction. "Where are you taking me?" "Let go." The deck is crowded, and she raises her hand to shield her face to O'Shawan, aware that her vulnerability lies in being recognized, unbuttons his suit jacket and wraps it around her. Pulling her closer, Dai Ling squirms in resistance, and he, casting his gaze around, teasingly whispers, "If you're not afraid of being seen, just stay still." She finds herself unable to protest. Should a familiar face appear, her explanations would falter. And she concedes. Strangely, she feels reassured. This man would not harm her. However, to demonstrate her defiance, she slips her fingers into the inner lining of his jacket, pinching his waist with determination. He lets out a muffled grunt, seemingly amused as his grip tightens around her waist, drawing them closer together, placing her further into his trap. O'Shawan guides her to a leisure area on the opposite side, where a row of double hammocks faces the sea. Surrounded by partitions, several couples languidly whisper sweet nothings under the dim lights, creating an idyllic scene. That he selects a spot near the corner, and not far behind, several bodyguards in black appear, casually stationed but vigilant, ever watchful over this enigmatic figure. As Dai Ling settles into the hammock, O'Shawan takes a seat beside her. The space is confined. Their proximity raises her suspicions of his intentions, yet she is not inclined to engage in banter. After glancing around, she notes the absence of passers-by behind her, allowing her to momentarily lower her guard. "Mr. O, do we have anything to discuss?" she inquires, trying to regain focus. "If so, please be quick. I don't have much time." O'Shawan, leisurely fiddling with a ring on his finger while observing her, responds, "Miss Dai, it appears you have quite the short memory. It has only been half a month since our last encounter at the tea house in Sunan. To meet again like this, and to be greeted with such indifferent words, is rather disheartening." His captivating visage is partially cloaked in shadow, lending him an alluring charm. Few women could withstand the intensity of his gaze if held for more than 3 seconds. "As I previously mentioned, should fate allow us to cross paths again, I shall not let you slip away so easily. You may have forgotten, but I certainly have not." Dai Ling avoids his smoldering gaze, adjusting the portion of her dress that he had pressed down, smoothing it out. "If Mr. O wishes to exchange trivialities, I believe we have little to discuss. The man who engages with me under a false name is hardly someone I can take seriously. It seems you merely toy with me for amusement." Having stated her piece, she rises to leave, but he gently presses down on her hand, coaxing her to remain seated, his voice low and rich, reminiscent of an old friend. "I recently returned from Hong Kong and brought you a little something." Indeed, it seems he anticipated encountering her aboard this vessel. Realizing she cannot resist, she slowly sits back down, hoping that the business meeting will not conclude too soon. Curious about his intentions, as he speaks, O'Shawan retrieves a delicately packaged red box from one of his subordinates and places it on his lap. He deftly unties the blue ribbon and opens the box to reveal 6 Portuguese egg tarts. Upon seeing the tarts, Dai Ling's heart nearly ceases to beat, her body frozen in disbelief. She gazes at O'Shawan with incredulity as he picks up one of the tarts, holding it to her lips. "I believe the desserts at the banquet were not to your liking. So do indulge in something more suited to your taste. Don't force yourself. Just open your mouth and try it." Dai Ling's astonished eyes remain fixed on him, while he appears unfazed. Observing her taut expression and rigid posture, he chuckles lightly. "I personally traveled to Macau to procure these, and although they may be a bit cold now, they carry my sincere intentions. Will you not even acknowledge them?" Dai Ling steadied her emotions, reassuring herself that it might merely be a coincidence. Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered gently, not offending his pride, under his insistence. She lowered her gaze slightly and took a small bite, the familiar flavor instantly flooding her senses. This establishment had been a part of her life since childhood. How could she possibly forget its taste? O'Shawan carefully wiped the remnants from the corner of her mouth with his fingers and softly inquired, "Is it delicious?" Dai Ling regarded him with indifference, chewing lightly without nodding or shaking her head. After a moment, she swallowed and coldly challenged, "Owenzu, what is your real name?" O'Shawan placed the egg tart into a box and handed it back to the person behind him, then took out a handkerchief to meticulously wipe his fingers. He raised his brows and calmly looked at her. Is a name truly that significant? Dai Ling shook her head, mockingly sneering. How sincere can a man be who uses a fake name to woo women? You've been deceiving me from the very beginning. Though she didn't truly care, she saw no harm in asking directly. Shaowen offered no explanation, his bright eyes harboring a serene and clear depth. Do not belittle yourself or my perceptions of you. You are not just a girl, and I am not pursuing you. I have never deceived you, not even in the slightest. Dai Ling turned her gaze away from him, focusing on the tranquil, ink-black horizon of the sea under the moonlight. This is a Portuguese egg tart shop hidden in an alley. As a Hong Kong native, you could never have known about it. What is your purpose for approaching me? Why do you repeatedly orchestrate our encounters? What is your true identity? Do not speak in riddles, or I will only grow to despise you further. Shaowen's brows furrowed as he examined her attire, which appeared particularly enchanting under the dim light. A few strands of hair danced by her ear, clinging to her luscious red lips. He momentarily lost his train of thought, then removed his suit jacket and gentlemanly draped it over her thighs. She made no move to evade him. Rising slowly, he faced her as she leaned against the railing, the vast waves crashing behind them. He rolled up his sleeves, his gaze filled with an infinite tenderness. The moonlight is exquisite tonight. The timing is quite opportune. Miss Dai, would you care to hear a story? Dai Ling remained silent, and he began speaking unhurriedly. Do Wenzu is the name my mother gave me in my infancy. A name that has been forgotten since both my parents passed away. From the very start, I wished you to know my true name. This is my sincerity, contrary to what you may think. Dai Ling tightened his jacket around her, the air filled with his complex scent of tobacco mingled with mint, intoxicating and mesmerizing. And what about Shaowen? She asked. He raised an eyebrow with a smile, his eyes sparkling. It seems you are quite well informed and growing increasingly familiar with me, which pleases me. However, I still prefer you to call me Wenzu. The world knows him as Shaowen, yet only the woman he holds dear is desired to know him sincerely. Wenzu is the heart he lays bare. Dai Ling averted her gaze, finding him unexpectedly frivolous at times, as though his eyes sought to undress her. Shaowen's name is but a guise. That is a tale for another time, one I will gradually unveil to you, for there is ample time ahead. Later, he seemed to ponder the future quite significantly. Shaowen casually crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and drew it slowly, then pointed to her dress, abruptly changing the subject. Your outfit is lovely today, but the jewelry does not suit you. The violet jade I gifted you would be a better match. Next time, I shall complete the set for you. Purple is rare, and I have yet to find all the pieces, so you'll have to wait a while. This reminded her suddenly of the exorbitantly priced brooch still residing in her apartment closet. I told you I don't want that thing. Take it back, or give me an address, and I will send it to you, she insisted. Shaowen regarded her stubborn expression with interest, raising an eyebrow but not responding, his tall silhouette casting a shadow against the infinite darkness behind him. His deep blue shirt billowed in the sea breeze, his eyes now resembling a frosty lake, losing their previous warmth after a prolonged silence. His voice emerged, seemingly weathered by fog, deep and husky. Was the egg tart truly delicious? Shaowen pinched the half-burnt cigarette between his fingers and inhaled, white smoke escaping from his nostrils, clouding his furrowed brows. He turned and tossed the cigarette into the sea behind him, slowly approaching her, bending to retrieve the fallen jacket, dusting it off before draping it back over her shoulders, then encouraging her to sit beside him. Dai Ling stubbornly removed it, but he grasped her hand to prevent her from doing so. After confirming their surroundings were safe, she relented. She should be leaving, yet questions lingered in her mind, her fingers icy as she spoke, somewhat disjointed. You still haven't answered me. Who exactly are you? How do you know? She hesitated. How do you know the dishes from your favorite restaurant? They had returned to the earlier topic. Chapter 83, Young Master Chun. I've long admired your name. His features softened as he reached out to smooth her hair. This is a lengthy tale. Someone awaits you. You should return today. I want you to know that I will help you achieve what you desire, ensuring you do not face danger alone. The tenderness in Shaowen's gaze reached its zenith at that moment. His hand slipped inside his jacket, precisely clasping her back. Drawing her closer, he gently lifted a leg to press against the ground, causing the swing to sway leisurely, creating an atmosphere of infinite romance. Yet, her body tensed, shock rendering her unable to flirt back, her hands gripping his shirt tightly, her mind adrift in his prior words. He lowered his gaze to her lips, the proximity igniting a spark of breath between them as he leaned in to kiss her. That very moment, footsteps echoed on the deck behind them. Dai Ling froze, her body rigid. Instinctively, she reached out to cover Oh Shaowen's mouth with her hand, frowning to signal him to remain stilled. He felt her icy fingertips and raised an eyebrow, his posture unmoving as he observed her panic-stricken expression. A hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Not far away, she heard Ong Wei's voice as he halted, seemingly conversing with someone nearby. Though the words were indistinct to her, she turned her head slightly, peering through a gap in the partition to see that familiar tall figure, standing with his back to her, casually smoking with one hand in his pocket. After a brief exchange, the other person departed, leaving Ong Wei alone on the deck, yet he appeared in no hurry to return, leisurely strolling about. Dai Ling's heart raced, her breath caught in her throat as she kept a vigilant watch outside, acutely aware of the predatory gaze that felt as if it could tear her apart. But she had no time to worry about that. Moments later, Ong Wei finally turned toward the banquet hall, and her heart instantly eased. Taking a few breaths to steady herself, she realized how tightly Oh Shaowen was holding her. She tried to pull away, but he held on firmly, as so afraid of him. Oh Shaowen casually glanced at the direction where Ong Wei had just been, quickly returning his focus to her, cradling her as he lowered her back into the swing, leaning over her. His eyes, filled with jealousy, lingered on her, his voice a gentle murmur in her ear. Listen, 3 in the morning, room 1405, I'll be waiting for you. Dai Ling studied the pallor reflected in his eyes. But I want to go. Oh Shaowen feigned a move to kiss her, and just as their lips were about to meet, Dai Ling swiftly turned her head away. He stubbornly grasped her chin, forcefully redirecting her gaze back to him, chuckling softly at her unwillingness, then placed his finger between them, lightly kissing it before rising. That he seemed confident. You have your doubts. You will not refuse to come. As Dai Ling composed herself and returned to the banquet hall, she encountered the tail end of the ball, where the crowd had notably thinned. Scanning the room, she noticed Lima and Ming Jiwei were nowhere to be found when Ong Wei suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist from behind. Startling her, noticing her flustered demeanor, he asked where she had been, and she hastily fabricated a reason to brush it off. As they turned, they coincidentally collided with the elegant figure stepping through the door. Illuminated by the dazzling lights, Oh Shaowen had donned his suit once more, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, his face radiant as if nothing had transpired moments before. Her gaze descended, keenly noticing the slight creases beneath his clothing, the very spot she had pressed earlier, causing her heart to lurch with anxiety. Their eyes met, and Dai Ling quickly diverted her gaze, subconsciously leaning closer to Ong Wei, whether it was her unintentional proximity or the presence of the man before her. Ong Wei glanced at her, raising an eyebrow without uttering a word. At the previous ball, Ong Wei had been envious of this man. How could he forget? She quickly gathered her thoughts, realizing that each of her actions must be meticulously calculated to avoid any slip-ups, as the consequences could be dire. A man approached Oh Shaowen, greeting him warmly. Boss Oh, I've been looking for you. We didn't get to introduce you last time. Now that both of you are here, allow me to make the introductions. Saying this, the man led Oh Shaowen toward Ong Wei, and Dai Ling recognized him as the band boss from the last gathering. Young Master Chun, he said, last time at the Bangkok Port Ball, I promised to introduce you to this Hong Kong boss Oh. Here they are, the perfect opportunity. Oh Shaowen approached with a calm and composed demeanor, each step resonating with an intensity that seemed to echo within her heart. With every stride, a tremor coursed through her, as if her very heartbeat might leap from her chest. He halted, standing in opposition to Ong Wei, and in that fleeting moment of their gaze meeting, an electric tension surged through the atmosphere, coalescing into a palpable pressure of rivalry that drew the attention of onlookers. Ong Wei, with his more aggressive and striking features, exuded a fierce ambition, radiating an unmistakable aura of aggression. He was akin to a gentleman who, moments before, had shared pleasantries, yet could swiftly become a force capable of uprooting your very lineage. In 3 words, he was not to be trifled with. In contrast, Oh Shaowen, impeccably attired, embodied the aura of a strategic mastermind, his tranquil exterior concealing an inscrutable depth that rendered him even more enigmatic. The two men stood as equals, both remarkable specimens of humanity, their heights nearly indistinguishable, truly rivals locked in a game of wits. Dai Ling mused that if they were adversaries, it indeed echoed the ancient adage of a dragon and tiger clashing, with inevitable victory and defeat. Oh Shaowen was the first to extend his hand, greeting Oh Wei in Mandarin. Young Master Chen, I have long admired your reputation. I am Oh Shaowen. Ong Wei's smile held a duality of charm and mischief, feigning surprise yet revealing none. as he reciprocated the handshake, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. How does Boss Ao Shaoan know I speak Mandarin? Ao Shaoan gracefully retrieved a glass of red wine from a tray presented by a nearby server, swirling it gently in his hand as the foremost figure among the Thai Chinese. Mr. Donpa, hailing from Guangdong, I presume few are unaware of your capabilities. Young Master Chen. My inquiry was merely a test, and it appears my intuition was correct. It seems I am fortunate indeed. After taking a sip, he continued, however, in recent years, your reputation has eclipsed that of your father, and it is truly my honor to meet you today. The chandeliers cast a mosaic of light and shadow across Ong Wei's sharply defined profile. Daling inhaled deeply, and Ao Wei took a glass of wine, clinking it lightly against Ao Shaoan's in a gesture of civility. Their expressions carried an undertone of unfriendliness, each probing the other with a subtle yet palpable tension. Concealed beneath a veneer of tranquility. Chapter 84. My companion feels unwell. Where are you from? Boss Ao Shaoan. Ong Wei inquired. Hong Kong, came the reply to Ong Wei's Adam's apple bobbed as he regarded Daling with a knowing smile. What a coincidence. My girlfriend is from Macau. You two may be considered fellow countrymen, perhaps having crossed paths at the last Bangkok port soiree. Daling felt Ong Wei's hand, which encircled her waist, gently patting her. His smile radiating warmth yet laced with underlying scrutiny. With a forced smile, she extended her hand to Ao Shaoan. Boss Ao Shaoan, a pleasure to meet you. I am Daling. We crossed paths at the last soiree. But you likely do not remember me. Once Ong Wei finished his introduction, Ao Shaoan slowly turned his gaze to Daling, his angular features illuminated by the kaleidoscope of colors, his eyes twinkling with a serene smile. Extending the hand that had previously rested in his pocket, still warm, their fingertips brushed lightly. Ao Shaoan seemed to sense her attempt to distance herself. Subtly advancing his palm to firmly grasp hers. A woman as beautiful and unforgettable as Miss Daling is a rarity. How could I forget? I intended to speak with you at the soiree. Not realizing you were young Master Chen's girlfriend, he glanced at Ong Wei, whether intentionally or not. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed his gaze. To be candid, young Master Chen, I envy your fortune. It appears I arrived too late. Had I met Miss Daling earlier, perhaps I could have contended for her affections. Daling felt a shiver run through her. Her fingers, already chilled, turned white in his rough grip as she pulled away with determination. A light sheen of perspiration formed on her forehead, yet she maintained a facade of composure, cautiously observing the expression of the man beside her. Ao Shaoan's eyes, filled with a profound intensity, bore into her, sending tremors through her being as she found herself ensnared in the silent undercurrents between the two men, her breath momentarily escaping her control. In an attempt to lighten the atmosphere, she jested, Boss Ao Shaoan, surely you jest. Ong Wei sipped his drink, his brows knitting as he scrutinized the man before him, following his unwavering gaze towards Daling, appraising her delicate features. Before returning his gaze to Ao Shaoan with an expression tinged with amusement, in this world, many negotiations may occur, yet the affections of a beloved woman are not to be trifled with. To covet another's love is unbecoming of a gentleman. The die is cast, and this sentiment, Boss Ao Shaoan, must remain unacted upon. His face hardened, his voice low and dangerous. Ong Wei tightened his embrace around her waist, pulling her fully into his embrace, a clear assertion of ownership. Earnest and devoid of jest, Ao Shaoan smiled nonchalantly. It appears young Master Chen holds Miss Daling in high regard. You must watch over her closely. Ong Wei's eyes, reminiscent of the deep sea, glinted as he replied. Rest assured, I will not allow you any opportunity. Their banter, tinged with rivalry, crackled with an undercurrent of tension. Ong Wei passed his glass to a passing server, seamlessly shifting the topic, his tone revealing no hint of discord. What kind of business does Boss Ao Shaoan typically engage in? Ao Shaoan, hands tucked into his pockets, replied with a calm demeanor yet commanding presence. I engage in all manner of enterprises, as long as they are profitable. Afterward, he lifted the crystalline glass to his lips, his deep-set eyes exuding a sense of strategy and controlled. At this juncture, Ban joined the conversation, eager to contribute. Boss Ao Shaoan is among Hong Kong's most esteemed businessmen. With assets spanning the globe, I foresee inevitable collaboration with the Sihai Group in the future, a promising prospect. Ong Wei's lips curled into a smirk. Oh, Boss Ao Shaoan is such a prominent figure. It seems we shall need to communicate more in the future. Discussing collaboration. After all, who wouldn't relish in the prospect of mutual profit? Ao Shaoan's laughter was hearty yet measured. It is a privilege to collaborate with the Sihai Group. Many aspire to such an opportunity. And I anticipate it will not be lacking. As the night deepened, A gust of sea breeze swept through the entrance, catching Daling off guard as she suddenly sneezed. Observing this, Awei tenderly rubbed her arm, his eyes softening with barely perceptible warmth as he leaned down to inquire, "Are you cold?" Daling shook her head, assuring him she was fine, and took a tissue from a server to dab at her nose. Avoiding direct eye contact, she felt the intensity of his gaze, which threatened to scorch her skin. Moreover, the weight of his previous remarks lingered in her mind, rendering her reluctant to remain longer. She expressed her fatigue and desire to depart. Awei, ever the gentleman, removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, effortlessly adjusting the collar. The faint, mini scent she had worn was completely eclipsed. "Then I shall accompany you back to rest." He nodded politely to Aoshawan and Ban. "My companion is feeling unwell. I apologize, but we must take our leave." Aoshawan inclined his head slightly, of course. They stepped aside to allow passage, and Awei enveloped her in his embrace, brushing past with a gust of forceful energy. Daling's peripheral vision collided with Aoshawan's, a jolt of intangible electricity coursing between them, as she sensed the underlying menace lurking beneath his serene exterior, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Aoshawan remained rooted, casually sipping his drink. Slightly turned away, his gaze sharp and penetrating as he watched their departing figures until they vanished from sight, his expression betraying not a trace of emotion. That night, Ongwei refrained from further social engagements. Tenderly guiding her back to their room, the silence between them not as charged with anger as it had been previously, his demeanor markedly calmer. Perhaps her earlier reaction had led him to perceive their relationship as one of unreciprocated affection, thus sparing them from deeper scrutiny. Upon entering the suite, in an effort to dispel any suspicion regarding Aoshawan, Daling attempted to act as if nothing had transpired, engaging him in light conversation, to which Awei responded with natural ease. Albeit lacking enthusiasm, they resided in the cruise's most opulent and spacious ocean view suite, and as he entered the bathroom, she soon heard the sound of water running. "Knowing you are unwell, please refrain from exposing yourself to the cold night air. Instead, indulge in a warm bath. I have instructed the staff to bring up some ginger soup shortly." Emerging from the bathroom, his expression unreadable, he made a phone call to the front desk, and before her eyes began to undress. Daling quickly turned her back, only to hear him emit a soft grunt as he discarded his belt along with his trousers. Ongwei, barefoot, stepped out and took a sip of water before retreating back into the bathroom. A moment later, commanding in a low, authoritative voice, "The water is ready. Come in. Shall we bathe together?" Daling called back, "No need. I'll wait for you to finish." A faint voice drifted from the bathroom, urging him to hurry. She instinctively understood that there was no way to delay him. When he was in the mood, he could be quite insistent and possessive. It was impossible to say that she hadn't felt a twinge of jealousy moments ago. Although Aoshawan's demeanor resembled that of a bureaucrat, Ongwei was not immune to such feelings. She had ample experience with his occasional insecurities. Following their previous encounter, it was likely that he simply did not wish to appear petty. Dai Ling shed her outer garments, loosening her body from its constraints, allowing her hair to cascade down her back. Clad in a delicate undergarment, she covered herself and stepped into the bathroom. The lights were off, but he had lit a fragrant candle beside the bathtub. To her dismay, she soon realized that the bathroom faced the sea, completely exposed. Fortunately, being on a high floor and it being night, the vast expanse of darkness rendered it nearly impossible for anyone outside to see in. Such a secretive and thrilling situation stirred a blush within her. Ongwei reclined in the spacious tub, only a portion of his muscular torso visible, his face illuminated by the warm candlelight. Amidst the swirling mist, he lay with his eyes closed, his damp hair falling haphazardly, and the contours of his chest reminiscent of a masterfully crafted sculpture. One hand languidly massaged his temples, easing his fatigue. And upon noticing her entry, he slowly opened his eyes, beckoning her closer with a casual gesture. Chapter 85. I thought you were truly heartless. Not coming, the atmosphere thickened, a palpable tension rising between them, causing her heart to race. Tentatively, she extended a foot to test the water's warmth, but before she could react, he yanked her towards him with force, causing her to lose her balance and let out a startled cry as she fell into the tub. Water splashed everywhere, soaking her defenses. What a mess! He gently wiped away the droplets from her face. Observing her with an amused expression, still disoriented, she felt a twinge of pain in her backside, and her temper flared as she bit down on his outstretched arm. Ongwei winced in pain, examining the fresh pink bite mark before lifting her chin and raising an eyebrow. Are you a mouse? Dai Ling's eyes sparkled as she playfully blinked at him, a teasing glint evident. Surprisingly, he harbored no ill intentions, holding her close as they soaked in the warmth for a while. The heated mist enveloped them, flushing her cheeks crimson. She reached for the amulet he had set aside, turning it over in her hands. This amulet rarely left his side, except during showers or when they were intimate, indicating its significance to him. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Why do you keep that amulet with you? Do you believe in Buddhism?" Her other hand brushed against the cross that adorned his ear, her gaze sweeping over his strikingly handsome face, which appeared almost unreal amidst the haze. His features were exquisitely refined, reminiscent of a medieval oil painting. Yet she often sensed a fleeting loneliness and melancholy reflected in his eyes that a man like him, who seemingly had it all, what could he possibly be troubled by? "I don't believe in Buddhism, nor do I subscribe to any so-called God," he replied, removing her hand and kissing it gently. "I believe in myself." "Then why do you wear them?" she pressed. His gaze turned distant, dark eyes clouded with thoughts that seemed to drift far away. "The amulet was a blessing my mother sought for me, to ensure my safety. I've worn it since I was 4. The cross was a talisman given to me by my godfather, a protective charm that I've kept for over a decade now. It has become a habit." As he spoke, his expression grew colder, staring out into the void as if lost in memories of someone or some time long past, his gaze gradually blurring. "Your godfather?" she asked. Intrigued, "I was sent to a small town in Sicily, Italy, when I was 4, and my godfather was the one who raised me. He dipped his fingers into the water to check the temperature, then turned to her, asking if she was cold. She shook her head, but he insisted on adding more hot water. "Was he kind to you?" she queried, feeling his chest against her back, which seemed to be gradually cooling. She was unsure why she felt compelled to know more about his past, but her curiosity was insatiable. Ong Wei bore several scars, remnants of past experiences, which she had touched before, rough and deep, their origins a mystery to her. It baffled her how a man of such esteemed stature could have endured such things. He embraced her with a tenderness that was uncharacteristic, remaining silent for a moment, then chuckling softly, as if exhausted, he gently brushed her nose. "Are you full of questions today? Get up, let us go to bed." "You making my legs numb." She pouted but complied, rising to her feet. Ong Wei patiently dried her off with a towel before carrying her to the bed. After ensuring she had finished her ginger soup, he remained seated by her side, watching over her. Throughout the night, Dai Ling barely slept, her mind racing with the words Shaowen had spoken to her on the deck earlier. Eventually, fatigue overtook her, leading to a troubled dream that jolted her awake. The man beside her was gone, and she could hear faint voices from the balcony. Ong Wei seemed to be on a call, but there was no signal aboard the cruise. Every room was equipped with a satellite phone. She turned to glance at the desk, noticing the phone was indeed missing. The man leaned slightly against the railing, smoking a cigarette, his silhouette cloaked in darkness. She caught his words, "I'll be back tomorrow," before he hung up. Hearing the sliding door to the balcony open, she quickly closed her eyes, feigning sleep. The bed dipped as he returned, his icy body pressing against hers, and she could feel his breath against her face as his rough hand rested on her forehead for a few seconds before retreating. Feigning awakening, Dai Ling fluttered her eyelashes, sleepily asking, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Ong Wei leaned down to kiss the tip of her nose, effortlessly pulling her into his embrace before tucking the blanket around her, his voice low and gentle as he murmured, "Just a moment." That night felt like an eternity to her, as she contemplated how soon she could meet Shaowen again. She needed clarity on everything, and this state of uncertainty was tormenting her. Time passed, and she sensed his breathing growing heavier behind her. Carefully, she slipped out from under his arm, escaping his grasp. At that moment, even the slightest movement from him sent her heart racing, leaving her frozen in place. She peered into the darkness at his strikingly handsome face, glancing at the electronic timer on the bedside table. It was already 3:15. After much deliberation, she resolved to rise, quietly dressing and ensuring he was truly asleep before tiptoeing out of the room. Shaowen's room was located at the end of the east corridor, a considerable distance away. She hastily wrapped herself in a contrasting cashmere shawl over her white linen nightgown, letting her long hair fall freely like a cascading brown waterfall. The vast, empty corridor was deserted, the wall sconces casting a pale light on her unadorned face, which appeared ghostly in the illumination. She moved cautiously, glancing back as if she were a lost fairy briefly disoriented in the mortal realm, her beauty tinged with anxiety. Finally reaching the end of the east corridor, the tranquil night enveloped her, the sound of her slippers softly rubbing against the dark red cashmere carpet echoing in her ears. She squinted to discern the room at the far left, room 1405. Surveying her surroundings, She found no signs of life, yet her heart raced uncontrollably, as if unseen eyes were watching her from the shadows. Hesitating at the door, she grappled with the decision of whether to enter. Sneaking into another man's room at midnight was hardly advisable. If anyone discovered her, particularly Ong Wei, it would surely unleash a tempest of trouble. The thought of the man she had just been entangled with, Shaowen, filled her with dread about the potential consequences. Yet her desire to ask him questions was overwhelming, driven by an insatiable curiosity that had led her here. She could only pray that Ong Wei remained soundly asleep through the night, while she resolved to act swiftly and decisively, adjusting her shawl to ensure it covered her upper body completely. She glanced around, mentally preparing herself before reaching out to knock. Just as she was about to do so, as if the universe conspired with her thoughts, the door swung open from the inside. A hand swiftly pulled her inside, pinning her against the door. In her moment of shock, she let out a muffled gasp, only to have her mouth covered by the figure in the darkness. The scent of many hand wash wafted from his fingers as he whispered softly, "Shoo." The room was shrouded in darkness, but his eyes gleamed like moonlight, piercing through the shadows and seeming to see right through her. "I thought you were truly heartless, not coming," he murmured, his voice low and alluring, laced with a hint of loneliness entwined with surprise, enveloping her in warmth. Chapter 86. He disrupted my original plans. The man's voice was a deep, enticing timbre, tinged with a bittersweet surprise, as their warm breaths mingled in the confined space. Finally, assured that she had settled, Shaowen gradually removed his hand from her mouth. His palm was warm, yet his fingers were cool, stirring a tempest within her as their breaths intertwined in the close quarters. "Why is it so dark? I can't see anything," she said, suppressing her initial fright as she reached for the light switch, only to have it caught by him. "Let your eyes adjust to the darkness. You'll see better in a moment. Besides, there's a meteor shower tonight, and they say it will start in 20 minutes. Stay and watch it with me," he replied. Dai Ling shrugged off his hand, rubbing her wrist. "You know why I'm here, that I don't have time to admire the scenery. Speak your mind. If he wakes up, we'll have no way to justify this." Shaowen stood tall, seemingly amused. "Why does this feel like an affair? I'm the one who is flustered now." Her line of sight began to clarify. She beheld him in stark contrast to his usual formal attire. Instead, he was clad in a set of black striped silk pajamas. His hair appeared damp, as if freshly washed, and lay loosely upon his head, lending him a refreshing demeanor. "Who are you having an affair with?" Dai Ling scoffed at him in a hushed tone. The man's smiling visage gradually tightened, transforming into a sharp expression, as he forcefully pulled her into his embrace with an intensity he had never displayed before. Dai Ling looked up at him, a hint of panic in her eyes, instinctively resisting his hold. In his gaze, a rare flicker of jealousy ignited within Shaowen. "I do not wish to engage in an affair with you. I desire for you to be openly with me, as I have expressed before that I am already with Ong Wei. You know who he is, and I need not enlighten you. Why must you persistently cling to me? Are there no other women in this world?" Dai Ling struggled, her voice rising in a fierce inquiry. "Oh boss, do you harbor a grudge against him?" He fixed his gaze upon her. "I have no enmity with him. What I seek is you." "Why? In a world teeming with countless women, why was he so obstinately attached to her?" She was bewildered. Her tone, though defiant and firm, retained a silken softness, tugging at his heartstrings, rendering him restless. Shaowen lowered his gaze, his long fingers brushing a strand of her hair, inhaling its scent. When he met her eyes again, a shadow of gloom had settled across his features, as though he were questioning her, his voice deep and tranquil as if emanating from the depths of the sea. "Miss Dai, may I first inquire why it is permissible for you to associate with the son of your adversary, yet not with me?" Upon hearing these words, Dai Ling's eyes widened in disbelief, her body freezing as if she had been struck. "What do you mean?" He towered over her. "I initially meant to remain discreet. But if we continue in this manner, I fear you may gradually lose your heart, and I would lose my chance entirely. Ong Wei is more handsome than I anticipated and a formidable rival. But I trust you are not foolish enough to fall in love with him." His eyes flitted, keenly observing her reaction. During their encounter at Fa Ning Temple, he had sensed the emptiness and numbness in her gaze, along with a fleeting softness. From that moment, he resolved not to wait any longer and to seize her directly. His words left her in a haze, prompting her to demand, "Wenzu, please clarify. What exactly do you wish to convey by summoning me here tonight?" The directness with which she addressed him seemed to excite him. Shaowen embraced her, lowering her onto the adjacent spacious sofa, positioning her against his chest in an intimately close manner. "You need not be astonished at how I know your affairs. I am nearly acquainted with all that pertains to you, and I merely wish to assist you." Dai Ling did not immediately resist, though goosebumps prickled her skin. She took half a minute to swiftly process his words. You claim to know everything about me. What do you mean? His inscrutable eyes scrutinized her, revealing a complexity laced with profound affection. Your sister was once the favored mistress of Dunpa, yet 6 years ago. She was poisoned by his wife, leaving no remains. You are resolute in your desire for vengeance, targeting the Qin family, am I correct? You have approached Ong Wei to find an opportunity for his parents to repay this debt. Disregarding your own safety, during your time in the orphanage, you devoted yourself to learning Thai, all to come to Thailand one day to exact revenge. He observed her astonished and shaken eyes, along with her slightly trembling form. As he smoothed her shawl, his voice rich yet sharp as a blade. Am I correct in my assertions? Miss Wu Dao, has it been long since anyone has addressed you in such a manner? Upon hearing this, Dai Ling felt as though her entire being had been shattered in an instant. She abruptly broke free from his grasp and stood, as if plunged into an abyss of darkness. The wall she had built crumbling behind her into ruins. She could scarcely believe that someone in this world was privy to all her plans, including her true name. She covered her mouth to stifle a gasp, her body quaking with fear. That name had been sealed away in her memories. Aside from Hua Jia, no one else had ever called her that. Since the age of 12, when she entered the Hong Kong orphanage, she had changed her name to prevent anyone from unearthing her past. Gazing at the man before her, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness and dread. His features were obscured and indistinct, as if shrouded within an expansive ocean, the depths of which surged forth to engulf her. A tightness gripped her chest, nearly robbing her of breath. Why? How on earth do you know all of this? She struggled to maintain her composure, but her body trembled uncontrollably, forcing her to brace herself against the nearby table, striving to steady her wavering form. Though Shaowen rose along with her, he took a step forward, and she instinctively retreated, ultimately cornered after 3 steps. Left with no escape as her body weakened, he pressed her against the wall, one hand propped up against it, scrutinizing her from above. I saw you in Hong Kong twice, yet you do not remember me. These are things you remain unaware of. He chuckled softly. It is quite a coincidence. We hail from the same orphanage, and accessing your file was not difficult. However, after that, I lost track of you. Fate smiled upon me, allowing us to meet again in Bangkok. Her eyes sparkled with crystalline clarity as she suddenly raised her gaze. St. Mary's Orphanage. He nodded. I left at 15. A decade before you. Regrettably, I did not encounter you there, or else I might have had the chance to share a bond with you. St. Mary's Orphanage was a Catholic institution in Hong Kong, where she had resided for 6 years after moving from Macau. Prior to her arrival in Thailand, he grasped one of her hands and, under her startled gaze, rolled up her sleeve to reveal 2 faint scars on the delicate inner side of her wrist. His rough fingertips brushed over them, uneven to the touch. They were remnants of cigarette burns. Those 6 years in the orphanage, were they not difficult? She did not respond, hastily withdrawing her arm and pulling down her sleeve. His finger paused, his voice laced with a cold, resolute edge. Do you know what I regret the most? A chill coursed through her, her lips quivering. What? It was that day at the Imperial Palace, allowing him to take you away. I had the opportunity to bring you into my world that day, but his appearance disrupted my plans. His tone grew heavy. Otherwise, you would have long since become my woman. Chapter 87. Do you fancy his type? As Dai Ling felt his icy hand upon her, she shuddered violently, unable to utter a single coherent word. She crossed her arms defensively and asked, What is it that you truly desire? Oh, Shaowen's hand lingered in the air for a moment before retreating into his pocket. The path you have chosen is perilous. I do not wish for you to be harmed. His tall silhouette, enveloped in the rich fragrance of shower gel, inched closer, leaving her with no avenue of escape. He pulled her into his embrace, brushing aside the loose strands of hair falling across her cheek, his eyes radiating tenderness as he gently elevated her chin. Just before his kiss could descend, she defiantly turned her head away. He regarded her resolute expression, devoid of any demand. I want you to be with me, even if it is merely for ulterior motives. After all, you are using him as well. Choose me, and I will willingly accept. A hint of moisture glistened at the corners of his eyes as his hand tightened around her waist, their bodies pressed closely together, devoid of any gap. His gaze, imbued with an unfathomable depth, admired her delicate features, adding, without any resentment. Dai Ling's hands rested against his chest, a gesture of resistance. After a pause, she asked, Do you have a grudge against the Qin family? Not exactly a grudge. She scoffed coldly. Do you have any idea of the Chun family's standing in Thailand? Toppling them is harder than reaching the heavens. I understand you may possess some degree of power, but they are part of the underworld. Killing is as simple as swatting a fly that I do not wish to involve anyone else in this. It is my personal matter. She attempted to leave, but he yanked her back, declaring firmly, I am willing. I have said this before. Dai Ling felt he was being unreasonable. Are you helping me merely out of affection for me? I am but a woman. I cannot bear such a significant favor that I prefer to rely on myself. Do you understand? She had never considered depending on others, especially a man. She knew no one was more reliable than herself. Oshawan let out a frustrated grunt, his tone laced with derision. What will you rely on? By sleeping with him. You might as well sleep with me. I'm not so bad. Why not give it a try? Dai Ling glared at him, her eyes filled with indignation at his absurd remarks. What I choose to do is none of your concern. This is utterly nonsensical. She turned to leave, but Oshawan, in a fit of frustration, pulled her back and threw her onto the bed that moment. He acknowledged that he had lost his composure, driven by the innate jealousy that surged from within him. He transformed from a gentleman into a true rogue, yet it mattered little. Wasn't it merely a fleeting affair? The moonlight filtering through the window draped his pronounced contours as he leaned down swiftly to subdue her. His eyes reflecting both tenderness and dominance, his voice deep and enchanting. Did he touch you tonight? She remained silent, using all her strength to push against the weight of his advancing body. He pinned one of her hands beside her, lingering over her body and face. That I am not like him. I do not wish to force you, but I am a man, and I do feel jealousy that I cannot abide the scent of him on you. Upon finishing his words, before Dai Ling could retort, he seized her chin and, without allowing any room for dissent, leaned in to kiss her in an instant. Her ears were filled with the tempestuous aura of his potent masculinity. I pride myself on being able to control everything. Yet tonight, I find myself utterly unable to endure the feeling of powerlessness when the woman I desire stands before me, just out of reach. At the very least, I must mask his scent. I wish to possess you, even if only for a single night. Owenzu, you are shameless. Dai Ling shook her head in a desperate attempt to break free from him. But her resistance was almost futile. Layer by layer, her defenses were stripped away, as if he were beyond control. In terms of strength, she was clearly no match for him. Gradually, for reasons unknown, she ceased her struggles and surrendered to his whims. Yet he suddenly halted his advances at the last moment. In the darkness, he gazed into her eyes. She averted her gaze, pretending not to see him, staring instead into the abyss of darkness that lay ahead. The two remained silent for a long time, the air thick with tension, punctuated only by their synchronized breaths. Oshawan seemed to regain some clarity. He wiped away the trace of blood she had bitten from his lip and picked up a garment to cover her body. The man sat at the edge of the bed, staring at her for what felt like an eternity, as if exhaling a heavy sigh, before lying down and holding her tightly from behind. Remaining still and silent. Outside, a meteor shower streaked past, one after another, cascading into her already calm and moist eyes, as if the world had come to a complete standstill. A phrase from Sister Hua drifted through her mind. Women like us are born to be worthless. Yet she had never agreed with this statement. In a world dominated by power and men, they were forced into such definitions. She was not worthless, nor were they ever, even if her body felt sullied. Her mind must remain clear. That was her final bastion. Fortunately, it seemed that Oshawan still retained some semblance of rationality. 20 minutes later, she leaned against the wall, stumbling back to the room on the other side of the ship's cabin. Standing at the doorway, her heart burned like an unquenchable flame, unable to muster the courage to push the door open. The image of Ong Wei's fierce eyes involuntarily surfaced in her mind, as if he were silently watching her from the darkness beyond the wall. In this sweltering summer night, a chill coursed through her from her toes to the crown of her head, penetrating her entire being. So much had transpired that night. All she wanted was to hide in a secluded corner and regain her composure, yet she knew she could not. She carefully sniffed her own scent to ensure there was nothing amiss, hesitated at the door for a while, and finally, after gathering her thoughts, gently pushed the door open. With the help of the twinkling starlight, she discerned the disheveled blankets on the bed and the emptiness beneath them. Ong Wei was not there. She felt an immediate wave of weakness wash over her, her legs unsteady, and her breath once again became erratic. Where had he gone, as the door behind her slowly closed? A familiar low voice suddenly resonated beside her. She turned, stumbling back a step, her hands instinctively covering her mouth to stifle an exclamation of surprise. In the darkness, Ong Wei leaned against the doorframe, his outline obscured, save for a pair of eyes glinting with icy light. That moment, Her heart raced with fear to its utmost limits, but she had to keep her composure, even if the path ahead led to an abyss. A bottomless pit capable of engulfing her. Maintaining her poise was her only escape. "What are you doing? You nearly scared me to death." She lowered her hands, bracing herself against the wall behind her. Swallowing hard due to her extreme nervousness, adjusting her posture in an effort to sound natural, Ong Wei's hands were thrust deep in his pockets, his dark eyes piercing through the shadows as they scrutinized her. His shirt was unbuttoned, exposing his chest, indicating he had not ventured outside. Her mind raced. "I couldn't sleep, felt a bit seasick, just went outside for some fresh air." Seeing he remained silent for a while, she took a step forward. "I'm sorry, I should have mentioned it, but I saw you were asleep and didn't want to wake you." She raised her eyes to meet his, silently pleading for any sign of response to quell her rising anxiety. Even a cold inquiry would suffice. Ong Wei studied her intently for a prolonged moment before letting out a soft chuckle. "What are you so flustered for? As if you've done something wrong." There was a chill in his demeanor, suggesting he had been awake for a while, and her heart fluttered, her palms becoming clammy. "I haven't done anything. It's you who made me all jumpy, standing there in the middle of the night. Now, go to sleep." With her heart still racing, she could not afford to dwell on it. Desperate to escape the scrutiny of his gaze, after speaking, she turned and headed straight for the bed, but behind her, a hand unexpectedly pulled her back, the man's voice steady and deep. "Do you like me? Huh?" She lost her footing, suddenly thrust against the table behind her as he leaned over her, his hands pressing down on either side of her. Exuding an overwhelming pressure, he buried his face in the crook of her neck, his breath searing against her skin. "What do you think of Shawan tonight?" She was taken aback. In such a position, her waist could barely withstand the pressure, and just as she felt she might collapse, his strong arms caught her, drawing her into his embrace. "Why do you ask?" she responded cautiously. Ong Wei placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Do you like him?" "Not at all," she replied resolutely. His hands guided hers around his waist as he languidly inquired. "Then do you like me?" he asked again. Ling found herself at a loss, staring into his eyes, unsure how to respond. After a moment's hesitation, she rose onto her toes, closed her eyes, and boldly kissed him. Chapter 88. He is more dangerous than you think. Following a night of silent passion, they had knocked over much of the furniture in the room, and in the end, Ong Wei held her without asking any further questions. The next day, he exhibited no unusual behavior, aside from occasionally making and receiving phone calls. And he made sure to spend time with her. Ling's anxious heart finally found some semblance of calm. The words Shawan had spoken to her the previous night were something she could not digest in a short time. She needed to deal with the person before her first, before having the time to contemplate her next move. The night before, an inexplicable sense of betrayal towards Ong Wei had arisen within her, leaving her restless and leading to that kiss. In the afternoon, a subordinate knocked on the door to inform her that the madam wished to see him. Ong Wei instructed her to rest well in the room before departing. Once he left, she quickly locked the door, steadied her emotions, and rummaged through her suitcase to retrieve a pair of headphones. Earlier, she had taken the initiative to organize his clothes, and while he was distracted, she had daringly slipped the listening device that In had given her into the pocket of his shirt, intending to test its functionality. Today's conversation between Wan Nila and Ong Wei would be the perfect opportunity. The listening device bore no name. Even if discovered, it would not pose a significant risk. There were too many enemies of the Chun family to suspect her. She tinkered with it for nearly 10 minutes. And amidst some static, faint voices emerged, prompting her to quickly turn up the volume. "Leo, sit." It was indeed Wan Nila's voice. "So, did you sleep well last night?" Her laughter was gentle, unlike the sinister tone she had used with Lima the night before. Ong Wei seemed to have pulled out a chair. His sharp voice made her frown. "Deputy Director Wan, there's no need for pleasantries. Just get to the point." The family dynamics were as stiff as those between strangers. Wan Nila chuckled lightly, yet her demeanor remained composed as she spoke. "You know what I want to ask. Who was that person by your side last night? There have been rumors lately that young Master Chen often brings a woman to various occasions. Everyone is eager to curry favor, so I'm just checking in. Are you in a serious relationship?" The abrupt shift of the topic to her caught her off guard, her fingers instinctively covering the headphones. Trembling for a moment, the sound of a lighter flicking echoed, followed by his deep voice. "I thought it was something serious. Is it just about a woman? Does it really matter who she is? Perhaps next month I'll have someone else. It's just a fling, nothing serious. Why should Deputy Director Wan be concerned?" He spoke casually, and she listened with an unsettling calm. Wan Nila let out an "oh," still sounding amused, as if stirring her coffee, the metallic clanking against ceramic resonating. In this regard, You and your father truly resemble each other, cold-hearted and ungrateful. Ong Wei chuckled lightly, unfazed, and shifted the topic. Last night, you used the old man's name to lure Lima over for public humiliation. Are you not afraid she'll report you? She wouldn't dare. The sound of Ruan Nila placing her cup on the table came through. Her tone cold. Leo, let me give you a piece of advice. Play, but within limits. You can't allow a woman to monopolize all your time. When it comes to marriage, choose someone of equal status who can assist you. This is business, not emotion. You need to have a clear understanding that he laughed. Are you reflecting on yourself? You could say that, but I don't see any harm in it. After a moment, he seemed to rise. Clearing his throat, I have another appointment. I must go. After the heavy sound of his footsteps echoed in her headphones, it was soon drowned out by static, rendering her unable to hear anything further. Perhaps the signal was being interfered with, prompting her to remove the headphones altogether. The cruise was scheduled to return to Pattaya at 7 in the evening, and before that, she wished to meet someone. Daling quickly tidied herself and stepped out, only to unexpectedly encounter Lima in the elevator. Their eyes met, and neither seemed particularly surprised. They proceeded to the top deck of the cruise ship, maintaining a respectful distance from one another. Where a water park encircled a massive swimming pool, they found a secluded spot to sit. Lima, adorned with a wide-brimmed sun hat that obscured a third of her face, wore sunglasses, seemingly intent on avoiding recognition. The two ordered drinks, yet the atmosphere was oddly tranquil, devoid of the usual warmth in their greetings. Before Daling could inquire about Lima's presence there, Lima spoke first. Daling, are you aware of his background? Leo is the son of Donpa, and he is far more dangerous than you can see or imagine. She gently removed her sunglasses and placed them on the table, her expression not particularly gentle. Yet candid. I hope you will not associate with him. It would be best for you to distance yourself from him as soon as possible. In the openly public setting of the previous day, nearly every woman present had been discussing the new face beside Owe. Lima caught a fleeting glimpse of Daling's panicked form and briefly questioned her own perception. Daling understood that the backgrounds of both herself and Lima rendered it impossible for them to maintain a typical friendship. And perhaps they were even adversaries. She felt tormented within, shaking her head with a mocking huff. And what of you, Lima? You are the woman of his father, yet you advise me to leave him. What about yourself? Lima lowered her gaze, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. I am coerced, but I believe you are not. You still have the chance to escape from them. Daling was taken aback. Coerced? What do you mean? Lima touched her chest, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before she felt secure enough to speak. That I am not here by choice. I was taken by Donpa. 8 years ago, he claimed to have fallen in love with me and desired to support me. But I refused. He destroyed my agency, and shortly thereafter, my father's company faced bankruptcy overnight. He employed these tactics to force my compliance. Donpa's influence is overwhelmingly powerful. He is nearly a symbol of authority in Thailand, leaving me with no means to resist. She spoke with a semblance of calmness, yet the rise and fall of her chest betrayed the lingering fear that haunted her. She took Daling's hand in hers. Though we have known each other for a brief time, I have come to regard you as my sister. I do not wish for you to stray down the wrong path. Leo is undeniably handsome and wealthy. I understand his allure for girls. However, as Donpa's son, he is inherently dangerous. Following him will surely bring you harm, whether from him or those around him. This is a fate I wish to avert for you. If you can distance yourself from him, I hope you do so swiftly. Lima's words astonished Daling, filling her with a sense of melancholy, akin to a weight lodged in her chest. She had never anticipated that Lima had been forcibly kept close by Donpa in such a manner. Daling withdrew her hand, feeling grateful for Lima's candor, yet unable to reciprocate with equal transparency, which left her feeling profoundly guilty. Why did you come yesterday? Were you deceived by them? Did those women bully you afterward? And Meng. The name hung unspoken on her lips. Lima smiled serenely. It's nothing. Ruan Nila wanted to embarrass me. This is not the first time, and I have grown accustomed to it as long as my family is safe. That is all that matters. Lima recalled the chaotic events of the previous night, when she had stumbled out of the cabin and fortuitously collided with Meng Jiwei. She led her to the side, her gaze falling upon the stains on her skirt, eyes reflecting deep concern, an image that lingered in her memory. In the wind, they stood together for a long time. She did not resist the care emanating from Meng, yet ultimately wished to avoid involving her, fleeing in haste. The reasons they could not be together went beyond societal judgment. The shadows held their own obstacles. The cruelty of Donpa was a threat. she wished to shield others from, especially the one she loved.